In this post-apocalyptic world, the Earth is a wasteland swarming with monsters. 30 years ago, our world was invaded. It was a catastrophe for humanity, but it also brought an opportunity, the chance to awaken as a hunter and wield limitless power. Insin was on his way to get his own awakening tested when an urgent call suddenly came through. A look of pure dread washed over his face as he rushed off. At that exact moment, an emergency alert blasted across the city. An emergency dungeon break in Showdown. An A-rank horned minotaur has appeared. All nearby hunters of A rank or higher are ordered to respond immediately. In Showdown, the beast was on a rampage, tearing through the city. It wielded enough destructive power to annihilate an entire city on its own. Amidst the chaos, Insin held his niece's hand, trying to evacuate her to safety, but in the panicked crowd, his niece was knocked to the ground. Insin immediately turned back to help her up, but a colossal shadow suddenly fell over them both. The monster was right behind them. It raised its massive arm, as thick as a pillar, ready to bring it crashing down. Just when their lives were hanging by a thread, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, intercepting the attack and saving. The one who had come to their rescue was the very same woman Insin had seen at the Awakening Center earlier. Song Mi Dai, wearing a distinctive beret, charged forward, unleashing another powerful lightning strike directly at the beast. But when the dust settled, the creature was not only unharmed, it was absolutely enraged. It barreled straight for her. In that instant, all Mi-Di could do was raise her arms to defend. She was sent flying back with brutal force, shattering the very ground she landed on. Mi-Di struggled to her feet, determined to fight on. But the difference in power was just too great. A B-rank hunter like her was no match for an A-rank monster. She thought about retreating, but then saw the civilians still nearby. As a hunter, she couldn't just abandon them. With no other choice, despite her grave injuries, Mi-Di stood her ground, shielding Insin and his niece with her own body. The enraged minotaur charged, its massive jaws agape, as if it intended to devour its opponent whole. Yet, Mi-Di remained surprisingly calm, slowly gathering her energy. Even if she couldn't win, she had to stall for time. But her injuries were too severe. She couldn't summon her power. In a flash, the monster was upon her, her entire world seeming to collapse in that moment. Witnessing this desperate situation, a fierce resolve ignited within Mi-Di. She decided to bet her very life against the beast. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in her mind, as if granting her a surge of hidden power. Mi-Di's body trembled as an immense energy gathered within her. And then, she unleashed a single, devastating strike. The attack completely obliterated the A-rank minotaur. After that display, she was hailed by the public as the Thunder Queen, a true daughter of lightning. Even the press swarmed to report on the legendary battle. A B-rank hunter taking down an A-rank monster was unheard of, but Mi-Di knew the truth. That power wasn't hers. That voice, that overwhelming power, it seemed to come from the timid man now walking away with his niece in his arms. This particular bridge was infamous for being a place where people ended their lives. Insin stood at the edge, looking down. He wasn't here to die, but to end things. This phone. It was because of this phone that his niece was almost killed. He clutched the device, ready to hurl it into the river below. Flashback to a few days earlier, Insin sat in a cafe, staring blankly at his laptop. "I can't think of a single word," he sighed, "and the deadline is tomorrow." Suddenly, his phone buzzed beside him. It was a notification from his antivirus app showing a mess of junk files in his storage. He coughed awkwardly to himself. Ahem. Maybe I should clean up the apps I never use. That's when he spotted a bizarre application. Insin scratched his head in confusion. When in the world did I download something like this? Overcome with curiosity, he tapped it open. The interface looked just like a normal mobile game. However, the tutorial was filled with strange, unreadable characters. Not thinking much of it, he just started tapping randomly. With a few presses, the tiny ant character in the game was instantly crushed. Suddenly, a real gold coin shot out of the phone's screen, smacking Insin right on the forehead. A system message appeared on the screen. Player 1 has been crushed to death. Reward dropped, 1 Saint coin. Another message scrolled by. Congratulations. You have taken another step on the path to becoming the Great Demon King, a seeker of overwhelming power. Insin's eyes went wide as he looked around, a wild thought racing through his mind. No way. Does this mean I've finally awakened as a hunter? He immediately rushed to the Hunters Association to get it confirmed. Just as he hoped, a staff member greeted him with a smile. Congratulations, Mr. Insin. The test results confirm that you are qualified to be an awakened being. Insin was thrilled. He started dreaming of a glorious new future. I won't even dare to hope for A rank, but please, just let me be a D rank. No, even E rank would be amazing. I'll quit writing and become a full-time hunter. However, the reality was far from what he'd hoped for. He was ranked as a G rank hunter. The letter G echoed in his mind. Insin was so shocked, he froze solid right where he stood. He stared at the evaluation papers, his knuckles turning white as he crushed the sheet. AG rank. That was no different from being a powerless civilian. The staffer just smiled. That's right, you're a G rank. Would you like to register for a license? The registration fee was $280. Yin's face was a mask of despair as he mumbled, "No, thanks." What's the point? He thought bitterly. There aren't any dungeons a G rank can even enter. He sighed, the weight of his reality crashing down. I guess this is my place in the world. I should just go home and finish my manuscript before my manager hunts me down for the deadline. But when he got home, hours passed and not a single word was written on the page. Yin groaned in frustration. What have I even done for the last 5 hours? Just writing and deleting. Maybe I need a break. He grabbed the remote and flicked on the TV. The news was on, reporting that the S-rank hunter Du Huian had challenged a disaster-level dungeon. The Black Dragon's dungeon has been conquered. With this incredible achievement, humanity has taken another giant leap towards salvation. Watching the news only made Yin feel worse about his own life. He immediately changed the channel, but he was forced to turn it off again when a ridiculously flashy commercial burned his eyes. Exhausted, Yin flopped onto his bed, deciding to sleep it off and write with a clearer mind. But just as he was drifting off, his phone alarm began to vibrate. He tried to ignore it, hoping it would shut itself off, but it just kept buzzing for minutes on end, refusing to stop. Already on edge from the day's events, he snapped, shouting, "What the hell? What kind of alarm clock doesn't turn itself off?" Spitefully, Yin decided to wage war on the alarm app, spending the entire night squashing countless digital ants and racking up a mountain of in-game coins. Utterly drained, he must have passed out at some point. Waking up the next morning, Yin rubbed his eyes, confused. Wait, where did all the coins go? I swear there were hundreds of them right here. He picked one up to get a closer look. I'm pretty sure these little coins all had the number 1 on them. But now this one says 100. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification that made him whip his head around. A system alert read, "Congratulations, Atheist. You fulfill the necessary requirements to unlock the divine. Do you wish to open it?" Yin hesitated, rubbing his chin. I don't know. Curiosity killed the cat, but I can't resist. He quickly tapped the yes button. The phone erupted in a blinding light. A storefront materialized before him, leaving him completely stunned, his jaw hanging open in disbelief. At that very moment, a major event was unfolding between the government and the Hunters Association. An announcement was made. At long last, our nation has produced someone who has unlocked the divine store. It was an incredibly rare ability, one that only a handful of creator-type hunters could ever hope to achieve. This meant that priceless items and legendary skills could now be purchased through the Federation. The meeting's leader clapped, his voice booming. Let's give a warm welcome to our 2 S-rank hunters. First, we have Mr. Kang Yu, the S-rank creator hunter who unlocked the store. And beside him is an S-rank Esper, here to help us perceive his ability. All eyes were on them as the two made their grand entrance. But the most intense gaze came from the man sitting opposite the president, Deng Hae-won. His face was dark, his eyes like bottomless pits as he stared them down. The air was thick with anticipation for Kang Yu's hunter store. Without making them wait, he activated his ability. A powerful force erupted, sending papers flying everywhere. Even the highest-ranking officials had to shield their faces from the blast. But despite the massive display of power, nothing appeared. The president looked confused. That was quite a show, but I can't see a thing. What about the rest of you? His bodyguard next to him frowned. I don't see anything either, sir. A young man stepped forward to explain. Please, don't be alarmed. Normally, only the person who activated the store can see it. Then, he announced with great ceremony, we now invite Miss Song Mina to use her psychic skills, so that we may all witness what Hunter Kang Yu is seeing. She cleared her throat softly before unleashing her power. Instantly, the Hunter store appeared before them, filled with high-grade items, even an SSS rank artifact. The sight left everyone absolutely speechless. These are items I've only ever heard about in legends, one official whispered. So this is the power of the Hunter store. The items were incredible, but the prices were astronomical. Blessing of the Thunder God cost a staggering 300 million gold, which converted to $30 billion. As the room buzzed with discussion, the president spoke. His voice was grave. I want everyone to remember that the fate of our nation rests on this matter. This information must remain top secret. We will assign 2 S-rank hunters as bodyguards for Mr. Kang Yu. Back with Yin, opening the divine store had cost him 100 coins, but coins were the one thing he had plenty of. After pulling an all-nighter, the moment he hit yes, the coins on his floor vanished. Yin muttered to himself, so far, it's just these weird coins. But what if I'm like that hunter, Kang Yu? Obviously, there's a world of difference between a G rank and an S rank. But maybe, just maybe, I can do something with this too. He opened the system shop. But the item descriptions were just a jumble of bizarre symbols he couldn't decipher, except for the prices. Yin Xin was stunned. What the heck is this? The items cost millions of coins. When he'd only managed to earn 300 after grinding all night, his spirit sank. With prices this criminal, how could he ever afford anything? Suddenly, the system shop initiated a tutorial, automatically highlighting an item price at 100 coins. He didn't hesitate and slammed the purchase button. A system notification appeared. You've acquired the unique authority, Eyes of the Blind God. The power activated instantly. Yin Xin's eyes turned milky white, as if he'd gone completely blind. He couldn't see a thing around him. Panic began to set in as he struggled to understand what was happening. After a long moment, his vision finally returned to normal. He whimpered. That was terrifying. I honestly thought I'd gone blind for good. Grabbing his phone, Yin Xin was shocked to find he could now read the strange characters. So this was the power of the blind god's eyes. A flood of god-tier exclusive items was revealed, but Yin Xin's gaze locked onto one in particular. A transcendent grade, super divine exclusive item, with a price tag of... He muttered to himself, this feels so strange. It's like I've suddenly become the main character of a novel. Leaning back against the headboard, he lamented. Once a G rank, always a G rank, and an S rank will forever be an S rank. But there have to be exceptions, right? As he said it, a realization struck him. What if a miracle was actually possible? He began his search for that miracle, scrolling endlessly through the shop. The only thing he could afford right now was an item called God's Evolving Index Finger. With no other choice and no more money, he bought the item without a second thought. But after the purchase, absolutely nothing happened. Staring at his own finger, Yin Xin wondered, is this a skill? What in the world does it even do? After trying to figure it out, he realized the skill was pretty useless. Besides acting like a remote control, it didn't seem to have any other function. His shout could be heard from outside the room as he tested his new power, God's Index Finger of Destruction. As if he already knew the outcome, he slumped into his chair with a sigh. Of course, it can't automatically write the story for me. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone shattered the silence, catching his attention. He wondered who would be calling him out of the blue, only to see it was his editor. Yin Xin quickly answered the phone with a timid hello. A rushed voice immediately poured from the other end. Wow, author Nim, that chapter you sent was incredible. I was blown away. Yin Xin couldn't believe what he was hearing. All I did was write some nonsense about my experience killing those damn ants. Is he being serious? Incredible? Which part? Despite his confusion, he managed to stammer out a reply. Really? The editor's voice was firm. Yes. The theme is so unique, you've got real talent. There's just one big problem. Hearing this, Yin Xin's anxiety spiked. What? What's the problem? I'll fix it right. Before he could finish, the editor cheerfully cut him off. The next chapter. Where's the next chapter? I'm dying to know what happens. When can I expect it? Yin Xin's blood began to boil. This guy nearly gave him a heart attack. But for the sake of his career, he swallowed his anger. 3 days? No. Give me 2 more days. I'll send it as soon as it's done. Oh, author Nim, it's not like I'm rushing you or anything. But now that you say that, I'm even more excited for the new chapter. Keep up the great work. After hanging up, Yin Xin immediately opened the game to continue his grind. So that ridiculous story about ants is actually interesting. Huh? Well, no reason not to do it. He began clicking furiously at the screen. Soon, over 300 creatures had been vanquished by his hand. Coins popped out of his phone as the system announced. Number 302 has been crushed. The reward was 1 Dark God coin. A new determination burned in Yin Xin's eyes. Time to bleed for this next project. Every tap he made sent a coin flying out, littering the floor. Suddenly, they began to glow, emitting a strange force that pulled the other coins toward them. In a brilliant flash of light, the coins fused together, and a single, larger coin with a value of 100 instantly appeared. Yin Xin watched the scene in awe. So this is how they combine. Huh. After all that, his loose change finally became 100 coins. But holding the new coin, he didn't feel any joy. It would still take forever to buy anything good. The cheapest item was 1,000 coins. But then, something in the shop caught his eye. Blessing of the God of Growth. It was the lowest tier god, and the item was just a common consumable. But the price was exactly 1,000 coins. Even the lowest tier item had to be more valuable than a useless skill that was basically a remote control. Just seeing the word growth made his heart pound. He had to get 1,000 coins and buy it. His mind made up, he entered full-on grinding mode, diligently saving every single coin. But when creature number 404 appeared, Yin Xin felt that something was wrong. What is this? Why won't it die? What the hell? It was a red ant, significantly larger than the normal black ones. No matter how fast he tapped, it dodged every single strike. Insin paused, realizing something was different. This wasn't a normal mob, it was a boss. While he was lost in thought, the red ant finally had a moment to catch its breath, panting heavily. Seeing this only fueled his excitement. A warrior's spirit surged within him, and he became determined to crush it. Let the battle begin, but skill can only take you so far. No matter how he played, the ant evaded every attack. Insin gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell? You dare dodge me? This is seriously annoying. I'll show you what I'm made of. My title as the god of audition isn't just for show. Insin tapped until his arms trembled, but he was still stuck on individual number 404. His eyes were lifeless, his face a mask of disbelief. He gasped for air, unable to accept that he still couldn't take it down. How could a single ant be this fast? The other black ants were trembling, while the red ant boss was completely out of breath. At that moment, Insin roared like an uncontrollable beast, his hands smashing wildly against the screen. Die. All of you. 101 coins appeared on the ground. A system notification rang out. Slave 801 has been crushed. Godless karma has exceeded 800. 200 karma points remain until you achieve the title, Great Evil God, Seeker of Power and Destruction. You will receive a reward upon achieving this title. By now, night had fallen. Insin had played himself into a stupor, his eyes completely white. He was too far gone to even register the game's recent announcements. He unconsciously collapsed onto his bed and was instantly fast asleep. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone. Special Authority. Eyes of the Blind God will be activated, following the missed request from Godless regarding Slave 404. And with that, a movie projector Insin materialized in a completely empty movie theater. He jumped in shock, having no idea where he was. Hello? Is anyone here? This is a movie theater. Suddenly, a blinding light shone directly into his eyes. What? What is this? Insin was immediately dazed, his vacant gaze fixed on the massive screen before him. The scene that appeared was a barren wasteland where not even birds dared to fly. A single, battered figure leaned on a staff, limping through the vast desert. A thought echoed in its mind. So this is the true power of the Black Tribe's god. It would sacrifice its own followers just to kill me. That's not a god. That's the cruelty of a demon. I can't waste any more time. I have to let my friend Brodren know what happened. It was then revealed. This was the Red Ant boss. It was dragging its broken, wounded body, desperately searching for someone. After a long, agonizing journey, the Red Ant boss finally reached its destination. Before it stood a cave marked with an ancient, unreadable script. By this point, exhaustion was clearly etched across its face. Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer and coughed up blood. But even as blood streamed from its mouth, the Red Ant used its blade as a crutch, dragging itself step by painful step into the... Deep inside, a fork plunged into a slab of meat, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then, a monstrous creature shoved the juicy meat into its grotesque mouth. It was another red ant. With a single bite, it crushed both the tough outer shell and the flesh within. A door to the chamber opened, and the wounded ant finally returned to its lair. The place was teeming with countless other red ants, all feasting ravenously. The moment the red ant boss returned, it captured the attention of its entire clan. It immediately roared, "I have found a food source from the fleeing Black Tribe." But they were all annihilated by the god of the Black Tribe. It is a bizarre and terrifying monster. Therefore, we must flee at once. We have to do something before that monster returns to attack us. But its dire warning was met with a terrifying silence. A second later, the entire room of ants erupted in mocking laughter. Ha ha, look at this coward. The shame of the great empire, a monster. You dare call the god of the Black Tribe a monster? If you were defeated by your own food, you should have just died there. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed from behind them, "All of you, be silent." Upon hearing that voice, every single ant in the room snapped to attention. The newcomer was a small, elderly ant. As soon as the wounded ant saw him, it knelt in reverence. Grand Mage 80. After a long moment of thought, the old mage finally spoke. "I can sense the presence of the demon that 404 speaks of. What he says is true." Hearing this, the wounded ant was deeply moved, its face flushing red like a bashful maiden's. The Grand Mage then raised his voice for all to hear. "This land is now the territory of His Majesty. That vile god is trespassing on our sacred ground. We must eliminate him immediately." Tears streamed down the wounded ant's face. "Oh, you actually believe me." Seeing this, the old ant placed a hand on his head. "Nature shall be by your side." As he chanted the spell, a surge of divine power erupted, enveloping the wounded ant. It was immediately overwhelmed by this miraculous energy. Every wound on its body instantly vanished. The Grand Mage spoke again. "Brave warrior, lead our tribesmen. Together, we shall subjugate this demon." Hearing the mage's powerful, inspiring words, the entire chamber erupted with a fiery, unquenchable battle spirit. The swarm of ants roared as one. "Everyone, fight together. Take him down. Die, you demon." And just like that, the vision ended. Yin jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat. What was that? It felt too real. Was I just dreaming about those ants? Or did that ant tribe just have a dream about me? Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. Invader number 404. Invader number 80. He unlocked his phone and saw that same red ant waiting for him. Huh? This damned insect. The moment he saw it, a firestorm of rage erupted inside him. "Fine then. I'll crush you right now." But suddenly, the old mage's voice appeared. "Nature itself will stop the demon." There he was, leading his army of ants right on the phone's screen. Witnessing this, Yin couldn't hide his shock. "No way. That's the bearded ant mage I saw in my dream." But before he could even process what was happening, his phone screen suddenly flashed with a blinding light. A beam of pure energy shot out from the screen, striking him directly in the head. The blow left an immediate scratch on Yin's forehead. Hit by one shock after another, his brain simply shut down. But the ant mage wasn't finished. Energy gathered relentlessly in its palm, along with that familiar chant, "Nature itself will stop the demon." The words had barely faded when another energy beam shot straight at Yin's head. He clutched his skull, screaming in agony. Seeing this, the follower ants went wild with excitement. "Subdue him," as expected of the great mage. "You've achieved a great victory. His Majesty will be pleased. We'll be rewarded with plenty of food for this. Congratulations, great mage." But none of them noticed their leader's body was trembling uncontrollably. Seeing a blinding light descend from the heavens, the mage shouted in terror, "Everyone, run!" Before he could even finish the word, a torrent of power descended directly upon him. He was instantly obliterated before the astonished eyes of his entire army. One of the ants managed to react, pointing a trembling leg at 4 beams of light in the sky. It stammered, "They're here. More of them are here." As the light descended, it instantly crushed countless ants into dust. The survivors scattered in pure terror. Screams echoed everywhere until they too were pulverized into nothing. "You are a cruel god." And the source of that terrifying power was Yin. He slammed his fist straight into the phone's screen as the notifications finally stopped. Number 44 has been destroyed. Number 80 has been destroyed. Like an uncontrollable beast, he unleashed a barrage of brutal punches on the poor device. By the time he calmed down, the screen was shattered, with smoke billowing from it. Tears streamed down Ian's face as he scrambled to pick up his phone. "My screen. It's broken." Just then, a system message appeared. "Congratulations. You have earned the title, Evil God." His tears flowed like a waterfall as he began to wail. "My phone screen is completely shattered." He glanced around the room and saw coins scattered all over the floor. Yin's gaze snapped back to his phone as he noticed something. Immediately, the system announced, "Crimes of the Nameless God have reached 1,000. Reading this, he froze in shock. "Congratulations. You have earned the title, Evil God. Primary skill is Brutal Slaughter. Title received upon reaching 1,000 crimes. Effect: increases the battle luck of the Nameless God." Yin stared intently at the notification, his mind racing. A title, for reaching 1,000 crimes. He let out a heavy sigh. Brutal Slaughter? Evil God? I'm a good citizen. How the hell did I become an evil god? But just then, he noticed something strange. The coins on the floor were beginning to merge together. In their place, a glowing white ring appeared, pulsing with light. He picked it up, confused. "What is this?" Then he noticed something and looked down again. In an instant, Yin was transported to a completely different space. The fragrant scent of grass and herbs filled the air. "Whoa, what is this?" His face melted into a state of bliss. "This smell is amazing." Then he snapped out of it, realizing with a jolt of joy that his mind felt completely purified. Is this the scent of herbs or something else? He immediately slipped the ring onto his finger, wondering if he should try it. The moment he did, he felt that refreshing sensation once more. Yin shot up, overjoyed. "It feels like my whole body has been cleansed." All his fatigue had vanished completely. Just as he looked away, his phone unexpectedly lit up again. This time, a new line of text appeared on the screen. "The Eye of the Blind God has been activated." He read the words in confusion as it continued appraising the ring. Looking at his hand, he muttered, "Appraisal? What's that?" Just then, the ring's information materialized. It is an R-grade ring, once worn by number 80. It contains the life force of a forest dweller. Special effect: increases the power of elemental attributes. Yin's eyes widened in surprise. What an unexpected reward. I wonder if it works on other items. He immediately moved to another spot, pointing a finger to his temple. His eyes shot wide open as he commanded, "Appraise." The system message flashed once more. The Eye of the Blind God has been activated. Instantly, information about the library appeared, along with a special note. Installment payment due in 3 months. The system then scanned his laptop, revealing every intricate detail. And finally, it focused on his bed, even suggesting he should just get rid of it. He paused, a wave of doubt washing over him. Should he really stop? At that moment, Yin's face began to grow pale. I think I'm getting way too tempted by this. His stomach lurched. Wait a second. He stared down at this extraordinary ring and its appraisal ability. Yin began to wonder, was he truly just a G-rank hunter? With newfound resolve, he clenched his fist. They won't just see me as G-rank if they witness the power of this ring. I'm going back to the appraisal center. Back at the association building, a voice called out, a reappraisal. The woman at the counter gave him a puzzled look. The margin for error is less than 1%. Are you absolutely certain you want to be reevaluated? He answered firmly, yes, I am. The receptionist sighed. You do know that only the first appraisal is supported by the government, right? A reevaluation will cost you 180,000 won. Will that be cash or card? The number hit him like a ton of bricks. In an instant, all of his excitement completely vanished. The woman prodded him again. Sir, there are other people waiting in line. Please make your decision quickly. Panic seized him as his face turned white. What if my true rank really is just G? Yin immediately backed down. I'm sorry. I'll come back later. With that, he turned and quickly left. The woman behind the counter just shook her head, annoyed. He walked away, feeling utterly dejected. I should reconsider. I can't afford a risk that big. He kept walking, his gaze fixed on the ring on his finger. He had been so full of excitement because of this very item. Damn it, that was so humiliating. He slumped onto a nearby bench. I should have just spent that time trying to write instead. I must look like a complete idiot. Yin started observing the people around him. It seemed like many of them were also here for their rank evaluation. Watching the bustling crowd come and go, he decided he needed to come up with an idea and submit his story as soon as possible. Yin scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for anything that could spark his creativity. Just then, a system notification rang out in his mind. The Eye of the Blind God has been activated, now appraising all individuals. He was stunned. It works on people. He glanced around nervously, wondering, is this for real? In that moment, an information window popped up over the person he was looking at, with a special note about their location. Next was a 24-year-old pregnant woman, then a 41-year-old man suffering from erectile dysfunction. All of their deepest secrets were laid bare before him. At this rate, everyone's going to think I'm some kind of freak. Yin was startled. Suddenly, his gaze shot upwards, locking onto something. A woman with a sorrowful expression was standing in front of a poster. Her information window materialized before him. Her name was Sumi. Seeing the girl's sad face, the system added that she was 19 years old and currently in a state of shock. Watching her, he couldn't help but stand up. What's going on? What surprised him more was that her name was displayed directly for him to see. Why is that? Staring at her back, he wondered what kind of shock she was experiencing. No. I think I'm the one who's going crazy. Yin stood up, feeling compelled to get closer to her. As his hand reached toward her back, he told himself, stop. Curiosity is what kills a writer. He wondered if he should ask her what was wrong. But what if she just slaps me for being a creep? And yet, he couldn't stop his hand from reaching out. I'm seriously going to lose my mind. Finally, unable to hold it in, he called out, hey. The girl froze. Sumi turned around to face him. Yin asked her directly, you're feeling really anxious right now, aren't you? As she stared at him in silence, he berated himself internally. I can't believe I actually did it. Man, I really am insane. But a moment later, the girl's expression twisted into one of pure disdain. He immediately noticed energy gathering in her palm, as if she was preparing to attack him. Seeing this, he quickly raised his hands. Please, don't treat me like a stranger. Although, he knew it was perfectly normal for her to think that. Yin frantically tried to explain, I'm not a weirdo, I swear. Come on, brain, say something believable. At this rate, he wouldn't be surprised if the police showed up to haul him away. A dangerous aura began to radiate from the girl. Just then, his phone started ringing. He fumbled in his pocket for it, saying, sorry, I have to take this. He sighed in relief at the sound of his phone. Thank goodness, but when he looked at the caller, he saw it was his demon sister. Yin flinched. He immediately turned to make a run for it. Sorry, I really have to get this. Sumi watched him go, completely bewildered. A moment later, he was outside, answering his phone. He walked with a cheerful smile, saying, so where do I need to go to meet my adorable little nephew? A sharp voice came from the other end. Seriously, the moment money is mentioned, you get so happy. Do you expect me to stop calling you an unemployed bum? He shot back immediately. I'm unemployed, so of course I love money. As she continued to lecture him, He quickly tried to find an excuse to end the call. All right, I get it. So you can stop talking now. I'm hanging up. Don't be late. After ending the call, Yin let out a long sigh. I really thought I was going to get kicked to the curb for wasting everyone's time back there. I wonder if I'll even survive long enough to start writing again. With nowhere to go, he began wandering toward a park. A little girl sat beside Yin Xin, calling out, "Uncle." Seeing her adorable face, his heart just melted. She's just too cute, he thought. How did my devil of a sister give birth to a perfect little angel? Just then, the little girl asked, "Uncle, what's a dark history?" The moment she said that, the face of a girl named Shi Midi flashed through his mind. Yin Xin's mood instantly plummeted. He covered his face in despair. It's like the story I just uploaded today. She tilted her head and asked, "What does uploaded mean?" Faced with her pure innocence, he couldn't help but blush. Oh man, how can I resist pinching those chubby cheeks? I must look like a total creep right now. His hand moved on its own, pinching her cheek. Oh my gosh, you're just too cute. The little girl immediately pulled away. In an instant, her adorable expression vanished. She glared, her voice filled with anger. I hate you. I told you not to do that. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't you remember? Hearing her fury, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Looking at her, Yin Xin knew he was powerless against the urge to pinch those cheeks. But it was the one thing she absolutely hated. When she gets upset, she'll stay mad for at least an hour. What am I supposed to do now? Just then, a system window materialized before him. Inherent authority, eyeless god has been activated. His eyes widened in shock. The system immediately began scanning the target, his niece. Evaluation complete. A status window popped up. Target, Xia Jun. Current desire, 1 chocolate ice cream cone. He was stunned. She just wants some ice cream. An idea sparked. Hey, Insin said, let's go get some ice cream. A delicious, sweet chocolate cone. Hearing those magic words, her entire expression changed. She was practically drooling. He was completely at a loss for words. So they headed to the nearest shop. A clerk greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, thank you for stopping by. The little girl immediately pointed at the menu. I want 1 chocolate ice cream cone. All right, he replied with a smile. Yin Xin reached into his pocket to pay. He pulled out a handful of loose change. 2 chocolate ice cream cones, please. But after a quick count, he realized he was short. Actually, just 1, please. The clerk stared at the pile of coins, her smile tightening. With barely concealed anger, she scooped them up. Please wait a moment. As he watched, he noticed the woman was barely putting any ice cream into the cone. A surge of irritation hit Yin Xin. Is she shortchanging us just because I paid with coins? This is for my precious niece, the future of our nation. He glanced down at his own hand. With this finger, I can control things from a distance. So, Yin slowly raised his hand, using the god's favorite index finger ability. Looking at the clerk, he decided, I have to fight for my rights as a customer. Across the counter, the woman suddenly yelped. The ice cream began pouring out of the machine uncontrollably. Sorry about this, he thought with a smirk. A moment later, the little girl was happily enjoying her massive ice cream cone. Seeing her enjoy it, he smiled and asked, Can Uncle have just 1 bite? She immediately pulled it away. Nope, he just chuckled and leaned back on the bench. Okay, you enjoy it. The girl went right back to her ice cream, happy as could be. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow, he couldn't help but think what a peaceful day it had been. But suddenly, his phone began blaring with system alerts. He picked it up, confused. A new window was open. Title, Ruthless Slayer has been activated. Yin's eyes shot open. Through this planned encounter, the nameless god's luck stat has increased significantly. A moment later, a sinister laugh echoed through the air, making him jolt and look up. The chilling voice continued, its words dripping with malice. You, who walks the path of the great demon. He frantically looked around, but saw nothing. I will devour everything, including the trials you must overcome to become a true demon god. As the alarms blared again, the ice cream cone fell. His niece's face was terrifyingly blank, her eyes completely vacant. In the distance, 2 glowing red eyes appeared. A massive monster materialized right in front of them. The system's alarms screamed relentlessly. Staring at the horrific scene, his mind went blank. We're done for. A memory of that day's battle flooded his mind. I don't know how long I can hold it back. Go, now. The monster opened its massive, fang-filled maw. He stared in horror at the creature before him, his eyes wide with absolute terror and despair. The image of a woman shielding him from the monster's attack flashed in his memory. Back in the present, Yin stood on a bridge, lost in thought. He recalled the title Nameless God, and that monster. But that's my in-game nickname, he thought. It has to be targeting me. This can't be a coincidence. He remembered the woman who'd saved him, her last word echoing in his mind. Run. A wave of dread washed over him. He recalled the system message after Zhao Niu died. You have overcome the trial. Title: Ruthless Slayer has increased by 1 level. His reward was one free authority of a low-level god from the system's divine shop. However, his power was shackled by the unique authority of a demon god. Yin stared at the words, completely stunned. It all came back to this phone in his hand. He gripped the device, ready to smash it. But his hand froze as it vibrated, displaying new text. The words Saintess and a string of bizarre symbols. Yin paused. He couldn't help but wonder, who was this Saintess? Meanwhile, inside a strange shop, a voice echoed, "Oh, godless one." Something lunged at the guard outside, and a horrifying scream pierced the air. "Please," another guard begged, "we're pleading with you." The last man trembled, weeping as he stared forward in terror. A massive, grotesque monster raised its fist, but the man just sobbed, "Please, have mercy." Again, a sickening scream echoed through the night. Inside, a figure in a white robe stood as a desperate plea was made, "Save our tribe, please." A girl with 2 antennae on her head was still trembling. Then, a terrifying red claw appeared before her. The Saintess of the Dark Tribe, a massive demon, sneered as its soldiers appeared. "Did you really think you could escape the Empire's grasp?" It licked its enormous blade with a disgusting flick of its tongue. The girl's face twisted in pure horror. Back in his room, Yin watched the Godless One story unfold on his screen. A new prompt appeared. "Will you save this tiny creature, crying out for your help in vain?" The scene reminded him of his own helpless encounter with that monster. Looking at the small, weak girl, he saw a reflection of himself. Just then, he watched the creature in the game raise its massive blade. Inside the story, the monster gloated, "Saintess of the Dark Tribe, be grateful. You will become a sacrifice for His Majesty." But before it could finish its sentence, a flash of light appeared above its head and shot downward. The monster looked up, startled. A beam of pure light slammed into its body, and it let out a soul-shattering cry. With that, Yin was back to playing the game on his phone, squashing ant-like creatures. "This one's pretty big," he muttered. Suddenly, gold coins flooded his screen. He stared, completely bewildered. The system chimed, "The Saintess wishes to know the true identity of the Godless One." The girl's face looked up at him with adorable curiosity. Yin wondered, "My identity?" He simply typed his name, Yin. Instantly, a system notification declared that the Saintess now worshipped him. He was shocked. Another message popped up, granting him the title of the Absolute God, Savior of the Child. He now possessed titles for both the Absolute God and the Dark God. Next, the influence of the Absolute God's title shifted Yin's alignment from evil to neutral. A reward of 100,000 G for obtaining the Absolute God title. Yin's eyes lit up with joy. His face twisted into a devious grin. "Wait a second. That means I've collected a total of 108,700 gold." He immediately opened the system's store. What should I buy? What's the best thing to get? An item caught his eye, priced at 1,000 gold. Lesser God's Blessing. He decided to buy it first. Instantly, a small yellow vial materialized in his hand. "It's here." The system began to evaluate the God's Blessing item. He marveled at the glowing vial in his hand. The description called it a fluid collected from the training of a seeker of eternal truth. Its function: when consumed by an immortal, it would unlock their hidden potential to the absolute maximum. The more he used, the stronger he would become. "Do not hesitate to purchase in large quantities." Reading that line, for some reason, made him not want to buy any more. Yin uncapped the vial. It looked completely odorless and tasteless. Without a second thought, he drank the entire thing. But after downing it, it tasted no different from a cheap energy drink. Feeling like he'd been scammed, he was about to curse the system. But then his eyes caught the text again. "The more you use, the stronger you'll be. Must purchase in large quantities." Yin paused and considered it. "All right, I'll bite the bullet and wait to see what happens." He then proceeded to chug countless vials of the stuff, tossing the empty glass bottles on the floor. Yin let out a heavy sigh, looking at his body. Damn it, absolutely nothing happened. He collapsed onto the floor in disappointment. Just then, a system notification appeared. Almighty synchronization rate increased from 0% to 5%. Yin's existing skills have evolved based on the new sync rate. He was drifting into unconsciousness when his eyes shot open. Yin rubbed his head, feeling a strange sensation. He stretched and wondered when he'd even gotten home. He didn't notice the strange, small red creatures crawling all over his bed and his body. Yin groggily picked up his phone, only to see one of the things crawling up his hand. Then he saw another and another. He mumbled in a daze, "Is this a whole swarm?" His eyes finally focused, revealing hordes of squirming red bugs surging toward him. A wave of pure panic washed over Yin. He leaped out of bed, his face pale with terror. At the same time, the system chimed in. Due to the increase in synchronization rate, the Almighty's domain has been upgraded. He stared in shock at the swarm of ants. What in the world was wrong with them? An entire colony was hunting him down. He scrambled for the door in a panic. Why wouldn't it open? Beside him, a monster ant snapped its massive pincers wide open. It bit down hard on his leg. He screamed, jumping back, damn it. Then his eyes locked onto the window. He thought to himself, this is only the 3rd floor. The sight of the swarm crawling towards him was absolutely terrifying. Yinshin's mind raced as he backed away. If I jump from here, he thought, I probably won't die, right? Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and charged, but his face slammed right into the glass. He crumpled to the floor instantly. Dazed, Yinshin looked up, his face already swelling from the impact. Am I trapped in here? A panicked, desperate cry echoed through the room. Yinshin began unleashing his powers, blasting forward. The lead ant commanded, all units, attack. In a single move, he sent the entire swarm flying. The ants recoiled in fear. It has enough firepower to take down the general. This only made the ants more ferocious. Charge. The entire army surged forward. A barrage of fiery projectiles rained down on him. The crimson arrows pierced Yinshin's body, and he cried out in agony. The creature below sneered, How do you like this feeling, you nameless monster? This is the true might of our empire. The leader declared, All forces, prepare to eliminate this beast. We will take its head and offer it to His Majesty. At that moment, Yinshin collapsed to the ground. I can't go on. He felt the air leaving his lungs, struggling to breathe. Then, Yinshin's eyes spotted a small spray can in the distance. It was a can of insect repellent. Mustering strength from some unknown source, Yinsin forced himself to his feet. The ant commander trembled as it reported, Your Majesty, rejoice. Our soldiers have. But Yinshin's hand shot out, wreathed in flames. The commander froze, completely baffled, as the fire engulfed it. It could only wonder, in its final moments, is this the power of a god? Then, it disintegrated into nothing. The inferno erupted, incinerating all the ants around him. Yinshin muttered under his breath, Damn it. He could feel his strength rapidly fading. His body was paralyzed. Is this how I'm going to die? Suddenly, a system notification chimed. The High God's silent nightmare has bestowed a gift upon you. He looked at his phone. The grace of a High God may be accepted at your discretion. This offer is permanent. Do you wish to accept this gift? He immediately pressed yes. The moment he touched the screen, a brilliant light spread from his fingertips. Instantly, streams of red and black energy swirled together, pulsing outwards. His eyes widened in absolute awe at the spectacle. Far away, a bolt of lightning erupted from a mountain peak, tearing through the sky and creating a massive shockwave. Where the energy struck, the ground smoldered, leaving a patch of charred earth. Shang Mi looked down with a worried expression. It's no use. She remembered her recent battle, the day she defeated the horned beast. If only I could awaken that power one more time. Thinking of this, Shang Mi gritted her teeth. Then my revenge would no longer be just a dream. Just then, Shang Mi snapped her head around, startled. It felt like she could sense something happening far, far away. Meanwhile, Yin Shin's room was still an inferno. Surrounded by flames, he struggled to speak. Damn it, nothing's happening. Just then, another system notification popped up. The available ability of Silent Nightmare is being absorbed. He practically spat his words at the screen. Absorbing my ass. This isn't helping at all. Then he pointed his finger dramatically and yelled, God's authoritative index finger. And just like that, smoke began pouring out of his mouth. He immediately choked on the smoke and passed out cold. In the haze of unconsciousness, Yin Shin mumbled, Is this really how I'm going to die? Suddenly, a massive crash came from the window as rubble flew everywhere. He weakly glanced back, and a new system alert appeared. The eyes of the eyeless god have been activated. Analyzing target. A girl wearing a motorcycle helmet appeared in the smoke. Who is that? He wondered dimly. His consciousness began to fade completely. The silhouette resembled a girl with a special note, susceptible to shock. The next thing he knew, Yin Shin was in a hospital. His older sister and his nephew came in to visit him. Are you really my uncle? Wrapped up like a mummy, Yin Shin replied, I told you I was. The little boy demanded, What's our secret password? He answered immediately. Mom is the demon Ah-Ma. And Fat Ah-Ma farts a lot. Hearing this, the little boy's face lit up in acceptance. Meanwhile, the boy's mother sat beside them, radiating pure rage. She stood up, cracking her knuckles menacingly behind their backs. The two hugged tightly. Uncle, don't get hurt again, okay? You have to play with me. Yin Shin hugged him back, saying, Because Shanrun came to visit, I don't feel any pain at all. In the next instant, A pained scream echoed through the room. She had punched them both. Xin put on his most pathetic expression. "Aren't you being a little too rough on a patient?" She snapped back instantly. "Listen here. Do you have any idea how hard I worked cleaning up my terrible little brother, Fatty?" At her side, the little boy's eyes started tearing up. Just then, a noise came from the doorway, and the boy turned to look. He pushed the door open slightly and asked, "Hello? Who's there?" But no one was there. Only a basket of flowers. The girl carried it inside, confused. "Sir, there's nobody here?" They exchanged a puzzled glance. Insin, overhearing them, frowned. Who was it? He wondered, eyeing the bouquet. And who sent these? Outside, bathed in the light of the setting sun, a lone figure watched from the shadows. Inside the room, Insin was now fast asleep. Her thoughts drifted to the defeat of the horned beast. She replayed the entire scene in her mind, watching him get pulled from the flames and rushed to the hospital. She remembered that whenever she was near that man, Song-mi could somehow shatter her own limits. She'd been watching for 4 straight days, but still couldn't figure it out. What was it about him that allowed her to break through her own boundaries? Thinking back to the fight, she remembered feeling an unknown power surge through her. Song-mi's thoughts came to a halt. She suddenly felt foolish for being so nosy. She turned to leave. "That's enough for now. I need to get back before they realize I snuck out." But just then, something caught her eye, drawing her gaze back to the window. Right before Song-mi's eyes, Insin suddenly shot upright in bed. He threw back the covers and looked down. His face twisted into a ferocious scowl, leaving her completely stunned. Meanwhile, in another world, atop a cliff where an ancient tree stood, a voice echoed through the air. "No," the followers pleaded with their white-robed leader. "Please, reconsider." The young girl clutched a large stone, pulsing with brilliant light. "Saintess, that is the sacred treasure of our people," an elder begged, but she was firm. "Even though he saved our tribe from annihilation, my decision is final." The young Saintess declared, "This is a sacred relic, passed down through generations." The others fell silent as her voice rang through the night. "We must never forget the one who saved us from total extinction." A small smile graced her lips. "Besides, everything we are doing now will only make our great lord even more powerful." Back in the hospital, Insin stared at his phone and suddenly roared in anger. This stupid little ant. Watching from afar, Song-mi was utterly baffled. He was just sitting there, screaming at his phone like a madman. What in the world is wrong with him? He glared at the system window on his screen. "I'm a patient on the brink of death here. Why do you people keep bothering me?" The screen showed a different world. The Saintess and 101 followers were all praying for Insin. He was in the middle of cursing the damned ants when he suddenly paused. A new notification popped up from the system. "Your followers wish to present you with an offering. Do you accept?" His eyes widened in surprise. Insin rubbed his chin, thinking, "Aren't offerings only for people who are vital to the tribe? Then I must be incredibly important to them." A smirk spread across his face as he wiggled his toes. "Of course, I accept." Instantly, the Saintess on the screen held out the glowing stone. The system chimed, "Item has been successfully delivered." A small, identical stone materialized and flew out of the phone right into his hand. He grinned. "Well, what do you know?" He examined the stone resting in his palm. "The fruit of the world tree, huh?" He brought it closer, giving it a sniff, but it had no scent at all. Then, his eyes caught the item's description below. A single line of text appeared. "May be beneficial for endurance." Without a second thought, he popped the stone into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Might as well give it a shot. Instantly, a bizarre sensation washed over him. What is this? His entire body was engulfed in a strange green aura. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. Watching from the window, Song-mi jumped back in shock. His face was contorted in absolute agony. Tears, snot, and saliva streamed down his face. Insin screamed out, "It's so salty." He coughed violently. "What in the hell is this flavor? It's salty and spicy and bitter all at once." But then, he let out a gasp of surprise as the bandages covering his body began to unravel on their own. Insin stared in disbelief. All the wounds on his body had completely healed. From her hiding spot, Song-mi witnessed the entire thing. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was as if his catastrophic, full-body burns had never even happened. While he tested out his newly healed body, Song-mi was left wondering from the outside. Just who, or what, is he? Suddenly, his phone lit up once more. A new function was added. The Creator's holy blessing has been activated. The little ants on his screen were cheering wildly. Insin stared at the notification. "I can grant blessings using my followers' offerings?" A sly grin appeared. "If that's the case, I'll give those little ants something they'll really love." He glanced over at his bedside table. Meanwhile, back in their world, the tribe's people were growing anxious. "Saintess, We've offered all our tribes gold and jewels, but our god has not yet answered. Then, someone pointed to the sky. Look, something is falling. Countless white, snow-like particles began to drift down from above. The tribe's people were overcome with emotion. What is this heavenly flavor? Only the Saintess remained perfectly calm. A man looked down at his own body, completely stunned. Soon, a roar of celebration erupted from the entire tribe. My wounds? They're completely healed. A blind man could see again. Another severed hand was perfectly... Tears streamed down the old elder's face. It's a miracle. Their joyous cheers echoed across the land. The Saintess, however, remained steadfast in her prayer. Our great and benevolent God, Insin, and on his end, a notification appeared. He had received 101 points of faith. He smirked, glancing at the small packet in his hand. To think they get so excited over a little bit of sugar. Just like that, his faith points converted into cold, hard currency. Watching the ants celebrate inside, he thought they were actually kind of cute. But then, a loud commotion erupted from a nearby building, where a crowd was gathering. A man at the front roared, "Boss P, is this all you're going to pay for our go-gone horn?" Someone else yelled, "Hey, over here. Come take a look. We buy items at sky-high prices." Intrigued, our main character decided to check it out. Nearby, two massive men slammed into each other. The curly-haired one sneered, "You looking for a fight or something?" Without another word, a full-blown brawl exploded between them. He was speechless. This place is way too dangerous. He decided to find a more normal merchant. That's when he noticed a quiet shop tucked away in a hidden corner. A small crow flew out from over the door. He watched it for a second and thought, this place seems pretty decent. In the distance, a shadowy figure was silently observing Yin. Unaware, he stepped inside the shop. "Hello, is anyone in here?" Suddenly, an incredibly cheerful girl popped into view. "Welcome to Ha's Emporium." He awkwardly scratched his face and said, "Yeah, I'm here to sell a few things." She smiled brightly. "Oh, so you're a hunter?" He quickly replied, "No, my powers awakened, but I haven't received my hunter's license yet." Her eyes lit up. "Is that so? Please wait just a moment." She then handed him a piece of paper. "Could you fill out this form for us first?" She pointed to a table. "Please, sit down and take your time." He thanked her and examined the form. "She wants me to write down the item's exact origin. How am I supposed to write this?" he wondered. "I can't exactly put obtained from capturing ants in a game, can I?" He wanted to cry. If only he didn't have those housing repair costs. Just then, the shop's bell rang again. "Welcome to Ha's Emporium." A group of peculiar men walked in, and the most normal-looking one greeted the shopkeeper. "Mr. Hui, have you been well?" Looking at the group, he was taken aback by their massive builds. The shopkeeper beamed. "Yes, I'm doing great, all thanks to your constant support." At that moment, he began to appraise the new arrivals. One was 29 with weak muscles, and the next was 35 with fairly weak muscles. After finishing his appraisal, he immediately wanted to take back his initial impression. He lowered the paper from his face. There's no way they're weak. The information must be wrong. Or maybe they're only weak compared to a boss. Across the room, the group continued their conversation. "I heard business has been a bit slow for you lately, so I brought something special." The young man opened a large case, and the girl gasped, covering her mouth in delight. "Oh, thank you so much." This man's appraisal also indicated he used a skill called Lesser Fire. He watched them and thought, this God's Eye ability always gives such useless commentary. Why would I need to know what they're thinking? He worried to himself. Their eyes met for a split second. Right after, the system announced, "Appraisal successful." A voice from the group gasped, "Oh my God." The girl lifted a dazzling set of mithril armor from the case. The man grinned smugly. "It took some effort to get my hands on that, but the appraisal told a different story. It was just scrap iron armor." Yin was completely floored. Across the room, the girl immediately offered to buy the armor for 560 mana. The men proudly boasted that their gear was always authentic and top quality. "That's a fake," he thought to himself. Then the leader acted magnanimous and said he would only take 3 stacks. The girl's eyes widened. "You mean 300 million world in cash?" She fell silent, clearly hesitating over the price. Finally, the girl agreed, telling them to wait a moment. The leader smirked triumphantly. At that moment, he couldn't hold back any longer. "Wait," he called out. "That item. It's a fake. Don't buy it." But he immediately regretted it. Why did I have to get involved? An icy chill filled the room as all 3 men turned to glare at him. The hulking man grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him off the ground. "What did you just say?" But the leader stopped him. "Can you prove it?" All 3 of them stared him down, looking ready to throw a punch. In response, Yin simply pointed his finger forward. He activated his skill, Finger of God, aiming it directly at the armor. In an instant, The gleaming armor crumbled into a pile of blackened scrap metal. The huge man saw this and charged forward, his fist raised. "You little rat." Just as he thought he was about to take the full force of the punch, a sharp voice cut in. "Stop." The leader immediately bowed his head. "My apologies. If you wish, we can pack our things and leave." Stunned, he just managed to say, "Okay." And with that, they obediently left the shop. He watched them go, thinking, he must have mistaken me for a high-ranking hunter. The shopkeeper rushed over to thank him for his help, calling him a hermit. He heard this and was thoroughly confused. A hermit, as she explained it, was an eccentric who lived in seclusion, someone with great power who chose a normal life over being a hunter. He had no idea how to explain the situation, so he decided to just roll with it. The shopkeeper then asked if he had come to sell something. "That's right," he replied. But after a moment, when he took out a ring for her to appraise, she suddenly looked troubled. She said it only had 12 mana. Even if she paid more, it would still be a D-rank item. He was baffled. His own armor was rated at 560 mana. She apologized and handed the ring back to him. But then, a system window suddenly flashed. Appraisal, success. He was confused. Appraisal for what? The system displayed the item's info, suggesting he give it to a trusted ally like Miji. He immediately thought of the girl in the helmet, the Thunder Empress. Miji was lurking outside the shop, secretly watching Yin trade the item. She saw him recovering at an impossible speed. Was this the effect of a highest-grade elixir? He appeared to be a mere G-rank hunter, so how could he possibly have such a rare potion? It was just as she guessed he had to be a high-ranker in disguise. An idea sparked in Miji's mind. If he could discover her true identity and recover this fast, maybe he could help her shatter her own limitations. Startled by her own thoughts, Miji quickly ducked back behind the wall. "Wait a second, am I stalking him again? Just like last time. If my sister finds out about this, I can't even imagine her fury." Just then, a gang of thugs stormed down the street. "Get out of the way, you scum." At that exact moment, Yin's voice cut through the chaos. "You're here? Isn't that Miji? Oh, hey, I have something I need to give you." In an instant, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the building. That raw power left the examiner speechless. 7,000 mana. A level far beyond most A-rank hunters. Miji stood panting, staring at her own two hands in disbelief. The ring itself had amplified her power. She remembered her encounter with Yin that day, when he walked right up to her and said, "Wait, please take this. It will definitely help you." The moment he handed it over, Yin took off running, leaving Miji standing alone in utter confusion. She stared down at her glowing hands with a look of deep suspicion. Now, Miji finally understood the ring's true meaning. He had given her a treasure like it was nothing, a ring that amplified her own innate power. Applause thundered around Miji. It was extraordinary. Everyone praised her, except for her notoriously difficult sister. Her sister's voice was ice. "Don't get too cocky, Miji. You're still just an A rank." The young man beside them trembled at her cold demeanor. "I look forward to partnering with you in the future. We should fight together sometime." But her sister interrupted harshly, calling out Miji's name. "If you are still entertaining any thoughts of revenge, then don't blame me for being heavy-handed." Miji looked up at her sister, thinking to herself, "I'm sorry, sister. I can't do that. If that person can help me break past my limits, then getting revenge will no longer be an impossible dream." Meanwhile, for Yin, the inherent authority of the eyeless god's eyes had been activated. A dream was unfolding within his mind. "General Kamakiji, receive your orders from Jim, along with the 5 million soldiers commanded by Zim. Annihilate the monster guarded by the savage Dark Tribe." It was the beast that slaughtered 100,000 soldiers led by commanders Bai and Kim, who served as the fourth of the Empire's 10 swords. "We will follow your command." After those words, Yin jolted awake in a panic. Once his heart stopped racing, he realized, was that just a dream? Yin let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But wait, considering everything that's happened so far, that was definitely not a dream. I was pushed to the brink of death by 100,000 ant-like monsters. 50 different times? Yin clutched his head, exhausted. What am I supposed to do now? He glanced at a notification on his phone. Who is messaging me at this hour? Who would be playing a prank right now? The message was from a user named Silent Dream. Do you desire power? Yin immediately shot back a reply. Who are you? The person answered with a series of cryptic messages. Sacrifice 100 beings of your own kind, especially those who share your blood. Blinding rage coursed through Yin. You sick bastard, you're blocked. After that threat, the mysterious sender began to panic. No, wait. But then, the authority of the eyeless god's eyes activated again. Yin stared intently at the scene unfolding on his screen. Savage beast of the tribe. I, General Kamakiji, will personally gouge out your eyes and sever your head as an offering to the great emperor. Yin was stunned. That was the exact scene from his dream. The deadline was only 4 days away. He frantically looked at his phone's screen. The Saintess and her 101 followers were in a panic, terrified of the Empire's impending attack. Yin steeled his resolve. This time, he would prepare for everything, down to the last detail. The sun was already high in the sky. Yin gritted his teeth, pouring all of his strength into this skill, but it was useless. Why isn't self-analysis working this time? It had worked perfectly on everyone else. But a few seconds later, the information finally materialized. The analysis was a success. Yin had been analyzed. Trait, inexplicable. Status, a failure. After reading those words, Yin's heart skipped a beat. No, wait a minute. This damn power. He sat on the edge of his bed, reviewing his purchases from the hunter shop. Yin had been so excited to get his hands on the flame of Genna. It sounded so cool. But now, he realized it was just a glorified lighter. The description said its true power awakens with the divine finger of judgment. He'd been scammed again. I should have just thrown it in the trash. Yin sighed, utterly exhausted. Now what? Just then, a message from his pushy supervisor sent a jolt of fear through him. It's been over a week since your last draft. This delay won't look good. And remember, you've already been paid in advance. Yin shot up from the bed, typing frantically. My sincerest apologies. I've run into some unforeseen circumstances. The supervisor's reply was surprisingly cheerful. Suddenly, the word podcast flashed in Yin's mind. He screamed it aloud. That's it. That's what I need. With the blessing of the growth god, he would face 20 soldiers. A system window popped up. The assimilation rate of the Almighty has increased exponentially. Yin's power had been amplified. The next morning, he looked completely drained, a walking husk of a man. But after all that effort, he was finally done. Now, to send this to that damn supervisor, down on the street, a girl named Miki was talking to herself. Great, I even bought some pastries to bring along. Wait a minute, will he think it's weird that I know his address? I need his help, so I have to make a good first impression. Miki reassured herself, don't worry, just act like you ran into him by chance. She slowly walked up the stairs, freezing in front of Yin's door. Inside, he was still passed out on his desk from sheer exhaustion. It's all over. I'll even buy the supervisor some steak. Miki hesitated, her finger hovering over the doorbell. Finally, the chime echoed through the hall. After a long moment with no response, Miki wondered, is he not home? Then she noticed. The door was unlocked. Hesitantly, Miki pushed the door open and peeked inside. Mr. Yin, are you in there? Meanwhile, at the office, an employee was getting annoyed. This guy is late again. He immediately pulled out his phone to text him. Author, you're late again. Suddenly, Yin appeared, slamming a thick stack of papers on the desk. A confident smirk played on his lips. The employee's eyes went wide with shock. All of this. At once, seeing Yin's hard work, his gaze softened into one of pure admiration. Yin just offered a shy, bashful smile. After finishing his work, he invited his friend out for that steak dinner. But back in reality, Yin was tied up, deep in a blissful sleep. A strange voice asked, how can he sleep at a time like this? Did he pull an all-nighter or something? Suddenly, Yin let out a savage, demonic laugh. So delicious. Ma'am, 2 more orders of ribs, please. His face was a mask of pure craving. The group of men scrambled back in fear. They raised their guards, ready to face him, this bastard. But the young man was still lost, with no idea what was happening. Kidnapped? Where am I? What's going on? Was I really kidnapped? The steak. Was it all just a dream? A 31-year-old man who could conjure a small flame spoke to Yin. Not bad. You've got guts. Sleeping at a time like this. The other 2 had strangely fluid bodies. Yin stared intently at them. A small flame and fluid bodies. Are these the scammer hunters I met at Hetch's shop? One of them spoke up. You remember us, don't you? Nice to see you again, Yin. He thought to himself, not nice at all. Then he demanded aloud, what do you want? The leader answered bluntly, payback, of course. You interfered with our business. Lucky for you, we also accept wire transfers. Yin gave a dumb laugh. And how am I supposed to do that? I don't exactly have my phone, another man asked. You mean this? We've got it right here, he taunted, holding up Yin's phone. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Evaluation successful. Calculating arrival time for the Imperial Army led by General Kamikiji. Yin started to panic. What is that timer? As the clock ticked towards 0, he screamed at them. Hurry up. Untie me and throw that phone away. The leader just stood there, completely oblivious to the impending doom. You bastard. A strange red substance suddenly erupted from the phone's screen. Moments later, it completely devoured the man holding it. In a flash, his entire body was wrapped in that bizarre power. As his body began to dissolve, his 2 partners could only watch in stunned horror. What the hell? A swarm of vicious-looking ants materialized from thin air, terrifying the remaining men. What are those things? The leader turned to Yin. You bastard. Is your ability controlling ants? Yin was just as confused. Do those really look like ants to you? The leader's bravado returned. Strange. But it doesn't matter. I'll just burn them all. A raging inferno erupted, making Yin scream in shock. I thought it was a weak flame. As he scrambled backward, he suddenly realized something. After dealing with a swarm of ants, the leader turned back to Yin. Well then, let's add the price for murdering my subordinate to your bill. Yin saw no way out of this. Oh crap, I'm so dead. Suddenly, the man stumbled and collapsed to the ground, completely still. Near his head, Yin spotted a strange, rock-like object. While they were still reeling in confusion, the ant legion swarmed forward. Their leader commanded, "Prepare to fire." The heavy-set man scrambled away in terror. "Help me!" Yin screamed in desperation. "Hey, what about me?" But to their horror, the door was sealed shut. Chaos erupted. All the man could do was let out a desperate cry. "Help me! Somebody help!" Was this just like when I was trapped in that house? The ant leader gave the final order, fire. In an instant, a volley of stones shot through the air. Splatters of red syrup filled Yin's vision, and he froze in shock for a few seconds. Even the massive flames couldn't stop them. Can I even survive this? The fat man's hand began to crumble into dust. Yin's expression turned grim. If only I'd known how powerful they were. No, if it weren't for this damn game. The ant commander bared its teeth in a triumphant grin. Demon God, your followers are finished. I'll kill you myself and serve you as a snack to His Majesty. Yin could do nothing but squeeze his eyes shut, surrendering himself to fate. I'm a dead man. This time next year will be my death anniversary. Suddenly, the sound of a phone rang out. Yin's eyes shot toward the glowing screen. The system activated the effect, minor miracle. Sparks of electricity crackled across the ceiling. A wave of overwhelming power washed over the room, making even Yin tremble in fear. A blinding light seared his vision. The entire ant army was annihilated, leaving their leader utterly stunned. How dare you attack His Majesty's forces? Show yourself, servant of the demon god. A sword slammed into the ground right before the commander. A soft voice called out to Yin, "Are you okay?" It was none other than Miji. Yin's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. The Lightning Empress, Miji, summoned a torrent of electricity, directing it straight at the ant commander. As it desperately dodged the attack, it shrieked, "How dare you assault His Majesty's army?" He didn't even lift a finger. Watching from behind, Yin burst into laughter. Just look at all those ants scattered everywhere. But the commander was still lost in thought. He can summon a follower this powerful. This demon god, ruler of all demons, is a threat to the empire and to the throne itself. The commander ripped off his cloak and charged forward. "Kami, I may fall here today, but I'll drag at least one of your servants down with me." The moment he spoke, Miji launched a direct assault, but even she was a bit worried by their sheer numbers. His subordinates cried out in unison, "General, you must find shelter." But an uncontrollable fury was boiling inside him. A storm of blades tore through everything in its path. "I beg of you, grant me your power, you who wishes to drench my blade in syrup. Are you prepared to offer your life? I will offer the heads of every last soldier to you. Then go." His troops behind him pleaded relentlessly. "General, we must retreat. General." Ignoring their cries, Kamikiji charged forward without hesitation. With a single, masterful stroke, he annihilated his own men. Miji and Yin could only watch in horror. His entire body began to radiate a terrifying power. A powerful shockwave erupted from him, so strong that even Miji struggled to stay on her feet. Yin watched in disbelief from behind. Did he just slaughter his own men? This was Kamikiji, Grand General of the Empire, and his target was Miji, a servant of the demon god. Yin strained to see what was happening. Who's his target? In a flash, Kamikiji lunged toward Miji. "You blaspheme His Majesty. You will pay with your life." Even Miji had to acknowledge his blinding speed. She instantly unleashed her skill, Thunderstorm, against Kamikiji, but he was no ordinary foe and met the attack head-on. In a fraction of a second, he sliced right through the thunderstorm. Yin and Miji were in shock. He cut through the thunderstorm. Seizing the moment Miji was caught off guard, Kamikiji shot towards her and unleashed a devastating strike. From behind, Yin could only scream in despair. No, and just like that, Miji took the full force of his attack. The sheer power of the blow even sent a shockwave blasting past Yin. When the smoke finally cleared, Yin turned to see Miji collapsed on the ground. Her body was drenched in red syrup, her eyes still open in her final moment. Kamikiji stood over her, his voice cold. "This is the price for blaspheming His Majesty. And you, demon, god of the dark tribe, you will pay with your life as well." Rage shook Yin's entire body. Slowly, a set of sharp fangs began to emerge. His crimson eyes flew open, glowing with fury. His jaw unhinged, stretching to an impossible size. Overwhelming grief from Miji's death washed over Yin. A system notification appeared, ability voiceless, nightmare acquired. It has foreseen the fate of this mortal. This is an unending nightmare. And also a glimpse of the final, inevitable outcome. Kamikiji declared, "Now, I will send you to hell myself." Yin looked at Miji's fallen form. "She saved me. 3 times. The system presented him with a choice. "Yin, you are a being capable of altering the fate of mortals. Do you wish to alter this fate using the power of a god? Cost, 100,000 gold. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose yes. Kamikiji was frozen in absolute shock. Insin's eyes blazed with terrifying power as he used divine authority to turn back the hands of time. Destiny itself was being rewritten. The Lightning Empress Miji's power began to mend. The world snapped back to the exact moment she clashed with Kamikiji. Miji felt a surge of dread. This ant was far more dangerous than she realized. Just as he moved in for the kill, Insin spent 100,000 faith points to intervene. Miji had already accepted her fate. She was prepared to die. But in that critical instant, Insin shattered the chains of destiny binding her. As she struggled against the inevitable, Insin lunged forward, grabbing her by the collar. He yanked her back just in time to dodge Kamikiji's fatal blow. The villain was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Miji glanced back at him, her expression a mix of confusion and awe. Insin stood defiantly, glaring at Kamikiji with murderous intent. She was completely taken aback. He broke the silence, asking, "Are you all right?" The Lightning Empress stammered, Yes." Seeing Insin, the enemy leader lost all control, roaring with rage. "Go meet your ancestors. You vile god!" Insin's voice was cold as ice. What a troublesome insect. His utter contempt only fueled the creature's fury. Insin declared with absolute authority, divine judgment. He then raised a single finger, pointing it directly at Kamikiji. For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the warehouse. Then, the entire area erupted into a blazing inferno. Thick smoke and ash billowed into the sky. Even as his body turned to cinders, Kamikiji used his final breath to utter one last phrase, "Long live His Majesty." Miji coughed violently from the smoke, stealing a timid glance at Insin. Could this man really be my new master? Insin picked up a tiny, glowing knife. "What's this?" His serious demeanor vanished in an instant, as he yelped and jumped around like a kid because the knife was scorching hot. Insin just stood there, completely dumbfounded by the scene. Miji gripped his cement trowel, declaring fiercely, "Please, allow me to handle this." Master Insin found himself in a rather awkward position. Miji, on the other hand, casually lifted an entire bag of cement by herself. Insin couldn't quite figure her out. A moment later, his attention returned to the sharp dagger in his hand. "What should I even do with this thing?" he wondered. Miji approached with a bright smile. "You're a practitioner of the sacred arts, aren't you?" "I was just wondering." Hearing her question, Insin whipped his head around. "Oh no, she's gotten the wrong idea." But before he could correct her, Miji dropped to her knees. "Please, make me stronger. I'll do anything you ask. I know it won't be easy," she pleaded. "But please take me as your disciple." Insin was completely flustered. "I have to clear up this misunderstanding, and fast." And just like that, Miji started following him everywhere like a shadow. Insin hesitantly called out, "Lightning Empress." She chuckled. "Yes, master, but please, just call me Miji." This was getting more awkward by the second. "I never agreed to be your master," he insisted. "Anyway, how long were you planning on staying?" Miji replied with unshakable resolve, "Until you agree to teach me." Insin clutched his head in despair. "No, I'm just a normal guy. Am I only a G rank?" Miji pointed to the ring on her finger. "But you gave me this ring that made me so much stronger. You have to be a good person." Insin tried to explain. "I'm glad it helped, but I just found that thing by chance." She remained stubborn, however. "I understand, but please, just give me one chance to repay my debt to you." And so, the two began renovating the dilapidated house. Miji seemed to be genuinely enjoying herself. There. Now it looks like a place someone can actually live in. In what felt like an instant, the rundown room was transformed into a sparkling clean space. But suddenly, Miji's stomach let out a loud growl. Insin glanced out the window, asking innocently, "Huh? Was that thunder? Is it about to rain?" Miji blushed in embarrassment. "No, I'm just a little hungry." Insin smiled kindly. "You've worked hard. Want to order some takeout?" Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Black bean noodles, of course." But just then, her expression turned serious. "It's an emergency alert," she said grimly. "Looks like the noodles will have to wait, master." Insin could only sigh as he glanced at her phone. As Miji put on her helmet to leave, he stopped her. Wait, take this with you. It's the blessing of the god of growth. Miji was completely stunned by the item. How did you do this? It's just like the famous hunter, Kangwoo. Insin replied, I don't know who that is, but drinking that will definitely help. Before she rushed off, Miji made a promise. Thank you, master. I'll drink every last drop of it. Insin was puzzled. It's not even that much. After their talk, Miji dashed off with renewed vigor. See you later, she called out. Those words made him freeze in place. Later, Insin watched her figure disappear into the distance. I guess. I'm eating alone after all. Later, Insin was treating himself to some Korean barbecue. Suddenly, a news report flashed across the TV screen. An S-rank dire monster had emerged from a gate at the National Assembly Hall. Thankfully, a lone hunter had arrived on the scene just in time to intercept it. The patrons in the restaurant began to murmur, hoping it would destroy the whole building. The news anchor sounded anxious. It seems she can only buy enough time for citizens to evacuate. The hunter facing this dire monster alone is the B-rank hunter known as the Lightning Empress. Hearing that name, Insin did a spit take. He stared at the screen, his face a mask of pure shock. No one believed she could possibly stand against an S-rank monster. The Hunters Association was already scrambling to send backup. We're going live to the scene. Even Ewan had to admit, this is bad. That's an S-rank monster. On sight, the dire beast let out a terrifying roar. It opened its massive jaws and lunged forward with its colossal hands. Every one of its attacks made the very ground tremble. Miji managed to rescue a young girl just in time. Miji carefully instructed her, run as far as you can. I'll hold it back. The girl cried, tears of relief. Thank you so much. Now, Miji had to face this formidable beast all alone. She never imagined it would be an S-rank monster. Can I really take this thing on by myself? Her sister's warning echoed in her mind. If you dare cause trouble, I'll be the one to deal with you. The monster charged with a relentless barrage of attacks, but Miji leaped high into the air to evade the blow. She steeled herself. Focus. Miji, don't you dare let your guard down. She quickly formed an orb of lightning, then sent it flying toward the beast. The dire roared in agony as it was engulfed by crackling electricity. The reporter announced with joy, the Thunder Empress has defeated the dire. Our hero has once again saved the day. The crowd of onlookers cheered wildly. Go, Thunder Empress, you're amazing. A wave of relief washed over Miji. I did it. But in that moment of distraction, the dire monster launched a surprise attack. It threw all of its remaining power into a strike that sent Miji flying. Despair crept into her heart. Am I really not strong enough? The smiles on the citizens' faces vanished, replaced by masks of pure terror. As Miji struggled to her feet, her sister's words came rushing back. Don't cause trouble, you B-rank. Suddenly, Miji remembered the vial Ewan had given her. The reporter's voice trembled as he updated the situation. The dire monster is still standing, while the Thunder Empress and the crowd are all backing away. It's coming this way. I hope the Thunder Empress will be okay. A blinding light erupted from behind the monster. After drinking the strange potion, Miji felt power surging through her. She strode confidently towards the beast. The crowd erupted. The Thunder Empress is back. Her expression had become incredibly intense. The dire was now turning its attention to the civilians, who were frozen in fear. But a loud noise from behind made the monster turn its head. Miji had reappeared, stronger than ever before. This time, she unleashed a raging tempest of lightning that crackled with immense power. Ewan watched the situation unfold intently on his TV. Everyone was stunned by the spectacular scene. Amazing. Is that the Thunder Empress? It is, but she still looks like a high school student. The newscaster made the official announcement. A-rank hunter, the Thunder Empress, is overwhelming the S-rank monster, Dire. Ewan was completely bewildered. Who taught her that? Now, all eyes were on Miji. We're here interviewing the Thunder Empress live from the scene. You just defeated a massive S-rank monster right after your promotion. What are your feelings right now? She felt a little shy being on a live broadcast. But a moment later, she joyfully shared her victory with Ewan. Master, did you see that? I did it. It was all thanks to the potion you gave me. You're the best. Back at his home, Ewan sat in a corner, staring at his phone in disbelief. It's already hit 2 million views. Why is someone this famous eating black bean noodles in my apartment? Miji ate with pure enjoyment. This place makes really good food. Thanks for buying me dinner. Ewan asked curiously. Aren't you going home? Your family will be worried. A shadow crossed Miji's face. There's no one to worry about me. Ewan chuckled. You're saying your parents don't worry about their own daughter? Miji's expression darkened. They're both gone. They died in the Dragon's Breath incident. Ewan was taken aback. The Dragon's Breath, an event where the entire world united and still couldn't defeat them. They were a terror that had claimed millions of lives. Realizing his mistake, Yuan quickly looked away. My stupid mouth. He immediately tried to make up for it by offering Miji the rest of the black bean noodles. You used a lot of energy. Do you want this portion too? She hesitated for a few seconds, then broke into a happy smile and replied, of course. A system notification appeared for Yuan. The target's affection and trust have increased. If the target speaks the following keyword, you will activate belief. Keyword, I believe in you, Yuan. He sighed in exasperation. Is this some kind of story-based game? Wait a second. If I activate belief, will I become a saint with a ton of god coins? I don't know when those ants will attack again, so the more god coins I have, the better. Yuan called out to Miji, there's something I need to ask you. Without a second thought, she immediately replied, just say it, I'll do anything. Yuan awkwardly made his request. Could you repeat what I'm about to say? Miji looked a bit confused. Okay, what is it? Yuan answered hesitantly. I believe in you. The moment the words left his mouth, he wanted to scream. This has to be incredibly difficult, right? I'm so sorry, that was really weird of me. But to his shock, Miji immediately repeated it. I believe in you. Yuan looked up at her, stunned. Miji said clearly and confidently, I believe in you, Yuan. He froze for a few seconds, completely caught off guard. System confirmation. You have created a belief. Miji is your first believer on Earth. The current number of believers is 1,102, but what Yuan cared about more was the number of coins. A new feature has been unlocked. The skill-sharing menu has been initialized. Yuan was filled with questions. I can borrow a follower's skill. Yin shot up, his face a mask of pure fury. I swear, I'm deleting this stupid game. Miji just watched, completely bewildered. What's gotten into him? Is he worried about something? Suddenly, a group of tiny figures materialized right inside Yin's home. The moment their leader saw him, he knew. It's the evil god of the Black Tribe. To grant such an arrogant being a divine title, His Majesty has made a truly monumental decision. His Majesty declared that the evil god would be a critical factor in the Great War. Then let us show him His Majesty's generosity. Meanwhile, Yin was still glued to his phone, completely oblivious to the world around him. I can use Lightning Storm whenever I want. Fine, I'll let it slide this time. Skillshare. Suddenly, Yin's entire room was engulfed in light. Arcs of raw lightning erupted from his body, startling both Yin and Miji. Unable to control the surge, he accidentally unleashed a massive explosion. His Majesty's envoys were charred black in an instant, so this is the power of the evil god. Miji's eyes sparkled with pure admiration. Master, you can use lightning, too. That's incredible. A neighbor from the opposite building started yelling. Hey, keep it down. Why are you guys so noisy every single day? Yin stammered, at a loss for words. Look, that's not what's important right now. Tears of anguish streamed down his face. The repair fees. Miji, ever so innocent, just tilted her head. Master, what's wrong? After the disastrous encounter, one of the tiny envoys scrambled back to report to his master. His Majesty was utterly stunned by the news. What? He annihilated my platoon? The lone survivor trembled as he recounted the tale. Yes, sire. He just unleashed a torrent of lightning, as if he had no intention of negotiating. His Majesty roared, Grasshopper, you were the one who suggested sending a... The advisor frantically tried to defend himself. But, Your Majesty, I hadn't even finished my proposal. Before he could finish, another guard struck him down. How dare you trouble His Majesty? The king exploded with rage and issued a decree. That conceited evil god, in my 500 years of rule, I have never faced such humiliation. Bring me the head of that insolent fool. In the name of the throne and this empire, I command it. In unison, they roared, As you command, Your Majesty. The next morning, Miji was already up at the crack of dawn for her run. Yin watched her from the sidelines, his eyes wide with disbelief. She's this fast even without using her powers? She really is a high-ranking hunter. Miji called out, Master, should I do more laps? Yin snapped back to reality. Wait, you've already done 100 laps? She beamed. That's right. He then handed Miji a bottle and said, Here, drink this and take a short break. She quickly reached for it. Thank you, Master. Yin glanced at the pile of empty vials, deep in thought. To me, they're just like energy drinks, but they actually work on Miji. This all feels ridiculous, but since I took her on as my disciple, I should at least do something for her. I guess these potions are all I can offer. Miji then asked with great excitement, Master, what's our next training exercise? Yin paused for a moment. How about a spar? Without a second of hesitation, she eagerly agreed. Yin's mind started racing. Wait a minute. If I use the god's all-seeing eye to assess her abilities, I might be able to figure out how to train her properly. All right, let's give it a shot. Activating skill. God's all-seeing eye. Entering target's psyche, the world around Yin began to dissolve. He found himself in a dark, mysterious space. Where am I? Suddenly, a blinding light seared his vision. As his eyes adjusted, he saw a ferocious panther, bound tightly in heavy chains. The sight made him jump back in shock. What the hell is that? Miji's true power has been sealed for 10 years. Seeing this, Yin was baffled. Miji was originally an SS rank hunter. The seal is occasionally weakened by the god's index finger of authority. So, it basically functions like a remote control for her powers. That means, if I can just break these chains, her full power will be completely unleashed. With that thought, Yin immediately tried to sever them. Later that afternoon, Miji bowed. Master, thank you for everything today. Before she left, Yin reminded her, remember to drink the potion before you go to sleep. But before he could even finish his sentence, Miji took off at full speed. Her incredible speed left Yin stunned. She's already reached that level. Just how much stronger did she get after I weakened that seal? His thoughts drifted back to what happened in her psyche. Yin had tried to destroy the chains completely. God's index finger of authority. No. If I can only chip away at it like this. When will I ever break it completely? Who in the world sealed her power away like this? She definitely didn't do it to herself. But no matter what, I'm going to find out who did. In the distance, a suspicious, cloaked figure watched Yin's every move. Meanwhile, Yin's own mind was a complete mess. Her seal isn't the real problem right now. The real problem is my apartment. Just then, a notification popped up on Yin's phone. Azure Dream is looking at you sadly. I just blocked her. Now, what does she want? This is so annoying. Absolute Iron is looking at you with indignation. This must be the spirit of that sword. Absolute Iron roared that its master wasn't just any ordinary swordsman, but the divine Azure Sword God, who could even cut down the gods themselves. Yin just thought, and what about it? But then, a horrifying realization dawned on him. Wait, can you things read my thoughts? Damn it all, now I've got two of these annoying spirits to deal with. This is such a pain. His phone was suddenly flooded with notifications. Azure Dream requests that you unblock it. Absolute Iron demands that you return its divine Azure Sword. Yin's face twisted with pure rage. Shut up, you idiots. I nearly fell asleep listening to you drone on about some divine sword. Then, Chiol offered to pay Yin 2 million divine coins from his army's treasury in exchange for the divine spirit sword. What? From his army? Who makes a deal using stolen money? Cheong laughed at Yin's adorable reaction, offering the sword and 10 million divine coins. 10 million. Yin's sudden contemplation made Cheol nervous. With that kind of money, I could get a decent low-level authority. Or a powerful item. Plus, I could buy a mountain of medicine for me. Cheong mocked his broke rival. Swallowing his pride, Cheol offered Yin his personal authority in exchange. What kind of authority? Cheol's exclusive power was the Infinity Sword. He claimed no one would dare challenge Yin with it. The Infinity Sword. That sounds awesome. A blade like that is every man's dream. Cheong scoffed, telling Yin he should take the Night-Blooming Rose authority instead. With its power, he could overcome any opponent without breaking a sweat. Yin's eyes lit up. Who's got a better offer? In the end, he chose the Infinity Sword, the Divine Coins, 3 uses of the Heavenly Blade's Treasury, and the Night-Blooming Rose. I can only use the Heavenly Blade's Treasury 3 times, so I have to be careful. Infinity Sword, Night-Blooming Rose. What are these things anyway? Should I give them a try? Authority of the Night-Blooming Rose. Huh? Nothing's happening. The power only activates when the user is asleep. If it only works when I'm sleeping, how am I supposed to know what it does? Trusting these supernatural freaks was a huge mistake. Next, Authority of the Infinity Sword. Again, Yin was disappointed when nothing happened. Hey, you rotten scammers. Is anything you gave me real? The Infinity Sword is activating now. Did you really think I'd trick you?
Yin didn't believe it, until a strange sensation washed over him. What's happening to me?
The only words that came to his mind were urges to slash, as a small knife materialized in his palm. Why am I feeling this? I want to cut everything. I want to tear it all apart. I can't stop, but I'm a good person. Meanwhile, at a local diner. Great work, everyone. Yeah, you all worked hard. A kitchen assistant's shift was over. I'll be heading out now. The owner nodded. All right, get home safe. Honey, let's clean up and go. But the old man couldn't leave yet. There were still vegetables to chop. The old woman just pointed inside. Don't worry, we have him. We really should thank that kid. He's been doing these menial jobs for years, and now he's helping with this too. An author, you say? A web novel author, maybe? Here, the one thing Yin wanted to cut was a mountain of green onions. I want to slice them all. He finally returned home after pouring all his energy into his work at the kitchen. My God. That Infinity Sword works on anything, Even this kitchen knife. It's too dangerous. It completely controls the user. I thought something terrible was going to happen. I'm never touching that power again. Ouch, my back is killing me. I think I broke it. Outside, the evil god was fast asleep. Yes, Sandu, he's definitely asleep. This news sent a thrill through Sandu. Excellent. The honor of taking his life will be ours. Today, the title of the strongest among the 10 blades will be mine. Let's move out. In his small room, Yin was deep in a dream. As a single rose stem sprouted from the center of his chest, Sandu's demonic forces had no idea what was happening. The conditions for Chiang's exclusive authority, the night-blooming rose, had been met. They began their assault to claim Yin's life. But the rose blossomed into a man-eating plant, devouring the demons in a single gulp. A wave of fear washed over Sandu. That's the phantasm flower. But you pitiful creatures should tremble in fear. Your nightmare is about to bloom. Seeing the flower, Sandu was certain. It was the phantasm flower. I've read about it. In the old tribal records, the records spoke of a tyrannical god that devoured over 90% of all life in its territory 3,000 years ago. Disciples of Chiang, do not falter. This day will mark a glorious milestone for us for all eternity. With that, Sandu shot forward towards her opponent. Her followers saw their leader move and charge in right behind her. As she advanced, Sandu commanded her troops, try to avoid the vines and get to the main body. But it seemed the demon's speed was no match for the phantasm flower. Its massive maw opened wide, ready to devour its prey alive. Sandu was far more agile than her underlings. Even if I can't kill the evil god myself, I'll drag the disciples of this monstrous flower demon to hell with me. Sandu unleashed a powerful attack on the phantasm flower, but it seemed the plant could swallow anything. Now, Sandu's life was hanging by a thread. Impossible. It just ate my attack whole. A strange stirring came from beside her. Sandu felt a deep sense of dread. It can't be. All that followed were blood-curdling screams, and the sound of Yin's soft snoring. Just a little longer. Early the next morning, in Yin's not-so-intact apartment. What the hell? Why do I feel so full? What is going on now? The Saintess and 101 of her followers are desperately waiting for Yin to save them. No way. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Wait a minute. His patience wearing thin, Yin activated the Eye of God. The appraisal was instant. The Saintess and 101 of her followers were all suffering from bee venom. Yin could only sigh. You really brought this on yourselves, didn't you? Seriously, how do you even get poisoned by bees? Did you rate a high for honey or something? If you wanted something sweet, you could have just asked me. What were you and your little followers even doing? Just hang in there. Give me a second. His sincerity triggered an activation. The miracle menu appeared. A miracle. The nature of the miracle Yin bestowed would shape his followers' faith. The stronger their belief, the deeper their worship or their fear. Yin confirmed the cost. He would spend his holy power and 100,000 divine coins to cast the healing spell. Of course I accept. I've got more than enough. As for holy power, take as much as you need. A fragment of the world tree's fruit he'd absorbed was channeled out, forming a miracle shaped by his will. I hope this is enough. Will they be all right? But the drain was immense, and he felt so sleepy. Yin once again drifted into a deep slumber. A notification appeared. Titled Benevolent Savior has ranked up from E rank to D rank. Yin's personal alignment has shifted from evil to neutral. This change didn't go unnoticed. Several high-ranking gods, including the god of abundance, now had their eyes on him. Meanwhile, a dark purple toxin seeped across the ground. For Auntie and her followers, the poison was only getting worse. Oh, Divine One, please have mercy on our tribe. Grant us your blessing, I beg of you. Suddenly, a single ray of light descended upon Auntie. She looked up, wondering what it could be. Then, countless more beams of light began to rain from the sky. It washed over Auntie's tribe, cleansing them of all sickness. Look, the rain. It's washing away the poison. God Yin has blessed us. Thank you, our Lord. Thank you. Overwhelmed with emotion, Auntie received the blessing. Oh, God Yin, I give you my sincerest thanks. My people, God Yin has blessed us once more. In return, let us swear an oath. We will place our eternal faith in him. Let us unite and prove our undying loyalty to our Savior. Join me, everyone. By the time Yin finally woke up, it was late afternoon. What time is it? Why do I feel so drained? Huh? Mitty, what are you doing here? She beamed, looking relieved. You didn't show up for training, so I got a little worried. Hey, what in the world is that thing? Yin had absolutely no memory of it appearing here. What the heck? The Dark Tribe had carved a statue to commemorate and honor their savior, Yin. Its most defining feature? It was painfully ugly. Wow. It's so ugly, I don't even know where to begin. Midi's tastes, however, seemed a bit unique. If you look closely, it's not so bad. It's kind of cute. I really like it. Can I have it? How could Yin possibly refuse? Sure, go ahead. But you really should get your eyes checked, Midi. Sorry, but I don't think I can train today. It's a shame, but let's do it next time. A little later, Yin opened his phone to get back to his manuscript. Oh, come on. What now? The world tree's sprout was sick? Okay, this should require the blessing of the god of growth. What? It's not working? He remembered how the world tree's fruit had healed his own wounds that time. The effect was immediate, so I've been trying to cultivate it. Then I could sell the fruit. Maybe there's something in the system shop. Ah, there it is. Tears of the god of abundance. But it required completing a quest. To save his tree, Yin immediately dashed outside and started picking up trash. Do I really have to go this far for a plant? Why is the progress bar moving so slowly? How long is this going to take? Just then, some old man suddenly walked up to him. Hey, what do you think you're doing on my turf? The old man was as grumpy as they come. This ain't no place for a rookie. Yin's first impression was that the guy was homeless. But something about him seemed familiar. Sir, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Ah, that's right. I've heard homeless people are really protective of their territory. Here, sir, take this and get yourself a nice full meal. It's all the cash I have on me. But the old man suddenly roared, You dare give handouts to me, Kang San. And that's when it hit Yin. This was Kang San, an S-rank hunter who used to work as a street cleaner. Heh, your reaction time is a little slow, kid, but I won't refuse. Yin stared at his empty hand in surprise. Huh? When did he even take it? I just gave a handout. I wonder if my points went up? What's the point of giving money to a drunk? Anyway, hey, old man. Seeing the flash of annoyance on Kang San's face, Yin quickly changed his tone. Ah, I mean, big bro. You can put that in here. I'll make sure all this trash gets disposed of properly. Kang San let out a hearty laugh. Ha, you've got a good eye, kid. So, who do you work for? Yin felt a bit awkward. I'm a freelancer. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Screams filled the air. A monster. Panic spread through the crowd. What do we do? I think a monster just spawned nearby. Maybe we should just go home? But Kang San didn't seem the least bit afraid. So, they've finally shown up? Kang San muttered. The Miracles prediction is always spot on. Yin's first thought. Time to get out of here. All right then, I'm heading out. But Kang San was like a ghost you couldn't shake. You're going too? Let's go together. I've taken a liking to you, kid. This kind of height was definitely not Yin's thing. Big bro, I think there's been some kind of mistake. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation wash over him. What followed was Yin's blood-curdling scream. Kang San, however, was completely used to this. Sounds like you're having fun, huh? They arrived at a desolate, abandoned building complex. Kang San had come here for a reason. The rumors say there's an 80% chance of a dungeon break here, and the Miracles prediction said the same thing. He glanced over. What's with this kid? Did he pass out? He looks like he should be at least B rank. Wait, what in the world is that? Hey, it's just a frog. A perfect little warm-up. All right, looks like frog legs are on the menu today. This monster, it seems completely focused on Insin. Could he be the young god spoken of in the rumors? What a stroke of luck. I'm the first to arrive. If I bring him back, the master will be ecstatic. Now get lost, you old fossil. Kang San felt a surge of profound insult. He cracked his knuckles, his muscles tensing. Good heavens, must you make such an irritating racket? The frog's true opponent was Insin. Stand aside. He is my prey. A warning flashed, hostile aura detected, threatening the holder of the authority. Activating Night Blooming Rose, the unique authority granted by Then Mon. This time, the illusory flower itself appeared to join the battle. In a once peaceful place, it began to annihilate everything in its sight. Inshin's eyes fluttered open after being knocked unconscious. Where am I? What is this place? Before him stood NT, but Inshin didn't seem to recognize her. Excuse me? NT lowered the hood of her cloak. My lord, you have returned. The noble and virtuous god. In a flash, the illusion shattered, and from behind him, Inshin heard the voice of Kang San. Mommy, I'm so scared. Help me. A giant flower. It swallowed me whole. Insin was horrified by the scene. Boss, you stink. Did you fall into a sewer or something? Just then, Inshin received a notification from the system. What does it say? By defeating an evil servant of the demon god, you have contributed to world peace. Huh? You have performed a good deed and received a mythic grade item, the Tear of Endless Prosperity. Nice. Now I'm filthy rich. Now I can finally live a more comfortable life. Inshin had successfully revived the world tree, laying the foundation for the Dark Tribe's prosperity. Now, what am I supposed to do with this old geezer? Should I just toss him somewhere and be done with it? Meanwhile, Insin had gained even more followers along with their prosperity. Because of this, his divine power would grow stronger, fueled by the worship of his followers. It'll probably be fine. Over at some corporation. That's Kang-san for you. Truly one of a kind. Even after being on leave for so long, he can still take down monsters with ease. I heard he's been admitted to the hospital. What's his condition? He wasn't seriously injured. This guy must be a high-ranking official and stubborn as a mule. What is it? Is there a problem? The assistant explained. I brought him flowers as a get-well gift. But Kang-san had a complete breakdown. The superior was curious. Is he allergic to flowers? Also, what's the status on the Hunter Academy? The assistant replied, preparations are complete. We will proceed as soon as Mr. Kang-san recovers. The superior clearly held Kang-san in high regard. I'm sure he'll become an excellent teacher for that child. A legendary teacher and a student with heaven-sent talent. I have very high hopes for this. Back in Inshin's makeshift room. This is so annoying. There's another new statue. Is that supposed to be me? A text message arrived on his phone. It was from Auntie. My lord Inshin, our noble and virtuous god. He was a little surprised. It's that aunt from before. I can't believe I'm getting a text message from an aunt. So they've actually learned how to send texts now? What? Rescue the tribe members? Attacked by a demonic beast? How dare they harm my followers? Take me to them at once. I'll personally teach those things a lesson. And T was deeply moved. Thank you, my lord. The god Inshin wasn't exactly feeling cooperative, but he still had to maintain his noble persona. Lead the way. In the end, I still got dragged into this mess. Deep within a forest, Auntie and the other followers led the way. Inshin followed along on his screen. Because they're ants, this is taking forever. Suddenly, they all stopped. Inshin zoomed in. What's wrong? The target they were searching for was a swarm of insects that nobody likes. Even Inshin was terrified at the sight of it. Demonic beasts summoned by the cockroach species. Cockroaches. Seeing a swarm like this, Inshin panicked. Also, why are there so many? The followers erupted into chaos. It's over. We're done for. Run. But the calmest one among them was Auntie. Everyone, do not panic. Have you all forgotten? We are the Dark Tribe. We have the protection of the great Inshin. But Inshin had already turned tail and fled, gone without a second thought. Auntie felt her hope completely shatter. The other followers fell into a deep despair. Our god has betrayed us. We're doomed. Save us. At that moment, in an ancient tower. Are you certain? This appears to be the hive of some insectoid race. Yes, your majesty, I am certain. You saw for yourself the power of my summoned beasts. Just give me 4 days, and I will bring you the corpse of the demon god. The leader let out a cold laugh. I will wait, but if you fail, find your own place to be buried. Just then, a subordinate rushed in. There's urgent news. The cockroach chieftain snarled, who dares to cause a scene? If this isn't important, it's your head. The soldier trembled. Sir, the roach beasts. They've multiplied into the millions. It's that evil demon god. The forest was now thick with the smell of chemical smoke. The ant tribe had deployed their own solution, spreading it everywhere. They had prepared well. After inhaling the fumes, the roaches dropped dead. Insin didn't have to worry anymore. Found them. They're here. Good thing I bought that insect spray. A few stragglers are still alive. You think I can't see you? But Andy looked utterly drained. Ethan worried she was hiding something from him. What is it? I took care of all the monsters. Andy's sobs were deafening. I doubted my faith in you, my lord. I had no right to question your power. Take my life. Ethan was completely bewildered. That's not necessary. Just calm down. What's this? Requirements met. A new permanent skill has been acquired. The Thumb of God costs only 100 coins. I'll take it. The god's innate ability is the authority of fear and your great achievements. There may be hardships, but to become stronger, you must overcome them. Still, these comments are getting weird. Now then, let's see what this new ability does. Oh, what now? This message shocked Ethan even more than the cockroach mob. It was from his overbearing manager. We need to meet. Right now, the manager was already deep into his drinks with no intention of stopping. Drink up. Ethan just decided to go along with it. Oh, okay. But his alcohol tolerance was pathetically low. Wait a second. Why are you looking at me like that? Something was definitely off about his manager. Hey, what's with your work pace lately? I need you to try a little harder. Got it. Just listen to me. Ethan nervously glanced around the room. Could you please not shout? What's wrong with you? Are you drunk? The manager's voice only grew louder. Do you have any idea what I'm going through at work? It's all thanks to you, you bastard. Just then, a notification buzzed on Ethan's phone. Monsters are attacking the ant tribe again. Oh, again? Keep 'em coming. I dare you. Suddenly, the manager flew into a rage. Hey, punk, are you playing a game right now? The bar erupted into chaos. Are you insane? I am insane. How dare you do this to me? Sirs, please don't fight in here. Later that evening, under a full moon at the ant tribe's nest, Andy's voice rang out. All praise to our god. Ethan, she's performing some kind of ritual. Our god, Ethan, will purge all the demonic beasts. At last, Ethan had finally escaped his great manager. A follower of Ethan, the Tears of Endless Prosperity, has requested your assistance. Ethan can select any ability as a reward for reaching Class C of the Merciful Savior. Why do these keep popping up? Wait, so I get a free skill? Is that right? If so, I'll take the most expensive one. Ethan chose the Transcendent Grade ability, Creation of Heaven and Earth. Result, you are not compatible. The ability, Creation of Heaven and Earth, will be converted into a one-time used magic to suit Ethan's level. The world will be partially altered, starting with the bathroom, where Mia is currently soaking. Her older sister was a bit curious. Mia, what are you doing in there? Mia's eyes were fixed on the heavens. Sis, look at the sky. Everyone saw the strange phenomenon at the same time. What is that? Oh my god, what's happening? What is going on? Honey, I'm scared. All across the globe, every single person stared up at the night sky. They all witnessed the impossible unfolding above them. An object, even larger than today's full moon, materialized in the heavens. Johann watched it, completely captivated. Did you say the Thunder Queen? The name of the hunter who interfered with the guild master. His subordinate answered with a tremor in his voice. Yes, sir. Johann spread his arms, basking in the moment. Excellent. The time has come. Don't you think the more, the merrier? Let's start with 2,000 people. Oh, my God. Just wait a little longer. Your servant will fulfill your deepest desires. We will grant the world your divine wish. This celestial shift threw everything into chaos. This is Houston. Please report coordinates on the second moon. This is rocket call sign Stu. We cannot approach the second moon's orbit. The ship began to shake violently. Call sign Stu. What's happening? Their spacecraft was spinning out of control. The news spread like wildfire. The moment a second moon appeared one morning, the world was stunned into silence. No one knew anything, except that it glowed yellow at night and green during the day. Experts predicted a massive surge in the appearance of gates and dungeons. Therefore, according to reports, the Korean Hunter Federation will cooperate with the government to determine the nature of this second moon. As Ethan's mind raced, Mia's voice cut through his thoughts. Master, I'm finished. I've completed all 500 laps. I'm sorry it took longer than usual today. Ethan quickly changed the subject. All right, let's move on to push-ups. Mia was surprised. Oh, push-ups? You seem to prioritize abdominal muscles, master. More accurately, Ethan needed to check on Mia's mental state again. Hold still, Mia. The unique power of the eyeless god's eyes has been activated. Huh. Does she seem cuter? Mia's aggressive aura had vanished. Ethan tried using the thumb of God again. There's still a little left, but I bet more seeds of corruption have formed. That guy has his guard completely down around me. Now, let's see just how much Mia's energy has been amplified. A strange, new sensation filled Mia's body. I see now. Your training methods are really working, master. Ethan didn't think that was quite it. A lot of people are watching. You should be careful. Mia's gratitude made him feel a little awkward. Yeah. This is beyond words. Mia immediately resumed her training. Well then, I'll finish today with another 200 laps. Ethan received a new message from the ant tribe. A name? She wants a name? I guess I can't just keep calling her Saintess. Having a name is always better. But I can't just give them a dog's name. His manager's voice echoed in his mind. You have zero naming sense. Then, an idea struck Insin. That's it. Auntie. Because he's an ant. Receiving this incredible honor, Auntie was overwhelmed with emotion. Her reverence for Insin only grew stronger. Now, everyone wanted a name of their own. Please, my lord, grant me a name as well. Please, grant me one too. A headache began to throb in Insin's skull. How was he supposed to come up with names for this many tribe members? Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. With that, Insin returned home. There's no place like it. The repairs are done. Now, it's time to rest. Let's see how things are now. Whoa, it evolved. The display screen looked incredibly modern and sleek. The entire Dark Tribe witnessed the stunning transformation. The forest itself had changed. Auntie waited with bated breath for the next miracle. What kind of blessing would their lord bestow this time? Insin tapped a few things on his much cooler-looking phone. They now had fertile land to cultivate and sturdy homes to live in. Perfect. By terraforming the land and erecting walls, I've made it easier for them to both work and defend themselves. Anti and the others were filled with overwhelming gratitude. Do you all see this? The awe-inspiring miracle of our Lord, Insin. Let us all worship our Great One. Insin found it a bit over the top, worshipping him just for giving them food, protection, and a safe place to sleep. Still, he had to admit, these little guys were growing on him, and so was their tribe name.
Hold on a second. Doesn't that word mean ant in the ancient tongue? Does that mean these people are also destined to evolve?
So, what's next? Let's try this. This is the Tower of Warriors. Based on the very same tower, the Eternal Seeker is challenging. Only those with immense faith and courage may enter this tower, but it also absorbs the blood and soul of those who challenge it. As it appeared, every tribe member was stunned. What is that thing? Even Insin was a little confused. It absorbs blood and soul. The chance of survival must be slim to none. If these curious ants try to investigate, I'll just wall off the entrance. A massive barrier instantly materialized around the tower. Insin gave them a stern warning. Do not let your curiosity lead you inside that tower. This act only deepened their admiration for him. I knew it. Our Lord Insin is truly incredible. Inho gazed at the structure before him. A tower that only the truly brave dared to enter. He looked down at himself, remembering the past threats his tribe had been forced to endure. He cursed his own weakness. If only I had been a little stronger. He stood before the tower for a long time, his mind in turmoil. If he were stronger, he could have protected his friends. No, great emperor. It cannot be. I am the archmage who forged a pact with the Demon King. Please, if you would just grant me one more chance. Your Majesty, I beg you, show mercy. But the great emperor sneered, completely unmoved. If you want to atone for your sins, you can do so in hell. The great emperor's fury began to boil over as he slowly extended a single, menacing hand. A single gesture sent his subordinate into agony, and his end was tragic. But the emperor's rage was not satisfied. Useless insects. They must have scurried off on their own. The other subordinates frantically tried to placate him. Your Majesty, please, calm yourself. How could the mighty blood god possibly be defeated by such a weak and pathetic creature? The great emperor roared. Silence. How could I have trusted and waited for worthless fools like you? You can't even handle a tribe of worthless ants. From the distance, a calm voice spoke. Please. The emperor's demeanor shifted instantly. You have returned, my High Priestess? Ah, she has returned. The High Priestess? Jier bowed low before him. Yes, Your Majesty. I have just completed the mission you entrusted to me and have returned to your side, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you will soon be reborn from a demigod into a true god. Please, leave all matters to me and focus solely on your divine ascension. As for the Dark Tribe insects and their demon god, I will annihilate every last one. I swear this upon my name, Jier. Meanwhile, in another part of the cavern, one monster roared with fury as another moved in for the kill. Suddenly, the voice of the High Priestess, Jier, echoed out. White blood demon, Moto. The creature slowly turned its head. Greetings. Jier was not pleased with Moto, as he could make the demon god pay for defying the Emperor's command. The Plague Messenger bestows this upon you. This scepter. Jier knew its power well, but she still had one demand. Scene change. Yin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding with panic. If he failed to meet his quota this week, his contract and the entire series would be terminated immediately. The thought terrified Yin. He absolutely could not let his contract get cancelled. Just a little bit more. Once this is done, I'll be fine. But then Yin wondered, what are those little guys up to? Anyway, after checking in, he saw they were all sleeping soundly. But as he watched, he heard a strange noise. Huh? What was that? A massive boulder began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a figure emerged from beneath it, leaving Yin utterly stunned. That boulder was many times his size. He looked different. And his name was Inho, a warrior of the Gami tribe who trained relentlessly to protect his family. Insin was suddenly intrigued. It seemed that after their evolution, the Gami tribe was developing its own unique traits. This is getting interesting. Now what should I do with him? Abruptly, a strange, glowing object appeared, capturing Inho's curiosity. What is this? Could it be a gift from the god Insin? For a being like me. To be valued by our god. Inho was overcome with emotion as he spoke. Overwhelmed with emotion, he shouted out his thanks to the god Yin. Seeing this, Insin felt relieved. All right then, now I just have to give it my all. Even though I'm so sleepy. But at that very moment, Insin was being stalked from outside the window by the white blood demon, Moto. So that's the demon god of the legends. The one who destroyed thunder, a swordsman from the 10 greats, just like me. His mind flashed back to the day the divine priestess Ajia asked him, "What is it you desire, white blood demon Moto?" And he had replied, "May I drink the blood of a demon god? The demon god is worshipped by the Black Clan, and I am curious about the taste of his blood." And Ajia had granted Moto's dark request. "Of course," she'd said. "The demon god's blood and body will all be yours, Moto." But that was her fatal mistake. "You fool. You have no idea, do you? You don't realize the sheer power I'll gain from his blood. Enough to seize the throne of a king. And once I'm king, you too will be mine." Lost in his ambitious thoughts, Moto crept ever closer to the demon god's blood. Moto sneered to himself, "This so-called demon god is pathetic. He can't even sense my presence." And so, without hesitation, Moto struck, sinking a needle deep into Yin's skin. "Yes, perfect. I can feel my power skyrocketing. With this much strength, I can do anything." But just then, a sharp pain jolted Insin, and he instinctively slapped down hard. The result, he had crushed a single mosquito. At that moment, a chill ran down Insin's spine, and he let out a massive sneeze, spraying slobber and snot all over himself. Disgusted, Insin decided to wash his face first before doing anything else. But as he walked in and looked in the mirror, Insin was horrified to find a strange mark on his forehead. The system immediately announced, "That is the mark of the plague emissary. The thunderclap cold has been activated." Insin was still reeling in confusion. "What is this? The thunderclap is like a common cold? No way. I still have deadlines to grind." But right after that, his whole body ached, and he was hit with a total loss of appetite. He begged the system, "Is there any item that can cure this? I have to take a look." And Insin discovered that a famous doctor was selling an incredibly effective medicine. He quickly decided to buy it, but as he walked out the door, the system announced that the purchase was successful and that he had received a new quest, driving Insin mad with frustration. "Can't you just give it to me already?" Unable to bear it any longer, Insin rushed towards the hospital. "The will of the god. Those words are enough. Your will to cleanse this world. I will definitely complete this mission. Today, I will sacrifice my own life to purify the world. Johan's mission is my mission." Meanwhile, Insin finally had to catch a cab to the hospital, his stomach feeling incredibly unstable. As Insin staggered into the hospital, the system displayed a new mission. "You must save 100 lives. Isn't that the same as telling me to just go die?" Suddenly, a bald man roared for everyone to get on the ground. "Move, and you're all dead." And in his hands, he held a hostage. At that moment, Mitty told him to let her go, but it had no effect. Just then, Insin arrived and couldn't help but wonder how he managed to get all the way in here. Seeing the mark on Insin's forehead, which matched his own, the bald man's face lit up. "Brother, you were sent on the mission too. I can't believe they sent reinforcements. Come and help me." This left Insin completely bewildered. A terrorist? Mitty was shocked. He has an accomplice? But then she realized it was her master. Being questioned and pulled in by the bald man, Insin was totally confused about how to react. The bald man enthusiastically called out to his supposed accomplice, "Help me out, brother. Let us offer our lives for the coming of the god of destruction." Mitty roared, "What are you talking about? Kim Taebum, you're wrong. That person is my teacher." Absolutely stunned, Taebum's voice dripped with menace. "What did you say?" "The skull on my forehead is the identifier. I can feel the evil aura pouring off of him." Mitty was stunned, then replied, "How dare you say our teacher is evil? Are you tired of living?" The two launched into a fierce argument, but all the while, Insin's condition was getting worse and worse. He needed treatment, fast, before it was too late. The verbal battle continued, with neither one willing to back down an inch. Taebum suddenly roared, "How dare you interfere with the sacred offering to the god who will cleanse this world? Do you not understand his greatness?" And at the same time, Insin was viewing the target's memories through the system. He had successfully viewed the entire memory stream on his first try. The bald man had been tempted into joining by someone else. "Why don't you join me in this?" The system also displayed a notification. "You have viewed the memories and images appearing in the target's mind. If you can, you must eliminate the offerings after they have experienced enough fear for the god of destruction to descend. We need a large number of sacrifices. Can you do it? Kim Taebum, my warrior." And those were the poisonous whispers of Johan, as he sought to lure Taebum to the side of darkness. And of course, Taebum had accepted the offer. "Yes, my lord." Back in reality, Insin suddenly realized, wait a minute, if this keeps up, aren't I going to meet my ancestors for real? Suddenly, Taebum held a secret button in his hand. He roared, "For the god of destruction," and prepared to press it. Luckily, Insin spotted it in time and was determined to stop him. Yin aimed a single finger right at Taebum, crackling with immense power. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Finger of Annihilation. But T-Bomb just smirked, confident his scheme was about to pay off. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin called for Miji, and their coordination was flawless, instantly throwing T-Bomb into confusion. Miji shot toward T-Bomb like a bullet, unleashing an orb of pure electricity to take him down. The immense voltage paralyzed T-Bomb's entire body. He convulsed violently before collapsing, motionless, from a single strike. Miji turned back, beaming with pride. "Master, the terrorist is down." But her joy turned to horror when she saw Yin had also collapsed. Deep within his consciousness, a dark entity targeted Yin. "You absolute fool. Your time is up." The death curse had been activated. No matter how desperately Miji called out to her master, Yin remained completely unresponsive. Elsewhere, Naba pleaded with the Queen of the Gods. "Just give the order. I will immediately destroy that fiend with my poison techniques." But Anna refused. "There's no need for you to interfere," which made Naba anxious, fearing the plague god's curse had failed. However, Ani had already foreseen everything, so there was no need for Naba to worry. The creator of this vile plague is stubborn and greedy. He never lets go of a target he has his sights on. The scene shifts. Yin awakens in a strange, unfamiliar dimension. He vaguely remembers a strange voice just before the curse took hold. But where was he now? And how did he get here? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the void. "A mere mortal dares to awaken me. Your punishment will be an eternity of agonizing annihilation. Soon, you'll be drowning in despair, begging me for the sweet release of death. Then, I'll feed your corpse to my warhorse and use your blood." But all Yin could think was, "Man, this guy talks a lot." Suddenly, a colossal demon materialized before him. "Why are you here?" Just then, a system window popped up, quest complete. You saved over 100 lives, with a final back in reality. A frantic Miji was trying to wake her master. At last, Yin's eyes fluttered open. Everything that had just happened felt like a bizarre dream. He'd also been rewarded with Hua Tuo's legendary medicine. He was confused, feeling something strange in his mouth. Miraculously, his body was completely healed. Is this the power of that medicine? A system message appeared. This is a bonus reward. The potion of power is now coursing through you. Meanwhile, the crowd outside was still buzzing with excitement. Cheers erupted from the onlookers. How can someone so young be so incredibly brave? Then, Yin suddenly slipped away, signaling to Miji he'd call and explain later. On sight, the grateful crowd swarmed Miji, while Johan watched the entire scene unfold on his monitor. A man's voice crackled over a speaker. "We've analyzed the situation repeatedly. That man definitely slipped up." The person on the other end pleaded in terror. "I'm so sorry. I swear I won't fail you again." But Johan gave him just 4 days. "That's your window to handle those hunters. And bring that man to me." Hearing this, the man dared to ask, "What does Apostle Johan want with him?" Johan sighed, his voice dripping with disappointment. "Can you truly not see his value? He shines as brightly as the sun, while standing among pathetic insects like you." As Johan continued his unhinged rant, the guildmaster could only think one thing. This guy has completely lost his mind. Back at Yin's place, he let out a huge sigh of relief, knowing he was still alive. That medicine from Hua Tuo was truly a miracle. But his celebration was cut short by an urgent notification. In-Ho was desperately calling for Du Yin's help, leaving him utterly bewildered. In-Ho's message was a frantic plea for more of the potion Yin had so generously granted him before, which threw Yin into a panic. "What's wrong? What's going on over there?" But In-Ho's cries for help grew faint, until they stopped. Yin screamed in horror. In-Ho. Just a few hours earlier, In-Ho was full of hope. He planned to conquer the warrior's tower, stage by glorious stage, to gain the power he needed to protect his tribe. But things were never that simple. While scouting ahead, the challenger In-Ho had just entered a new trial. Warrior's Tower, first floor, the Trial of Stone. The condition for clearing was simple. Climb the stairs and reach the second floor. As the trial began, In-Ho charged forward without fear. He had already leveled up thanks to Du Yin's potion, even class changed to a soldier, and was now wearing this incredible armor. "I am strong," In-Ho thought to himself, but in an instant, he was struck down by an agonizingly painful attack. Completely paralyzed, In-Ho could only cry out for Yin, and that was everything Yin saw when he read the subject's memories. Now, In-Ho was lying motionless, right at death's door. Yin's heart ached for the creature he once crushed like an ant, a being he destroyed just for his own amusement. Was I really this pathetic once? Suddenly, a system alert flashed. In-Ho will be erased in 10 seconds. Yin's eyes widened in shock. What? How could this be? Instantly, Yin slammed the confirmation button, agreeing to give In-Ho the growth god's blessing. The countdown still showed 8 seconds, but nothing happened, plunging Yin deeper into confusion. What should I do? Now 7 seconds remained when suddenly, a realization struck him. The actual time limit was 5 seconds. And then Yin remembered. He had received a reward, an innate authority. A wave of relief washed over him as he confirmed the use of the recovery elixir. With only 3 seconds left on the clock, Yin didn't hesitate and started the process. The recovery elixir's power surged into Inho's body. Finally, he managed to get back on his feet. Yin joyfully called out Inho's name. Inho, moved, responded, Master Du Yin. Yin immediately demanded to know why Inho had entered the dangerous tower after being warned. He admitted his mistake, explaining, I only wanted to protect the tribe. But the first priority was getting Inho out of that tower. However, the gate wouldn't open. Just then, Inho received a notification. He would be unable to leave until he conquered the 50th floor. Once again, Inho begged Du Yin for help. At that exact moment, Yin received another authority as a reward, the Eternal Seeker, which only deepened his anxiety. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Is anyone home? With no other choice, Yin gave Inho a stamina potion and promised to return soon. As he left, Yin grumbled. It's probably another one of those multi-level marketing scams for energy drinks. The moment he opened the door, he was questioned. Are you the hunter? Du Yin. I am Department Head Kim Temin, a scout for the Brilliance Guild. It's an honor to meet you. Yin was quick to deny it. I'm not a hunter. But Temin's voice grew heavy. You'll be a hunter soon enough. Do you have a moment? Yin had no choice but to nod. Meanwhile, in the Tower of Warriors, Inho resolved to increase his power and attempt the climb once more. He got to reach the peak of glory that lay before him. This time, Inho proceeded with much greater caution. A gigantic boulder suddenly crashed down. Instantly, Inho took his stance, then focused his power into a mighty punch, shattering the rock into a million pieces. Even Inho himself was astonished by his own strength. The system then announced that the challenger Inho had completed the stone trial and received the blessing of stone as the first clear reward for the Tower of Warriors. Inho proceeded to the second floor, the Trial of Wind, and quickly cleared that stage as well. Meanwhile, Yin was in shock after being offered an annual salary of 300 million. Temin immediately asked, is there a problem? But to Yin, 300 million was a massive fortune. He instantly started dreaming of all the extravagant things he could do with that kind of money. I could finally write my manuscript in peace without worrying about that evil manager, and I could eat all the delicious food I want. Furthermore, Temin also offered Yin 70% of all item drops and a bonus for hunting monsters, which only fueled his excitement. I could even invest the rest into my masterpiece and finally marry a beautiful wife. But when he didn't get an answer, Temin's voice sharpened. Mr. Du Yin, are you listening to what I am saying? Yin, flustered, quickly begged for his forgiveness. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. You are evaluating the target. Yin was stunned. The man's resume was no joke, a servant of the god of destruction. As the truth dawned on him, rage began to boil inside Yin. So the 300 million was just bait? I see. I'll curse this man until the day he dies. But Temin's intense aura put Yin on edge and filled him with fear. Yin quickly said, I'm extremely busy. Can you contact me later? You don't like the terms? It's just that I have a few manuscripts I need to finish first. Temin replied, but no matter what tempting offers he made, Yin firmly refused. I'm not doing this just for the money. Finally, Temin relented, apologizing as he prepared to leave. But before he went, he mentioned the guild master. He is very sincere about wanting you to join us, so if you could spare a little time, I would be. If you put it that way, I guess I have no choice. But my stomach is suddenly killing me. I have to run to the restroom, Yin said with a panicked expression. But Temin just stared at him, then replied, very well. Go ahead. I will wait. Inside the bathroom, Yin's mind was racing. What kind of monster is this guy? When he'd appraised him earlier, the system had provided some basic information. He was certain of one thing. He was a servant of the god of destruction, just like the terrorist bomber at the hospital. Yin was now in a complete panic. Who should I call? The Hunters Association or the police? Suddenly, a massive blow sent the door flying inwards. It was Temin. He had realized the truth and asked, Who are you calling? Mr. Du Yin. It looked like this was the end for Yin. Temin continued to press him menacingly. I'll ask you again. Mr. Du Yin, who were you about to call? He stammered in reply, I needed to make an urgent call. To my publisher. Hearing that, Temin let out a sneering laugh. Then, without warning, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent Yin flying across the room. He slammed violently into the wall, consumed by pain. Temin added, I don't even know why I was sent here. Anyone else could have handled this job. Since you don't seem to want to understand, I'll just put you to sleep and take you with me. With that, Temin's hand shot out, wrapping mercilessly around Yin's throat. Does it hurt? This could have been different if you had just listened to me. If you had just stayed still, I would have let you sleep peacefully. The grip tightened, and as Yin's consciousness started to fade, he finally lost the strength to resist. And just as he sank into darkness, The system suddenly blared with a new emergency quest. Mission. Rescue the next apostle had been triggered, and the first target was a girl named Mi Suon. Seeing that notification, Yin's mind snapped back from the edge of death. Me? But first, he had to deal with the man in front of him. However, the power gap was just too immense. At this rate, he would be the first to fall. He needed power, now. Suddenly, Yin found himself inside the Tower of Warriors. The voice of Inho echoed around him. "O great God, I shall bestow upon you my own strength. I wish you success." Seeing Inho at the very peak, Yin was stunned. In that moment, the skill share was added. A surge of incredible energy flowed through his body. Iron Body. It was the new shared skill, making his flesh as hard as steel. Yin didn't hesitate for a second and activated the power. Temin was bewildered, having no idea what he was talking about. Suddenly, Yin's power exploded, his body becoming fortified. Watch this. Temin looked on in confusion. Body reinforcement? Material creation? Are these his abilities? Now I'm certain. He's the one the guild master is so interested in. The system immediately displayed Iron Body, rank A, the same powerful physique Inho gained from his trials in the tower. The tension in the air became razor sharp. Temin quickly shed his outer coat. He thought this would be an easy mission, but he was dead wrong. If this is how it is, then I have no reason to be jealous of the one chosen as the Thunder Empress's disciple. I'm not sure if his business with the Thunder Empress is settled, but I'm done playing around. I have to secure Master Du. And besides, Yin was more than ready to fight. Temin spoke. I believe we can begin. The moment the words left his lips, Yin shot forward with a shockingly fast punch. Luckily, Temin managed to dodge the powerful fist in time. Moreover, he spotted a fatal flaw in Yin's attack. He's letting his guard down, just recklessly throwing his fists around. I was right, he's just a rookie. How disappointing. And with that, it was Temin's turn to counterattack. But Yin suddenly grabbed his head and slammed his own forehead into Temin's face, shattering his nose and sending teeth flying. Temin cried out in agony, clutching his broken jaw. Yin followed up with a final, decisive blow, punching him square in the chest. The man couldn't take it, collapsing motionless on the floor. Yin had successfully defeated his opponent. Immediately, he remembered he had to call me first, but the number was unavailable. A sense of dread washed over Yin. This cruel game. Hurry up. I need to find me. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Apostle management system for the one true God will be deployed. It seemed strange, but Yin had a mountain of coins saved up. Of course, he chose yes, so he could find Mi's location. Instantly, the system confirmed the location and status of the individual, Mi Suon, making Yin's heart pound. But then a strange man appeared on the screen, holding a blood-soaked sword. He slowly approached her. Don't worry. This won't be painful. The system displayed his info. He was the Sword Fiend, age 32, with the special skill, Sword Frenzy. Meanwhile, Mi was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. She tried to cry out for her master, but the Sword Fiend raised his blade high, aiming directly for Mi before bringing it down without a shred of mercy. At that same moment, a document appeared. An achievement award from the South Korean Hunters Association, addressed to the Thunder Empress. The entire scene left Yin utterly horrified. Mi, attacked by a stranger, the Sword Fiend. Suddenly, the system flashed a message. You have been shown the tragic end of the individual, Mi Suon. Yin was shocked. What? But there was more. These events have not yet occurred. They are fated to happen soon. Yin couldn't believe it. This was exactly like what happened with Xiao. This meant Mi was still alive. The system then asked, do you wish to change a mortal's destiny with the power of a god? Of course, Yin's answer was yes, but then he paused. It said his title was the Sword Fiend, right? Well, if it's a sword he wants. Yin picked up a small knife, gripping it tightly. With his new weapon in hand, Yin set out to rescue Mi. The system displayed the price. In exchange for altering an individual's fate, 100,000 X coins will be consumed. Suddenly, a new effect activated on the system, leaving Yin's jaw on the floor. A blinding light enveloped the entire room. Meanwhile, in another location, the scene of Mi's impending doom played out once more. When Mi managed to ask why, the Sword Fiend replied, I have nothing against you. I'm just doing my job. But then, something appeared out of thin air. The Sword Fiend was instantly on alert, dodging just in time. He was shocked. A concealment skill so perfect even he couldn't detect it. Who the hell was this guy? Yin's rage had reached its peak. I'm going to send you to the next life. Mi gasped when she realized who it was. Master. The Sword Fiend was equally surprised. Model. Deep down, Master Yin wanted to rip him to shreds. To walk the path of the sword. I had to defeat countless prodigies just to reach this pinnacle. I've faced stronger opponents before, and I crushed every one of them by exploiting their weaknesses. And yet, the man standing before the demon's sword was smiling like a complete idiot. The more he thought, the less he understood. What was wrong with this guy? His eyes were glazed over, and he was holding that tiny little knife. Did he really intend to fight me with that thing? Such pathetic tricks won't work. The demon's sword lunged forward to attack, but Yin dodged with impossible ease. He was stunned. Even S-rank hunters couldn't handle his blade. Just dodging it was a legendary feat. Suddenly, Yin flashed a cunning grin, his small weapon held steady. That's when the demon's sword realized in horror. He had just blocked the attack with a mere fruit-peeling knife. A wave of confusion washed over him. He had to calm himself down. I was just being careless. This next strike holds my full power. There's no way you can block this. With that, the demon's sword unleashed a furious assault. But with a simple flick of his knife, a single, clean slash, the deadly attack was instantly split in two. Yin then advanced, closing the distance to the demon's sword. He never saw this coming and was utterly astonished. Where in the world did this guy come from? I've never even heard of him. He seems to be Miji's master. Wait a second. Does that mean he's an unofficial hunter? Unregistered by the government or the Hunters Association? The mystery deepened, leaving the demon's sword completely baffled. If that's the case, it makes sense. I've never heard of him. I never thought I'd have to use this. A technique that shortens my own lifespan. But with it, I can end him in a single, decisive blow. The demon's sword decided to unleash his secret weapon. Instantly, his power multiplied exponentially. A demonic sigil began to glow on his face. Now, the demon's sword was ready to face Miji's master. The nameless hunter. Unfazed, Yin moved forward, his tiny knife still in hand. The demon's sword charged again, radiating an intense killing intent. He roared as the veins on his face bulged with sheer power. He unleashed his ultimate technique just as Yin swiped the knife across his throat. Luckily, the demon's sword leaped back just in time. His target was still locked on Yin. From high above, the demon's sword brought his weapon down with immense force, causing a massive shockwave to erupt from the impact. After the devastating strike, the demon's sword landed gracefully. He celebrated inwardly. That was a good fight, nameless one. But when he looked down at his weapon, he realized it had shattered into 1,000 pieces, scattered uselessly at his feet. He cried out in agony, "My sword." But an even greater shock followed. The man was completely unharmed. Yin's eyes now held a crazed desire to mince everything in sight. A horrifying scene unfolded before the demon's sword, sending a deathly chill down his spine. With an unnatural ease, Yin's head twisted completely around, accompanied by a bone-chilling laugh. He staggered forward like a mindless puppet. Suddenly, Yin's face snapped back towards the demon's sword. He began swinging his arms wildly in place, making the demon's sword wonder. What is this thing? As he was lost in thought, a brilliant light flashed before him. The demon's sword was certain his time had finally come. Yin had unleashed a furious barrage of attacks. But when it was over, the demon's sword was shocked to find himself alive. Without a single scratch, he couldn't stop asking himself, why? He could have easily annihilated me, so why did he let me live? Utterly bewildered, the demon's sword screamed, "Who in the hell are you?" Yin simply smirked and replied, "I am the Sword Saint," throwing the demon's sword into even deeper confusion. The Sword Saint? The Sword Saint is the one who stands at the very end of the path of the sword, a title reserved only for those who have reached the absolute peak. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Skill share, Iron Body has expired, reverting to Du Yin's powerless body. And just like that, Yin was back in his normal body. Panic began to set in as he faced the terrifying demon's sword before him. Furthermore, Du Yin's sword lost its incredible power, reverting back to a common, everyday fruit peeler. Just as fear took a hold of him, the demon's sword suddenly bowed his head and admitted defeat. Yin couldn't have been more surprised. The system announced that Du Yin's Sword Saint title could be leveled up. At the same time, the demon's sword pleaded, "Please, grant me the honor of witnessing more of your swordsmanship. Oh, Sword Saint, I will be your loyal servant. If you ordered me to cut my own stomach open, I would do it without hesitation." Yin could only think, this guy is completely insane. Simultaneously, the system announced, "The demon's sword has become your second believer." Yin's attention finally snapped back to Miji. In a flash, the demon's sword appeared by her side, with Yin running to catch up. After checking her condition, the demon's sword gave Miji a potion. A system window appeared, high-grade elixir. As long as they're still breathing, it offers a chance for salvation. Seeing this, Yin felt relieved. He had also gained fanatical faith after displaying the ruthless and overwhelming power of a god. Once Miji was safe, the demon's sword turned and apologized deeply to Yin for causing so much trouble. And his new believer's heartfelt apology caused Miji's faith to increase significantly. Yet, Yin still found the whole situation unbelievable. First, those insect-like thugs, now this loudmouth from some nameless guild. Why does everyone keep trying to pick a fight with me? When Yin didn't respond, the demon sword assured him Miji would stabilize soon. But Yin then asked, who was it that hurt her? Hearing this, the demon sword began to tremble, begging for forgiveness. Sword Saint, I beg to atone for my sins. Grant me a new sword, and I will commit seppuku immediately. Meanwhile, Insin had a burning question. Sword Demon, just how powerful are you? The demon replied coldly, the number of people in this country I cannot kill can be counted. Hearing this, Insin made an audacious request, ordering him to handle the Sin Guild, which stunned the Sword Demon. Insin pressed on. You said you'd do anything, didn't you? Or is this beyond your power? The Sword Demon fell into a contemplative silence as Insin awaited his answer. Finally, the Sword Demon bowed his head. If that is your command, my lord, then I shall obey. Insin couldn't help but smirk victoriously. He had turned the demon's own words against him. All he needed was to cause a little trouble for the Sin Guild. Now it's my turn, you corrupt bastards. With his decision made, Insin gave the command. Then eliminate the Sin Guild for me. His opponent flinched, a flicker of fear in their eyes. Sensing his hesitation, Insin pushed harder. You said you'd do anything, right? Don't tell me you can't do it. The challenge clearly terrified him. Insin stood his ground, an intimidating aura radiating from him. At last, the man was forced to bow his head. If that is your command, I will obey. A system notification appeared. You have gained a fanatical follower. You have met the conditions to unlock a new power. Gesture of Prosperity. Would you like to activate this ability? The system presented him with a choice. He thought to himself, Gesture of Prosperity. Is this a skill that creates gold? It has to be. Later that evening at his apartment, Insin was in a frantic hurry, tearing through his closet, searching desperately for something. Where's my money? Insin pulled out his savings, only to find a single 101 bill. Still, he clutched it with a look of pure joy. All right, Gesture of Prosperity. Let's do this. But suddenly, he froze. It turned out the system had a critical update. Gesture of Prosperity does not affect inanimate objects. The moment he read it, Insin threw the coin to the ground. Damn it, why aren't there any skills that make my life easier? In the gods' chat room, a heated discussion was underway. Enough of this. Calm down and use your divine authority. Annihilate those shameless mortals. That's right, I can't just keep taking hits like this. I have to seize the initiative. He wondered to himself, what do I have to do to get ahead? The system presented a list of conditions. The God of Plenty advised, for long-term growth, you should perform good deeds. The Silent Dream God scoffed. That'll take forever. It's faster to just kill them and rack up karma. The Sword of Extinction agreed, and it's easier to slaughter them with the Heavenly Sword. Insin read through all the advice, pondering his next move. Which path is better? All right, I've decided. I'll do both. A look of fierce determination crossed his face. Welcome, Creator. Depending on your playstyle, you will become a dark god or a benevolent one. Insin mapped out his first step. He had to use Gesture of Prosperity to increase the number of his ants. Gesture of Prosperity. Now I have 1,000,000 soldiers to command. The system window popped up again. A tribal legion of 1,000,000, created by divine power, is now advancing on the Imperial Army's position. He had intended to slaughter them all, but he was stunned by what he saw them doing. Divine power, healing. She's actually using her skills on them. A small child shouted, Mommy, my hand doesn't hurt anymore. Auntie rallied the people, urging them to believe in Insin. With his blessing, we can start a new life. Believe in the god Insin. He carefully read the text that appeared. The more followers you gain, the more virtue you accumulate. This all seems a little fanatical, doesn't it? Isn't this getting a bit dangerous? Still, thanks to these ants, I'm accumulating virtue automatically. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his damn manager. Insin hesitated, but finally answered. Why haven't you submitted the manuscript? He was immediately hit with a barrage of yelling. Do you have any idea how many times the chairman told me to terminate your contract? Insin had no choice but to lie. I had some personal reasons, but his excuse was met with more curses. What does that even mean? You haven't even started writing yet. Are you crazy? Suddenly, a thought struck Insin. Wait a second. What would happen if I used that skill? On myself? Would another me just appear? There's no harm in trying, right? Insin raised a finger to his head to test the theory, but a jolt of energy forced him to pull back. White smoke enveloped him, and when it cleared, another man was standing there. Insin was ecstatic. It had actually worked. All right, from now on, you're in charge of writing the manuscript. Insin commanded his new clone, but before he could finish the sentence, a fist crashed into his cheek. Don't you dare order me around, you bastard. He never expected his own clone would attack him. The clone beat him to a pulp. Insin's face swelled up like he'd been stung by a hornet. The manager's voice was still yelling from the phone. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to trick me? The clone snatched the phone and snarled, "Get lost." The person on the other end was just as stunned. This was a ruthless killer. Shall we fight? The handsome facade from moments ago was gone. Now his expression was utterly menacing. The box began to emit a signal, and the man transformed into a giant green monster. No matter how many spearmen they sent, they couldn't defeat it. Despair washed over the crowd. Even with our numbers, we can't possibly win. How amusing, these dark tribesmen. But suddenly, they all froze, as if sensing something new. A terrifying energy suddenly erupted, leaving everyone in the area stunned and confused. It turned out a ruthless killer had ascended to a new level, becoming the legendary demon god. Inside a hidden warehouse, a furious scream echoed. A monstrous figure knelt, admitting total failure. Its entire legion had been annihilated. It rose in a rage, shouting, by a single demon god. He looked like a true devil, but unfortunately, not a trace of his body remained. Report to His Majesty immediately. He is in secluded cultivation. The being roared, "Summon the general and the 10 swords now." But if we do that, we'll be vulnerable to monsters in neighboring kingdoms. Dealing with the dark tribe is my highest priority. Bring me the head of that demon god before His Majesty's training is complete. Forgive me for departing without a word. Please, allow me this one failure of duty. I swear I will bring the demon god's head back to you. Meanwhile, Insin sat on his bed, his face completely swollen. He was utterly dazed. What in the world just happened? Oh, right. Did another version of me just beat me to a pulp? Since no one else can touch me, I guess I had to do it myself. A system window appeared. The god of prosperity is asking where your handsome version is. Can you introduce them to him? Insin glanced at his phone and jolted. 121 missed calls. Who is this? Nobody's even calling right now. Then he saw a text from that damn bastard of a manager. We are terminating your contract. Please remit the penalty fee immediately. He stared blankly, unable to process anything. His tribe had changed professions after completing a quest in the new kingdom. Conquest of the Grass Kingdom. Complete. Multiple titles acquired. Large quantity of white and black coins collected. What's the point of any of this? This stupid game. His shout was so loud it shook the entire building. Due to the success of the White Ant Kingdom's quest, you have been promoted. You have received prisoners from the Grass Kingdom. Number 1 has been promoted to Warrior Apprentice. Number 2 has been promoted to Knight Lancer. Number 3 has been promoted to Archer. Insin had no idea what any of this meant. White Tiger has been promoted to Army Soldier. You have received a massive amount of white and black coins. He was absolutely livid. A game this easy is pointless. This damn game. Insin's mind flashed back to his manager's words. Contract termination. Getting fired. Paying a penalty. I'll just type this up at lightning speed and submit it. I can't afford to get fired. As Insin focused, a new quest appeared. A mission to rescue a new follower. Will you save the follower, Demon Sword Fanatic? Reward? Your skills will blossom like a flower. The reward was tempting, but he had real work to do. He thought to himself, I'll just ignore it. But then, something caught his eye. A faint blue light began to radiate from the screen. The system prompted again, begin by viewing the follower's thoughts. Displaying the perspective of the Demon Sword Fanatic. In a dark prison cell, an interrogator sneered, You're really not going to say anything, are you? Why don't you just spill it all? This was Chai, a 26-year-old woman blessed by the god of destruction. She wielded an impressive command of fire. She began to threaten him. Confess everything, and I'll grant you a painless death. Insin watched the scene unfold, a chill running down his spine. What the hell is this? This is terrifying. Is this some kind of guild? Was he captured while attacking the Shin Guild? She suddenly struck him across the face. How boring. Just then, Insin noticed someone else in the room. Standing there was a horrifying man. This was Traitor, a 31-year-old also blessed by the god of destruction. His muscles were incredibly imposing. A system alert appeared. Using your authority, you are now accessing the subject's mind. Insin was pulled into a flashback. The story revealed the captive was sold to a brothel as a child and was trained to become a deadly assassin. After awakening my Tai Chi ability, I took on several assassination missions. I met Chelmi and Cheo-du, who were raised just like me in the Shin Guild. Naturally, they became my rivals. I never had the luxury of having normal dreams like other people. I walked the path of man and sword as one simply to grow stronger. At last, my swordsmanship reached the realm I had always desired. I achieved my goal. But is this how it ends? What a disgrace. Chai's sharp voice cut through the memory. Who ordered you to attack the Sing Guild? Why did you betray us? Traitor immediately suggested. He's a traitor, Just kill him and be done with it. The priest said he'd pay us 100 million if we bring him back alive for a sacrifice. Furious, she glared at him. I'll kill you too if you interfere. It's just a shame. The captive could no longer lift his head. My apologies. Holy sword. The man became incredibly aggressive. I'll show you what real pain is. The demon sword. Yisin's mind raced. I have to save him first. Share skills of follower number 1. I need number 1's muscles. Just as the man lunged forward, he clenched his jaw, but his fist struck nothing but empty air. Who are you? Where did you come from? Yisin turned to them, his eyes blazing with fury. Does that even matter right now? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? I wonder what would happen if I use her lightning in this state. He decides to risk it. They'll be wiped out in a single shot. I'm a genius. Suddenly, a system alert flashes. Skill limit reached. You cannot use 2 powerful apostle skills at your current divine level. The skill has been restricted and is now backfiring. The man is furious. Are you mocking me? Yin gets slammed, leaving him completely dazed. Something inside his body feels wrong. An electric current surges through him. You have endured the overload state thanks to your iron body. He feels a wave of relief. That was way too close. I almost died right there. Choimi rushes over to him. Hey, wake up. Yin sighs, relieved that he finally took one of them down. She glares at him, her eyes filled with pure hatred. The woman exhales a toxic gas as flames erupt from her mouth. Yin thinks to himself, is this how I'm going to die? What is this? It actually feels warm. But this feeling, it's incredible. She rises to her feet, seething with rage. Did I actually manage to defeat her? Yin can't believe his iron body skill is this powerful. He's glad he invested so much into upgrading it. His triumphant expression only fuels her fury. I'll burn you to ashes. Yin unleashes his fist, landing a blow so powerful it nearly knocks the soul out of her body. He tells himself, if I don't end this quickly, I might lose my powers for good. Quest complete. Rescue the apostle. I wonder what my budding talent will be. Maybe I'll become a legendary writer. Yin laughs like an idiot, but his face suddenly darkens. That's it? What part of that is budding? I was a fool to get my hopes up for something amazing. Just then, the man who was tied up suddenly cries out. You defeated them with skills I have never seen before. That was absolutely incredible. Yin feels a strange shiver run down his spine. Please don't look at me like that. Where am I? I need to get home and back to work. With that, he summons the demon's sword. It responds with grave seriousness. Sword, Saint. Your command is my will. But suddenly, they both fall silent, sensing something. A high-level entity emerges from the darkness. You are every bit as magnificent as I'd hoped. It's a pleasure to meet you. The demon's sword issues a warning. Be careful. So we finally meet. You're the source of all this chaos. This is Johan, a 29-year-old man who performs sacrificial rites for the god of destruction. This guy is a total creep. It's an honor to meet you. Yin can't believe it. He has to fight this pervert. He puts his guard up. A sacrifice? He tries to make out the mark, but it's impossible to see. He tells himself he needs to be careful. Johan speaks in a friendly tone. My brother. The creep closes in. He says cheerfully, I'm so excited my body is trembling. I can't believe I finally get to meet a fellow apostle. Out of nowhere, Yin reaches out and touches his firm chest. The demon's sword warns him not to get any closer to Yin. Johan's friendly expression vanishes. He snarls, You annoying fly. With a single kick, Johan sends the demon's sword flying across the room, crashing into the far wall. Yin watches in horror, unable to believe his eyes. The demon's sword, the one who defeated the Lightning Queen, was sent flying so easily. Johan turns back with a smile. So, which god do you follow? Whose apostle are you? Yin mumbles his reply, forcing Johan to ask again. Whose apostle did you say? Yin roars and throws a punch. Shut up. I follow the god of combat. A current of electricity erupts from his body and surges toward him. Forgive me for leaving without a word of goodbye. I will defeat the apostles of the demon lord. He's weaker now that his followers have abandoned their faith. The scene changes to a vibrant green forest. Hey, kids, don't wander too deep into the forest. Suddenly, the old man cries out, What is that? His face contorts in terror. It can't be. They're here. The Black Mausoleum tribe. They can spit a lethal poison that will slowly weaken the demon lord's power. Meanwhile, Yin is fighting with everything he has. He's hammering Johan so relentlessly that the man is beaten to a pulp, unable to even get up. Yin smirks, thinking a preemptive strike is always the best strategy. But suddenly, a white mist surrounds Johan's body. He rises with newfound power, more ferocious than ever. Yin is completely shocked by this. He's gathering all of his strength. Did the Lightning Queen's ultimate move have no effect at all? This guy isn't just some normal creep. He's a superhuman creep. Johan grins menacingly. It's useless. No matter how you attack me, I'll survive. Panic begins to set in for Yin. The time limit on his ultimate skill is up. He can't use the Thunder Punch, and even if I could, this bastard would just get back up again. Am I going to be stuck with this psycho forever? Johan taunts him. Is this all you've got, brother? Come on, entertain me a little more. Yin thinks to himself that he has to come up with a plan, fast. Just then, an idea strikes him. What else can I create? He touches his finger to his forehead. Prosperity, gesture. His clone spotted it instantly. An enemy? He wouldn't turn on me now. Would he? Johan's voice cut through the air. Well, little brother, I never imagined you could create a copy of yourself. How truly amazing. But the clone suddenly stared right through him, and a jolt of fear shot through Insin. The last time he gave it an order, it beat him to a pulp. It was better to just keep his mouth shut this time. Another personality? That's right, it said. We're in deep trouble, so hurry up and do something. Anger flared in the clone's eyes. The tribe is in danger, you fool. Don't you realize our followers are dying? All of our divine power is vanishing with them. Ah. And now Johan was boiling with rage. Are the two of you actually ignoring me right now? That skill again. He didn't want to use it, but he had no choice. Insin was thrown to the ground, his vision completely blurred. His clone advanced on Johan. If the original dies, can a mere copy like you even continue to exist? Burn this weakling to the ground, it commanded Insin. Deal with this yourself. I have to save the ant tribe. And just like that, leaving Insin utterly alone, his clone vanished. Johan's smirk was filled with contempt. Little brother. So it's just you now, is it? Insin's mind raced. What his clone said just now. Burn him to the ground. Did he mean with fire? It had to be the only way. I have my own skills, too. Insin stared down at his own fingers. Johan's face twisted with annoyance. Are you done with your little tricks? Sweat poured down Insin's face as he remembered the command to burn everything. What was happening? He suddenly recalled the sensation from before, focusing on the power in his own hand. That's right. I have that skill. 2. The two opponents faced off. God's judgment. Insin unleashed the power hidden in his middle finger. Johan clearly never saw it coming. A brilliant aura erupted around Insin, crackling with an energy that could incinerate him on the spot. A flame flickered to life in Insin's palm, but its size was barely more than a spark. Johan's face contorted into a look of pure disdain. Is that the best you can do? Insin couldn't believe it. He wasn't even afraid. In that moment, Insin decided to risk it all. Fine, let's try combining more flames. Multiplying the power exponentially should work. With a divine snap of his fingers, Insin unleashed his most powerful attack. Johan's eyes widened, intrigued by the new technique. The flames washed over his body, but they had absolutely no effect. Johan's expression turned deadly serious. Little brother, playtime is over. Insin knew he was completely trapped. Is this really how it ends? After somehow taking down his two lackeys, this monster was on a whole other level. The thought of dying at the hands of this pervert was an absolute catastrophe. But suddenly, Johan cried out in agony, as if something had just pierced him. Rage consumed him. Why can't I regenerate? I'm supposed to be invincible. A system window appeared. You are wielding the power of merciless hellfire. Insin was stunned. So that was the hidden effect. System, could you please explain skill effects more clearly from now on? To Insin's complete shock, Johan's powerful aura began to weaken. Johan couldn't believe it. His ridiculous skill is stopping my regeneration. At the same time, an intense pain shot through Insin's own body. He screamed as a strange energy surged within him. Both of them were now racked with pain. The dark tribe was being poisoned to death, and the demon god's power was weakening. You should blame the demon god you serve. Elsewhere, the blue-haired man found himself under a terrifying assault. This feeling. He spun around but saw nothing. Then, in the distance, he spotted the demon god of the ant tribe. Come on, you disgusting and evil demon god. Your power will soon be dust. Insin's clone fought with everything he had, pushing himself into a dangerously unstable state. A heaven-shaking explosion ripped through the air. He let out a sigh of relief. Are they all dead? Bodies lay scattered across the ground. Back in the cell, Insin couldn't stop groaning. The pain was unbearable, as if his entire body was tearing itself apart. The number of his followers was plummeting. If he lost a critical amount, his divine power would disappear completely. Insin couldn't even stand anymore. This is bad. What do I do? But then, a thought struck him. Wait, I never thought I'd use my healing ring finger on myself. If this actually works, it would be incredible. I'll become invincible. The healing ring finger, Insin hesitated, lost in thought. Seeing his strange behavior, Johan grew intensely curious. The system then presented a new condition. Using this skill on yourself will consume 10 million coins. He froze in absolute horror. Why is it 1,000 times more expensive than saving my followers? But he shook it off. Whatever. I'm just glad I survived. As the system announced the transaction was complete, Insin was overjoyed. Being able to heal himself was priceless. Johan didn't catch what he said. What was that? How? How are you still standing? Johan roared. He unleashed his toxic aura once more, but Insin just stood there, completely unfazed. Instantly, Insin activated his skill, channeling all the inner power in his body to fight back. This is how the tables turn. You have to accept your defeat, you bastard. He unleashed God's judgment from his middle finger. But Johan suddenly shot into the air, leaping right over the deadly zone Insin had created. Johan laughed like a complete maniac. You are truly an incredible specimen. How could I have ever mistaken you for some useless weakling? Insin didn't care. Stop your pointless chatter. You're already dead. Johan's voice boomed with menace. I will offer my 999 treasures to the god of destruction. He then pointed a finger straight at Yin. And you are the final, most precious offering. It all clicked into place for Yin. So that's why he kidnapped the demon's sword and targeted him. A savage, chilling laugh escaped Johan's lips. Thank you for becoming my sacrifice. His power erupted upwards, shattering the chamber's very ceiling. A pair of colossal eyes materialized in the darkness above. Johan gazed up in adoration. My god. Yin's mind raced. He had to stop this now. Authority of the divine finger. But a system window blocked his power, declaring that this authority could not be used against a high-ranking deity. Suddenly, Johan's body began to convulse violently. He cried out in agony. This isn't what you promised me. Johan collapsed, writhing in pure torment. As the chaos swirled around him, Yin shut his eyes tight, unable to watch. Is this how it all ends for me? Was I dreaming? Or was this some kind of vision? I saw myself as a powerful and benevolent god, revered by all. A stark contrast to the powerlessness I felt now, the god who reigned over the mountains. That was the true name of the heavenly blade of severance. The god of destruction, betrayed by chaos itself. He lost the woman he loved and made the heavens themselves share his grief. Before losing himself to madness, he was a god who sought only peace with his beloved. But now, he was a being consumed by a thirst for vengeance. Yin now stood before a colossal sword plunged into the earth. He thought, it's massive, his expression hardening with resolve. A voice echoed, yes, vengeance. Seek it with me. A brilliant light pulsed from within the blade, and Yin's gaze locked onto it, his eyes glowing a terrifying, world-destroying crimson. Immense power began to converge within the blade. Even the demon sword watched on, paralyzed with fear. What is this pressure? I have to protect the sword's saint. But I can't even move a muscle. I've never felt fear like this before. Yin turned his head, realizing the demon's sword was there with him. Yin's voice cut through the tension. Calm down. And watch me kill that twisted god. All washed over the demon's sword. Now that is what you call cool. But a desperate cry of master made them both turn. Johan was on the ground, struggling against an unseen force. No, master, please, this isn't what I wanted. The crimson eyes in the sky seemed to narrow. How could you devour your own devoted follower? Johan begged for mercy, consumed by terror. Yin thought he got exactly what he deserved. Finally, opened your eyes. Yin's voice was laced with scorn. The thing you worship is nothing but a starving demon. Isn't that right, you monster? The demon's sword realized those eyes had tormented Johan with a single glance. And yet, their master remained completely unscathed. His astonishment grew as Yin summoned a blade of pure, blinding light. The demon sword's eyes sparkled with sheer admiration. The serpentine god seemed to sense the new threat, its eyes burning with fury. Yin muttered under his breath, authority, sword mastery. This was the power granted to him by the Annihilation Sword. It would draw out the blade's maximum potential, uniting the sword and its wielder as one. Yin gripped the hilt of the radiant blade, his eyes blazing with fury. The god reeled back, shocked to be suppressed by this power. Yin raised the god's slaying blade high and plunged down from the heavens. Just disappear from my world, he roared. Yin's face was a mask of pure hatred, but his eyes widened in pain as he took a devastating hit. In the abandoned downtown area of District 12 City, a group of people had gathered, split up and searched the area carefully. They soon discovered a massive fissure in the ground, a crack large enough for a nation-destroying monster to emerge from. What is this? No one could comprehend what had happened here. Kang Tae, the director of the Hunters Association, arrived on the scene. It looks like I'll have to activate that project. A voice called out, we have a survivor over here. The director stared for a long moment. How could anyone have survived this? He approached an old man. Sir, Can you tell me what happened here? The old man's condition looked far from stable. Kang Tae-o realized he needed to call for medics immediately. It was Johan, miraculously still alive. But hidden deep within him was that pair of terrifying eyes. While those two were fighting, only he and the demon's sword were left to witness it. An explosion vaporized everything, and Johan was transformed into an old man. That man. He truly is a god among gods. Elsewhere, a different scene unfolded. She wiped them all out using only her spiritual power. How is that possible? One of her companions stepped forward. Are you really a high ranker? Dragons are famous for their resistance to spiritual attacks, but you took it down that easily? Mina cut him off. Forget it. Finish cleaning up and bring me the teleportation stone. He sighed at her sharp command. Don't get angry and wrinkle that pretty face. These things cost 100 million each. Are you sure we need to use it now? What's going on? If you don't want to die, don't ask questions. Mina was furious. I only came because I heard there was a dragon. Who knew it would be such a tiny runt? What a complete waste of my time. A nearby orange-haired girl sighed in relief. She's so intense. A real tyrant. Well, at least there were no casualties clearing this S-rank dungeon. That's a good thing. 2 days later, inside an apartment building. Uncle, the cockroach is right here. That's right. Get it. The uncle and nephew were having a good time. But then Songjun spoke up teasingly. You're such an old man, uncle. Yunshin playfully teased. And you're not even married yet. The only reason he needed his niece's care was due to the lingering side effects of the sky-piercing sword. It was thanks to that very sword that he managed to stop the colossal eye monster from escaping its seal. But he pushed his body far beyond its limits, a price he was now paying with an agonizingly sore back. Suddenly, the sword demon materialized out of thin air, startling them both. He bowed his head low. Sword Saint, did you summon me? Yunshin asked, concerned. Aren't you supposed to be heading home? You fixed the bathroom door, didn't you? This was the only man capable of making repairs without him ever noticing. The man replied with a grin. I simply couldn't stand seeing your home in a state of disrepair. Yunshin just shook his head at the man's fanatical devotion. A true zealot. What about the mission I gave you? How do you have the time to be here? The sword demon's expression turned serious. The guild's cleanup operation no longer requires my presence. The Hunter Association's special task force, led by Hunter Mina, is handling the rest. In fact, the Korean black market has effectively collapsed. The name sparked a memory for Yunshin. She was that model he'd seen on TV. That was quite a well-known name. And Mina. It was obvious she and Midi were sisters. You could tell just by their figures. He couldn't help but wonder if Midi was all right. He turned to his niece and said, let's go home. But in his mind, he made a new plan. He had to visit her at the hospital. If possible, he would heal her himself using his unique authority. Just then, a system window appeared. He grinned. His list of achievements was growing longer by the day. But Yunshin's mood soured instantly. That demon was the God Breaker. If it was already that huge, I can't even imagine the size of the Abyss Dragon. He then received a new promotion quest, and it contained 2 separate missions that he had to complete. This was pushing his patience to its limit. His yell echoed through the building, 2 quests at once. The difficulty is off the charts. Yunshin stared at his phone with a deep sense of dread. What? Gain 1 million followers or kill an equal number? Wait, he thought, his eyes scanning the details. Recruit 10 S-rank followers or kill them. Can I even do this? This is clearly hell mode difficulty. He desperately needed more power and authority right now, but a quest like this was nothing short of a suicide mission. The quest notification remained glowing on Yunshin's phone screen. Promotion quest, low-tiered good god. 1. Obtain 1 billion high-ranking beings as followers. Or 2. Obtain 10 SS rank or higher beings as followers. Promotion quest, low-tiered evil god. 1. Slay 1 billion high-ranking beings to acquire their karma. Or 2. Slay 10 SS rank or higher beings. Yunshin, will you accept the promotion quest? Staring at his phone, he clutched his head as a wild idea struck him. Wait a second. I can accept both. In his mind's eye, he pictured 2 special cards, a wicked grin spreading across his face. 1 part saint, 1 part sinner. Wouldn't it be better if the factions chasing me from both sides were forced to fight each other? If I play them against each other, I can win. His niece watched him from a distance with a look of fear, as Yunshin's face darkened into a twisted, narcissistic smile. I'm an absolute genius, he muttered. You bastards. It's time for you to tear each other to pieces. In front of room 505, amidst patients walking the halls, Yunshin stood and knocked. This is room 505, right? He heard labored breathing from inside. Listening closely, he wondered, why does she sound like she's struggling so much? After a pause, Yunshin called out, Hey, Midi, are you in there? A loud voice answered from inside, Yes, please, come in. Invited in, Yunshin slowly opened the door and peeked his head through. Why would a patient sound so out of breath? But the scene that greeted him left him completely speechless. Mi-di was in the middle of an intense set of push-ups. When she saw him, she leaped to her feet and exclaimed, "Ah, master." She then bounced over to him, her two tails wagging in excitement. "Wow, you came to visit me? I'm so happy." Yunshin, still processing the shock, asked, "Why are you training so hard when you're still injured?" Mi-di simply replied, "I couldn't just lie around all day." At this point, Yunshin started to stammer. "So, are you feeling any better?" Mi-di turned her back to him and answered enthusiastically, "Yep, I'm perfectly fine. I don't even have a single scar. Want to see?" Hearing that, Yunshin's curiosity was definitely piqued. "Huh? How?" At that moment, Mi-di began to unravel the bandages wrapped around her body. "See? Not one scar, right?" The sight sent a fresh wave of shock through Yunshin, and he immediately turned his face away. In that instant, a figure appeared at the door and screamed, "Are you out of your mind?" Without another word, Mina charged into the room, her face a mask of pure fury. Before Yunshin could react, Mina brought her hand down with a powerful smack on Mi-di's back, causing the girl to cry out in pain. Staring at the unfamiliar woman, Yunshin thought in confusion, where did she come from? Mi-di's pain yelp filled the room. "Ouch, that really hurts." After leaving a perfect red handprint on Mi-di's back, Mina stood with her arms crossed, interrogating her. "How dare you take off your bandages in front of a man? And another thing." Mina's aura turned murderous as she turned and growled, "Who the hell are you?" Suddenly, the target of her wrath, Yunshin pointed at himself and stammered in fear, I was about to ask you the same question." But never mind. Mina lunged forward and grabbed Yunshin by the collar. "You bastard, what is your relationship with my little sister? What kind of relationship do you two even have for her to act like this around you?" Faced with this bizarre scene, Insin's mind went completely blank. So this is Mi-di's older sister, huh? She gives off an aura that's anything but ordinary. Mina then leaned in close, glaring at Insin with veins pulsing in her eyes, and uttered a chilling threat. "If you are just playing games with my little sister." But in that tense moment, Mi-di's voice rang out, "Big sis." Standing behind them, Mi-di desperately tried to intervene. "Why are you being so rude to Instructor Insin?" Hearing this, Mina's furious expression twisted into one of utter confusion. "An instructor? This guy? A scruffy-looking bum like him is your teacher." Mina finally took off her glasses and pressed the issue. "Are you seriously telling me this guy is an instructor at the Hunter Academy?" Hearing this title, the cornered Insin felt the urge to set the record straight. But it was as if Mi-di could sense what he was about to say. From behind her sister, Mi-di frantically made an X symbol with her arms. "No, you can't tell her the truth." But Mina's rage was still building. "You what?" Seeing this, Insin hesitated once more. "Oh, well." After a moment of careful consideration, Insin was released and he placed a hand on his chest, replying, "That's right. I'm a physical education teacher at the academy." Hearing this answer, Mina crossed her arms, still deeply suspicious. A.P.E. Teacher. "If you teach at the academy, you must be a registered hunter, but I've never seen you before." Then, she shifted into a combat stance, ready to attack as she demanded, "What's your rank? Not that it even matters. You don't look like anything special." Seeing the situation worsening, Mi-di clasped her hands and cried out, "Sis, you're being really mean right now." She then rushed to stand in front of Insin, shielding him defiantly. "Our instructor, Mr. Insin, is a truly amazing person." Hearing that, Mina raised an eyebrow. "Our?" At the same time, Insin was asking the exact same question in his head. "Our?" Insin's face darkened as he stood there frozen, even if he was unknown to the world and looked a bit shabby. Ignoring Insin, who was having an internal crisis behind her, Mi-di pushed forward with all her might, arguing, "He might be a lot stronger than you, sis, so you better not treat him so carelessly." Mina seemed unconvinced by this declaration and began to remove her hat. "Hemph, is that so?" As the scene unfolded, Insin was stunned while Mina pressed on. "Is that really true?" she asked, her furious gaze never wavering. But upon seeing her face clearly, a shocking realization hit Insin. "Wait, Mina? The legendary hunter who can take down other famous hunters without breaking a sweat. She's Mi-di's older sister." The two siblings now faced each other like two opposing armies. With that same chilling aura, Mina continued, "So, you're not a timid little kitten anymore, are you? Just because you hit A rank, you think you can ignore your big sister's words now?" Then, Mina's eyes began to glow as she raised her hand, activating her mind control skill and taunting her. "Say that again." Mi-di was instantly frozen, completely trapped by that overwhelming power. Mina used her submit and obey skill, demanding to know who was stronger. Being punished like this, Mi-di clutched her head in agony. "Ah, I was wrong, sis." Hearing her plea, Mina scoffed. Humph, what kind of hunter is this weak? The veins around Mina's eyes bulged with even more power. She roared, "Kneel!" Mitty was violently slammed to the ground in pain. Wielding this terrifying amount of power, Mina clenched her fists as she approached Mitty. "You will do only as I command." Kneeling below her, Mitty could only stammer in fear. Just then, seeing Insin walk over, Mina shot him a sideways glance, still muttering, "Good." Stepping between them, Insin's brow furrowed as he tried to de-escalate. "Please calm down, you could seriously hurt her like this." Ignoring his advice, Mina spoke as if she were passing judgment. Mina's eyes turned crimson as she screamed. An outsider should learn to control their behavior and unleash a wave of raw power. Hit by the piercing scream, Insin covered his ears, groaning from the mental shockwave. He looked up, smoke practically coming out of his ears, and said, "Wow, you're a lot louder than you look." But seeing Insin still standing there, Mina became enraged. You're still not getting out of the way." Once again, she used her mind control skill, her voice dripping with fury. "I said move, or I will crush you. You damn jobless nobody." But as the attack hit, Insin felt absolutely nothing, which even surprised himself. Huh. Mina felt her power vanish, and she stared in utter disbelief, thinking to herself, why didn't my skill work? Ignoring what just happened, Insin continued his attempt to reason with her. I might be overstepping, but wouldn't it be better if you two sisters just talk things out? Nearby, Mitty slowly rose to her feet, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. Wow, you resisted my sister's mind control ability.
You're amazing, sir. Hearing that, it finally dawned on Insin. Mind control. Oh, right. Mina is a psychic-type hunter.
From a distance, Mina approached and asked, "Don't tell me your rank is." Faced with this question, Insin felt a deep sense of shame. Oh crap, I'm only G rank. Why would she ask something so embarrassing? But Mina's face showed she still didn't understand. And so, she bowed her head in deep, respectful apology. "I was mistaken. I didn't realize. Teacher Insin. From now on, please take care of Miji." Her sudden shift in attitude left Insin completely blindsided. Yes, of course. After answering, his mind reeled. What was that? Why the sudden 180? After her apology, Mina put her hat back on. And another thing. Miji, don't you dare skip meals just because hospital food is bad. Eat that porridge over there. It was expensive. Miji obediently nodded at the instruction. Okay. Thank you, big sister. Witnessing this act of kindness, Insin was taken aback. What a surprise. She really does care for her younger sister. He stared intently at Mina, who was radiating a murderous aura. A status window appeared. A human female, 24 years old. Special note. She is afflicted by a curse from the abyss, its origin unknown. A god of destruction. Reading the text, his mind raced with conflict. A curse from the abyss. Should I tell her? She might have a short fuse, but she's still Miji's sister, and she even brought food. After a moment of deliberation, Insin reached out. Mina, there's something I need to tell you. Have you been injured anywhere? It might be the effect of a curse. The information hit Mina like a ton of bricks. A curse? Seeing her confusion, Insin tried to explain. Yeah, something like a curse from the abyss. Hearing those words, Mina lowered her head, softly calling his name. Then, her head snapped up, eyes blazing and teeth clenched. How do you know that? Faced with her terrifying presence, Insin began to tremble. Well, I have a skill that can detect these things, but I'm probably mistaken. As soon as the weak excuse left his lips, fear gripped him. Her mood swings are like lightning, and she's back to talking like a thug. But then, Mina tilted her head, a friendly smile on her face. No, I don't have anything like that. Insin just stood there in silence, watching her expression. I'm officially terrified now. While Miji was happily eating at the table, Mina turned to leave. See you later. Teacher Insin watched her go, offering a farewell. Yes, of course. As she reached the door, Mina looked back one last time. I'm off. Take care. The moment she was gone, his thoughts immediately began to churn. The pressure from an S-rank hunter is no joke. If this is what she's like normally, I can't even imagine her in a real battle. He finally let out a sigh of despair. For someone like her to become one of my believers, this is truly hell on earth. Just then, Miji approached him, breaking his train of thought. Teacher, what are you thinking about so hard? Startled, he quickly turned to face her. He answered the question silently in his head. I'm just worrying about the future of the planet. No, that's not right. It's my future I'm worried about. I have to stick to the plan. With his resolve renewed, Insin turned to her with a suggestion. Miji, shall we head up to the rooftop for a bit? At his invitation, her face lit up. Yes, teacher. A gentle smile blossomed on her face. That sounds wonderful. In a dark, endless space, lightning flashed relentlessly. Chained in the center of it all was a colossal tiger. Arcs of energy flew everywhere. Insin stared at the sight, bewildered. What is this place? Taking a cautious step forward, Insin pointed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Nothing's changed, even after using an authority. Let's try this again. Amidst the crackling lightning, a powerful shout echoed. God's crushing finger. Within this dimension, the very same voice boomed once more. God's crushing finger. A moment later, Insin was on his hands and knees, panting for breath, his clothes torn to shreds. He looked up, glaring at the sealed beast with grim determination. I thought this would be simple now that I'm stronger. But it seems I was dead wrong. Once Miji becomes an S rank, I should be able to release this thing. But why isn't it working as I expected? Damn it. After recovering their energy, the two of them stood near each other on the rooftop. His mind was still racing. I've already regained my strength, so why is this so difficult? I really don't get it. Maybe my method is wrong. He clutched his stomach, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Miji, could you stand over there for a moment? Miji immediately replied, yes. After she moved, a system window popped up, startling Insin. Huh? Miji then stood to the side and asked, do you mean like this, teacher? At the same time, a status window appeared above her head. A human female, 19 years of age, has been promoted to S rank, currently sealed. Special note. Experiences a tingling sensation when excited. A portion of her power remains sealed. Insin took a sharp, deep breath, his face slick with sweat. Focus. Focus on the seal, Insin. Concentrate with every single cell in your body. Focus. Feeling his intense gaze, Miji blushed slightly. Teacher, if you keep staring at me like that, ignoring her words, Insin's expression grew serious again, completely lost in his own thoughts. I have to concentrate, as if I'm trying to peer through a pinhole from inside a locked room. Suddenly, another system window materialized. He stared in disbelief, the words escaping his lips. What is this? So this is the reason the seal hasn't broken. Hearing his strange outburst, Miji asked in confusion, Teacher, what do you mean? He didn't answer, instead asking a different question entirely. Miji, do you have any idea where your sister Mina went? The question seemed to catch her off guard, and she scratched her cheek in confusion. What? Why would you ask me something like that? A strange smile then crept across his face. He remembered the look on Mina's face as she was leaving, and he steeled his resolve to have a serious talk with her sister. With a final glance back, he smirked. Outside, a torrential downpour raged. Do not despair, my apostle. The rain slowly began to swallow the city whole. The moment they retreated, two men with powerful builds began their inspection inside the room. Humanity will finally be saved. Looking into the cell, a long-haired figure sat with their back turned, deep in thought. The voice of God, heard in the moment I lost my reason to live. It was truly a miracle. Kneeling here, a tremor began to rack her entire body. In reality, it was all just a lie. I pushed my mind and body to their limits, enduring everything for the sake of salvation. At that moment, bitter tears of injustice streamed down her face. Even though I had worshipped God like a madwoman, I was even honored to be a part of him. A colossal eye appeared in the void as the very space around them began to crumble. Her body, wreathed in a powerful aura, floated in defiance of the great eye. She stared it down, leaving the entity behind it completely stunned. He returned to the prison. She clenched her fists and roared, "But that thing is a demon. I told you that is not what I wanted." Then, she bit her lip hard, and the tears finally stopped. Still, the face of a noble young man appeared in her mind. He was different. Then, the form of Insin appeared, standing amidst a raging firestorm, his crimson eyes radiating immense power. A true saint, a god among gods. Peeking through the small window of her cell, she whispered, "Please, he is the one who will save the world." The woman then bowed her head, begging for mercy. "Please, grant me your forgiveness." As she sat there in the suffocating gloom, she continued to plead, "Please allow this humble, old wretch to serve Lord Insin." In that bleak moment, a brilliant light flashed, and a system window materialized right before her. Faith in Insin has been established. Seeing this, the woman was overcome with joy. Sob, "Lord Insin." She was on the verge of tears, covering her mouth with her hand. "Thank you. Thank you for accepting this sinner." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. A man with his hands clasped spoke one name, Insin. He wore a terrifying crow mask, and his entire being radiated a chilling, murderous intent. "Did you just say the name Insin?" Seeing this man appear, she jumped to her feet in shock. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" When he didn't answer, the white-haired old woman made a deduction. "This is not a place one can simply walk into, unless you're an S-rank hunter or higher. Realizing this, she asked, the Hunters Association sent you to eliminate me, didn't they? She was still wondering who this person could be, but immediately spoke her thoughts. If your purpose here is to take my abilities, she then placed a hand on her chest, bracing herself to stand. Then so be it. It seems I've already killed far too many people. Is this a decision based on public opinion? In that instant, her expression became terrifying. Her eyes blazed as she glared at him. I may no longer be the devil's apostle, but I can still easily kill someone like you. After listening to her for a moment, the man in the crow mask stepped forward. You're quite amusing. So, you're not the Abyss after all. Hearing that word, the old woman flinched. The Abyss. Seeing her reaction, the man didn't bother waiting for an explanation. He simply raised his hand, gathering his power. I see. So it's true. But I still cannot forgive you for trying to kill my little sister, Mina. At that moment, her heart felt as if it were being crushed by an iron grip. She immediately collapsed to her knees before the masked man, groaning in pure agony. This place was an offshore prison, and the storm outside was only getting stronger. The old woman's screams became one with the crashing thunder. At that very moment, Ju Insin was leaning back in his chair, relaxing at home. Ha! So, in the end, I still couldn't meet Miss Mina. I wonder why she's so busy. He looked at a crumpled piece of paper on his desk. He continued his thought. Well, of course it's not easy to meet someone who's practically a top-tier celebrity. As he said this, he thought with a look of relief, the sword demon is finally out of my house. Please, don't ever come back. As he was thinking, he uncrumpled the paper, imagining the man sitting down to write the ridiculously formal letter as he read it. To the great and glorious sword saint, this irresponsible sword demon has suddenly encountered an unavoidable incident and must leave your domain for a few days. My physical body may be absent for a time, but I will forever remember the beautiful swordplay that the sword saint allowed me to witness daily, and I will continue to wield my sword, even if this body shatters into pieces. Stay healthy, O sword saint. After reading, he quickly tossed the paper behind him, his eyes glued to his phone. Huh? The creator system? What's this? A notification glowed on the screen. Follower Johan has transferred her faith from the Godbreaker to Ju Insin. Johan is classified as a zealot. Reading that, it suddenly clicked. Johan, that naked pervert? But why? Then a new quest appeared. The trial of progress for a low-tier god is underway. Common believers, 5,212,326 out of 1 billion. Advanced believers are high-level beings with superior intellect or S-class beings with transcendent abilities. 1 out of 10, he finished reading, stroking his chin in disbelief. Wait a second, this guy's an S-rank. I have no idea how this happened, but this is a major stroke of luck. Then, a question crossed his mind as he leaned back. The demon's sword left on its own, and now I have an S-rank follower without lifting a finger. But why Johan of all people? Just then, his phone screen lit up. He glanced down. Another message. Instantly, a new notification popped up. Your zealous follower, Johan, has ascended to the heavens. The news sent a jolt of pure shock through Insin. What? Does that mean my S-rank follower count just dropped back to 0? How did he just die out of nowhere? Another line of text appeared. All possessions of a follower belong to the god they worship. You may now receive the offering. Insin frowned. Receive an offering even after he's dead? What is this now? Suddenly, a storm of alerts flooded his screen, and his phone began to emit a sinister, red glow. The sight sent another wave of shock through him. What the? The warnings blared across the screen. Warning. Absorbing a follower's offering may inflict pain equivalent to the body being crushed and destroyed. After the final warning, a powerful gust of wind exploded from the phone. In the next instant, agonizing pain crashed over him, causing his body to contort as he let out a piercing scream. Crackling, lightning-like energy erupted from within. Insin's room. When it was over, Insin stood in the silence of his room, smoke rising from his hands. He gasped for breath. Did I just absorb Johan's powers? He thought to himself, stupid game. Couldn't you have explained that beforehand? He glared at his hands, grinding his teeth in frustration. So, if a zealous follower dies, I absorb their abilities? With a look of helplessness, he picked up his phone. But why did Johan have to die? Is he really gone? The latest news article was already online. The man behind the black market, an awakened being, was found dead in his prison cell due to a sudden heart attack. After reading it, Insin said aloud, they don't mention a name, but as the man behind the black market, it has to be Johan. He sat there, staring at his phone. For better or for worse, the trials for both the demon god and the god of profit have each increased by 1, and I've just absorbed Johan's abilities too. On his phone, his stats began to climb. Trial of advancement for the low-level god of profit, in progress. Trial of advancement for the low-level demon god, in progress. Followers are either high-level beings with superior intellect or S-rank beings with 1/10 their transcendent abilities. After some intense thought, an exhausted Insin collapsed onto his bed. It's like I won the lottery without even buying a ticket. How did Johan even become my follower in the first place? He stared up at the ceiling, his eyes filled with suspicion. And they're claiming he died of a heart attack. His death didn't affect my trials at all. And he was also a follower of the god of destruction. So, should I be happy he's gone? The thoughts were giving him a headache, and he thrashed around in frustration. Ugh, whatever. He was a bad guy anyway, right? Plus, he was a pervert who liked to show off his body. After a moment, he pushed the thoughts away. Stop overthinking it. What's done is done. Then, Insin wondered, all right, so what should I do now? With all this power, I can do almost anything. I could become a hunter, earning both fame and fortune. A hint of worry crossed his face, but that's not what I really want. Instantly, Insin turned his head toward the glowing computer monitor. That's right. I used to be a writer. The thought was bittersweet. A third-rate author who just had his contract canceled. His expression turned melancholic as he steeled his resolve. When emotions are running high, you should write. Several hours later, an exhausted Insin sat at his desk, sighing, I just uploaded 10 chapters at once. There's got to be some kind of reaction by now. With a dejected look, he rested his chin on his hand. The feedback should be good. I wrote it based on my own experiences. They'll probably be as hooked as a zealous follower. Why not check on the hype and the passionate comments? But when he checked, his mood instantly plummeted. The screen was flooded with hateful comments. This dark, spicy chicken is pure poison. Wow, the author is an idiot. I could write better with my feet. And pay attention to your spelling. You, sword fanatic. Have mercy on the ants. Don't kill them. The pacing in Sword of Annihilation is a total drag. If you have time to write this, give me back my sword. After reading them, Insin felt crushed. He turned away, feeling utterly rejected, as tears slowly welled in his eyes. Author, my butt. I should just find another job. A knock echoed from the front door. He walked over and called out, Who is it? I'm not expecting anyone. Is it the demon sword? The mere thought made Insin's anger flare up again. That spineless bastard. A real man should see a job through to the end. Why is he back already? He yanked the door open, his fist raised like a demon's. I'll kill you. But contrary to his expectations, it was Mitty who quietly stepped inside. The sight left, Insin completely stunned. Then, she suddenly knelt before him. Holding her position, she raised her hands and pleaded, Master, may I ask a difficult favor of you? Seeing his silence, Mitty put on a cute, imploring expression. Insin stared at her, his mind racing. Just look at those sparkling eyes. How could I possibly disappoint her? As he stared at Mitty, he knew. If I say no to that face, I'm not even human. He finally caved, a blush creeping onto his face as he gave a thumbs up. Seeing this, Mitty cheered ecstatically. Just then, a system notification appeared. Faith from the Apostle of Earth, Song Mitty, has increased by 10. Insin was stunned. Her faith jumped by 10 just because I agreed. He grew wary, wondering what exactly she needed him for. A sense of dread washed over him. Meanwhile, Mitty was skipping joyfully. I knew you were the best, teacher. Absolutely, number one. The next day, at the Hunter Academy, Insin walked beside Mitty with a look of pure resignation. You want me to act as your guardian in place of your sister? Trotting behind him, she beamed. That's right, hee. Her answer made Insin pause. She'd skipped class so many times her teacher demanded to see a guardian, but why wasn't she asking her own sister? But then, a terrifying image of Mina flashed in his mind, and he instantly understood why. Ah, yeah. I think I get it now. The more he thought about it, the more his expression soured. So that's why her faith jumped by 10. This was unbelievable. Just then, Mitty chirped. By the way, teacher, you look amazing in a suit. Why don't you dress like this all the time? He quickly turned away. What? Oh, this is the only one I have. At this, Mitty's eyes lit up. Let me buy you another one. What? I have plenty of money. Hearing her offer, Insin immediately shut it down. No, don't waste your money. I have no reason to wear a suit anymore. Undeterred by his refusal, Mitty pressed on. Then at the very least, let me buy you a designer tracksuit. We have to show the whole world how incredibly handsome you are. The compliment made Insin freeze in his tracks. Incredibly handsome, but all that came to his mind were grotesque and terrifying images. Insin scratched his head. Mitty's fanaticism was starting to remind him of Anti and the Black Demon. I have a bad feeling this is somehow my fault. After a moment's thought, Insin grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Come on, let's go, or we'll be late for the meeting. Mitty quickly trotted to keep up. Ah, you're right. But as they entered, a man blocked their path. Excuse me, But what is your relationship to Miss Mitty? Before Insin could speak, Mitty answered for him. He's my older cousin. The man's brow furrowed. The man stroked his chin, studying Insin. Your older cousin, you say? But the two of you don't resemble each other in the slightest. Insin froze, feeling helpless. He was just following the script Mitty had given him earlier. But was his cover already blown? At the same time, Mitty put her hands on her hips defiantly. No way. We look exactly alike. Insin held out a hand to calm her. Easy there. Watching the scene unfold, he realized she was a terrible liar. A system window materialized above the man's head. Lin Yu, a 33-year-old male. Note, his muscles are quite useful. The two continued to bicker. Take it back. Stop saying my cousin is ugly. But I never said that. Meanwhile, Ingzin's attention was fixed on the system's note. To get a comment like that, this guy was no ordinary person. His name was strangely fitting for a man built like a brick wall. Suddenly, the man looked up at Insin. My sincerest apologies for my unprofessional conduct earlier. I was expecting Miss Song Mina to be the one to arrive. Ingsin hesitated before replying. What? Oh, right. It's fine. Seeing Mitty, Lin Yu tried to start a conversation. So, are you a hunter as well? Sharing blood with Miss Mitty, you must be incredibly talented. Caught off guard, Ingsin answered awkwardly. Excuse me? Me? No, I'm just an ordinary person. Just then, Mitty jumped in. Teacher. Actually, our cousin. In the principal's office, a massive horn rested on the desk, while the principal stood nearby with his arms crossed in silent contemplation. He pursed his lips, lost in thought. Time, it really does fly. A flashback begins. A black vortex tears open the sky, causing mass panic below. Damn it. Gates are opening up all over the city. It wasn't just in the city center. Now, one loomed directly over an elementary school. A colossal monster emerged with a terrifying roar, followed by hordes of goblins and demons enough to wipe South Korea off the map. On the ground, chaos reigned. Someone screamed in desperation. Can't the hunters do anything? Faced with the monsters, everyone was frozen in fear. It was an enemy that even top hunters seemed powerless against. Then, a soldier spotted something and pointed. Division commander. Look over there. A single, powerfully built man was confronting the monster head-on, his fists crackling with raw power. It was the man who would become the principal of the Hunter Academy. Back then, he charged forward with unwavering resolve. The monster's eyes, wide and black as the void, unleashed a blinding beam of destructive energy. But after the blast subsided, the monster collapsed, much to the soldier's disbelief. The principal landed on the creature's massive corpse, his own body radiating an overwhelming aura. The soldiers below could only stare, their minds reeling. What? Did he just take down that archdemon? An S-rank supreme monster, all by himself? This is absolutely insane. His face was a mask, utterly devoid of emotion as he looked down, his voice echoing with authority. I've never encountered a hunter like him. With that level of power, he had to be S-rank. But where did he even come from? Back in the present, he stood with his arms crossed, speaking his thoughts aloud. I intended to live out my days in seclusion, but those damned monsters changed the entire world. And from that day on, everyone started calling me the scanner, Choi Kang-san. Gazing down at the peaceful city with a tranquil expression, he continued, but now, I'm far too old for this. I must scour this academy to discover and train the next generation of talent. That is my duty now. Down below, students hone their powers in vigorous training sessions, but the academy's greatest challenge right now was Song Mi-di. Turning back to the room, he stroked his chin. Lately, her growth has not only been explosive, but the heads of the association are well aware of how spoiled she is. Everyone has such high hopes for her. It's critical we guide her growth by the book. Leaning back with his hands clasped behind him, he let out a hearty laugh. I'll bring this up privately in today's meeting. That way, she'll surely understand. Meanwhile, outside, Ji Eun-yuk asked out of the blue, Hey, are you a writer? At the question, Insin's thoughts raced. What is this? Why do I get the feeling he's looking down on me? Strolling alongside him, Ji Eun-yuk added, I may not look the part, but reading is actually my favorite hobby. Can I ask what genre you happen to write? Insin replied with a friendly tone. Right now, I'm writing a story about raising a colony of ants and using them to conquer other territories. It has a queen ant, worker ants, muscle ants, and so on. Hearing that, Ji Eun-yuk stopped dead in his tracks. Muscle. Ants? Faced with that reaction, Insin felt like he could faint. But of course, soon enough, they found themselves standing before the principal's office. Ji Eun-yuk paused and announced, it seems we've arrived. This is the principal's office. He then stepped up to the door and knocked several times. Principal, student, Song Mi-di, and her guardian are here. A voice called from within. Enter. Please, come in. Upon receiving the invitation, both Insin and Midi became nervous. He adjusted his tie, thinking, "Yep, just as I feared. I'm so anxious right now." Stepping into the room, Insin immediately bowed low. "Hello, Principal. I am Song Midi's cousin, and I'm here as her guardian." The man seemed slightly caught off guard. "Ah, hello." Insin then bowed his head even lower to ask, "I'm not sure what Midi has done wrong, but..." At his words, the principal let out a chuckle. "It's nothing that's serious." But in that instant, their eyes locked, and a jolt of recognition passed between them. The principal froze, pointing a trembling finger, while Insin stood paralyzed. Both of them shouted in unison, "Wait a second." An image of the principal's drunk, flushed face flashed through Insin's mind. This man is... No, it can't be. He's the drunk old man from that night. Insin's eyes widened in disbelief. It was really him. S-rank hunter Choi Kang-san. Also known as the Scanner, Kang-san himself was stunned as a glorious scene from the past replayed in his head. This is the kid from that night. But he quickly squeezed his eyes shut, trying to force the memory away. No, it's impossible. There's no way it's the same kid. But Insin, filled with resolve, looked up and asked, "Hey, Mr. Drunkard, it is you, right? It's so great to run into you again like this." After his cheerful greeting, he gave himself a mental pat on the back. "Perfect. Since we're acquainted, this meeting will be over in no time." But at being called out, Kang-san immediately began to panic. "Stay away from me." Seeing the man's terrified reaction, Insin started to worry. "I'm sorry, I was just happy to see a familiar face here." Jian-yuk, utterly confused, wondered to himself, why is the principal acting so strange all of a sudden? I have to stop him right now. Kang-san dropped into a defensive stance, raising his fists. Jian-yuk's anxiety spiked. If he doesn't, a normal person like him will definitely die from a single punch. But Insin, facing him, remained blissfully unaware. "Wait a minute. Why are you acting so hostile? You were so friendly before." As the tension in the room reached its peak, Midi darted between them with her arms outstretched. "Hey, what do you two think you're doing?" "Shoved back," the principal shouted. "You don't understand what's happening, so just stay out of it." Then, Kang-san's face turned pale with terror as he declared, "We never know when a monster might appear." Standing off to the side, Jian-yuk was completely baffled by that statement. "I have no idea what he's talking about, but to think that even the principal himself is this afraid. No, more importantly, just who is Midi's cousin?" Meanwhile, Insin, ignoring the principal's terror, stepped forward to greet him again. "Hey, are you really going to keep this up? Especially after I spotted you that 5,000. Kang-san's fear escalated as he drew nearer. Jian-yuke was still trying to figure out the 5,000 part, when Kang-san abruptly spun around and made a mad dash for the window, to everyone's utter shock. Realizing what was about to happen, Insin yelled, "Mister!" But Kang-san, shielding his face with his arms, shattered the window and leaped out. Insin's voice trailed after him, "You don't have to pay me back the money. I'll never mention it again." And just like that, Kang-san launched himself out the window. Everyone stared in stunned silence as he slid down the wall, landing perfectly on the ground below. Without another word, Kang-san took off at full speed, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust in his wake. Back inside the room, Guan Yu cautiously peeked his head out to look. Meanwhile, Yunshin just scratched his head in awkward confusion. What in the world was that all about? Black smoke still swirled around the chaotic room. Everyone just stood frozen, staring at the shattered window in a long, heavy silence. As his three companions watched from above, Kang-san tore through the streets like a madman, screaming at the top of his lungs. Still in the room, Guan Yu's face darkened with embarrassment. That was probably a shock, wasn't it? "I'd like to apologize to you both on his behalf." Hearing the apology, Yunshin just stammered, well. But Midi was still staring down below, completely impressed. "Whoa, the principal is super fast." Guanok pointed a finger to his temple and explained, "It seems he's had a few screws loose ever since an incident where he had to save someone. Just think of it as an occupational hazard." The explanation caught Yunshin by surprise. "Yeah, I didn't think he was exactly normal when we first met, either." Kang-san was still sprinting down the road at maximum speed. Guan-yu continued, "I'm sure he'll be back soon enough." When he finally returned to the office, Kang-san's clothes were tattered and his body was covered in scrapes, yet he tried to act dignified as he held a cup of tea. Ahem. The four of them sat at the table in an incredibly tense, suffocating silence. Midi, who had been eating, suddenly froze, which caught Yunshin completely off guard. Then, with drool practically dripping from her mouth, she turned with her plate of snacks. "Master. No, I mean, you. You have to try some of this." She held it out to him, but he politely refused. "I'm okay, really. You go ahead and eat. From across the table, Kang-san's gaze was fixed on the two of them. With a cheerful grin and drool still smudging her face, Midi insisted innocently, I'm full too. Just try one. I've already eaten so many. Go on, try it. Faced with her passionate offer, he felt a bit overwhelmed as he replied, all right then, thank you. Under Kang-san's piercing stare, Yunshin felt compelled to take a bite. Why is he looking at me so intensely? He wondered. The moment he finished chewing, a system window appeared, shocking him. Human disciple, Song M, has presented Yunshin with a tribute. Item, Choi Kang-san's favorite snack. After reading the message, he froze and stared at the snack in his hand. Choi Kang-san's favorite snack actually counts as a tribute. Kang-san's stare grew even more ferocious, his eyes burning with a fiery light while his face was a dark mask, looking like he wanted to devour Yunshin whole. Yunshin's mind raced. But seriously, why is he looking at me like that? It can't just be because of a snack, can it? No, that's impossible. The atmosphere felt suffocating, so Yunshin decided to stand up. He forced a hesitant smile and tried to break the ice. Sir, is there something you wish to say to me? If there is, perhaps we could speak privately somewhere more discreet. At his suggestion, Kang-san nearly jumped out of his skin, stammering, and no. There's no need for that at all. He waved his hands frantically, forcing an awkward laugh. Please, sit, let's all chat together. The reply only made Yunshin feel more helpless. Damn it, how am I supposed to reason with this guy? Just then, Midi turned and called out to the principal. Seizing the moment, Guana cleared his throat to finally speak. Ahem. We called you here today because Midi has been frequently skipping her classes recently. As you know, she is a very bright and sincere student. Therefore, we were hoping you would look after her more closely, to help her maintain her excellent academic performance at the academy. Feeling the pressure, Yunshin immediately bowed his head. Yes, sir. Please don't worry. I will be sure to take much better care of Midi. All the while, Guanauk noticed Kang-san's increasingly bizarre behavior. He quickly tried to wrap things up. Thank you for coming today, despite your busy schedule. Yunshin answered politely. It's no trouble at all. Guanauk added, please, take good care of Midi for us. He kept a close eye on the principal, thinking to himself, we should probably end this here. Finally, the two stood up and bowed, ready to leave. If that's all, we'll be on our way now. Guanauk replied, oh, very well. But suddenly, from his chair, Kang-san roared, absolutely not. Hearing the shout, both Midi and Yunshin spun around in shock. Guanauk was just as startled, his expression instantly shifting to one of concern. Across the room, Kang-san sat with a face as dark as a thundercloud. I cannot allow you to leave like this. Hearing those words, Yunshin froze, completely dumbfounded. What? Me? Kang-san's voice boomed with emotion as he asked, do you have any idea how long I have been searching for you? He shot up from his seat, reaching out a hand as if terrified of losing this one chance. This is destiny. Seeing the fanatical look on his face, Yunshin grew deeply uneasy. What in the world is this old man talking about? The old man then struck a dramatic pose, hand to his forehead. Our Hunter Academy is equipped with the most state-of-the-art machinery. Then, Kang-san turned his back, raising a single, authoritative finger. Let's go and run a test. Now, follow me. At this point, even Midi had no idea what was happening. He suddenly spun back around, his entire demeanor shifting to desperate pleading. Please, I'm begging you, just do this one thing for me. Faced with this manic display, Yunshin's face went pale with alarm. Huh, why would I have to do that? The simple question made Kang-san freeze in his tracks for several seconds. Then, throwing all dignity to the wind, Kang-san pleaded frantically, I'm begging you. If you just take this test, I promise I'll do anything you ask. Seeing how strange this was, Guanauk rushed over to try and restrain the principal. But Yunshin remained perfectly still, a thoughtful look crossing his face. So, this is how things are turning out. After a moment of calculation, Yunshin made his counteroffer. If you agree to overlook all of Midi's absences and stop forcing her to participate in any more training, then I will consider it. Hearing his terms, Kang-san's face instantly lit up with joy. He shot him a big thumbs up and agreed without a second of hesitation. Deal. Sensing something was off, Gun-wook stepped forward to intervene. But the principal shot him a glare and hissed, quiet, this is the perfect chance. And so, within the halls of the academy, a resolute voice echoed, let's begin. Meanwhile, Insin stood inside the testing chamber. Through the glass, the female examiner sighed, Sir, do you realize how pointless this is? A civilian, taking the official hunter exam. Staring straight through the glass, the principal remained firm. Just this once, this is critically important. Another staff member beside her reviewed the documents. His previous evaluation already placed him at G rank. So what's the big deal? The principal's expression darkened. the image of that monstrous creature flashing through his mind as he muttered, "There are just some things you wouldn't understand." On the other side of the glass, Inseong faced a pure, silver-white orb. Just then, a system window materialized before him. Orb of the Chosen. Currently, under the ownership of the Hunter Academy. Duration of use, 20 days. A divine tool used to measure a subject's potential and power, primarily used to distinguish between disciples and priests. As he finished reading, he stared at the orb. The Orb of the Chosen, he thought, an artifact worth millions. And it can even identify potential disciples. He stood there for a moment, an uneasy expression creeping across his face. I've got a bad feeling about this, but I can't put my finger on why. Just then, a voice echoed from beyond the glass. To begin the evaluation, please place your hand on the orb. Hearing the command, he replied, "Oh, all right then." Without another moment of hesitation, he reached out and touched the orb. Instantly, the artifact began to emit a strange light. The glow intensified, growing brighter and brighter until it flooded the entire chamber with its brilliance. And then, it was over. A few wisps of smoke curled off the orb as it returned to normal. A voice announced, "The evaluation is complete. Please exit the chamber." Hearing this, Inseong let out a sigh of relief. But Principal Kangsen stood frozen in shock while the female examiner flipped rapidly through her data pads. "Well, this is certainly impressive." Her words made Inseong's cheeks flush with pride. "Impressive? What does she mean by that?" "Hey, they finally recognize my greatness." He clasped his hands together in glee, eagerly asking, "So, what's my rank?" He imagined the possibilities. B rank, A rank. No, for a god like me, it has to be S rank. But the examiner's voice sliced through his daydreams. G rank. Behind her, Principal Kangsen's face fell. She held up the results sheet and continued, "From physical stamina to intelligence." The news hit Inseong like a physical blow, leaving him frozen in disbelief. Even Miri couldn't believe what she was seeing. Inseong remained rooted to the spot, completely stunned. The examiner continued dryly, "You have the worst stats I have ever seen." Even Kangsen was baffled. "That's impossible," he exclaimed. "Are you sure the equipment isn't malfunctioning, Unbi?" Yunbi turned away, her voice as cold as ice. "The margin for error is 0.1%. Miri leaned over to see Inseong's reaction, but he was struck by a different thought. Yunbi? They're on a first-name basis, and as if on cue, a profile window for Choi Unbi appeared. Current rank, Captain of the Hunter Academy's Night Division. Special note, daughter of Principal Choi Kangsen. At that moment, Miri answered his unspoken question. Their family, you know. Overhearing them, Unbi cut in sharply. "Ah, Principal, during work hours, please refer to me as Manager Choi." Kangsen just scratched his head sheepishly. Right, my mistake." Miri watched the exchange, puzzled. But they don't look anything alike. Inseong mindlessly agreed. Yeah, they don't. Then, his thoughts returned to the orb, and a worried expression crossed his face. But even if my rank is low, I'm still a god, he thought. Can a mere machine even measure divine power? Ah, whatever. Let's just go home. But Kangsen, still in denial, grabbed Unbi's arm. Are you absolutely certain he's really a G rank? Clearly annoyed, Unbi shook his hand off. I am certain. Her definitive answer sent Kangsen spiraling into despair. Something just didn't feel right. It's so strange. How could he have done that the other day? I'm positive he passed out on the rooftop. Then, a sudden realization struck him, and his eyes shot open. Wait a minute, passed out. He replayed that spectacular scene in his mind once more, and a sly grin spread across his face. He must be the type of person who only unleashes his true power when he's unconscious. His eyes lit up with a devious plan. In that case, I just need to make him go to sleep. Meanwhile, Inseong was grabbing his jacket, ready to leave with Miri. Want to grab a bite on the way home? Miri, walking beside him, happily replied, Of course. You're always so easygoing, he said. All right, let's go. But from a distance, Principal Kangsen rushed towards them, his hands raised in a fighting stance. No, I won't allow you to leave. Seeing him, both Inseong and Miri sighed in exhaustion. Inseong turned around. Oh, what now? Kangsen's face was dead serious. Spar with me. I want to see what kind of skills you're hiding. Then he added with a scoff, a piece of machinery like that can't possibly measure your true worth. Hearing her father's comment, Yumbi's face flushed with anger as Gun-wook watched from the side. Inseong was just confused. And why would I do that? There's absolutely nothing in it for me. But then, an image of Johan and the demon's sword flashed in his mind. Wait a second. Nothing in it for me? That master swordsman, demon's sword. And Johan. They both became my devoted followers after fighting me. He glanced back at Kangsen, who was still spoiling for a fight. He He continued to ponder, if I teach this old man a lesson, I might be able to gain an S-rank disciple. This could be an advanced level challenge. With that thought, he slowly raised his hands, cracking his knuckles with a menacing grin. Seeing this play out, me, Jeon-wook, and Kambi were stunned. With the challenge accepted, Kang-san burst out laughing. Excellent. Let's head to the combat room. But just then, the muscular Jeon-wook stepped forward. I'll be his opponent. His eyes burned with intensity as he spoke seriously. It wouldn't be right for a legend of Korea, our own principal, to fight in a match like this. A few spectators had gathered around the fighting ring. Curious, Insin reached out and touched the cage's mesh wall. He let out a fascinated sound. Standing inside, he stared blankly at the thick barrier before him. He wondered to himself, this thing looks incredibly tough. Can it really absorb the energy from any skill? Jeon-wook's gruff voice came from behind him. Aren't you going to wear any protective gear? Insin turned around with a clueless look. But, you're not wearing any either, sir. Cracking his knuckles, Jeon-wook shot back. There's a massive gap in combat experience between you and me. But Insin seemed completely unfazed by the warning. He just smiled brightly and said, it's fine. I don't feel like wearing any. Jeon-wook's face twisted in fury at his casual dismissal. You're going to regret that. Outside the ring, a muscular old man with white hair and a beard spoke up, his arms crossed. Hey, don't be reckless. Insin turned, looking slightly confused. Huh? The old man elaborated for him. Jeon-wook is a top-tier B-rank hunter. Not only that, his combat experience allows him to go toe-to-toe with A-rankers. After hearing the old man's warning, Insin's confident expression faltered. Is that so? Suddenly, Song Media's excited voice cut through the tension. You can do it, Insin. Take him down in a single blow. Jeon-wook heard every word. A furious red aura exploded from his body as his face darkened. Insin didn't even have to look back. He could feel the sinister energy pouring off of Jeon-wook. His expression grew tense. Suddenly, more students started to arrive, whispering amongst themselves. Looks like Mr. Jeon-wook is about to fight. Another one chimed in. Maybe it's an evaluation for the new teacher. Jeon-wook remained silent through it all. Seeing the growing crowd, Insin felt a surge of panic. Why is everyone showing up now? Suddenly, Jeon-wook's voice boomed. Let's get this over with before it gets any louder. Hearing this, Insin spun around. Huh. Insin still wore that same clueless smile, acting completely unbothered. Is that right? Well then, you can have the first move. At this, Jeon-wook's face became as black as thunder, his entire body seething with killing intent. But Insin just kept up his naive act. Jeon-wook glared at him, thinking, this kid's complete disregard for the difference in our ranks. It's driving me insane. As the thought crossed his mind, Jeon-wook slammed his foot down, instantly taking a battle stance. I don't know what the chairman sees in this punk, but I'm about to show him what a real hunter looks like. Both fighters now squared up. With a dark expression, Jeon-wook growled, all right then. He drew his fist back, and the very air seemed to bend around his arm. Let's begin. In a flash, Jeon-wook unleashed a powerful punch straight at Insin, who miraculously dodged it. But the close call shattered Insin's composure, and he let out a terrified scream. Jeon-wook was stunned that Insin had dodged his lightning-fast blow. He actually dodged it? True. I pulled back at the last second, but still. With that thought, Jeon-wook lunged toward the screaming Insin. Was that just a fluke? Even if it was, his luck runs out now. For Insin, it was like facing down a terrifying monster. Jeon-wook closed the distance instantly, hands outstretched, his eyes glowing like searchlights, radiating pure killing intent. He prepared to unleash another punch, and you could almost feel the murderous aura gathering in his fist. It's over. Insin was completely overwhelmed by the pressure. His face went completely pale. The wind pressure from the incoming fist slammed into his face. Unable to dodge this time, Insin took the full force of Jeon-wook's devastating attack. The punch landed like a bolt of lightning, sending Insin's body flying through the air. The students watching below erupted into a frenzy. They roared with excitement. Look at that power. That's Mr. Jeon-wook for you. After landing the blow, Jeon-wook pulled his fist back, letting out a fierce exhale. But then, he saw something. Something that made his ferocious expression vanish in an instant. Jeon-wook's eyes widened in disbelief. Though one of his cheeks was now scraped and bruised, Insin's expression was completely resolute. One of his hands was raised, index finger pointing to the sky in a very strange pose. Looking closer, a ball of light appeared on his fingertip, crackling with tiny bolts of lightning. This was the divine index finger. The bolts of electricity crackled aggressively, as if eager to strike Jeon-wook down. Jeon-wook could only stand there, completely baffled by what he was seeing. Insin aimed his divine index finger directly at him. All of a sudden, Something slammed directly into the center of his forehead, snapping Ji-wook's head back violently. A glowing indentation appeared on his forehead, and blood began to gush from his nose. The world went white in Ji-wook's eyes. He was completely defenseless. His only thought, what in the world just happened? A single point from Insin's finger. And Ji-wook was utterly defeated. He was blasted backward, his body scraping violently across the arena floor as blood streamed from his wounds. Ji-wook couldn't accept it. Impossible. How could a mere G rank defeat a B rank fighter like him? His body slammed into the ground with a sickening thud, the impact nearly cracking the entire stage. Below, the old man watched it all unfold, his arms crossed. He remained silent, lost in thought. Insin casually rubbed his nose, muttering to himself. What was that? He was a B rank? Does that make me an A rank then? From the sidelines, Mi-D clapped enthusiastically. You were amazing, she cheered. Beside her, the old man suddenly spoke. Just as I expected. Ji-wook's body lay motionless. The only sound he could make was a low groan. The other students were buzzing with disbelief. The instructor was taken down in one hit. Who was that guy? Not far away, a woman with an obscured face was also observing. She looked like a doctor, adjusting her glasses as she spoke. But he looks so ordinary, she said, her voice filled with complete surprise. She watched as Ji-wook's body was wheeled away. How could this have happened? Insin, still looking slightly bewildered, wondered to himself, is that guy okay? Suddenly, the old man stepped onto the stage. Hey, how about a match with me? Hearing that, Insin turned his head, looking confused. Huh? He stared blankly as the old man slowly peeled off his shirt and tossed it aside. What? The man may have been old, but his body was incredibly ripped. 2 X-shaped scars were emblazoned on his chest. He cracked his knuckles together. A system window appeared with his info. Choi Kang-san, male, human, gender, male, age, 58. Warning, high probability of transcendent muscles. Insin's face went blank as he read the system window. Transcendent muscles. That's a new one. He looked up at Choi Kang-san, thinking he'd rather avoid a fight with this monster. But if I could turn this old drunk into a disciple, wouldn't that be far more useful? In that moment, a wicked expression washed over Insin's face. His smile turned predatory, and a dangerous light flared in his eyes. The rewards will be so much sweeter, Insin thought with a villainous grin. Seeing that look, Choi Kang-san wondered, why do I suddenly feel so irritated? A hint of concern flickered across Choi Kang-san's face, but his inner resolve was unshakable. Still, to think he could beat Instructor Ji-wook like that, it confirms my suspicion that ranking machine must be broken. But as he thought this, he remembered another scene. The man eating fruit, its massive maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Compared to what he did that day, this was nothing. As the memory surfaced, genuine fear showed on his face. His final thought was resolute. I'll have to knock him unconscious. All the while, Insin maintained that sinister smile. Seeing this, Choi Kang-san loosened up his arms. It's been a while since my blood boiled like this, he declared. Shall we begin? Insin chuckled, clearly amused. Before we do, let's make a little wager. The proposal took Choi Kang-san by surprise. A wager, you say? As Insin spoke, his eyes flashed like a demon's, and a sinister aura began to radiate from him. He held out a hand. The loser must obey one command from the winner. What do you say? After hearing the condition, Choi Kang-san quickly replied, as long as it's not illegal, I agree. I'm still a public servant, you know. Insin's grin widened. It won't be anything strange. You'll just have to do one thing for me, if I win. Choi Kang-san sighed, but then a satisfied smile spread across his face, pleased by the young man's confidence. Look at this kid. Is he that sure he'll win? Meanwhile, Insin's thoughts drifted to the innocent Mi-D. Even if he doesn't become my disciple, I'll just use the keyword like I did with Mi-D. Choi Kang-san, growing a bit impatient, interrupted. All right, I'm not sure you can back that up, but fine. But, he added. Insin's expression shifted, and he listened intently. Kang-san pointed to himself. If I win, you have to do one thing for me. Insin was delighted that he had a condition of his own. All right, you've got a deal. His inner thought was simple. No problem. I'm going to win anyway. Kang-san smiled, satisfied with his agreement. Excellent. Suddenly, he let out a roar. His entire body convulsed as his muscles swelled and hardened. An incredible power, like crackling electricity, erupted and enveloped his body. His eyes began to glow with a blue light, as if they could devour a person's soul. The sheer force of that aura was overwhelming, pushing Insin back a step. The smirk was gone, replaced by a look of genuine fear. The energy was so immense it felt like a physical wave. This old drunk was no joke, but Insin was not about to be outdone. From his seemingly frail frame, muscles suddenly materialized. They swelled to such a size that his shirt ripped to shreds, revealing a power that seemed to rival Kangsen's. Then I'll have to go all out, too. Kangsen stared at the spectacle, utterly shocked by his opponent's hidden strength. The two now stood as equals, their physiques nearly identical. It was as if two opposing forces of immense power were about to collide. The students below watched the scene on the stage, their faces turning pale. Their expressions were beyond shocked. Who was that guy? Just how many skills did he possess? Kangsen chuckled, enjoying the fight immensely. Just as I predicted, he declared, "It really is you." Miyagago's words were true. Hearing that name, Insin was taken aback. "Miyagago? You mean the S-rank hunter?" Kangsen continued, "That's right. She said that soon, the most revered and brutal being would appear." Insin looked puzzled. Brutal and revered? He stood there, mulling over Kangsen's words. Wait a minute, thinking back. Brutal and revered. Was she talking about a demon god and a divine king? Could she possibly have been talking about me? That Miyagago woman is on a completely different level. Kangsen spoke again. She said if that being appeared, I should recruit them for the academy. Ingzen's face was a mask of confusion. The academy? Precisely, Kangsen replied instantly. Ingzen sighed, showing no interest. I don't know. Suddenly, Kangsen launched himself into the air. Ingzen was still lost in thought. I have novels to write and promote. After all, I'm a very busy man, you know. All at once, something shot past him, an immense power rocketing toward his face. Isn't this getting a little annoying? He casually glanced to the side. At that moment, Kangsen's fist was rapidly closing in on his face, a torrent of overwhelming power. Ingzen had no time to dodge Kangsen's punch. He took the full force of the blow head-on. The students below roared with excitement. Mitty, witnessing the scene, was filled with dread. Even the doctor couldn't believe what was happening before her very eyes. After landing the punch, Kangsen immediately pulled his hand back. A confident smile spread across his face, certain of his strike's power. As expected, Ingzen's expression was no longer bewildered, but now twisted into a deep scowl. But the truly shocking thing was, after that monstrous blow, he was completely unharmed. Insin had miraculously blocked the attack with his hand. Dust and smoke billowed across the entire stage. Kangsen shouted, "Let's see if you're really the one Migo spoke of." Ingzen aimed a straight punch at his opponent, but Kangsen refused to hold back, striking him right across the face. Before Ingzen could react to the impossibly fast and powerful attack, a killer blow sent him flying. Even Kangsen seemed surprised by this turn of events. Mitty watched the battle unfold, her face a mixture of worry and terror. Ingzen was drenched in sweat. Gritting his teeth, he decided to launch a counterattack, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. But unexpectedly, Kangsen used his legs to trap Ingzen's body before delivering a crushing slam. Ingzen cried out in agony. He could feel his body trembling, his strength nearly gone. Kangsen spoke to him. You're a tough one, aren't you? This is the power of an S rank, but you're definitely worth the effort. The two men glared at each other, their eyes burning with determination. They weren't giving up. The fight would continue. After that last defeat, Insin comforted himself, thinking he hadn't even used his full power yet. Kangsen pointed a finger at him. I suggest you surrender and accept a position at my academy. Insin was stunned by the offer. Kangsen continued. Even if you were to use all of your strength, Insin didn't flinch, retorting, forget it, old man. It's my turn. Ingzen charged, rocketing straight ahead. But just as he neared Kangsen, the old man began to transform. His power multiplied instantly, muscles bulging as his entire body overflowed with energy. The students below erupted in chaos, one of them screaming, Whoa, this is the principal's true power. That's the strength that sends monsters flying like baseballs. All the students were terrified, their mouths hanging open as they wondered, are they ever going to stop? Back in the fight, Ingzen struck first, focusing all of his power into this one punch. Little Mitty was frantic, thinking, Teacher Ingzen can't take that blow. I have to stop them. But Kangsen was a worthy opponent. He unleashed a barrage of special techniques, his entire body crackling as if discharging electricity. At that very moment, a notification appeared before Ingzen. He had completed the challenge of the 11th floor of the Warrior's Tower. The zealot and your disciple wishes to present you with an offering. Insin thought to himself in surprise. Right now, that guy really does send me an offering every time he clears a challenge. But first, I have to take this old man down. As they fought, Kangsen thought, if your arm breaks, don't blame me for it. They clashed hand to hand, throwing caution to the wind. And it was truly a battle between equals. Both opponents stared each other down, their eyes filled with the will to crush one another. A moment later, Insin was suddenly gifted a bouquet of red roses. Kangsen was equally stunned. He wondered, what is this? Don't tell me that's the offering. Insin tossed the bouquet away in disgust, yelling, damn it, what the hell is this? Unexpectedly, it flew right into Kangsen's face. He realized the object was a bundle of flowers, and his eyes widened in absolute terror. It seemed flowers were his greatest enemy, as if they were monsters about to devour him. While he was screaming for his mommy to save him, he still lamented the fact that he couldn't land one final punch on the kid. He sprinted away at top speed, flying right past Insin, who had absolutely no idea what had just happened. What's with that old man? An allergy to flowers or something? A smirk crossed his face. Wait, if that's the case, then I've already won. Does this mean the headmaster will become another one of my followers? But I haven't gotten the system notification yet. Looks like I'll have to say something to him. He pulled out his phone, only to see a missed call from Auntie. Why would she be calling me now? Just then, a system notification popped up. Over 4 million people were requesting to join his clan. It asked if he wanted to accept them. He leaped into the air, ecstatic. This was absolutely perfect. My followers are growing on their own, which means the mission is on the right track. He glanced at me and the other students, who were cheering for him like a hero. I need to find somewhere quiet. The next day, a notification announced a major tribe upgrade, doubling its territory and adding new facilities. This expansion included more training grounds, and the number of Innin's followers skyrocketed once again. The next challenge, Ascension to the rank of a lesser god. He scrolled through his phone, a thoughtful look on his face. He'd expanded his territory based on his growing followers. But how long would it take to reach 1 billion? He buried his face in his hands, frustrated. Meanwhile, Auntie's tribe was watching his every move. They saw his frustration at his slow growth and thought, this is our chance. Look, the great god Innin is greeting us. One of his companions exclaimed, snapping her out of her daze. Isn't that a divine greeting? Just then, Innin received a message, leaving him completely baffled by the situation. It turned out the kids were just messing with him, baiting him into cursing. Innin calmly noted there was no system penalty for foul language around minors. Whatever. Now, where is that headmaster? He checked his phone while walking, wondering about the time. But suddenly, his eyes went wide. What the hell is this? A new alert popped up. A fanatical follower of the sword demon was at risk of self-destruction. Would Innin intervene to save him? The message sent a chill down his spine as horrific images of the man's final moments flooded his mind. The following day, he found the sword demon alone, panicking and desperately crying out for help. Innin was baffled by the strange scene. Innin rushed forward, grabbing the man's wrist and slapping the sword from his hand. He roared in the sword demon's face. What the hell do you think you're doing? Why would you try to harm yourself? But the man quickly tried to explain, no, it's not what it looks like. Innin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. You weren't trying to kill yourself. You were about to be killed, weren't you? Suddenly, a monstrous figure appeared from nowhere. I didn't sense a thing, he thought, shocked. Both men stared, wondering where this thing had come from. The sword demon shouted a warning. Don't let your guard down. It's using some kind of strange magic. If you listen to its voice, you'll realize. This is no ordinary creep we're dealing with. Innin was stunned when the creature revealed its true face. The figure explained, I'm not a man, and I'm certainly no pervert. The sword demon froze, stammering, What do you mean? But Innin recognized her instantly. Mina, what is she doing here? The sword demon seethed. Why would Song Mina do this to me? Innin, however, just replied, like I said, I have a detection skill. The sword demon thought to himself. As expected of the sword's saint, he's on a completely different level. A moment later, Mina removed her mask, and both men were stunned by her appearance. The sword demon scoffed, not bad looking, for a psycho. He couldn't believe someone so beautiful would resort to such dirty tricks. I won't be fooled by a pretty face. Mina laughed, don't be ridiculous. This mask is enchanted with A-rank disguise magic. How could you possibly see through an item of this level? As she spoke, an overwhelming aura exploded from her, pressing down on them both. Unfazed, Innin changed the subject. I'm more curious about what you're doing here. Her voice dropped to a low growl as she pointed at the other man. I'm here to kill that bastard, obviously. Innin's eyes widened. You're going to kill the sword demon? The sword demon didn't even flinch. He spoke to the sword saint. Remember those 10 people I told you I could never beat? She's one of them. Innin asked her directly. Don't you think he's too weak to be worth all this trouble? He tried to reason with Mina. Look, I don't know the whole story here. But can't you just let him go? He might seem weak and, well, he is weak. But he's a good guy. Hearing the sword saint's words, the sword demon just stood there, completely speechless. Mina let out a long sigh. Innin, are you asking me to spare the man who tried to murder my little sister? He thought to himself. So she knows, just as I expected. If that's what this is about, then you have even more reason to spare him. Filled with remorse, the sword demon stepped forward. If you cannot forgive what happened, I will take full responsibility and surrender. But her eyes were cold and unyielding. I don't know if you're playing dumb or what, but your timing is perfect. Now that you've said that, you're next. Inan's anger flared. What? Why me? She sneered back. Don't play innocent with me. Johan mentioned your name, too. I know you were the mastermind behind this all along. Inan just stared, completely lost. He was the mastermind. Mina grilled him relentlessly. Why did you approach me? You faked, saving her just to get on her good side. What kind of twisted plan are you hiding? He seethed internally, wondering what game she was really playing. Let me ask you something, he shot back. If you truly care for your sister, why are you trying to use her for your own gain? She froze at his question, stunned. How could he possibly know? Was it that scouting skill of his? Just as she suspected, this man was dangerous. Staring at Yin's face, she decided he had to be eliminated. She was already using a blood seal to bind me. It was a curse that no skill could ever hope to break. Yin confronted her directly. No matter how I look at it, I can't understand why you'd risk your life for that seal. Could it be jealousy? Is it because your sister is a better hunter than you, so you have to hold her back? She cut him off sharply. You know nothing. Stop spouting nonsense. She lashed out, striking him across the face. The sword demon, watching from the side, could no longer stand it and drew his blade to attack her. Mina looked down on him with utter contempt. You're nothing more than an insect. Focusing her power, she unleashed a devastating blow that slammed directly into him, leaving the sword demon gravely wounded and in agony. Yin was shocked by her abilities. What kind of monstrous power was this? All she did was glance at him. He rushed to the sword demon's side. Are you all right? The man gasped, struggling to speak. Master, you must be careful. There's a rumor that Mina isn't just an S rank. She's SS rank, an SS rank hunter. The revelation stunned him. And here he was, a mere G rank. Just how powerful was she? I'll end this now, she declared, launching an attack straight at Yin. In that split second, Yin froze, completely unable to react. The hit landed dead on. The sword demon screamed in horror. Master, you can't die. Yin yelled back in frustration. Would you please be quiet? It just tickled a little. Everyone stared in disbelief. That powerful strike hadn't even scratched him. He let out a sigh of relief. Looks like I'm still alive. But the sword demon was still reeling. How could that have only tickled? I poured all of my strength into that attack, Mina thought, stunned. Just what in the hell is he? She spoke to Yin. I'll admit, you're better than I thought. But if you think my only ability is mental manipulation, you are sorely mistaken. A moment later, they watched in horror as Mina began to transform. It was a catastrophe. The sword demon warned Yin, please, be careful, as I said before. Mina is very likely an SS rank. Yin thought to himself, the highest officially announced rank for Korean hunters is S rank. But if the sword demon's words were true, then she was even stronger than that homeless guy he'd fought. No, he couldn't even begin to compare her to him. Mina unleashed a scorching inferno, leaving Yin and the sword demon paralyzed with shock. Her power surged exponentially as flames erupted from her body, crashing down upon the earth. The torrent of fire incinerated everything in its path. Its destructive force was immense, charring a massive crater in the ground. Yin couldn't believe it. It wasn't just mental manipulation. He never imagined an attack skill of this magnitude could even exist. Is she really trying to kill us? Mina unleashed her next assault, taunting him. You're pathetic. I haven't even started yet. Her follow-up freezing attack was even more shocking, instantly flash freezing everything around them. The sword demon was caught in the blast, his entire body encased in ice. Yin was luckier. He dodged the worst of it, but his legs were frozen solid, trapping him in place. He wondered, can she really use skills like that so freely? Is she some kind of spirit-controlling hunter? Just then, Yin saw her eyes clearly and realized the truth. She was controlling it all with her mind. Focusing his own will, he shattered the ice around his legs and shouted a warning to his friend. Sword demon, it's all an illusion. None of it is real. She smiled with satisfaction and admitted it. Yin is correct. My power lies in the mental domain. All of this is merely an illusion. But you should know, she added coolly, a perfect illusion is no different from reality. Using her telekinesis, Mina lifted massive boulders from the ground, sending them flying straight toward Yin. Even if this is an illusion, she continued, if your bodies are convinced you've been crushed, you will die all the same. The stones converged, threatening to bury Yin completely. She stated her terms clearly. If you don't want to be annihilated, tell me your true identity and your purpose here. Now, he thought to himself, even if I tell her the truth, she'll never believe me. But he spoke clearly. I am a third-rate writer. To me, even ants are like gods. Right now, I'm focused on turning me into an S-rank hunter. I have no idea what else is going on, so please, just let me go. Mina shot back. So you've decided to play the fool because you want to die. If you're that eager for death, then so be it. Unmoved by his plea, she went in for the kill, intent on crushing them like bugs. Yin activated his iron body technique to counter. With a massive surge of power, he shattered the illusionary boulders. Breaking through Mina's attack, he smashed the entire rock formation into dust. Her attack had failed. She couldn't believe it. Did he just break it with pure, raw strength? It was insane. Yin and the sword demon stood before her, victorious. The sword demon ecstatically praised him, hailing him as the one true sword saint. Insin shot back, "Sword demon, I told you. It was just an illusion, but you wouldn't listen. Are you just going to stand there doing nothing?" For the sword demon, those words were a fatal blow. He stammered, "That was my mistake, sword saint." The two bickered endlessly, completely ignoring Mina. Insin insisted he was making a scene, but at that moment, Mina refused to accept her defeat. She thought to herself, impossible. Isn't that guy supposed to be just an F rank? The clash between the sword demon and sword saint showed no signs of ending. The sword demon swore this blasphemer would pay with his life, but the sword saint had had enough. "Would you stop being so absurd?" he yelled in his friend's face. After a moment, Insin ordered Mina, "All right, you stay right here. First, I have some things to take care of." The sword saint completely overpowered the sword demon, silencing him with a single look. As Mina stood there stunned, Insin walked toward her. He began weaving a spell with his mind. "Mizi's guardian. You're going to listen to me now, aren't you?" It all happened in a flash, but Mina's will was a fortress. She glared at him and spat, "How dare you?" She prepared a counterattack, reinforcing her mind to block out his distracting words. Insin sighed, attempting to persuade her. "Don't. I'm still talking here." But she refused to listen, unleashing her own spiritual domain against him. This technique was far more powerful, striking Insin directly before he could even react. Seconds later, he found himself lost in a strange, surreal dimension. He had no idea where this place was. As he walked, the ground that looked solid felt incredibly soft beneath his feet. A fresh, clean scent on the breeze made him want to close his eyes. Insin felt an incredible sense of comfort here. He savored the unique atmosphere. There was nothing around, yet he could almost hear the faint chirping of insects on a summer night. It was as if he had finally found the peace he had always longed for. He took a deep breath, feeling as though he could do anything. After walking for a while, he noticed the sky turning dark, filling with a sea of brilliant stars. Faced with the breathtaking view, Insin could only whisper, "It's beautiful." But his reaction infuriated Mina, who said, "You are seriously getting on my nerves." Her voice jolted Insin back to reality. He remembered he was in the middle of a battle with Mizi's guardian. The two were evenly matched, neither willing to give an inch. The guardian unleashed her first attack, a technique so strange Insin couldn't comprehend it. She declared, "This is your end, just give up." However, Insin refused to surrender. He was determined to crush her, unleashing the finger of God. Mina scoffed, "Your skills are useless here. Don't worry, you won't actually die." Insin struggled frantically in a pool of dark water, pure panic setting in. While she watched on, completely indifferent, she warned him, "If you get sucked in, your body will enter a vegetative state, and you will never wake up again." Insin froze, a horrified scream tearing from his throat. Isn't that basically the same thing? At the same time, he desperately tried to regain his composure. "This has to be another illusion," she taunted him. "This is your last chance." Insin sputtered, choking on water. "Hey, Miss Guardian, please, just calm down a little," she demanded. "Speak, now." "Wait, what was it you wanted to say?" She pressed her foot down hard on his head. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" He weakly stammered her name. She replied with a smirk. "Good, so you're ready to talk." Insin awkwardly clarified, "No, it's not about that. It's just, I can see it. I can see your underwear. It's white." Her face instantly twisted with rage and utter humiliation. He thought to himself, what did she expect? Stepping on someone's face while wearing a short skirt. She was furious, pointing directly at him. "Just die already, you bastard." The water around him began to churn violently, coiling around his body like a snake. Fear gripped Insin. Am I being dragged into the abyss? He could only watch as she let him sink beneath the dark surface. As he sank deeper, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him. But his mind fought back with all its might. "I can't fall asleep. Not yet." She still hasn't explained why she put a seal on Mizi. His powerful state of drowsiness had just fulfilled the condition to activate the night rose. The scene cuts back to Mina, standing over the water. She pointed at the spot where Insin vanished and seethed, "You damn pervert." Suddenly, the current pulled his body completely under. She thought, "I still couldn't investigate him. I suspected he was connected to the Shadow Dragon. In the end, I couldn't learn his true identity, but at least I've eliminated a future threat. I suppose I'll return to reality now." However, as she turned to leave, she noticed the water was beginning to boil. shifting into a deep, ominous purple. It turned out the night rose had bloomed, transforming into a colossal giant. It erupted from the water, its gaping maw a direct threat to her existence. The thorny rose lunged forward, shooting straight for Mina. Fear flashed in her eyes. What in the world is that thing? Before she could process it, the creature coiled around her, trapping her completely. After a desperate struggle, she finally managed to break free from its grasp, violently throwing it to the side. She then noticed something terrifying. These demonic plants. They were all much larger than before. She wondered how these things could possibly exist within her own mental space. This is a place no one can enter without my permission. Could it be because of that bastard? She recalled Insin's face as she looked up at the giant thorny monster, her eyes filled with a growing sense of dread. The scene then cuts back to Insin. Sinking beneath the surface, he rested upon a strange flower, lost in a deep slumber as a gentle warmth enveloped him. He was asleep, yet a deeper unconsciousness called to him. Above the water, a thorny rose took aim, intent on her utter destruction. As she lunged forward, a single thought consumed her. Dodging is the only thing I can do. Have I ever felt this helpless before? The gap in our power is just too massive. This crushing scene feels just like the horror of that day. The memory alone is a nightmare. She collapsed to her knees, her body trembling. No, she whispered. I can't die like this. In that instant, thorny vines coiled around her body. No, she screamed in pure terror. The monster's flower's maw gaped open, its razor-sharp teeth ready to crush her, amplifying her fear. She pleaded for her life. Please. I still have so much to do. I can't die before I get my revenge on the Yin Dragon. Fear was etched onto her face, yet she summoned her last ounce of courage. Before I get my vengeance, I will deal with this thorny beast. Meanwhile, Insin awoke in a bizarre, unfamiliar space. He wandered around, completely disoriented. Where? Where am I? The last thing he remembered was his battle with Song Mina. After walking for a while, he discovered a path bathed in a brilliant light. A status window appeared before him. The Eye of the God of No Eyes had been activated. He watched in shock as Mina's deepest nightmare unfolded before him. The horrifying tragedy played out in vivid detail. As Insin watched, he finally understood why Mina had sealed her sister Mi's power. Song Mina's nightmare began 15 years ago. The cause was the Yin Dragon, a beast known as the most terrible monster of all time. It devoured hundreds with a single breath, including Mina and Mi's parents. Mina was only a child. She clung to her mother in terror as the monster placed its wicked mark upon both sisters. The Yin Dragon had recognized their immense potential and marked them with the intent of using them as future sacrifices. Thanks to a powerful seal, Song Mina managed to become an S-rank hunter. From that day on, she lived for a single purpose: avenging her parents. Rumors claimed the Yin Dragon was dead, but she never believed them. She knew that one day it would return. However, the dragon's curse was relentless. It allowed her power to grow at an incredible rate, but it also drained her very life force. At this pace, it was terrifyingly clear that she didn't have much time left. Mina buried her face in her hands, tormented. A curse that granted immense power in exchange for her life. She remembered Mi's bright smile. Big sister, I did well, right? The problem was, she wasn't the only one who was cursed. Mi had declared with confidence, I think I can avenge our parents now, too. But when Song Mina tried to remove the dragon's mark, it was useless. So, she made a heart-wrenching choice to sacrifice even more of her own lifespan to seal away her sister's power. At the very least, she could stop me from becoming an S-rank hunter. In that tragic moment, Mina sealed her sister's abilities, ignoring her desperate pleas. She fought back the tears, the pain suffocating her. Never think about revenge, she whispered. At least you shouldn't have to. After witnessing Mina's haunting past, Insin's body trembled. Tears streamed down his face, realizing just how broken her spirit truly was. The mental world trapping Insin began to collapse. The sword demon appeared, his voice laced with concern. Master, are you all right? You weren't responding at all. I was so worried. Startled, Insin asked distractedly, was I? The sword demon continued, anyway, you defeated the great Song Mina. How impressive. So, what's your next move? Insin couldn't answer. His mind was somewhere else. The sword demon threw a dramatic fit. Are you going to sell her to the Hunters Association or what? Suddenly, his eyes fell upon Mina's still form. He rushed to her side, calling out her name as he gently tried to wake her. He carefully checked her breathing and sighed in relief. Thank God, she's alive. He asked gently, Miss Song Mina, are you hurt? She weakly mumbled for her mother. Insin watched over her, his heart heavy with worry. By the next morning, the mist had finally lifted. Inside a small, still house, Mina still hadn't woken up, and Insin's concern grew. He glanced at his ringed finger, but even its healing ability had no effect. Insin pulled out his phone, desperate for answers. Is anyone watching? What should I do to treat Song Mina? Unbreakable Faith offered an opinion. A healthy body heals all wounds. She simply needs more training. Insin immediately dismissed the idea. Then, the heaven-annihilating sword proposed. If she's certain to die, why not just sacrifice her to me? Insin seethed with fury. I expected nothing less from you. Get lost. The benevolent Jiaolong spoke up. If you become a high-level god, you can heal her with the power of your healing ring finger. Insin had only just reached the rank of a low-level god. Ascending higher seemed impossibly far away. He dismissed the idea until something clicked. Wait a minute. I don't really remember. But every time I'm defeated and lose consciousness, the Night Blooming Rose skill always activates. That must be what happened. Since the Night Blooming Rose triggers when I'm unconscious, does that mean I'm some kind of genius? Insin shook his phone frantically. Right, Lord Nightmare. Why are you so quiet? The silent nightmare finally replied, if she can eat, there is nothing to worry about. Insin was dumbfounded. So I should just leave her like this? The silent nightmare continued his explanation. When silent nightmare said there was a way, hope surged in Insin. Was there really a solution? But after hearing the method, that hope was instantly crushed. So you're saying, I have to sleep with her. Is that really the only way? Silent nightmare nodded frantically. Morning light streamed into the room, jolting. Insin awake. He shot up, his eyes landing on Mina, who was still lost in unconsciousness. Injin pulled the blanket over her, turning to leave. But just then, Mina's eyes fluttered open. Where are you going? Inshin paused. I'm going to make breakfast. Are you hungry? A brilliant smile spread across her face. Food. I love food. But her innocent joy sent Insin deep into thought. Silent Nightmare's words weren't meant to be malicious. Sleeping with her didn't mean that. It was like water flowing downhill. The memories I absorbed from her would return through a shared dream. I just had to enter the same dreamscape she was in. It seems to have worked. Time for a little test. Inshin sat down beside her. What's your name? What do you like? The answers came smoothly. Her name was Song Mina, and the thing she loved most was her little sister, Mi-Dai. But when he asked what she disliked, a fractured memory surfaced, and she began to tremble. I'm scared of flowers. It seemed he only restored her to her childhood self. Insin sighed. This meant more sleeping was. Just then, Mina's eyelids grew heavy again, wanting to drift back to sleep. Inshin pulled out his phone, only to see a breaking news alert from a reporter. S-rank hunter Song Mina was officially missing. He froze. In the eyes of the world, he was now a kidnapper. If she was found like this, he'd be arrested for sure. He had to lay low, at least until Mina fully recovered. They were deep in the mountains, so they wouldn't be found easily. But first, he had to let Mi-Di know. Outside, Sword Demon was training relentlessly with his blade, and Shin stepped out of the cabin. Seeing him, Sword Demon's face lit up. You're awake, Sword Saint. A glorious morning to you, Master. Inshin eyed him coolly. How is your training? Sword Demon proudly presented the book he was given. The Heavenly Demon's Sword Manual. The sword art you bestowed upon me is magnificent. This is revolutionary. It shatters every known convention of swordsmanship. Inshin recalled the seemingly impossible quest to reach the lower god rank. Of course, he had paid a steep price to train this guy. But how was he supposed to get 1 billion followers? And 10 S-rank servants? Inshin grabbed his head. What a massive headache. Noticing his master's distress, Sword Demon rushed over. Sword Saint, are you all right? Inshin didn't know the hellish training they endured. But Inho and Enti had both reached S-rank. That meant Sword Demon had a chance too. Making an existing S-rank hunter his servant was nearly impossible, so he would just have to create his own. His gaze fell back on the book in Sword Demon's hands. That's why he'd spent a staggering 20 million divine coins on it. The sword was supposedly a free bonus, but he'd been scammed. All purchased items were non-refundable. Non-refundable? Damn fraudsters. He had to stop daydreaming. Right, potions. A growth elixir would be much more effective. It worked wonders on Inho, so it should work on Sword Demon too. Inshin called Sword Demon over. Drink this while you train. The man immediately dropped to his knees. I am eternally grateful, Sword Saint. Inshin stared at the bizarre display. This guy has watched way too many historical dramas. All right, get up. I'll make breakfast while you continue training. Sword Demon scrambled to object. No, that is my duty. But Insin cut him off. Just focus on training. The stronger you are, the more useful you'll be to me. Tears welled up in Sword Demon's eyes. I will not disappoint you, my lord. The Sword Saint Insin had no idea what to cook, so he pulled up his phone to look for recipes. But the first thing he saw was a notification. A new alert about Baekhyun. It was a warning to the kidnapper. Touch Mina, and he would snap their neck. Insin blinked. Snap my neck? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind them. Inshin and Sword Demon whipped around. There stood Baek Hyun, fists clenched. Where is my Mina? Inshin's blood ran cold. You're Baek Hyun. Sword Demon drew his sword instantly. How dare you? Do you know who you're standing before? Baek Hyun just scoffed. And who would that be? Sword Demon pointed dramatically at Inshin. He is the Sword Saint. Baek Hyun looked utterly bewildered. The what? Sword Demon sighed with theatrical disappointment. How pitiful. To think the famous Baek Hyun could be so short-sighted. Inshin was dying of secondhand embarrassment. He just wanted Sword Demon to shut his stupid mouth. But Sword Demon deliberately provoked him further. The girl you seek, Mina, now belongs to the Sword Saint. She can no longer live without him. Rage exploded in Baek Hyun's eyes. Can't live without him. If this is what I think it is, you're all dead. Sword Demon just laughed. You fool. Can't you sense the difference in our power? Inshin screamed, please shut up. But Sword Demon was relentless. Just stand back and watch, Sword Saint. I will handle this filth. Inshin was stunned. Where was all this confidence coming from? You're picking a fight with an S-ranker. But Sword Demon was already charging, swinging his blade with all his might. Die. You insect. Baek Hyun simply drew his own sword, pointing it forward. Baek Hyun's blade erupted in flames, and Sword Demon was instantly engulfed, left charred and motionless on the ground. Cold sweat beaded on Inshin's forehead. In a flash, Baek Hyun vanished and reappeared right in front of him, his hand clamped around Inshin's throat, so fast, it was teleportation. Killing intent radiated from Baek Hyun in suffocating waves. Where is Mina? What did that madman mean? His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. Where is she? Before Inshin could answer, a terrifying presence manifested behind his attacker. The Red Dragon. It was Baek Hyun's legendary sword soul. Baek Hyun snarled in his face. You bastard. What did you do to her? His grip tightened, cutting off the air. Answer me. The flames roared, becoming unbearable for Du Yin. This heat. My face is going to melt. He had to extinguish this inferno first. Du Yin aimed his index finger at the Red Dragon. Finger of authority, he declared. The sight of this brazen act enraged Hyun. How dare you point at me? But suddenly, Hyun's expression twisted, sweat beading on his brow. I can't move. The flames around him began to die down. Hyun snarled. What kind of skill was that? Du Yin's response was cold and simple. Vanish. A blinding arc of energy shot from Du Yin's fingertip, striking the Red Dragon's eyes. It writhed in agony before fading away into nothingness. Hyun was completely baffled by what he just witnessed. My Dragon Soul Sword. Was that your doing? A smirk played on Du Yin's lips. What about it? How did I do it? Hyun glared, his eyes burning with questions. Du Yin nonchalantly touched Hyun's arm. Shouldn't you be the one to let go first? He asked. Your little flame was just getting warm. I'm not a fan of excessive heat. Hyun refused to release his grip. What did you just say? Du Yin's voice was calm. You heard me. Watching them, the Sword Demon was filled with awe. He defeated Baek Du-hun so easily. Incredible. Du Yin pried at Hyun's fingers. Have you had enough? Because now, it's my turn. Suddenly, Mina stormed out of the house, shouting, Be quiet. The noise had kept her from sleeping. Seeing her, Hyun's face lit up with joy. Mina, are you all right? Mina just stared at him in silence. Tears formed in Hyun's eyes. I'm so relieved. But Mina pointed directly at his face. Bad man. Hyun was stunned. What? He called out her name, his voice breaking with tears. At that moment, the color of Mina's eyes began to shift. Mina lunged forward, striking Hyun with a devastating blow. Die, she screamed. The impact sent him flying backwards. His sword was torn from his grasp, clattering loudly on the ground. The attack was so powerful, Hyun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Mina, why would you attack me? But to his shock, Mina then called out to Yin. Mina walked over to Yin's side. Are you okay? The sight completely shattered Hyun's heart. What? What is happening? Mina gently stroked Yin's hair. Don't worry now. Du Yin quickly replied. I'm fine. Mina suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace. I'll protect you from that bad man. She completely ignored Hyun's desperate, tearful calls. Mina continued to fuss over Du Yin. Promise me you won't get hurt. Du Yin grumbled internally. Yes, big sister. Damn it, he thought. Did I really just call her that? Du Yin glanced over at the devastated Hyun, and if they were actually dating, I'd probably want to die if I were in his shoes. His girlfriend couldn't even recognize him. Her mind regressed to that of a child. Du Yin activated a healing ability with his ring finger. Hai-Un's wounds began to close instantly. Once the healing was complete, a notification popped up. Hai-Un was only a lower-tier, 8th-level hunter, but his potential for growth was immense. Hai-Un looked on, completely shocked. 100 divine coins were consumed for that heal. What? 100 coins? Is that the price for an S-ranker's skill? No. This was a chance to recruit an S-rank subordinate. Look at the way he's staring at me. He has the eyes of someone who would die for me if I asked. He definitely pledged his loyalty if I just say the word. Hai-Un shot to his feet. You restored my body? That's an absolutely incredible ability. Not even the S-rank healer I met in South America could do something like this. Du Yin felt a surge of satisfaction. He clearly made a powerful impression on Hai-Un. Seizing the opportunity, Du Yin began to explain. Mr. Baek Du-hun, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Allow me to clarify the situation. But suddenly, a strange noise echoed from the distance. 3 helicopters were fast approaching. Du Yin sighed in frustration. Now what? Didn't you come alone? Are those your allies? Hai-Un shook his head. No, I came by myself. Du Yin considered his words. He doesn't seem to be lying. Then who in the world are they? And why are there so many? Are they bounty hunters? Or maybe an investigation squad from the Hunters Association? Whoever they are, this is about to get very complicated. The deafening chop of rotor blades filled the air as the helicopters descended before the stunned onlookers. From the choppers, figures clad in black suits rappelled to the ground, landing right in front of Du Yin and Mina. He thought to himself, man, there's a whole army of them. But then, he noticed something odd and froze. The door of the lead helicopter slid open, and a familiar figure peered out. It was then that Du Yin recognized him. The principal. Why does he have that grim look on his face? Che Kang-san stood there, gazing down intently, and right beside him was Midi. A thought crossed Du Yin's mind. Ah, that news alert. Don't tell me even the principal thinks I'm some kind of kidnapper. At the same time, seeing her, he was a bit surprised. Oh, and Midi is here too. Spotting a familiar face, Mina's eyes lit up. She pointed at the chopper. It's Midi. A jolt of panic shot through Du Yin as he looked at her. He watched as Mina excitedly raised her arms and ran towards the helicopter. He touched his cheek, a nervous sigh escaping his lips. Ha! How am I supposed to begin explaining this? This is the most perfect setup for a massive misunderstanding. As dust settled, inside the log cabin, a voice concluded, and that's the whole story. Du Yin finished his explanation. I've recounted everything exactly as it happened. The truth about Song Mina sealing her sister Midi's talent was finally brought into the light. A flashback showed the moment of the sealing. Mina's face was a mask of anguish and reluctance. When Midi finally understood the truth, her eyes welled with tears. So, that's why you sealed my powers, sister. The two sisters embraced, overcome with emotion. The younger girl cried out, Sister, you risked your own life for me. Mina held her tight, comforting her as her own tears began to fall. Midi, stop it now. Why are you crying so much? But Midi's face was a mess of tears. She wailed, Sister, I love you so much. Hearing this, Mina gently wiped away her sister's tears. I love you too. The scene was so moving that even the stone-faced bodyguards in black suits couldn't help but wipe their eyes. The professor approached, holding something in her hand, while the principal followed, begging him, please, accept this. Insin took the card, looking at her curiously, and asked, This is a B-rank awakened license, but why? She began to explain. According to your stats, you're only C-rank, but with the principal's letter of guarantee, and that flower monster you summoned. The moment she said that, Kang Sang and Mina flinched back in terror, leaving the other 3 completely bewildered. The principal cried out in fear, Ack! Mina screamed, There, that's the flower he's talking about. The professor cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure. In any case, your ability to summon such strange monsters is highly valued. So you will receive a B-rank license. He recalled the flowers and thought to himself, flower monsters, strange monsters. Ah! You mean the night-blooming roses. Kang Sang scolded him. This is why I asked you to work with me. Becoming a B rank makes you qualified to teach at the academy. Hearing this, Insin could only sigh and reply. And why would I do that? At the same time, he thought, I have ants to raise. And even though I'm just a third-rate writer, I still have to write. Insin considered his schedule. I also have to raise the stats of my S-rank disciple. It's obvious to anyone that I'm an incredibly busy man. Hearing this, the principal immediately made a new offer, holding up 2 fingers. I can double your starting salary. Those words immediately caught his attention. He quickly asked, What did you say? How much would that be, exactly? The professor silently made the calculations. After finishing, she held the device in front of you and Sin. If we add the principal's special activity budget on top of your starting salary, it would be around this. How many zeros is that? You and Sin's eyes widened at the amount displayed before him. Captivated by the power of money, he gasped. Whoa, how many zeros is that? That's insane. He instantly folded, grabbing the principal's hands with utter sincerity. I will become an academy instructor. To be honest, my lifelong dream has always been to stand on a teacher's podium. When can I start? At the academy, Midi was so happy that flowers seemed to bloom around her. A classmate pulled up a chair next to her and asked, Midi, you look thrilled. What's up? Did something good happen? Midi beamed. It did. A very special person is showing up today. Just as she finished, a figure appeared at the door, causing both of them to turn and look. Yu Insin walked into the classroom with a tired expression, letting out a long sigh. He stood at the podium and coughed lightly. Ahem, ahem. Behind him stood the sword demon, his arms crossed. Seeing him, the students below began to whisper excitedly. Who was that? That tracksuit. Isn't that the guy who defeated Professor Gonwook in a single blow? Another student asked. Then who's the person standing behind him? At that moment, Yu Insin finally spoke up to introduce himself. Hello, everyone, he announced. While Professor Gonwook is on sick leave, I will be this class's temporary homeroom teacher. Yu Insin. The students were stunned, whispering. What did he just say? What? So suddenly? Abruptly, the sword demon slammed his sword on the ground with a loud clang. All of you, silence. I am the teaching assistant, sword demon. He glared at them with a terrifying expression. You brats should feel honored to be taught by the great sword saint. Yu Insin then asked, Ahem. So, what is our first period class? Midi enthusiastically raised her hand to answer him. It's physical education. Sir, it's Professor Gonwook's class. He replied, Oh, is that right? All right then, let's just make this a self-study period. The student stared in disbelief at the still beaming Midi, utterly speechless. He returned to his seat, exhausted, and slammed his head on the desk. I'm so sleep-deprived, he mumbled to himself. This classroom is too small. And this is where both Choi Kang-sang and Baek-do used to study. The students' gazes toward him grew even stranger. The sword demon raised his blade, his eyes filled with killing intent. From this moment on, you better not make a single sound, not even the slightest whisper. Anyone who dares disturb the sword saint's sleep will receive no mercy from Yang. A curious student spoke up. Yang. Is the sword's name Yang? Like, from Dragon's Fang? So childish. Feeling the oppressive energy radiating from the sword demon, a male student whispered. The aura he's giving off is at least A rank. Let's just shut up and study. The next day, a weary Yu Insin stood at the podium, yawning as he spoke. Yawn. Your exams are coming up soon, right? So let's have another self-study period. And the day after that, it was pouring rain. He said reluctantly, Wow, it's really coming down out there. There's nothing to be done in this kind of weather. Let's make today self-study day. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. He announced again, What a beautiful day. The whole class can have self-study. Midi looked at her annoyed deskmate, completely clueless as to what was wrong. Go Mi-young stared at the teacher slumped over his desk, unable to hold back her furious thoughts. What is wrong with this guy? We haven't done anything but self-study for 4 straight days. And when he's done teaching, he just plays those games with ants or whatever. Is this guy really a teacher? In the cafeteria, Myung-dae held her spoon, completely stunned, watching the instructor talk while stuffing his face. I'm so happy with this job. The school even gives us free food. Her friend couldn't help but cringe in disgust. He mumbled. Rice stuck to his cheek. Student Go Myung-dae, the food's free. Why are you barely eating? Seeing him act like this, she seethed internally. What an absolute freeloader. But in stark contrast, her friend Midi just smiled. Oh my, just watching him eat brings me joy. Myung-dae shot her a look. What? Is there something wrong with your eyes? She's completely delusional. On the way home, Myung-dae vented. His tracksuit is a mess, and all he does is find excuses to give us self-study. What's there to like? Midi replied. Huh. Oh, you mean teacher you doin'? Hearing his name, Midi's face lit up again. It doesn't matter. All I care about is how brightly our teacher shines. Heh heh heh. Myung-dae was so shocked she spun around, yelling, What? She then glanced at her phone and announced to her friend, My sister and teacher Yu Duin are waiting for me. She started to run, but turned back to wave. Myung-dae, I'm heading out. Hey. Myung-dae yelled after her, stunned. You're seeing that guy even after school? Hey. She couldn't take it anymore, a fire igniting in her eyes. I can't just stand by and watch this happen. I have to save my friend from this disaster, even if I have to take him on all by myself. I will shatter the illusion clouding Mi-Dai's vision. The next day, Yu Duan stood before the class. All right, everyone pair up. Instead of self-study, today we're doing some sparring exercises. From within the crowd, Mi-Dai's eyes narrowed with resolve. Finally, my chance has come. I'll use my own skills to take him down, he announced with a weary sigh. As for the rest, I'm leaving it to the teaching assistant, the sword demon. I'm going to take a nap. Yes, your wish is my command. And with that, he left. As Mi-Di watched him walk away, she was floored. What the heck? How is this any different from self-study? He sets up a sparring session just to go to sleep. As he walked off, he muttered, "Oh, this spot looks pretty good for a nap." Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. "Teacher, wait a moment." Yu Duan turned around. "What is it?" He saw a single hand raised high. "Is that?" "Mi-Di," she declared, "I don't have a partner." He looked confused. "You don't?" And then it dawned on him. "Oh, that's right. There are 21 students in this class. I forgot." He felt a pang of guilt. "Humph, but I really want to sleep." Mi-Di continued. "So, I want you, Teacher Yu Duan, to be my partner." Hearing this, the sword demon exploded with rage. "You insolent brat. How dare you ask the sword saint to be your sparring partner?" She just crossed her arms and shot back. "And why not? What's the problem? Is it against the rules to ask a teacher to spar? Or is he just scared?" The sword demon glared at her, fuming. "This little." Yu Duan cut in. "Quiet. I'll be her partner," he said, already rolling up his sleeves. "Teacher Choi said she'd dock my pay and make me buy my own lunch. If I'm going to slack off, I should at least pretend to be working." Mi-Di fumed. "I can hear you perfectly, even when you mumble. You damn, worthless teacher." In an instant, sparks flew between them, as the other students watched the intense scene unfold. Mi-Di muttered under her breath, "Useless, freeloading bum. I'm going to kick your ass." He heard her and flinched slightly. "Whoa, that's harsh. I can hear every word you're muttering." Looking at the furious girl before him, he thought, "Wait, isn't this Go Mi-Di? Mi-Di's best friend? Well, I can't really argue with her, calling me useless or a freeloader." He started to sweat, thinking about his performance. "I mean, I've basically just slept through every class, but there's a good reason for it." That very morning, Duan had woken up with his head pounding. "Ugh, my head." He turned to see the two Seo sisters sleeping soundly. "Right," he recalled. "I gave him my bed so I could properly treat Mina." He scowled, glaring at the two men sprawled out before him. "And I didn't get a wink of sleep thanks to these two bums." Staring at the empty bottles, he mused. "And these are S-rank hunters. The future of Korea is looking bleak." He nudged the red-haired man's face with his foot. "Excuse me, why don't you just go home to sleep?" When the man didn't even stir, Duan's annoyance grew. "Is this really an S-rank? He's not even twitching." He sighed internally. "These two freeloaders have been at my place for a week, and they've been getting wasted every single night." Just before he left for work, Duan was cornered by the principal and the red-haired man. Both were already tipsy, slurring. "A toast to your new job. We have to celebrate. Congratulations. And please, take good care of Mina for us." He numbly accepted the glass. And that was how it all started. When it rained for an entire week, their excuse was, drinking is always best in the rain. A memory surfaced of the three of them drinking under an umbrella in the downpour. I was worried it would interfere with Mina's treatment. But then those two showed up at my door with a case of beer and more liquor. Mina, sitting up in bed, had beamed. "More drinks. Let's party. You guys look hilarious when you're drunk." Seeing her so happy, Duan thought, "I guess it's a good thing Mina likes these idiots." Later, when the two freeloaders were passed out, Mina's finger gently poked Duan's cheek as he slept. "My tummy's rumbling," she whined, clutching her stomach. "Feed me," he sighed, feeling utterly drained. "Great. A feeding quest." Again, he groaned. "Just stay put." Her eyes landed on a knife. "What's that?" "Ignore it," he shot back. "It's just a kitchen knife. I'll make you some kimchi fried rice." Her face instantly lit up. "Now that's what I'm talking about. Make me a fried egg, too." There he was, cooking in the kitchen, with Mina watching right behind him. "I've been dead drunk all week," he thought. "And now I have to take care of Mina. I haven't gotten any sleep." Suddenly, a strange noise from the cabinet caught her attention. Later, as they were sleeping, a phone screen lit up the room. Their eyes snapped open. The news headline was chilling. S-rank hunter, the Russian Sergei, killed in Gang U. The Hunters Association had already confirmed it with the media, but the world was watching, holding its breath. Experts predicted the emergence of a new, high-level monster, one capable of killing an S-rank hunter. It seems there's a truly dangerous beast out there. The principal covered his mouth, his voice grim. "Let's just pray for a miracle. Although that's a long shot at this point." Poor Sergei. Yu Hyun suddenly gasped. "Whoa, look at this picture. The photo showed the room of the incident, and on the wall, a strange message was scrawled. The principal squinted at the text. What does this say? Did Sergi write that? Yu Hyun explained. According to the analysis team, that's not his handwriting. It's an African dialect. It reads, an offering to the gods. The principal shot to his feet. We have to go, before it's too late. Yu Hyun stood as well, replying, understood. Meanwhile, Yu Insin was just finishing the fried egg for Mina. Hearing them mention something about teleporting, he turned around. Your kimchi rice is ready. Where did those two useless guys go? Mina was curious too. Yeah? Where did those fools run off to? He handed her the fried egg and said, I'll go find them. You finish eating and get ready for school. She turned back with a bright smile. I love teacher Unbi the most, whether I go to school or not. Hearing that, Yu Insin reflected, I always leave Mina with teacher Choi Unbi. I figured it was the best thing for both of us. Snapping back to the present, he faced Myung-dae. He thought, well, I did say I'd start working hard tomorrow, but I guess I have no other choice. A status window appeared. Myung-dae, human, female, age, 19. Special note, possesses a useful necromancy skill. He thought with intrigue, necromancy, The girl removed her necklace, her voice filled with power. Then I shall begin. Awaken, my servant. Hades, Hades, he mused, the king of the underworld from Greek mythology. She clutched the necklace, chanting the necromantic spell, and in an instant, a monster materialized behind her. It was colossal, towering over Yu Insin. It was called the Giant Hades Zombie, a level 7 underworld summon. It had existed for 1,100 years. Special note, he was once a knight under the command of the Mountain Breaker Giant, but after his defeat many years ago, he is now a zombie, a mere shell of his former self. Taking in the spectacle, he thought with amusement. So, the student Myung-dae is using necromancy to control a zombie. This is going to be interesting. The creature raised its massive fist, preparing to strike. He prepared for battle. Skill, iron body. But suddenly, Yu Insin froze. Hades stood motionless, its attack halted. Myung-dae was stunned, urging it on. Hades, what's wrong? Hurry up and attack. All at once, the creature dropped to its knees. The girl screamed in frustration, Are you insane? A voice boomed from the zombie. This lowly and defeated one is honored to meet you. Oh great and mighty existence. Myung-dae shrieked, Hades, what are you doing? Get up and attack him now. She seethed, grinding her teeth. A summoner's command is absolute. How can this be happening? Below, the other students murmured in disbelief. What's going on? He subdued Myung-dae's summon without even lifting a finger. Just then, the sword demon sneered. Even this stupid zombie can recognize the greatness of the sword saint. Another student chimed in. I was thinking the same thing. Our teacher is so cool. Myung-dae furiously pounded on Hades' arm. Hades, move. Just move. Yu Insin thought with a hint of pity. She looked so pathetic, like a cornered squirrel. Feeling sorry for her, he spoke to Hades telepathically. Can we just pretend to fight? The zombie replied. How could I possibly dare? It may be faint, but I can feel the power of my master, the Mountain Breaker Giant, coming from you. I beg you, please take back your words. Yu Insin stroked his chin, thinking, the Mountain Breaker Giant. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Then it hit him. I remember now. So you were his knight, he thought to himself, realizing he had unconsciously placed his hand on Hades' head. In that moment, his image and that of the Mountain Breaker Giant overlapped perfectly. It's as if, I am the Mountain Breaker Giant, he realized. Suddenly, Hades' past flooded into his mind. His form was no longer that of the current zombie. He saw Hades in a soldier's uniform, standing guard before a female priestess. Hades, you became the knight of the giant god with all your pride. An image of a shattered shield flashed before his eyes. He had failed to protect the priestess and lost his life in the battle. For thousands of years, Hades was nothing but a resentful zombie, doomed to wander the underworld without purpose. But when Myung-dae summoned him and heard his story, he was deeply moved, saying, That's truly touching. A system window flashed. You have claimed the sacred power of the mountain-shattering giant. The conditions for inheriting a follower have been met. Do you wish to accept the fallen knight of the mountain-shattering giant? Yes. Of course, there was no reason to hesitate. Without a second thought, he said, Yes, absolutely. A brilliant light instantly enveloped Hades as another notification rang out. Congratulations. You have successfully inherited the follower of the mountain-shattering giant. The colossal zombie Hades has become your third follower. It will consume a vast amount of sacred power, but you can evolve him. Duyin was stunned. What? Evolution? He didn't know what it was, but based on the situation, it sounded like a good thing. The system prompted him, Do you wish to use your sacred power to evolve the colossal zombie Hades? Yes. No. He shouted his answer. Yes. In that instant, layers of immense power began to surge around him. At the same time, Hadit was engulfed by that very same light. He let out a deafening, soul-shaking roar. The students below watched the blinding spectacle, breathless with awe. Incredible. Our teacher is the best. To witness the Sword Saint's magic with my own eyes. What an honor. Even Du Yin was shocked, thinking, so, this is evolution. On the dueling stage, a vortex of black and white light consumed Hadit. Tendrils of darkness crept up from his feet, slithering over his arms. As if sensing the surging power within, Hadit's face contorted, his eyes blazing with a crimson light. His entire form began to transform. A notification appeared. Congratulations. The colossal zombie Hadit has evolved into the Shadow Knight. Hadit. Faced with Hadit's astonishing transformation, Du Yin himself was speechless. The Sword Demon, watching from the side, praised him. To create such a miracle, the Sword Saint truly is magnificent. Next to him, Midi clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, wow, Shadow Knight Hadit. Class, Dark Knight. Special note, possesses transcendent potential. Hadit knelt on one knee before Du Yin, his voice filled with gratitude. I thank you for your divine grace. I swear upon my very soul to become your unbreakable shield. The S-rank advancement quest, gain followers of the Prophet God with transcendent probability, is now at 4. Hearing Hadit speak, Midi was startled and turned to the others. Hadit, he's changed. He can even talk now? Du Yin just smiled to himself, thinking, looks like my little squirrel is in total shock. Whoa! Suddenly, he clutched his head as the world started to spin. Why? Why am I so dizzy? His legs began to tremble as if he were about to collapse. Seeing this, Hami and the Sword Demon rushed to his side. Oh no, Master, Teacher, Sword Saint. Below, a murmur of panic spread through the students. Du Yin's face was pale and drawn. His body shook as Hami struggled to hold him up. Midi cried out in a panic. Oh my god, look how exhausted he is. What do we do? The Sword Demon was just as frantic, asking, how could this suddenly happen to the Sword Saint? Hadit calmly reassured them. He is merely sleeping. His body is unharmed. A stunned Midi replied, oh, is that true? The Sword Demon covered his mouth, overcome with emotion. Just how much of his own life force did he have to pour out? He then dramatically slammed his head to the ground. Please, rest well. I will stand guard until the very moment you awaken. A message appeared. You will consume your own sacred power to evolve your followers. In his dreamscape, Du Yin smiled. I guess I used a lot more power than I thought, he mused. But that's to be expected when you force something to evolve. A beautiful scene of golden fields under a clear blue sky surrounded him. Du Yin realized, this is inside my dream. He instantly felt his head resting on the lap of a beautiful woman and couldn't help but smile. Is today my lucky day? He thought to himself, I guess I now have the ability to meet my patrons directly. Before, I could only see them through a status window. The infinite prophet God spoke. You have used much of your sacred power today. Rest well and recover your strength. Okay. Thank you, my lord. With that, he closed his eyes, ready to enjoy the moment. A warm, satisfying light glowed from his head. He sighed contentedly. Oh man, this feels amazing. Is this heaven? However, he had no idea that strange wisps of white smoke were beginning to appear in this beautiful dream. And while he rested, a creature full of malice was drawing near. In the professor's office, Mina sat with a lollipop, smirking as she stared out the window. She whined with utter boredom. I'm so bored. When are Du Yin and Midi's classes going to end? It would be so much more fun to play with them. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her head. Aha. She then opened her school bag. She reached inside, fumbling for something, before pulling out an object with a sinister smile. I knew this might happen, so I brought this little thing with me in secret. Time to play with it now. She spoke to the box in her hand. Is anyone in there? You want a lollipop too? At her words, the box began to shake and squirm angrily. She laughed, pulling the box and the lollipop apart. Just kidding. I'm not giving you any. This one is all mine. Watching this scene, the professor sighed in exasperation. She thought to herself, I definitely prefer her adult version, no matter how rude she was. The professor quietly wondered, whatever business brought her father and B. Hui onto gang. Surely it couldn't be that big of a deal, right? Miss Song Mina could have been a tremendous asset if only she were in a stable state of mind. Suddenly, a scream shattered her thoughts, along with the image of a lollipop breaking into pieces. The professor stared in shock at a trembling Mina, whose face was a mask of pure terror. No, she stammered, shaking uncontrollably. The professor rushed over to calm her down. Miss Mina, don't worry. We still have plenty of candy. Mina threw her arms around her, panicking. I'm so scared, she cried. The professor replied, Miss Mina, please calm down. What is it that you're afraid of? Bathed in a cold sweat, Mina struggled to speak. A monster. A monster. It's coming to devour me. Just outside, a bizarre man in ragged clothes stood before the building. His face was terrifying, and with a scraggly beard, he spoke aloud. So this is where the sacrifices to my god are hiding. They are the two seeds, sown by the Abyss Dragon. All of a sudden, a horrifying look filled his eyes. Sensing something was wrong, he growled. Why hasn't one of them fully ripened yet? What could this strange premonition mean? His bizarre appearance quickly drew the attention of those nearby. They began to whisper amongst themselves. Look at that guy. Who is he? What a total lunatic. Then, someone approached him. It was a tall, imposing police officer. He stood before the strange man and threatened, You're going to cause a lot of trouble if you try to go inside dressed like that. He clapped the man on the shoulder, honestly. Sir, first things first, let me see your identification. The man muttered under his breath, How dare a lowly creature such as this? In a flash, the strange man swiped his hand across the officer's neck. The policeman stood there, stunned. His head slid cleanly off his shoulders. Seeing this horrifying image, the other guards froze for a second, as the killer's eyes glowed a blood red. The officer's body collapsed, and the remaining guards finally snapped out of it, screaming, You, psycho. Do you have any idea where they charged toward the hooded man? But with a single, fluid motion, he moved past them. All of the guards began to sway, as if about to fall. Tendrils of dark energy appeared behind him, coiling around his arm before a massive sound erupted. He had completely shattered the floor, sending the police officers flying. The entire building began to shake as he slowly rose, revealing his terrifying face. Offer your lives to the gods, he roared. The building continued to tremble as alarms blared. Red alert! Red alert! Intruder breach. The man simply said, How noisy. He mumbled to himself, There are only 2 offerings for my god here. Everything else is just trash. As he finished, from a distance, a group of students charged forward to fight him. They shouted, Surround him. We'll pour all our power into a single attack. Damn it. Of all the times for the principal to be gone, they rushed him in unison, but suddenly, his gaze shifted. His eyes widened in realization. Found you, he whispered. At that exact moment, the sword demon and Mi-Yeon arrived. The man stared intently at Mi-Yeon, the seed of the Abyss Dragon. He bared his teeth in a terrifying grin, growling, My offering. With that, he unleashed a wave of power, blowing back all the students near him. The hooded man used his power to blast the doors wide open. Everyone struggled to shield themselves from the flying debris. Someone asked in terror, What in the world are you? He strode in from the outside, an unstoppable force. The hooded man angrily clenched a piece of rubble. You noisy parasites. He crushed the stone in his hand, his eyes burning with rage. You all deserve to die. The hooded figure swung his arm, releasing a devastating blast of purple energy. The force of the attack sent everyone flying. That torrent of power was streaking directly toward Mi-Yeon. She and the person next to her could only watch in horror. The young man with side-swept bangs gripped his weapon, bracing himself. As the energy blast closed in, he thrust his weapon forward to block the attack. He managed to stop it, but it clearly took every ounce of his strength. The hooded man's brow furrowed in anger. A mere parasite dares to block my attack. Just then, an announcement echoed through the halls. All personnel, please evacuate to the shelter immediately. The voice continued, The principal and the S-rank hunters will arrive in 10 minutes. Move to the shelter instead of engaging the enemy. The young man with the bangs was still struggling to hold his ground. She turned to him and said, Please, get Teacher Juin out of here. I'll try to hold him off for 10 minutes. He shot back, Hades can do that himself. The hooded man sneered, his eyes wide. That's not going to happen. He began to transform, shocking Mi-Yeon and her companion. The hooded figure morphed into a gigantic, monstrous being. It let out a deafening roar. He created a sphere of violet power, with chaotic energy swirling around him. Seeing this, Mi-Yeon panicked. What the hell is that thing? She cried. He then created an impenetrable barrier. The monster spoke with pure arrogance. 10 minutes? Don't you dare daydream, you pathetic insects. Mi-Yeon. Is that a territorial barrier? That's something only a Lord-class monster, like a hell dragon, should be able to do. The young man told her, Miss Mi-Yeon, you have to get to the shelter. It's our only option now, she asked, confused. But you said you were going to distract him. The monster lunged forward, roaring, Where do you think you're going? The monster's tail whipped toward them. He moved into a defensive stance to counter, swinging his blade down. But his weapon shattered in 2. The monster slammed him into a wall as he collapsed in agony. The monster's eyes blazed with fury. How dare you, it wondered. But where did the sacrifice run off to? Just then, Mi-Dee's counterattack struck. The beast turned its head to see the sheer determination in her eyes as she unleashed a powerful electric shock, making it howl in agony. Inside the shelter, a brown-haired girl asked, "Is something wrong, Mina?" Mina trembled, saying, "Mi D is in mortal danger." Then she vanished, leaving her friend in a state of shock. At that moment, Mi D was locked in battle with the beast. The boy with the slanted bangs screamed, "Mi D, watch out." The creature lunged with its claws, making her flinch in terror. It caught her, slamming her brutally to the ground. The boy with the bangs collapsed to his knees. "Sword Saint, forgive me." The monster pressed Mi D into the floor as she cried out in pain. It spoke with dominance. "You can't escape. Sacrifice." A grotesque tongue slithered out from the monster's palm, filling her with horror. The hand crept closer and closer. She squeezed her eyes shut, desperately calling out, "Master! Master!" Suddenly, Mina Na appeared, roaring, "Activate skill, mind control." "Stop." The monster whipped its head around to look at her. "A hell dragon seed, delivered right to my doorstep." Mina Na was stunned. "My skill. It has no effect?" The thing in her bag began to whine. "So noisy. Far too noisy." She angrily threw the bag away. "Shut up. My sister is about to die." Mina Na tried to activate another skill, but a wave of immense power slammed into her. She was violently thrown backward. The monster's tail wrapped around Mina Na, catching her completely off guard. It lifted her into the air with its tail and sneered, "I'll sacrifice you later." Mina Na screamed in fury, "Don't you touch my sister, you wretched beast." The monster's eyes glowed blood red as it raised its hand. "Let us begin the ceremony." Midi trembled with fear. "I'm so scared. Someone, save me." Helpless, Mina Na burst into tears. "Please, save Midi," she roared. "Duin, Duin." Lying with his head in a woman's lap, Duin's eyes snapped open. He sat up, puzzled. What was that just now? He turned to the girl beside him. "I think I have to go now." A screen appeared before him. "The tears of the God of Plenty have fully restored your holy power." Another screen appeared. "She is worried you will lose your life to the apostle of the God of Destruction if you go now." He said, "I have to at least do something." As the monster prepared the sacrifice, a hand reached down to pick up the bag Mina Na had thrown. Seeing this, Mina Na cried out, "Duin." Midi struggled to break free from the monster's grip, but it was no use. Mina Na screamed, "No, don't. Great God, please." The monster brought its hand closer to her face. "The blood rite is complete. Now, I shall offer you to the divine." "No!" she shrieked. A brilliant flash of light erupted. The monster spun around in shock. It saw its own tail, completely severed, thudding to the ground. It let out a guttural roar of fury. "My tail. My precious little tail." A status window appeared. Apostle Gustav, age 85. Note: SS rank, responsible for harvesting, created by the God of Destruction. Duin held Mi Dai in his arms. "I've been itching to carve up a crocodile," he said, even more than usual. Tears streamed down Mi Dai's face. "Master." He gently set her down. He walked slowly toward the monster, a crimson aura radiating from his body. He smirked. "Crocodile. Crocodile." The monster trembled slightly. "Who are you? How dare you?" But it quickly regained its composure and roared. You insignificant little rat. I'll tear you to pieces." Duin rushed forward. The monster threw a punch, but he dodged it effortlessly. It slammed its fist down, but he had already leaped away. It opened its massive jaws to bite him, but Duin met it with a sharp slash across its mouth. It screamed in pain. "You bastard." It lunged again, snapping its jaws shut, but Duin had already vanished. It looked back in shock to find Duin standing on its snout. He grinned. "I want to slice you up even more." The monster roared in frustration. "You little rat." But its cries were cut short by several more slashes. The boy with the slanted bangs struggled to his feet. That's the swordsmanship I want to master." The monster collapsed, exhausted. Duin laughed arrogantly. "Is that all you've got, little fish?" The monster glared at Duin. "You're strong." But its eyes suddenly blazed with crimson light. "That wasn't my full power." Duin's own eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, really? This is going to be fun." The monster prepared to attack. "If I offer you as a sacrifice, the great God will be very pleased." It began to transform. "Witness this. This is the power the God of Destruction has granted me." Duin pointed at the monster with a grin. "Show me all the power you've been hiding. It'll be that much more fun to slice you to ribbons." A screen appeared. "The Seeker of Eternal Truth is disappointed that you are using a sword when you have such powerful muscles to use. Silent Dream is cheering you on with man-eating flowers in both hands." Duin sighed. "Useless little followers." He looked up, thinking, "What is this?" He saw that the monster had transformed into a colossal, pitch-black beast. He picked his nose, looking utterly bored. "Is that really all he's got?" he thought. "How disappointing." He leaped up and swung his sword down. But the monster was completely unharmed. He was shocked. My blade. It can't cut through. Me? A sword saint. He readied himself to charge. I refused to accept this. Duin's power exploded from his body. I'll tear you limb from limb, you wretched crocodile, he roared. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, but the monster caught his blade with its bare hand. The creature laughed, its voice dripping with arrogance. A pathetic sword like that could never pierce scales blessed by a god. The monster struck back, sending him flying. His body slammed hard against the barrier it had created. Clutching his gut in agony, he couldn't even move. It strode forward, grabbing him by the head. Lifting Insin effortlessly, it sneered. How does it feel to face the power of a divine blessing, human? It then raised its hand, preparing for a sacrifice. Oh, beloved God, it chanted. Please accept this delicious offering I present to you. As its hand descended towards him, he desperately tried to summon his holy power. He thought, ring finger of healing. But a system window flashed before his eyes. Warning, warning. Insufficient holy power to activate the skill, he cursed in agony. Damn it, the warnings kept flashing. Another message appeared. Warning, impending death. Insin was truly facing the end. The world before him began to fade, his vision blurring into darkness. From the distance, his charged in to save Insin. But before it could even land a blow, the monster swatted it away, sending it flying 100 meters. Was this it? Insin wondered. Had he been too arrogant, so soon after becoming a god, or was he destined to always be the one running away, leaving others behind? Just then, a voice cried out. It was Inho. Insin, please regain your strength. Even Auntie is praying for your recovery. And then he could hear it. The desperate, weeping prayers of all his followers, their earnest prayers. Their tears shed for his sake. Something began to surge within him. A new notification appeared. A portion of your power has been restored due to the influence of your followers' prayers and tears. Skill share from the demon ant and his has been activated. You have acquired 2 new skills, Phantom Sky, Demon God's Sword, and the Blessing of the Immortal His. In the next instant, the monster's arm was sliced clean off. It stood there, stunned, before letting out a blood-curdling scream. Insin whispered the name of his new skill. Phantom Sky, Demon God's Sword. A massive explosion rocked the inside of the barrier domain. Outside, S-rank hunters Chi Kangsan and Bei Huiyan watched in fury. They were powerless to break through the monstrous barrier. Chi Kangsan cursed. That bastard gathered all the other S-rank and A-rank hunters in a different location. He ambushed the Hunter Academy, leaving us no time to get back and help. But then, they noticed something. The magic barrier before them was starting to crack. Inside, Insin was a blur of motion, weaving his knife through the air in a dizzying dance. The monster had no idea what he was doing. Turns out, Insin was just helping the monster. Log out of Earth for good. Suddenly, his dagger shattered, the fragments hurtling toward the monster. The creature instinctively braced itself for impact, but nothing happened. The monster was baffled. What had he just done? Then, Insin spoke one line. You're already dead. Enraged by the trick, the monster charged forward to finish him. Suddenly, a gash appeared across its stomach, then another on its arms, and finally, one across its throat. It howled in disbelief. How could it lose to a mere mortal? After receiving the blessing of the god of destruction. Outside, the 2 hunters were still trying to figure out what was happening when a massive explosion shattered the barrier completely. The monster stared at Insin, filled with regret. I should have run. The moment I first saw you, you magnificent being. Before it could finish, the monster dissolved into dust. A system message appeared. Follower of the god of destruction has been defeated. Absorbing sacrificial offering. By defeating the god of destruction's follower, Insin was now one step closer to completing the evil god quest. He had successfully eliminated 6 S-rank or higher monsters. Hunters Kangsan and Bei Huiyan rushed to Insin's side the moment they saw his eyes close. They thought he was gone. Seeing his motionless body, they cried out in despair, no. But his explained that his master was merely asleep, having completely exhausted his holy power. The 2 hunters stared, dumbfounded. Insin opened his eyes to find himself in the silent nightmare. He was inside the mouth of a man-eating plant, believing he'd been devoured by some lurking predator. The silent nightmare explained that once its fluids were fully absorbed into his body, no curse or toxin would ever be able to harm him again. He thought to himself, that's pretty cool. But this is taking forever. He even began to wonder if it was actually working. The silent nightmare spoke. Just one more hit. Before he could process its words, a powerful jolt sent him back to reality. Insin awoke in a hospital room, with Mina sitting by his side. She told him he'd been in a coma for a full week. He was stunned. Only 1 week? Mina leaned in closer. Are you all right? Did you have a nightmare? Insin replied, I'm fine. Thank you for worrying about me. Just then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations. Mina's wish has been granted. She has now become your follower. Follower assessment. Mina, SS rank. A wave of joy washed over him. Mina was now one of his followers. The system chimed in again. Recommendation. Try asking her for a kiss. There is a high probability she will happily comply. Just as In was blushing from embarrassment, a colossal shark suddenly smashed through the wall, causing them to grab each other in a panic. Mina clung to In, screaming, a monster, a monster. But it turned out to be a tribute from Inho. He knew In was seriously injured and had offered the shark as a meal to speed up his recovery. The gesture left In completely exasperated. Hearing the commotion, Kang Sam rushed over. What's going on? In just scratched his head. Looks like grilled shark is on the menu. How about we share it with all the students and staff? With that, he pointed with his god's authoritative index finger, and the massive fish landed squarely in the schoolyard. Share it amongst yourselves, it's my treat, In announced. A few days later, In had fully recovered and returned to his teaching duties. Standing before the classroom door, he felt a familiar wave of anxiety. As he entered, the students were already buzzing with rumors. In is the association's secret weapon. Of course, that's why the S-ranker Mina is always following him. They say you took down an SS rank monster when the academy was attacked. In could hear every single word. The demon sword chimed in. So, you mortals have finally realized his greatness. The entire class rose to their feet, bowing to In with newfound reverence. The sight filled In with an overwhelming sense of joy. These kids had never once greeted him properly, but now they all stood in unison. He smiled back. Hey everyone, long time no see. Since it's been a while, we'll have a self-study session today. At that, the entire class froze. In thought to himself. He'd already used that excuse while rushing his novel deadline. He couldn't pull that again, or his students would surely stage a revolt. He was just kidding, of course. Today was actually for one-on-one counseling sessions. In would personally assess the status of each student. Next, he called out. A girl, who the system evaluated as average, came forward. She appeared overweight, but her real issue was high cholesterol. In held out his ring finger, God's healing ring finger. A green light enveloped the student. Moments later, her body appeared leaner and more toned. Her senses had sharpened, becoming twice as acute. In mused internally. Of course, her illness has been completely cured. After that, both Midi and the demon sword entered, also wanting a consultation. Though they both had private training at home, they argued that school was different, leaving In speechless. All right, so, who's first? The two immediately started bickering over who would get In's private counsel. The demon sword declared, I can't just yield to Midi because she's a student. Besides, I was here first. Midi shot back, but you're not even a student. Overwhelmed by a headache, inside, stop fighting. I'll just examine you both at the same time. Suddenly, he felt a wave of desperation. The Saintess was sending a prayer directly to him. His followers were in grave danger and desperately needed his help. Before In could even process what was happening, a system alert blared. In an instant, In could see the dire situation of the ant tribe, a scene of absolute chaos. They were facing an unbelievably powerful monster, a disciple of Abes, the ruler of the swamp. It possessed limitless regeneration and 5 grotesque heads. Alongside it was a ferocious tiger, a disciple of a mighty beast god. And joining them was a demonic lion that wielded terrifying flames. These 3 monsters were annihilating the dark tribe, their power far surpassing the crocodile beast In had slain. All of them had been summoned by Annie. If this continued, the dark tribe faced certain extinction. And if that happened, the very source of In's power would vanish forever. The time remaining until Annie and her army of 100 billion insects attacked was 78 hours and 12 minutes. In couldn't even fathom the sheer horror of a 100 billion strong insect army. An entire truckload of pesticide wouldn't even make a dent in those numbers. In had no confidence he could protect his ant followers from such a horde. Just one monster had given him a run for his money the other day. This time, he had to face 3 disciples at once, plus an army of 100 billion insects. This time, he was truly done for. But then, he remembered an unfinished low-level quest. A sudden joy washed over him, making the 2 people in front of him think he'd gone mad. He decided he had to increase his number of followers first. When a person is drowning, they desperately grasp for a life raft. And In's life raft was the old hunter, Kang San. He had to convert the old man into a follower to complete the quest to become a low-ranked god. With so little time left, it was his one and only chance. Just then, the old man asked if he needed something. As a matter of fact, he had just one request. After a brief discussion, Kang San burst out laughing. All right, I'll trust you. What a strange request. But the keyword, the same one that had worked on Mi-Dai, had no effect on the old man. When he repeated Du-In's words, absolutely nothing happened. Could it be that the old man still didn't fully trust him? When he asked, "Is there anything I can do for you? Anything to make you trust me more?" The old hunter immediately suspected a trick. He thought, even if he liked the boy, there was no way he'd let him marry his daughter. This caused both me and Mina at the next table to blush beet red. Insin quickly explained it was all a misunderstanding, adding he wasn't interested in older women. The moment he said that, both Mina and old man Kang San saw red. The old man slammed his spoon down, shouting, "You little brat, are you saying my daughter isn't good enough for you?" This reaction made Insin realize the old man was far from ordinary, and it was exactly why Kang San didn't fully trust him yet. Old man Kang San then asked Insin if he was using his healing skills to help the other students. This was the perfect opening Insin needed. He boasted that thanks to his healing, Mina's condition had improved dramatically. Before, she couldn't even speak or recognize people. Kang San then asked a critical question. Could he save someone on the verge of death? A quest notification appeared. An S-rank mission from Kang San. The objective: heal Kang San's friend and show them the power of a great god. The reward would be the old man's complete trust. This was the perfect chance for Insin to gain a powerful new follower. There was no reason to hesitate. A short while later, Kang San led him to a hospital. They stood before a room guarded by countless bodyguards. Inside lay Kang San's friend, but it was a girl who looked incredibly young, making Insin suspicious. Kang San explained her name was Mia Jia-gu. Although she looked young now, she had always looked that way, ever since he first met her. She was a war hero who had fought alongside him in his youth, a legend who had saved both South Korea and his own life. But now, her life force was fading. She had to absorb the life from plants just to survive. Doctors and healers had tried everything, but all of them had failed. Kang San asked, "Do you think you can do it?" Even Insin wasn't sure if he could actually cure her. But when he used his appraisal skill, he encountered something for the first time. A person whose age he couldn't read. The system noted that her remaining lifespan was frozen because of her coma. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Insin's mind. A gentleman never asks a woman's age. It seemed to be coming from Mia Jia-gu herself. She was communicating with him through her mental space. At that moment, Kang San placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "I believe in you." Insin's consciousness was suddenly pulled into another place, inside Mia Jia-gu's own mindscape. She greeted him, but Insin was completely disoriented. It turned out to be a skill very similar to Mina's own consciousness space. What was more shocking was that as soon as he appeared, she said she knew him. She could sense that Insin was an incarnation of evil, but in reality, Insin was kind and gentle, almost pitifully so. He was furious at her accusation. Not only that, she planned to use what little strength she had left to destroy him. "If you believe that," Insin asked, "then why bring me here?" She explained that her physical body was essentially already dead, so this was the only way to talk. Insin demanded she send him back to the real world to begin the treatment, as they were running out of time. Mia Jia-gu believed she was beyond recovery, but she still wanted him to use his healing skill right there, inside her mind. She wasn't sure if Insin's skill would work, but urged him to try it immediately. "Your power is far greater than you imagine." Hearing this, Insin used the ring finger of God on Mia Jia-gu's spiritual form. But after a moment, a notification popped up. Treatment failed. Insin's current holy power was insufficient to heal her body. Just as he thought the quest was a failure, Mia Jia-gu knelt before him. She smiled brightly and said, "I believe in you." She reasoned that Insin was likely still too young and inexperienced, but she had faith that he would grow much stronger in the future. She would entrust her fate and the fate of the entire planet into his hands. A new notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have gained a new follower, Mia Jia-gu. Her value is SS rank." What a shocking twist. Insin's main quest progress was now at 8 out of 10. He only needed 2 more S-rank followers to succeed. "Before your world shatters," she advised, "continue saving the other subworlds, just as you are doing now. One day, when your power has grown enough, you will be able to save our world as well." Before he left, she expressed her hope that he would be the world's savior in its time of need. "The answer you seek is closer than you think," the system chimed in, Insin's mind. The follower skill, Mia Jia-gu's prophetic dream, has been added. After returning to the Hunter Academy, he had to face the fact that he'd failed Kang San's commission. Insin had no choice but to find another way to gain followers, just as Mia Jia-gu had suggested. He even used his entire fortune and took out bank loans to achieve his goal. It was then that Insin noticed a massive improvement in the Demon Sword's swordsmanship. He's on a completely different level now. His swordplay had grown explosively. Thanks to the divine secrets Insin traded for with the gods. The Demon Sword then faced High in a fateful duel, but the gap between an A rank and an S rank was just too immense to overcome. Dean believed going from A rank to S rank was impossible, but the ghost sword could ascend by fighting high. After all, the demonic god sword style was no ordinary technique. He then recalled Miyagako's words. Could she have meant the ghost sword? Hai lunged forward, declaring, I won't be holding back. Prepare yourself. The ghost sword, burning with killing intent, shot back. I've mastered the heavenly demonic god sword style to its peak. I am not the same man I was yesterday. A sword strike flew towards Hai, but she vanished without a trace. Reappearing behind him, she landed a clean hit and offered a compliment. That was a pretty good strike, she said, but it's not enough to defeat me. The ghost sword was knocked unconscious with ease, and she was kind enough to carry him to the infirmary. Meanwhile, with the Sung Miji sisters, the elder was desperately trying to break the seal within Mizi's body. She had reevaluated everything. It was better to release the seal so Mizi could protect herself than to be a helpless sacrifice for the evil dragon. In the end, Dean was lost. Miyagako's hint about those around him. Was it the ghost sword, or Seung Miji, or both? He couldn't be certain of anything. The date was now January 8th. If Ghost Sword and Seung Miji reached S rank, the mission would be complete. But time was dangerously short. Dean couldn't just wait for them. Only 48 hours remained before the monster invasion. Dean realized it was time to focus on his own training. He decided to sleep so he could enter the dream world and train with the Dream Chaser. This was because time in the dream world flows much slower than in reality. Dean could train for 3 months in a dream, which was equivalent to just 2 days in the real world. This place was the home of the Absolute Blade Master. During his last battle with the dragon monster, Dean's sword had shattered. He had left it here, trusting the Absolute Blade Master to repair it, but the repairs still weren't finished. The blade was severely damaged, requiring a great deal of time to be restored. Left with no choice, Dean had to bribe the Absolute Blade Master with 1 million gold coins just to borrow another sword from him. But what Dean received was a mere wooden sword. He felt like the old man had just scammed him out of his money. The master insisted, however, that this sword was more than it appeared. He told Dean to try it to truly see how powerful it was. Using his appraisal skill, Dean learned the wooden sword was 850 years old. It had been used personally by the founder of the Manhwa sect for swordsmanship practice. Dean immediately picked up the wooden sword to test it. The moment he held it, he felt as if the blade was trying to tell him something. Or perhaps, the founder of the Manhwa sect was speaking to him through it, but he couldn't yet understand the message. The Absolute Blade Master then flashed a wicked grin and announced, "Now, let the hellish training begin." His requirement was simple. Dean just had to land a single strike on him, and the training would be complete. At this point, only 30 hours remained until the invasion. Landing one hit sounded easy enough, but the harsh reality was that Dean had never once managed to do it before. The power of the Absolute Blade Master was on another level entirely. The old master attacked so relentlessly that Dean didn't have a single second to counter. He could only struggle to defend himself. How could he ever find an opening to land that one crucial blow? And so, Dean trained with the Absolute Blade Master day after day, chugging countless growth potions as he fought. Time flew by in a blur. Soon, only 20 hours were left before the monster's attack. After taking a beating for so long, Dean finally began to understand the master's weaknesses and attack patterns. With a sudden burst of speed, Dean finally succeeded, landing a clean hit on the Absolute Blade Master's body. The master praised Dean for his rapid improvement. He felt immense pride in his student, and didn't forget to ask Dean for a sip of his growth potion. The mission here was now complete. Dean then moved to the Temple of Muscle to train with the Eternal Seeker of Truth. His exercise here was simple: lift weights. The only problem was that the weight was a staggering 2 tons. Dean thought about the future of the ants. If he didn't give it his all, his entire ant colony could be wiped out. And if that happened, Dean himself would suffer the consequences. He immediately activated his Iron Body skill, using every ounce of his strength to lift the 2-ton weights. After days of grueling effort, Dean finally succeeded in lifting the massive weight. The countdown timer now showed only 10 hours remaining. The next training challenge was in Dreamless City. Here, Dean had to wield his sword against man-eating flowers. Their power was so terrifying that even top-tier hunters like Kangen and Sammina were left with deep psychological scars after being defeated and devoured by them. After a period of intense training, Dean finally completed the trial against the carnivorous flowers. The clock was ticking down. Now, there was just over 1 minute until the invasion began. Yet, his synchronization progress was only at 49%. Dean's goal was to reach 50% to receive his reward, but it looked like time had run out. Just to gain another 1%, he'd need to down at least 2,000 more growth potions. But time was a luxury Insin no longer had. Still, he had to try whatever he could. Every single second counted. In this final minute, he decided to test his limits, to see just how far his training had brought him. Insin charged, unleashing a furious barrage on the flesh-eating flowers. Insin gave it everything he had. But the sync rate was still just 0.1% away from reaching 50%. Damn it all. I'm going to lose my mind. Behind him, the horde of man-eating flowers was slowly being annihilated. A cheerful voice rang out from Mong. The heavenly demon's sword is the ultimate weapon. The sync rate has finally reached 50%. From this moment on, Insin can directly interfere with the events in Anxia. Direct interference, was that it? You promised a small miracle, but it seems I've been tricked again. The mental fortitude and endurance of an A-rank apostle would now be amplified by the synchronization. A realization dawned on Insin. Wait, it must be talking about the demon's sword and Miji. This was the so-called small miracle. It would make sense if they could ascend to S-rank. Suddenly, a system alert flashed. The first wave of the Imperial Army's assault had begun. This very moment marked the beginning of a holy war. One that would threaten Insin's very destiny. No way. I have to get to Anxia. Now. Wait, first things first, I need to reach the school rooftop. There should be a transport waiting for me there. Meanwhile, in Anxia, preparations were underway for the coming war. The one commanding this legion of monsters was the sinister Jia Ni. It was a fortress forged from the very power of a demon god. Legend said the castle was impenetrable, an invincible bastion. Lord Filth's garbage fly unit moved to the front lines. Their commander immediately acknowledged the order. Yes, my lord. We will not fail you. A legion of flies then swarmed into the fray, a truly pathetic-looking swarm of tiny creatures. Back in Anxia, tension and fear filled the air. There are too many of them. My holy power can't hold them all back. I will obey Lord Insin's sacred order and never abandon this castle. Please, just get here soon. Her people trembled uncontrollably. Rumors whispered that Lord Filth's cursed Army of Filth could melt solid stone with their touch. If they attack from the sky, we're all dead. We have to get out of here. The commander of the Fly Legion began a dark ritual. Oh, vile god of filth and plague, I beseech you to curse these inferior beings. Its body began to warp and twist. Now, go to hell. You, lowly creatures, all soldiers, spew forth your filth by the power of the god of filth and plague. Suddenly, a gaping rift tore open the sky above them. A colossal foot descended, ripping through the fabric of the night. He stared, a mix of terror and awe on his face. The other monsters froze, waiting to see who had arrived. The foot slammed down again and again, crushing a huge portion of the Fly Legion. Their ichor splattered everywhere as a giant figure emerged, wielding hundreds of cans of insect spray. The one responsible was none other than Insin. See this? This is my army of insect killers, delivered right on time. Man, I'm cool. The Fly commander stared at the cans, breaking out in a cold sweat. What do those symbols mean? Is that the language of a demon god? Below, Insin's gaze was ice-cold and utterly ferocious. The commander's heart hammered against its chest. We can't win this fight. I'm going to die for sure. At this rate, I'm a dead man. My instincts, my god, is screaming at me. Run. Run now. And with that, the flies turned tail and fled. Insin spoke, his voice dripping with contempt. You disgusting fiends. Behold, the god's index finger of power. Every single spray can nozzle clicked open. With a single touch from Insin, it would all be over. The push-button ability of the god's index finger of power, combined with the telekinesis skill from my apostle, Johan, you're all completely screwed. A toxic mist erupted from every can. It was a virulent poison that seemed to dissolve anything it touched. The Fly commander coughed violently, spitting up blood. How is this possible? This poison. It's the most terrifying toxin we've ever encountered. Everyone, retreat. But it was too late. The poison had seeped too deep. Its life was already over. And just like that, the Fly Legion was no more. The billowing mist was a harbinger of doom for all insect kind. Don't let that toxic gas touch you. Oh, heavens. Could that be the demon god from the legends? The one worshipped by those madmen? Run. We're all going to be wiped out. Seeing the panic, Jia Ni roared a threat. Do not fear. He is only one man. If you run, you will die by my hand. Wiping out this mob was becoming a bit of a hassle for Insin. There are so many of them. They could probably cover all of Seoul. But before they could even flee, they dropped to the ground. The moment the gas touched them, it was over. Run away. At that moment, Johnny's fury began to boil over. Do you really think such pathetic tricks will work on us? Oh, powerful and treacherous beast. Lend me your strength. It was a tiger-like creature, brandishing two long, razor-sharp fangs. So be it. The creature prowled towards its target. Insin could also sense that someone new had joined the fray. Its wings unfurled to their full, terrifying span. Its powerful, ferocious body made the very air vibrate. It was clear this thing was here to challenge Insin directly. That bastard. Insin realized. It's fanning the insecticide this way. This is bad. It's going to wipe out my entire ant army. The only thing I can do now is use the god's index finger of authority. My telekinesis skill won't work. And all my bottles of insecticide have been blown away. Oh no. All that money. Gianni was stunned by Ingzin's cunning. That detestable demon god. He'd used another trick. Ingzin's momentum was completely shattered. That pesticide was potent. His ants were nearly all wiped out. Huh? What in the world is that cat-like thing doing now? The tiger beast opened its mouth, preparing to devour something. The sacrifices had been collected. Even for an enemy creature, Ingzin found this sight utterly heartless. It was going to get stronger by consuming them as sacrifices. Those cruel, savage bastards, Gianni declared. This is our plan. We will bear any sacrifice. Hundreds of thousands, even millions. As long as we gain enough power to defeat you. We cannot let this power, this sacrifice, go to waste. Blind dragonflies, advance as reinforcements. Ingsin was seething with rage. Now that he thought about it, because of that saber-toothed beast, all of his expensive pesticide had been completely wasted. Saber-toothed cat, he muttered. I'll make sure you regret this. Ingsin prepared to unleash a crushing counterattack. But he froze, spotting something in the sky. What now? This army looked even larger than the last one. All of their eyes were covered. A smug grin spread across Gianni's face. Humph. This unit's jaws can crush solid rock, even if they can't kill him. They can at least inflict a fatal wound. My followers can handle the rest. One of them immediately dove down. The blind dragonfly unit had landed. Ingsin looked up, calculating how to deal with them. He activated a skill, causing his muscles to expand. But the dragonflies charged forward like moths to a flame. Their target was Ingzin's flesh, and they began trying to drill right through his body. Their dragonfly comrades tried to reassure one another. Don't panic. We'll break through with sheer numbers. His defense is only at a demon god's level. But Ingzin's body began to transform once more. A cotton-like substance suddenly enveloped him. Then, Ingzin's finger pierced through the fluffy layer. The god's middle finger of judgment, as he activated the skill. His finger transformed into a cannon that blasted pure flame. The next technique, blazing prosperity, flames erupted, engulfing the dark night. The dragonfly horde was instantly reduced to nothing but ash. Flames swirled around Ingzin, creating a perfect shield. He finally stopped, having reached the perfect position. Insin's hands changed their attack pattern. He began simply flicking the insects away, just like any normal person would. The only difference was that he could generate fire from his fingertips. With every flick, the dragonfly army descended into chaos. This was a trial by hellfire. Run, sister, save me. Why are you pushing me? I don't want to die. But this onslaught was draining Insin's power at an alarming rate. Damn it. I'm almost out of holy power. The royal army has about 100 billion soldiers. I thought just killing 1 billion would be enough to level up, but it's harder than I thought. I was lucky to get a 50% sync rate, but it's still not enough. I'm getting dizzy. Did I use up all my holy power? Regardless. Why is that piece of trash staring at me like that? That is a follower of the flame that shines in the heavens. Another strange new character appears. Gianni announced another name, follower of the great god. Can you handle this demon god for me? A deep laughter echoed. I, Huo Lun, will answer your summons. In return, I will take 100 million sacrifices. The dragonflies were about to suffer the same fate as the earlier swarm. Priestess, please spare us. Another round of sacrifices, but Gianni only cared about her own gains. Silence. Consider this an honor for the victory of the Empire. Huo Lun unleashed a ferocious inferno, incinerating all the blind dragonflies before it. The sacrifices had been collected. Huo Lun's speed and form began to transform. Its body grew stronger, with sharp spikes sprouting from all over. Insin watched as it towered over him. It got bigger. This is going to be a problem. Huo Lun's eyes snapped wide open. It shot towards Insin at full speed. Once again, he had to figure out a way to fight back. God's index finger of authority, but the attack fizzled out. He didn't have enough holy power left. My holy power. The result for Insin was beyond disastrous. He was sent flying a great distance. His body reverted to its normal state, and he had no strength left to fight. This brought a satisfied smile to Gianni's face. Naba, do you see this? That demon god has met his miserable end. I have finally avenged you. Insin couldn't believe he'd been cornered like this. Have I lost? No matter how much they worship me as their god. Haven't I been too arrogant? I was weak from the very beginning. How could he even think of protecting the citizens of the Gizami kingdom? Just then, Annie rushed to his side. "No, Sir Ethan, please don't close your eyes." Her teardrops spurred Ethan to speak. "Annie, why are you here?" "I told her not to leave the fortress." Auntie's healing magic was completely useless. The sacred flame blazed high in the sky, preventing Yi Xin's regeneration. Vulcan sneered with contempt. "You stubborn piece of trash. So you're still alive. For a barbaric demon god to wield such a filthy flame. Pathetic. Prepare to die. I will offer your life to my master." At that moment, Inho began to pray. "O great savior, Yi Xin, please allow number 1 to descend upon this world." It was as if Yi Xin had completely forgotten about Inho. "Number 1, right, there's still him. Number 1, descend, please. At least give me enough holy power to summon him from the tower." A flash of blue lightning split the air. Inho had descended. "My lord, number 1 has received your command. Do not worry now. I have slain countless monsters like it inside the tower." Yi Xin let out a weak laugh. "Is that so? My number 1 is truly admirable. But when did you become so powerful?" A tiger appeared from nowhere, opening its massive jaws to swallow Inho whole. He vanished without a trace. The tiger chuckled sinisterly. "A bug that isn't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth." Anti was stunned into silence. Number 1? Yi Xin feared the worst was coming true. It ate number 1. It's all over. I don't even have the strength to lift a single finger. Then, something emerged from a crack in space. It was the kitchen knife Yi Xin had entrusted to the Doom Blade. The sword's shape was incredibly bizarre. Yi Xin quickly grabbed hold of it. The moment he touched the blade, electricity surged through his body. Everything around him began to shake violently. Yi Xin could feel his own power skyrocketing. This time, he was able to stand up, his footing firm. Vulcan suddenly grew anxious. Something was disappearing. Yi Xin's eyes were fixed on his enemy. Skillshare, sword, demon. The other monsters began to tremble in fear. This is no joke. This is dangerous. Yi Xin unleashed the Heavenly Demon Dynasty technique. The tiger immediately turned and fled. Vulcan didn't hesitate either. This is too dangerous. But Yi Xin had no intention of letting them escape. "You think you can run?" Vulcan sensed the mortal danger approaching. Its sharp body was sliced apart by Yi Xin's sword. The attack left Vulcan severely wounded. Fragments of its body rained down everywhere. "This precious body, created and gifted to me by my master." Not only that, but the force of Yi Xin's slash radiated everywhere. Monsters that hadn't even joined the fight met a tragic end, their scattered corpses littering every corner of the battlefield. Yi Xin had already fought far too much for one war. "You cowardly bastard. Right now, I just want to execute you. How dare you eat my number 1? I will take your life." However, the problem is my holy power. I'm not sure if I have enough for another Heavenly Demon Dynasty. I'm starting to lose my focus again. The tiger suddenly stopped running. This bastard. I get it now. That last attack must have consumed a lot of his power. It turned back to attack Yi Xin once more. This is my chance, but it kept having to stop like that. What is this? Why do I suddenly feel so much power pouring from this bastard's body? Just as it said, Yi Xin had received another source of energy. The seal on his earthly disciple, Medea, had been successfully released. She now possessed transcendent abilities. This was what Yi Xin had been waiting for. "Miss Me, you finally did it." A small but incredible miracle was about to happen. Thanks to Miss Me, my holy power has been fully restored. Sword Demon, you better give it your all, too. I will use the Heavenly Demon Dynasty one more time. But this time, it's aimed at that fanged cat. The tiger trembled in fear. Damn it, I need to avoid a direct confrontation. But something else was about to take the stage. Yi Xin turned his head. What was that sound? His eyes suddenly flew wide open. The snake from before was still not dead. "Surprised, you barbaric, cruel, and pathetic demon god. My body has been granted an immortal blessing. A sword or something similar can't kill me that easily." Something crawled out from the egg sacs on its body. They were newborn snakes, and there were quite a few of them. The apostles of the ruler of the abyssal swamp can regenerate infinitely. Yi Xin realized what this meant. Hitting it was pointless. Tax. The snake began to taunt him with its words. What is there to fear? A pathetic sword aura like that could never kill us in the first place. You should go meet your maker. It seems the sword was insulted. Because it started talking. Did you say my sword aura was pathetic? Yi Xin could even feel that killing intent. This sword is terrifying. The snake also sensed that things were about to get ugly. Look, a talking sword. What an interesting blade. All right, I'll take you as my prize. The sword became even more enraged. Oh, Snakehead, stop your nonsense and try repeating what you just said. You dare say the sword aura of this great hero is pathetic? The snake refused to back down. Your sword becomes worthless when faced with the power of infinite regeneration. Come and try me. I'll use your demon's sword as a decoration and display it at the entrance of my lair. Right at this moment, Yi Xin had to mediate an argument. With the weapon in his hands, this feeling. It's like the sword is possessed by another entity. Who could it be? The founder of the Huashan sect? No. This voice is entirely different. Suddenly, a manic laugh erupted from the blade, sending a chill down Insin's spine. This voice, it could only belong to a madman, like someone truly unhinged. The serpent recoiled in confusion. Why was it laughing? But the demonic blade already had its own agenda. What else is there to do but laugh? After all, you're already a ghost. The serpent's form began to dissolve into dust. That sword, it has cursed me. However, as long as I wield the blessing of rebirth bestowed by my master, no mere sword can possibly end my existence. The sword scoffed, its power immense. Do you truly believe you can survive a strike from the heavenly demon blade? The very moment my edge touched you, your fate was already sealed. The serpent couldn't even utter a final hiss before it vanished. A booming laugh echoed from the sword. A pathetic worm like you dared to stand in my way? Apostle of the abyssal swamp ruler defeated. Sacrificial essence absorbed. Promotion to low-tier demon god is now in progress. I can feel the power surging inside me. I wonder what will happen when this progress bar hits 10 souls. It seemed Insin had overlooked one crucial detail. Damn it, that bloodlust. That tiger is like a ghost that refuses to fade away. You're just noticing now, my wind blades will tear you to shreds. The tiger was now leagues stronger than before. A look of pure shock crossed Inshin's face. The tiger's attack was even more powerful than its first one. Thankfully, Insin managed to slice right through it. The sword sounded pleased, impressive reflexes. At least you're not a complete moron. This time, Insin's anger toward the beast flared. A saber-toothed cat pulling a sneak attack. Huh. The heavenly demon blade was confused. Why did the tiger suddenly recoil in fear at his voice? Hold on. Insin gritted his teeth, glaring at it. What? You're telling me to hold on? Are you resorting to cheap tricks now? But the tiger wasn't speaking to Insin at all. He couldn't figure out why its stomach was convulsing, as if something was alive inside. What in the world? The pain was so intense, the tiger couldn't even maintain its flight. It plummeted to the ground with a sickening thud. Its agonizing screams echoed through the air. My stomach. My stomach is going to explode. The whites of its eyes showed as it writhed in pain. My stomach. To think the tiger would meet such a gruesome end. The one responsible was none other than In-Ho, the big guy. Insin was overjoyed to see him safe. I knew it. Number one is still alive. Not only was he unharmed, In-Ho seemed more energized than ever. Of course, a giant beast that's all bark and no bite is easy to take down from the inside. Insin finally felt his tension ease. You really are number one. But then the sword's voice cut in. I have a feeling this loudmouthed servant is going to be a handful. Insin was still burning with curiosity. Hey, who exactly are you? The voice replied with a strange, evasive tone. You don't know who I am? What a complete and utter fool. Now perk up your ears and listen closely. Insin waited on the edge of his seat for the answer. What is it? It's not some world-shattering secret, is it? Why are you pausing at the most dramatic moment? The sword seemed reluctant to speak. Oh, should I go back to the part about who I am? Insin's eyes widened in disbelief. How can it be this insane? I was so sure this was the sword saint's kitchen knife. But no, the voice is completely different. Then who, or what, are you? Lord Heavenly Sword? Could you please explain what's going on here? This warranty service is a little unconventional. Juetai was clearly dodging the question. What kind of answer is that? If this is how it's going to be, I have no choice but to demand a refund. But Insin had forgotten one critical thing. Huolun wasn't finished with him yet. How dare an insect like you destroy the body my master bestowed upon me? This is unforgivable. I will never let you escape. Insin casually picked his nose. That guy's still alive? Huolun craved more power. Priestess, offer me a sacrifice. I need more sacrifices to finish off that demon god. Junie grew anxious. Please, accept this offering. 100 million, no. 1 billion soldiers. But even this was not enough for Huolun. All of them. Sacrifice every last one of the 100 billion soldiers to me. This was more than Junie could handle. What? What are you saying? Huolun was on the verge of madness. Sacrifice them, for the glory of our God. Sacrifice all of your lives. He meant the entire army assembled there, leaving not a single soul behind. High Priestess, save us. The soldiers cried out. Junie tried to intervene. Please, stop this. This was not part of our contract. The great emperor will never forgive you for this. But Huolun no longer cared. Silence. Woman, you're being too loud. The sacrifice. Let me absorb the offerings. Insin watched as the monster's sanity crumbled. What the hell? It's completely lost its mind. It began to grow larger and larger. Its body erupted with molten rock. The shards of lava fused together, forming a new, complete body. From below, In-ho roared with defiance. Big guy, let me take on this oversized brute. He planted his feet firmly on the ground. You overgrown freak, I'm going to carve you up. The boulder he threw flew at top speed, but it was like a pebble against the colossal Huo Lun. All Insin could do was watch as the massive rock simply melted away. Huo Lun looked down, a triumphant smirk on its face. Behold, the master's true power. A colossal flame blazed across the sky, ready to crush. Insin, without a hint of fear. In-ho was terrified. Sir Insin, what do we do now? But the sword in his hand just laughed. You clueless fool. Is that even a question? Ingainan, however, was intrigued. Oh, you have a plan? The sword's answer was brutally simple. We cut it down. Against a brute with such a pathetic flame, a single, direct slash is all you need. But Insin wasn't so sure. You call that pathetic? Are you seeing the same thing I am? I don't know what you are. But you're clearly no ordinary sword. At this rate, the entire forest will be consumed by this inferno. The sword was brimming with confidence. Just trust in me. There is nothing in this world I cannot cleave in two. His only weapon was this eccentric blade. This is insane, he thought. But it's not like I have any other choice. All right, let's do this. Skillshare. Heavenly Demon's Holy Sword. 1 second, King Demon style. As arrogant as Huo Lun was, it sensed the danger in Insin's attack. It dodged just in time, and the strike missed its mark. Is that all you've got? Insin gritted his teeth. Damn it, I knew it. If that cheapskate heavenly sword was the one who repaired you, then this must be your limit. I should have been more suspicious about the free shipping. Is Ankia going to be destroyed because of this? How am I supposed to take down a monster this insane? But a moment later, Huo Lun felt the delayed impact of the slash. No, my body, the precious body my master bestowed upon me. This time, Huo Lun completely exploded. The sword let out a triumphant laugh. See, it's been cut. See that? That's the power of yours truly. Something fell off to Insin. But I was the one who swung you. At least I didn't pass out this time. When I fought Tever, I blacked out immediately after. I guess I've gotten stronger. What was that? The sword sneered. My dear wielder, care to repeat yourself? Chufu gazed at the blazing sky with a worried expression. Insin looked up, just as Qingmeng warned it was too soon to celebrate. His eyes widened in shock. What is that? A believer of the light that pierces the deepest heavens. The legend told of two sun god brothers who once ruled over Antia. But the two gods fought for thousands of years. The loser was ultimately sealed inside a celestial fire chariot. Insin had faced one shock after another. I finally managed to defeat it, but all I did was break its seal. That thing with the head of fire was actually a sun god. To be precise, it's merely a remnant of a sun god. But since it was once a high-ranking deity, you'd be better off just giving up now. Insin did not appreciate the advice. What kind of nonsense is that? I spent a fortune on this whole affair. Besides, this situation is already a total disaster. I used every last drop of my sacred power in that last attack. But as a wise man once said, even if the heavens themselves were to fall, there's always a way out. Don't ask who. Everything was consumed by flames. Huo Lun let out a deafening roar. How dare you destroy the chariot my master bestowed upon me? I will bury you and this entire world in an ocean of fire. But then, Insin noticed something. Ah, there it is. The crack in the sky. Meanwhile, In-ho was in grave danger. The monster's pressure was so immense, he could barely move. At this rate, I'm going to be burned alive. But down below, Insin had regained his resolve. What are you just standing there for? Sacrifice something. Don't be afraid. Hearing his master's voice, In-ho snapped out of it. He grabbed a tiger-like monster by the tail. He then swung it around, building momentum. I offer this beast as a sacrifice to you, my lord. Huo Lun was still gloating. You cannot win, parasite. But Insin's goal was clear. He needed more power. Excellent. In-ho. In a flash, he completed the absorption of the monster. An overwhelming power surged through him. The sacrifice In-ho offered. A powerful and cunning monster worshipper was worth 2 S ranks. Insin completed the quest and was promoted to a low-ranking demon god. Now, the sheer power radiating from him would surely strike terror into any foe. A wicked smile spread across Insin's face. So this is the sacred power of a low-ranking demon god. In-ho cheered with all his might. Oh, I believe in you, Sir Insin. Even An Ti prayed silently from afar. Sir Insin, please. A battle-hungry fire lit up in Shin's eyes. That's right. I am your god. But Huo Lun had no intention of backing down. Resistance is futile. Now burn along with this world. And Shin unleashed a technique all his own. Shut your mouth, flame brain. Divine judgment, middle finger. Feels hot, doesn't it? Now get lost. He aimed his attack straight at the god's face, but it seemed that still wasn't enough. You bastard, you think that can stop me? After all, this was merely a borrowed power that Shin had been blessed with. He's right. I can't maintain this for long. This thing is unbelievably strong. Now I'm sure of it. Is it because of the 100 billion sacrifices? Or is it because he was a high-ranking god before he was sealed? I've been promoted to a low-ranking demon god, and I'm still no match for him. Damn it, Huolun still has so much power left. Do you really think an attack like that will make me admit defeat? The Dark Tribe is in chaos, the castle is melting. Run, and Shin held on with everything he had. Curses. The heavenly demon's power had no effect. He would have to resort to the heavenly sword's ultimate treasure, but the blade refused to obey. Stop. The treasure of the heavenly sword can't cut through fire. This was a move Shin hadn't anticipated. What is this? What's happening to me? Suddenly, his power vanished completely. Even the sword could sense that something was terribly wrong. At that moment, back in the human world, someone's room was in a state of utter disarray. Out on the terrace stood Kang Jiom, the second form of the heavenly demon god's sword. So, I finally mastered the essence of the second form. Kang Jiom moved the sword in his hand, channeling its demonic energy across dimensions to the world where Shin was fighting. It seems the sword devil has made his move. It's unclear what the sword in his hand is trying to accomplish. The heavenly demon god's sword's second form. It forces me to remember my true identity. A faint light emerged from the blade, taking the ghostly shape of an old man. He looked as if he was about to say something. I am the voice of the sword, now made manifest. The heavenly demon? Shin couldn't understand why this spirit was here. The heavenly demon? He activated the eyes of the sightless god, instantly scanning the heavenly demon's history. The sword he once held was stained with blood. And the heavenly demon wept. He had taken his own daughter's life. She had become an apostle of the god of destruction. He then slaughtered millions of her followers before taking his own life. Shin was in absolute shock. My god. Something like that happened to the heavenly demon? Of course, no one could remain sane after such a tragedy. The heavenly demon's spirit raged. My daughter. For thousands of years, he had searched for someone who could avenge him against the god of destruction. He was tricked and lost his memories. But thanks to the sword devil, they had finally returned. Shin was furious. What? He was scammed? Tell me everything. There's one person I find highly suspicious. The almighty heavenly sword used revenge as bait to lure the heavenly demon into becoming his apostle. However, he refused, saying he despised treacherous scoundrels. In retaliation, the heavenly sword erased his memories and sealed him within the blade for 1,000 years, leaving him utterly powerless. If there's one thing Shin also hates, it's a con artist. Heavenly sword. That deceitful, fraudulent merchant. The heavenly demon felt a surge of satisfaction. Sword devil, what did you just say? His enlightenment has restored my lost memories. You have a fine disciple. If it's you, can you deliver my vengeance for me? This was a cause, Shin was more than willing to take up. I can. I swear I will strike down that god of destruction in a single blow. For some reason, the heavenly demon let out a hearty laugh. Very well, use my power. You are worthy of it. You are worthy of becoming my master. With those words, the heavenly demon dissolved into ethereal bone, merging with Shin's body. The heavenly demon had acknowledged Shin as his master. Huo Lun now had nowhere left to run. What in the world is happening? Shin had finally completed his quest, triggering a level up. It was a small, yet astonishing miracle. It all ended with the sword devil's enlightenment. Now, Shin was overflowing with power. Huo Lun shrieked. You gained a sliver of power from that crazy old man, and now you think you can stand against me? An insect will always be an insect. Now, get lost. It launched a counterattack against Shin's technique. The two powers seemed to be perfectly matched. The heavenly demon advised him, to extinguish these flames, you must use an even greater fire. Shin then stopped his movements. He readied his weapon, just as I thought. Heavenly demon's sacred sword, second form. This was the heavenly demon's interpretation of the great heat hell, one of the most brutal of the 8 major hells. Huo Lun was confident of its victory. Stop your useless struggling, you pathetic human. No matter how hard you try, you cannot change your fate of annihilation. The two flames, of 2 different colors, clash once more. But this time, the destructive force of Shin's attack completely overwhelmed Huo Lun's. He cut through my flames, Shin spoke. I told you to get lost. It's getting way too hot in here. And then, Huolun took the full force of Injin's slash. A wound like this should heal instantly with my power. Master, what is this flame? It's burning me. Save me. Huolun disintegrated within, in Shin's purifying fire. He had spent an immense amount of energy to win this fight, but in doing so, he had saved this world, restoring its natural blue sky. I did it. I protected Ankia. The members of the Dark Tribe were overflowing with pride. Sir, Insin is victorious. He performed a miracle and protected us all. Let us praise our great God. That's Sir Inshin for you. I always believed you would win. It was time for Inshin to return. All right, I need to rest for a bit. I'm leaving the rest to you all. Auntie and Inho bowed their heads. As you command. Insin had won the Holy War. His fame was now spreading across the entire continent. He could now challenge the promotion quest to become a mid-rank god for both the benevolent gods and the demon gods. Back in his familiar room, it seemed, Insin was smiling. Even the heavenly demon couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Inshin couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into savage laughter. Jet glared daggers at him, hissing that Ethan was nothing more than a common thief. A chilling, inhuman smile crept across Ethan's face. A thief? Is that a joke? Sir Heavenly Sword. Aren't you the one who's actually stealing from me? Jet roared back. I never knew that brutish sword demon could awaken the heavenly demon's memories, but Ethan couldn't care less about the process. Oh my, what a baseless accusation. In any case, my dear stingy Sir Heavenly Sword, I need you to fix this. But Jet's quote of nearly 50 million spirit coins made Ethan's blood boil. Sir, have you lost your mind? That's highway robbery. My dear stalker, wouldn't you agree? 10 million. Take it or leave it. Ching Meng secretly whispered that he knew a blacksmith, and Ethan's confidence soared. I knew it. These foolish stalkers. I mean, my beloved customers, the seeker of eternal truth, having waited for this day, offered to do it for 5 million. But Ethan scoffed. Look at this fool. I mean, look at this wonderful client. Whether it's capitalism or stalkers, commercial competition is a beautiful thing. Don't you agree? If you give it to the seeker of truth, Sir Heavenly Sword Jet, it will take him an entire year. But was 10 million still too much? 3 million? And you got a deal. What is this pathetic excuse for a discount? Just think about what I've had to endure until now. Oh well, I guess I'll just hand it over to the seeker of eternity. Finally, Jet was forced to accept Ethan's price of 3 million. At that moment, a call came from the homeless-looking uncle, Kang San. Where are you? Get to the Hunters Federation, now. They've found about 100 Taver crocodile eggs. Even Ethan was stunned. What? The eggs of an astute-ranked Taver beast. At the Hunters Association, a commercial was playing for a facial mist loved by the prestigious hunter, Mina. Ethan arrived just as he was summoned. It was an ad featuring Mina's face. Kang Jium stared, utterly transfixed. She's gorgeous, isn't she? Suddenly, Kang Jium's face flushed crimson. The moment Mina's name was mentioned, she appeared, along with me and Kang San. Master, you've arrived? It seemed Ethan wasn't particularly fond of this scruffy-looking man. Hello to you, and you. The most serious of the group was, without a doubt, Kang San. All right, that's enough. Let's get inside. We have to see those crocodile eggs with our own eyes. Inside the association's meeting hall, Ethan reminded Kang Jium, you'll wait here. You're not part of the Hunters Association. Kang Jium appeared incredibly obedient. Yes, sir. S-rank hunters from all over the world had gathered here to see the infamous crocodile egg. A man from across the room waved. How have you been? Ethan replied, startled. Is that you, Hyun? Hyun was more excited than anyone. Ethan, come sit here. And Mina, you can sit right next to me. But Mina refused. No, I'm sitting next to him. Director Chi's voice cut through the noise. Everyone, please be seated. The Taver egg will be brought in shortly. Mina's eyes sparkled with a strange light. A crocodile egg? I bet it's delicious. Ethan blushed as she clung tightly to him. Please, miss, sit down. With that, everyone settled into their seats. Suddenly, Ethan's gaze shot to the other side of the room. A penguin mask? That had to be her signature style. Ethan tried to use his appraisal skill on her, but it failed. What? Appraisal failure? Just who is she? Mina waited with unbridled excitement. An egg. It's the egg. The specimen was placed on the table, bound securely by thick chains. Director Chi began the briefing. This is the egg of a rank Stu Taver monster, the same beast that attacked the academy. We managed to bring this one all the way from Africa. Of the hundreds of eggs found, this is the only one yet to hatch. We are still investigating to find the remaining ones. A heavy feeling settled in Ethan's gut. A Taver's egg? I barely survived my last encounter with one. And now there are 99 more of them crawling around somewhere. Suddenly, the egg began to shake violently. Ethan sensed that something was terribly wrong. Did that just move? The room descended into chaos. What in the world? The Taver egg is moving. A cracked spiderweb across its surface. A rather large baby crocodile poked its head out. The crowd's reaction was unexpected. It's so adorable. I want to take it home so badly. What is it trying to say? The baby crocodile's eyes, however, burned with terrifying malice. I have found my mother's mortal enemy. Ethan knew exactly who it meant. Its mother's mortal enemy? Am I the only one who understands what it's saying? The crocodile exploded from its shell with incredible speed, and Ethan knew precisely what it would do. It shot straight for him. I will take your life. The crocodile leaped through the air decisively. Ethan watched it, his expression unreadable. Why do its movements seem so slow? I guess it's because I've grown so much stronger. I'm at the demigod level now. After all, a little lizard like this is child's play. Power of the index finger. The crocodile finally realized it had walked into a trap. Is this where I die? But before the final blow landed, someone else flashed forward. Where do you think you are? The man struck the baby crocodile before it could even see the sun. His name was Jung Hyuk. The crocodile was beaten mercilessly. I've got to get out of here. Even Sindhu showed it no mercy. Heh, and to think its cute face almost fooled me. And now it's crying fake crocodile tears. Is this really how I'm going to die? Shindu turned back, asking if everyone was all right. Yin Jin felt completely useless. That was beyond embarrassing. They took it down before he even had a chance to strike. But S-Class hunters really are on another level. Mina burst into tears, clinging to me, absolutely terrified of the crocodile. Kang San's hands balled into fists of rage. How dare a mere crocodile? Yin Jin was at a loss for what to do. The creature's trembling hand looked almost pitiful. Please, someone save me. It seemed to cry. Gods above, if anyone can hear me, help me. But Zhang Huo had no intention of showing mercy. Still alive, are you? Then it's time you went to hell. His foot rose, ready to send the crocodile to the afterlife. The crocodile was just moments from death. But someone intervened. Hey, that's Satuk, the master of the Immortal Guild. Stop right there. Zhang Hu's face twisted in annoyance. Why are you interfering? Satuk must have some hidden agenda. Because I can't let you damage it any further. I'll take its life and bring the body back to my guild for dissection. But Zhang Huo refused. I must be the one to finish this beast myself. Otherwise, this itch in my hands won't go away. Satuk's laugh was chilling. Why must today's youth be so discourteous? Suddenly, the entire room began to shake violently. This was Satuk's doing. Perhaps a little thrashing will teach you some manners. Outside, Kang Jiam could feel the overwhelming power. Kang San knew what this was. Is he really planning to summon a warrior spirit? That crazy old fool. Stop right now, old man. But Satuk just grinned menacingly. I'm afraid I can't do that now. With things escalating this far, Zhang Huo had no choice but to fight, then drop dead, old man. Armored soldier, his body was instantly encased in powerful armor. With the eyes of a true knight, Zhang Huo stood majestically before Satuk, but Kang San stepped in to stop them. That's enough. Hunters should not be fighting each other like this. Yin Jin decided to just watch from the sidelines. A full-blown brawl was about to break out. Too bad there wasn't any popcorn. Fights were always fun to watch. Just then, he heard the crocodile's faint, dying voice. Help! Did Yin Jin hear that right? What was that? Tears streamed down the creature's face. Oh God, please save me. If he saved it, a small miracle might just happen for him. All right, I'll save it, but how? A system window appeared before him. Will you save the helpless little monster? You can save the crocodile discreetly. Yin Jin immediately made his choice. Huh? Of course I will. A strange magical aura enveloped the crocodile. It merged with this power and vanished completely without a trace. Yin Jin's anxiety shot through the roof. Huh? It's gone. Don't tell me I was tricked again. Just then, his phone rang. Who could be calling at a time like this? The moment he saw the screen, Yin Jin froze in shock. He repeatedly pointed at his phone in disbelief. How did it get in there? But wait, why does it look so cute? The crocodile had vanished without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, Satuk was still ready for a fight. Have you not been taught to respect your elders? Today, I'll teach you that lesson by squeezing the very breath from your lungs. Zhang Huo wasn't backing down. Stop being so stubborn, old man. I'll take that crocodile's life and grind its bones to dust. Watching this unfold, Yin Jin grew nervous about what would happen next. This is going to be a huge mess when they find out. How annoying. Let's see. There has to be a way to resolve this. He didn't understand why the girl in the mask was suddenly peeking from behind him. What is it? Don't tell me she saw what happened. But the masked girl had no idea what Yin Jin was talking about, looking around for anything strange. Yin Jin tried to salvage the situation. Hold on, can we talk for a second? Oh no, did she see it? Hey, Miss Penguin. Turns out, she just wanted to say hello to him. Are all S-class hunters this crazy? Luckily, she had noticed the crocodile was missing. But what was coming now? A man burst through the wall. It was Kang Jium. Sword Saint, what's going on? Sword Demon, I've arrived. This person was Yin Jin's savior. Perfect, Sword Demon's here. I can use him as an excuse to get out of this place. Suddenly, Xin Yu started to stammer. You're Kang Jium, aren't you? But the man denied it. Nope, you got the wrong person. But the white-haired young man was certain. Don't lie to me. It's me, Xin Yu, your best friend. Kang Jium didn't even recognize him. I told you, you're mistaken. Yin Jin fell into deep thought. They know each other. Well, it's not my problem. I have more important things to do. Hey, Sword Demon, how dare you cause such a ruckus here? Why don't we step outside and have a little chat? Kang Jium, thinking he was in trouble, burst into tears. I'm sorry, Sword Saint. Zhang Huo, Kang San, and Sa Tuk were all completely baffled. Once outside, Kang Jium was still being dragged along. I'm going to kill myself. I am ashamed for not following your orders. In reality, Yin Jin was just putting on an act. That's not it at all. Just stay quiet for me, okay? You have no idea how grateful I am to you. Back inside, Sa Tuk finally realized. What in the world? Where is the baby crocodile? I swear on my life I'll take your head for this, you bastard. Zhang Huo roared in fury. What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who took it? Later, in the Hunter Academy's infirmary, Yin Jin was relaxing on a bed. Being alone is so peaceful. Let's go, Auntie. He felt quite satisfied with his new companion. We will raise Xiao Sao well. This gift from the great god Yin Jin. And with that, the baby crocodile was officially named Xiao Sao. Insin had placed a powerful seal around its neck, looking just like a dog collar. Well, I did everything I could. Besides, Auntie promised she'd raise it well, but I wonder what this little miracle is. It couldn't be the one from the phone, could it? Just then, Zindu approached. Are you having fun with that game? Insin immediately sat up. Zindu, what brings you here? But Zindu's gaze was ferocious. I have something to ask you. As he finished, power crackled in his hand. Answer me honestly. Insin knew this was going to be trouble. Do these S-rank hunters even know how to have a normal conversation? If you want to ask something, just ask. I guess I'll have to play nice for now. Why don't you just ask away? I assure you, I'm a completely open book. I'm a man who loves peace, too. Shindu asked about the man at his side. Let's start with Kang Jiam. No, they call him the Sword Demon, don't they? What is your relationship with him? And Shin had to choose his words very carefully. If he had to describe their relationship, could he really call it one between a god and his follower? No, he couldn't possibly say that. Inshin just laughed and waved his hands dismissively. Oh, you know, we're just colleagues. In his mind, this wasn't such a big deal. After all, he was a grandmaster, and the Sword Demon was merely his assistant. There was nothing wrong with that. But why the intense threats over a simple question? Jindu's eyes bored into Injin. That means you're also a member of the third-rate sect, aren't you? Injin had never heard of it. The third-rate sect? What was that? Inshin was genuinely clueless. Was it some kind of imitation of the Chinese triads? How in the world was he supposed to know? Sindu's patience was clearly wearing thin. It seems we can't do this the easy way, can we? Insin waited to see his next move, expecting him to pour all his power into an attack. And yet, Insin remained perfectly calm on the surface, too slow. But this body is still fragile. Taking a direct hit could still be dangerous. Just then, someone burst through the window. It was his savior. Kang Jiom, you bastard. What do you think you're doing to the Sword Saint? The moment he saw Kang Jiom, Sindu halted his attack. The sudden stop sent him stumbling backward. It was clear Sindu was extremely familiar with Kang Jiom. A smirk played on his lips. Kang Jiom. So you finally decided to show up, but Kang Jiom wasn't interested in a reunion. Cut the crap. Sindu effortlessly dodged the attack as he spoke. Have you been well? Why haven't you been answering my calls? Kang Jiom was already losing patience with this guy's mocking tone. Shut your mouth, but you still haven't answered me. At last, Kang Jiom stopped his assault. I blocked your number because you keep harassing me like some kind of creep. Shindu looked utterly devastated. You blocked my number. Suddenly, Inshin felt like a complete third wheel. What in the world is the deal with these two? Regardless, Kang Jiom was ready for a fight. And now you dare to bother my master as well? So that's how it was. It was all starting to make sense to Shindu. What? Master? You mean him? Kang Jiom repeated himself. How dare you be so disrespectful? Do you have any idea who he is? If you still call yourself a swordsman, then kneel and apologize to him now. It seems Shindu wasn't being manipulated. The third-rate sect may be a cult, but you've fallen way too deep into it. Kang Jiam in Shin was completely lost. What in the world was this third-rate sect they kept mentioning? Is it a fan club for pork belly or something? Sindu's expression made his hatred clear. Sword Saint, this is the man who made the sword demon this way. I will expose his true colors. Grandmaster in Shin, if you truly are the Sword Saint, you should be able to withstand this attack, right? Serpent Sword, Poison Fang, Kang Jiam urged him on. Sword Saint, show this fool the true difference in our levels. He's the type who only listens after getting a beating. Insin slowly rose to his feet. Is that so? Then perhaps this is for the best. I'm not even sure of the true extent of my powers. This is the perfect chance to test them in the real world. After saving the Gayami Kingdom, I got a whole lot stronger. A smug grin spread across Insin's face. He's an S-ranker. He probably won't die that easily. The perfect test subject. First-class skill sharing. Sindu's expression turned deadly serious. So this must be a skill from the third-rate sect. Is this the power he used to take Tavor's life? Let's see what you've got. This is just another paltry skill from that so-called sect. For someone who relies on speed like me, a lumbering brute like him is no threat at all. Everything was going according to Inshin's plan. Far too slow. Serpent or worm, it'll be crushed under my fist all the same. As one defended and the other advanced, Shindu's movements suddenly slowed to a crawl. To be precise, Insin's hand had grown massive. Just then, Mina emerged from the other room. It's too noisy, I said. Knock it off. And Shin completely forgot Mina was still sleeping. Shindu was stunned. Lady Mina, why are you here? Without hesitation, Mina interrogated him. You vile man. Skill. Illusory space. Seeing things were about to spiral, Insin tried to intervene. Wait, Mina. But his words couldn't reach her. Anyone who dared to touch her, Inshin, would pay with their life. Mina's power was truly terrifying. Suddenly, excruciating pain racked Shindu's body, causing him to collapse to his knees, gasping for breath as blood dripped from his lips. Shindu desperately pleaded with Kang Gom for help, but he had no intention of saving such an arrogant fool. Shindu's last flicker of consciousness faded away. Kang Jiam stepped forward to check on him, pressing his fingers against the man's neck to find a pulse. Seeing this, Inshin's heart began to race. Did he just kill him? But Kang Jiam's voice was completely devoid of emotion. Unfortunately, he's still breathing. This bastard is as resilient as a cockroach. Inshin couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Thank goodness, he thought a murder had just happened. Kang Jiam then hoisted Shindu over his shoulder. Sword Saint, this man has caused you enough trouble. I'll be sure to dump him somewhere suitable. Shindu was completely powerless to resist. If I use my healing ring finger, he wouldn't actually kill him, would he? They seemed to know each other, after all. Besides, the sword demon said he's starting a new life now. Suddenly, Mina touched Inshin's face. Are you all right? Don't you worry. Your big sister is here to protect you. Inshin's face flushed slightly. Calling herself big sister is a bit. Just then, her younger sister burst into the room. Teacher, are you okay? I suddenly sensed a massive surge of energy. Wait, what's going on in here? As Inshin tried to explain, the sister noticed the puddle on the floor. Why is there blood everywhere? What happened? Mina, not wanting to involve her sibling, quickly played dumb. I want to go home. I'm so scared. Inshin sought his opening. You came at the perfect time. Could you please take her home for me? After the two sisters left, Inshin was left to clean up the sticky mess. A low-level god reduced to mopping the floors. Still, someone had to do it. His benevolent stat seemed to approve of the humble act. Just as I thought, this is the only side job I'm good at. At that moment, a girl with twin pigtails walked in. It was On Chi. It looked like On Chi was just as shocked by the scene. Oh my gosh, teacher, what is all this? Inshin tried to brush it off. It's nothing serious, I just took a little fall. Anyway, what's going on? What brings you here? But On Chi was visibly anxious. Well, teacher, it's about. Inshin immediately sensed something was off. Why does she look so worried? Is it something serious? What happened? It's all right, you can tell me. Hearing his words, On Chi seemed to calm down a bit. My grandfather. He said he desperately wants to meet you, so I think you should run away. Immediately, a pendant around On Chi's neck suddenly spoke. Greetings, master. On Chi quickly explained everything. He saw Ha's evolution. That's why he said he and my older sister absolutely must meet you. Oh my god, that sounds like a car. Don't tell me my grandfather's already here. Teacher, take care. I have to go. Insin was completely stunned. Take care. As she ran, Chi was filled with guilt. I'm so sorry, teacher. Insin was baffled. What's gotten into her? A car then screeched to a halt right in front of him. The door opened, and a figure began to step out. It was someone Insin had definitely seen before. What? Isn't that the old man from the Hunters Federation? Wait a minute. Go. Chi. That means go Satuk, the guild master of the immortals. Is Chi's grandfather? And who's that woman next to him who looks like a vengeful spirit? Her face was caked in a terrifying amount of makeup. Kang San stepped out to greet them. You old bastard. What are you doing here? Do you have any idea what this place is? Satuk just sneered. What's it to you, you old musclehead? Even though it was true, Kang San hated being called that. Satuk, on the other hand, clearly loved getting under his skin. Kang San shot back. If you try experimenting on the students like last time, I will personally send you to the next life. Satuk just laughed. Relax. I'm only here to see my granddaughter's school and to meet one other person. Kang San was suspicious. Meet someone who, as he spoke, Satuk gave a wicked grin. There's a young man here named Insin, isn't there? He licked his lips in a truly disgusting way. Yes, I have something urgent to discuss with that young man. A chill shot down Insin's spine. Don't tell me he knows I caught that baby crocodile. But how could he? Inside the headmaster's office, all four of them sat down for tea. Insin stared at his opponent, his mind racing. What kind of excuse can I make? Should I just pretend it wasn't me? But Satuk spoke first. Ah, yes. We've met before, haven't we? How old are you? Insin tried his best to act natural. I'm 23 years old. That was exactly what Satuk wanted to hear. 23, you say? We don't even need a marriage compatibility reading. A 3-year age gap is absolutely perfect. Chi blushed bright red. Grandfather, you're embarrassing me. Insin felt a strange sense of dread. Marriage compatibility? What in the world is he talking about? Besides, isn't it a 4-year gap, not 3? Satuk then dropped an absolute bombshell. My future grandson-in-law, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Insin couldn't stop himself from spitting out his tea. Grandson-in-law, the words echoed in the headmaster's office, sending Insin into a full-blown panic. What did that old man just say? Is he trying to set me up with her? Satuk tried to sweet-talk him. My dearest grandson. But Insin cut him off instantly. Not a chance. He stared directly at Satuk. I have no intention of ever getting married. I much prefer being a happy bachelor. I'm sorry. Inside, though, Insin was fuming. Since when did I lose faith in marriage for him to ask something like that? I'm losing faith in it right here and now. Suddenly, Satuk set his teacup down, his voice turning dead serious. You possess the ability to evolve your summoned familiars, don't you? Hadet was originally a mere B rank. But he's now reached S rank, hasn't he? Hearing that, it all clicked for Insin. He finally understood why Hai had acted that way before. Satuk continued with a smug grin. I've never encountered an ability quite like yours. Did you honestly believe I would let a power like that slip through my fingers? My demands are simple. Just provide me with 3 heirs to carry on the bloodline. I want them to inherit your unique ability. Insin cursed under his breath. So you want to use me for my power and exploit me as a tool? Your grandson-in-law? Don't make me laugh. Abruptly, Satuk placed a bank slip on the table. Insin's mind was filled with suspicion. What is this? But when his eyes fell upon the number printed on it, he froze, realizing it was a check for a staggering 1 trillion. There was just one condition. It would all belong to Insin if he became Satuk's grandson-in-law. Kang San's jaw hit the floor. What? 1 trillion? He whispered urgently to Insin. Is it worth 1 trillion? Even though he's basically trying to buy you? But Insin was already breaking out in a cold sweat from the shock. He really knows how to tempt a person. If he accepted, it meant he'd never have to deal with a publisher's deadline for the rest of his life. But one look at her face made him want to dig a hole and hide. He doubted anyone would marry her, even for that price. So, Insin immediately stood up, his voice firm. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not a man who can be bought with money. I will never agree to this kind of marriage. Kang San was stunned. That's 1 trillion. Hearing this, Hai seemed to hesitate. Just as Insin turned to leave, Hai's voice stopped him. Please, wait. Her words made him pause. What is it? She gently brushed her hair aside, a small smile on her face. But a terrifying chill lurked behind it. Instantly, the system displayed a special alert. Hai possesses a transcendent ability that can charm and mesmerize any man who stares into her eyes. Realizing the danger, Kang San shouted in a panic. Insin, don't look into her eyes. But it was already too late. Hai tilted her head, activating her skill. Enchanting gaze. What do you think of my eyes? She asked softly. As expected, Insin was completely captivated. They're truly beautiful. With her plan working perfectly, Mi-ong-hai took another step forward. Please, accept my request. Won't you become mine? Please. Kong-san exploded in a fit of rage. Mi-ong-hai, how dare you use such a dangerous skill to bewitch Insin? That isn't love. But Sa-tuk blocked his path. I'll make you pray for mercy if you dare threaten my granddaughter. Kong-san wasn't about to back down. You and your granddaughter are both completely insane. Do you have any idea how many men have had their lives ruined by that enchanting gaze skill? As the two of them faced off in a tense standoff, Insin casually picked his nose and spoke. Yeah, but I'm not interested. His words left Mi-ong-hai utterly speechless. What did you say? Insin replied bluntly. I don't want to be yours. Besides, you're not my type. With that, he turned his back to walk away. But before he left, he glanced over his shoulder with contempt. Did you say yours? I find the idea of possessing someone disgusting. I'm done here. And with that, Insin stormed out of the room, slamming the door and leaving everyone in a state of shock. Mi-ong-hai was completely bewildered. My enchanting gaze had no effect on him. What in the world is he? Meanwhile, outside the principal's office, Insin paused for a moment. He was both furious and a little regretful about his lost 1 trillion. Still, it was better than digging his own grave. Enchanting gaze, huh? What a bizarre ability. Although against me, it's as harmless as a mosquito bite. Come to think of it, she's a human nightmare hybrid, isn't she? As he was lost in thought, a murderous aura suddenly erupted from behind him and colossal hands materialized from the shadows. They latched onto Insin, dragging him into the darkness. In his shock, he vanished completely, leaving only a single slipper behind. Elsewhere, Mi-ong-hai and Sa-tuk were in their car, heading home. By now, Mi-ong-hai had removed her heavy makeup. She gazed at her own reflection in the mirror. Sa-tuk brought up the groom again, and Mi-ong-hai replied, I like him a lot. Sa-tuk asked, puzzled, I see. But why do you wear makeup that makes you look like a ghost? What if you just showed your bare face? Mi-ong-hai gave a faint smile. Grandfather, if a man only agreed to marry me after seeing my true face, would you really consider him a decent person? Hearing that, Sa-tuk had to admit she had a point. Besides, I never imagined that your enchanting gaze would actually fail to captivate him. However, Mi-ong-hai's lips curled into a confident smirk. That, grandfather, is the real reason I want to marry him. Because only the most elite S-rank hunters have the power to resist my enchanting gaze. Sa-tuk chuckled at her words. Don't you worry. He's already within my grasp. His statement left Mi-ong-hai confused. Huh, what do you mean? Grandfather, don't tell me you already did something. And just as predicted, Sa-tuk's triumphant laughter echoed through the void. Meanwhile, Insin found himself trapped in a different dimension. He wondered, is this Sa-tuk's personal domain? I never thought that old geezer would go this far. But why were these things drooling so much? What's more, they were staring at Insin with pure, ravenous hunger. Just then, the system revealed their identity. Sa-tuk's spirit warriors. These were powerful fighters collected by a necromancer, and were now defying their master's will, trying to devour him. Insin was floored. What in the world is going on? They wanted to eat him. But then, a sudden laugh escaped his lips. This was just absurd. How dare they even think about eating him? At that moment, a spirit warrior lunged from behind Insin in a surprise attack, wielding a lethally sharp weapon, but it was useless. Insin had already sensed the attack and activated his first iron body technique, shattering the weapon into 100 pieces and leaving the spirit warrior stunned and confused. Insin's physical form had grown far stronger and more powerful than ever before. He even taunted them. You don't have the skill to even scratch my skin. Even 1,000,000 of you wouldn't be enough. Because now, I've reached the rank of a demigod, you worthless grunts. With that, Insin unleashed a devastating punch straight into the monster's face, sending it crashing to the ground, screaming in agony. The 3 remaining spirit warriors watched in utter disbelief as their comrade fell in a single blow. Insin smirked mockingly, You're big, but you're just oversized slabs of meat. He roared in fury, Stop playing games and come at me. Then, all at once, Insin charged the remaining spirit warriors, taking them down one after another. Compared to the myriad ant army, you're absolutely nothing, Insin continued, unleashing his ultimate skill, God's finger of judgment. The spirit warriors began to falter, fear finally taking hold of them. A wave of overwhelming power washed over them, leaving them completely astonished. What kind of skill is that? The Yaksha Legion has never known defeat, yet we just lost to a man like him. Could he possess a divine eye? The spirit warriors couldn't comprehend Insin's incredible power. At the same time, Insin glanced back, thinking, are they the leaders? One of them was a woman. The system immediately displayed information. This three-eyed creature is Saduk's Yaksha commander. He was a former disciple of the deceitful beast god. And the female monster was also a Yaksha commander, once a disciple of the demon god of seductive desire. Insin was completely shocked. What? Disciples of two different demon gods? No wonder Saduk is so strong. But then he noticed a distinct feature, the kaleidoscopic eye on her face. It reminded him of Mayong Hai's eyes. Suddenly, the three-eyed monster lunged forward to attack, leaving the other commander gasping in surprise. Impossible. Insin had blocked the attack with ease. You're strong, I'll give you that. But my god's finger of authority is the most powerful technique in the universe. Just as he predicted, Insin defeated the three-eyed beast in mere seconds. He then turned his attention to the final commander, who stared back at him, her face a mask of bewilderment. He is completely immune to my mystic eyes. He must be the powerful young god from the legends. Realizing this, the female monster advanced directly toward Insin. What is this? Is she actually planning to surrender? And indeed, the female beast bowed low before Insin. Young god, please spare us. This caught him by surprise. A Yaksha resorting to psychological warfare? Who is she? At that moment, the system announced the activation of an inherited authority. The eyes of the sightless god began scanning the Yaksha commander's history. Before she became a Yaksha, her name was Lilith. She was the daughter and disciple of the demon god of seductive desire, a great demon goddess who was defeated by the god of destruction and barely escaped with her life. However, her life and her entire demonic realm were on the verge of utter annihilation. To regain her power, she needed a pure and powerful S-rank soul. That's why she granted Lilith the mystic eyes, sent her to the mortal world, and orchestrated her meeting with Saduk. But Lilith's mystic eyes had no effect on Saduk whatsoever. Instead, Lilith fell in love with him, and they married and had a child. But soon, Lilith's identity was discovered by the god of destruction's evil dragon, and she was faced with a life-or-death crisis. Saduk grabbed Lilith's hand and sobbed, "Lilith, please, make a pact with me. Fulfill my wish and offer my soul to your mother. That is my final desire." After witnessing the Yaksha goddess's past, Insin finally understood. It turned out she was Mayong Hai's grandmother. The marriage pact was an unwritten law passed down from ancient times. Insin then began to speak with her directly. So Saduk's wish was to resurrect you, but you refused. That's why he turned you into a Yaksha demon. I guess he wanted you to be together forever, even if it meant using force. Just then, a system notification appeared. The god of abundance is wiping away tears, hoping you will show the demoness mercy. But Insin disagreed. She tried to eat me. I didn't know any of this. The system then displayed the god of abundance's shocked expression. Still, Insin considered that it wasn't such a bad idea, and from this moment on, the demoness would obey his commands. The system displayed a notice. Lilith has an S-rank contract. She will become your disciple. Insin smiled to himself. Of course, I have to show mercy. She has the potential to become my S-rank disciple. Plus, with Saduk, I could make it a buy one get one deal. And maybe even include his granddaughter. One stone, three birds. The Annihilation Sword praised Yu Insin's brilliant scheme. Even the god of plenty sent his thanks for such a compassionate heart. Besides, Yu Insin knew the most important thing was to get stronger. He needed more power before the God-breaker, or anything else, could invade. I despise that old bastard. With that, Yu Insin spoke aloud, granting the title God of Prophet. Instantly, a glowing halo appeared above his head. Am I getting this just because I'm a low-level god? Still, I have a good feeling that no matter what I do from now on, something good will happen. The ring finger of healing. Yu Insin had used this very technique to restore the goddess Yaksha's wounds, but then he discovered something truly shocking. Lilith's voice, filled with confusion, cut in. What's wrong, little god? Even the other spirit warriors were suffering the same fate as Lilith. Yu Insin cried out in horror. Why are you all melting away? This is supposed to be the god of prophet's skill. Yu Insin was certain he'd used a healing skill. Utterly bewildered, he frantically checked the system. It revealed the Yaksha army was being purified, and that there would be pain during the transformation from evil to good. Lilith suddenly screamed, her voice filled with awe, not agony. Little god, I was wrong. This feeling, it's like I'm being reborn. The system announced, the Yaksha army has been resurrected as celestial soldiers thanks to Yu Insin's compassion. He couldn't help but feel bewildered. Celestial soldiers, huh? But more importantly, why are they so tiny? Little angels began to joyfully zip and play all around him. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a mysterious dark force was quietly stirring. Unseen by all, it watched and waited for the perfect moment to strike. And then, those eyes snapped open, a voice echoing with ancient rage. Lilith, so you've returned, you traitor. Yu Insin was completely lost. How could they be so small? The Yaksha army had been reborn as celestial soldiers, all thanks to Yu Insin. He muttered to himself, is the result of rebirth and evolution completely random? This is nothing like I imagined. The god of endless wealth spoke. It's because you're a low-ranking god. This is all you're capable of. You should just accept it. Yu Insin pondered this. Rebirth. Still, I should probably hurry over to Saduk's location. A sense of dread washed over Yu Insin. He had to move fast before that person died. The priestess, Annie. Night fell. At the Immortal Guild headquarters, Saduk stood high above, observing the city below. He recalled the warm, happy days his family once shared. Saduk seethed with frustration. That damn brat, Yu Insin. How dare he refuse my offer to become my son-in-law? The absolute arrogance, he thought to himself. I'm sure he's learned a painful lesson by now. Saduk stared out, lost in thought. After all, this endless fissure of mine is known as a miniature hell. Even S-rankers have to crawl their way out. He continued. Perhaps it's about time I let the Yaksha army release Yu Insin. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the building, making him jump. Saduk was overwhelmed by a blinding light radiating from Yu Insin. All he could do was gasp. Humph, what is all this? Yu Insin stepped calmly through the smoke. You called for me? Saduk was speechless, his face pale and frozen. What the? How are you still completely unharmed? He couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Yu Insin spoke with an air of innocence. Your office is quite nice. The old man roared in fury. What are these winged things? Where is my Yaksha army? Yu Insin replied, it's a long story, but first, let's take care of that problem with your chest. Saduk was still reeling in shock. How did you know about? Wait a second. What in the hell are you talking about? Saduk's thoughts burned with pure hatred. Something is wrong. I can't sense the aura of the Yaksha army at all. What? And Lilith? I can't feel Lilith's presence either. Saduk screamed like a madman. What did you do to Lilith? He lunged, his hand clamping around Yu Insin's throat. His consciousness flickered as the world around him began to spin. He struggled to focus his mind. I have to heal him. Now. Saduk's grip didn't loosen. Lilith, you dare. A weak laugh escaped Yu Insin's lips. Well, some issues came up, and this is how things turned out. Anyway, just calm down so I can finish healing you. Saduk roared back. What? Some issues? I'll make sure you never open your mouth again. Yu Insin sighed. I have no choice, then. If I put you to sleep for a bit, I can probably finish this faster anyway. Yu Insin's index finger of power struck a pressure point, causing Saduk to collapse. He clutched his chest in agony. Yu Insin was baffled. I haven't even done anything yet, but it had already started. Saduk, male, age 61. Note, has a connection with the Knight of Seductive Desire. He was exhausted, racked with so much pain he couldn't move. Saduk groaned. No. This skill, does it belong to her? A small, angelic girl appeared by his side, whispering sweet, comforting words. Yes, it is I, Lilith. I have been reborn. All thanks to Lord Yu Insin. Now, I can finally watch over you directly, from outside the endless fissure. Even as she used her spiritual ability, Saduk suddenly erupted in a violent fit of coughing, spitting up blood. Lilith cried out in distress, turning to Yu Insin with pleading eyes. My God, please. As Yu Insin watched, he began to realize Lilith's hidden story was finally coming to light. Saduk roared. How dare you betray me for that low-class filth? Did you think I would just sit back and do nothing? The day you were reborn was the day my greatest wish came true. His soul will be my feast. I will make him taste every last drop of suffering this world has to offer. Before I tear his body to pieces, in the name of the great demon goddess, I grant you this prophecy. But Du Insin shot back, in your dreams. Not while I'm here. I have to protect my precious S-rank hunter. He leaned down, pleading, Mr. Saduk, please, wake up. Lilith stood outside, her cries echoing. Then Du Insin unleashed his power. Using the authoritative finger of God, he placed a seal upon the old man's body. The authoritative finger of God had two opposite effects, depending on how it was used. This meant he could also break the seal if he wanted. A moment later, Saduk sprang up, but his rage still burned. He screamed again, How dare you? Du Insin was baffled. A massive presence suddenly erupted, tearing a hole in the space around them. Something soared high above his head. Du Insin muttered, Well, now. Look who decided to show up. An ugly woman appeared in a violent explosion. You wretched bastard. How dare a low-class god like you lay a hand on my property? The Knight of Lustful Temptation, Jie. Once a goddess, now a fallen being. Du Insin wondered. A fallen being? So, she's just like that phony sun god I defeated before. A pleasure to meet you, Lady Ziye. Du Insin remained perfectly calm. He didn't have his holy sword, nor had he shared skills with the heavenly demon god's sword yet. But to defeat a worthless, fallen god, he didn't need any of those things. Du Insin exploded into action, bursting out of the headquarters and shouting, "You're the only low-class being here." Heavenly demon god's sword. He unleashed a devastating kick against the hideous demon. Du Insin's power slammed into her, forcing a scream from Ji Ye's lips. The civilians below panicked. "That's a rift. Run for it." Du Insin spoke calmly. "Everyone, get out of this area quickly. I'll take care of this thing." They scrambled to escape as the fallen being seethed with rage. "You dare to attack me," she shrieked, beginning to gather a dark and sinister power. "Do you know what I once was? An existence that even minor gods didn't dare to gaze upon. Now, witness my true form." Du Insin casually picked his nose, unimpressed. "True form? You're still just a fallen being." But then, his body suddenly froze solid. "Huh? What is this?" The Knight of Temptation had transformed into a monstrous beast. Du Insin stared in horror at its grotesque and terrifying form. A silent nightmare whispered in his mind, offering to handle the situation if he agreed to trade 10 million lives. "Stop spouting nonsense and get lost." The Sword of Annihilation clicked its tongue, asking what he was doing when he could just kill Go Sa-tuk. Du Insin considered the facts. Go Sa-tuk was a man who had been used for 61 years. A special host connected to the Knight of Lustful Temptation through the laws of causality. He was the very medium that allowed her to descend upon the earth. That was it. This was the method devised by that immoral trickster god. The Sword of Annihilation was right. As soon as Go Sa-tuk disappeared, that monster would have no way to appear in this world. But I refuse, he thought. I only write happy endings. There is no place for tragedy in my stories. Du Insin thought. On the same level as a godbreaker, maybe in some forgotten age, he faced Ji Ye directly. "Now, you're nothing but a pathetic remnant." Ji Ye shrieked, "I have annihilated countless worlds for such insolent words. I may be weakened, as you say, but I have more than enough power to obliterate a fledgling god like you." Du Insin muttered under his breath, "Song Mina, share skills with me." Just then, a recovered Go Sa-tuk rushed forward to help. "Son-in-law, run. She is not something you can handle alone. Not until the S-rank hunters can get here to support us." And yet, Du Insin didn't listen, charging headfirst into the fray. The fierce surge of his power even made his opponent hesitate. Iron body, spiritual power breakthrough. The energy blast pierced straight through Ji Ye. She screamed, "You bastard!" Go Sa-tuk was thunderstruck. "Impossible. I can't believe our son-in-law possesses this kind of strength." Du Insin thought, "He keeps calling me son-in-law. It almost makes me want to write a sad ending for this story. But either way, she still survived that blow. What a nuisance." Du Insin pointed to the sky and roared a challenge. "I will shatter the finger of God. I'll grind it into dust." Ji Ye was livid. "You miserable parasite." Du Insin faced her down. "Stop being so stubborn and go back to your own world." Ji Ye was unfazed. In fact, she scoffed back, "Is a low-class god like you trying to stand against me? Then allow me to show you the difference in our power." Boom. A massive explosion erupted, and a cloud of white smoke swallowed Du Insin whole. Go Sa-tuk and Lilith watched, frozen with worry. Du Insin was sent flying, crashing to the ground, his body battered and completely exhausted. He gasped for breath. "She's actually strong, huh?" Ji Ye's voice thundered. "How dare a creature like you defy my very presence?" Lying motionless, unable to fight back or even twitch, Du Insin planned his next move. "She's on a whole other level. Far stronger than that flame-headed fool I fought before. But I'm not the same man I used to be." Activating the title of Demon God, Du Insin's power exploded forth. Ji Ye reeled in shock. "What?" In a flash, he shot towards the vile demon's face. Witnessed the power of the god of good and evil. He lunged forward, slamming his fist straight into its skull. Ji Ye shrieked in agony. How can a low-level god possess such power? Impossible. Du Insin's fury blazed hotter than ever. "Stop resisting and just disappear. You pathetic remnant of an evil god." And with that, he obliterated the god's finger. The demon, Chia, faded into nothingness. Silence returned to the starlit sky. Du Insin, snapping out of his battle rage, stared blankly into the night. The Knight of Lust was an entity with power equal to 6 S-rank hunters. He smirked confidently. "I knew it. That phony flamehead was only as strong as 4 S-rank hunters." A new quest appeared. Promotion to Intermediate God. The objective, an S-class sacrifice with transcendent abilities. Yu Insin wondered, at this rate, will I become a full-fledged demon god first? 100 S-class sacrifices. I'm already so close to the goal, but the demon god is gone. So what's still happening to him? Gatuk lay motionless on the ground, worrying everyone. Lilith stepped forward to explain. If this continues, he will die. The signs of possession might be gone, but the curse itself remains. Please, you have to save him, Yu Insin. So even if that foolish demon god is gone, the curse he left behind remains. My precious S-class hunter, you can't die on me now. Yu Insin immediately began the treatment, God's ring finger of healing. Gatuk twitched, then moved, and slowly began to sit up. The old man clutched his head in disbelief. Impossible. How on earth? Not even an S-class healer could have done this. Overcome with emotion, Lilith threw her arms around him. You're alive. It's all thanks to Mr. Yu Insin. This is the happy ending I wanted. Even if I die, I'll only ever write happy endings like this. Congratulations, the angel Lilith and Gatuk have become your followers. An angel. I guess she was designated an angel upon rebirth because she was once the leader of the spirits. Lilith, you deserve something this good. A few days later, near Brazil's S-class Amazon rainforest, Aqua knelt before a powerful figure. Repeat that. You insect. Did you say you can help me avenge my mother? Aqua's mind raced. She remembered the brutal truth. An army 1 billion strong and 3 apostles had been utterly annihilated. If I return empty-handed, the Emperor will surely execute me. Aqua's eyes narrowed, her mind hatching a desperate plan. I have to use this pint-sized god to bring back Yu Insin's head. She quickly turned back to Alpha, her voice full of confidence. Yes, I can. Aqua laid out her proposal. I have the skills and the perfect plan to help you. Lord Alpha, take the head of that demon god, Yu Insin. He narrowed his eyes. All right then, let's hear it. She bowed respectfully and began to explain her scheme. The scene shifts. Yu Insin found himself in a daze. Where am I? Suddenly, the image of a powerfully built man, wearing nothing but a pair of briefs, materialized before his eyes. How many battles? How much training would it take to build a body like that? Yu Insin, still dazed, finally asked, Who are you? The man stood like a titan, his voice booming. I am the eternal seeker of truth. I had an urgent matter to discuss, so I took the liberty of altering causality. He held out his hands and continued. An apostle, who is also a clone of the god of destruction, has now awakened. To overcome the coming trials, you must face this threat and prevent a fate of utter annihilation. Strive to achieve the rank of an intermediate god and earn the right to participate in the great assembly of gods. And just like that, the vision faded. Yu Insin's eyes fluttered open, back in the real world. He sat up, looking around in confusion. What was that? A dream? Yu Insin recalled the man's imposing figure, the eternal seeker of truth. For some reason, he gives off a similar vibe to the seeker of eternal truth. Is he some new kind of dream chaser? He decided to put it aside for now. Of course, I'm going to aim for intermediate god, regardless. But an apostle who's a clone of the god of destruction and a great assembly of gods, what on earth is all that about? Just then, Lilith flew over to his side. You're awake, she smiled brightly. I'll go get my husband. He's in a meeting with the principal right now, but he said he had something to tell you when you awoke. Yu Insin managed a weak smile. Oh, there's no need for that, he sighed internally. I'm sure it's just more nonsense about his adopted grandchild. So annoying. Suddenly, a system window popped up. It was a progress report on his deployed heavenly soldiers. His number of followers had increased. Yu Insin's eyes narrowed as he processed the information. Thanks to Lilith, I've got a new automated skill. The heavenly soldiers have already boosted my follower count to 30 million. He practically drooled at the thought of those numbers climbing higher. I have no idea what they're doing over in Anchia, but gaining followers without lifting a finger is incredible. I was worried I'd have to gather 10 billion followers by myself, but if it can all be automated like this, then that changes everything. He snapped out of his thoughts and turned to Lilith. I'm fine now, so why don't you go stay at my place? Lilith shook her head and replied, As an archangel revived by your grace, it is my duty to remain by your side and offer my support. Du Insin gave a weak smile. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, a scream erupted from outside. There's a fight. It's a battle between an S rank and an A rank. It's the hunter Sin Du versus the magic sword instructor. He immediately looked down, eager for the drama. What? Who's fighting who now? Below, an enraged Sin Du pointed his sword, shouting, How could you do this to me? A woman excitedly held up her phone, recording everything. It's an S-rank hunter. He's so handsome. Another person muttered, But why does he look so scruffy? Did you just get back from filming some survival show with Zhang Qin? Xin Du asked, grinding his teeth. How could you abandon someone on a deserted island? Do you have any idea how hard it was to escape? Kang Jeom replied with a scowl. I should have finished you myself. Those damn merchants should at least do their jobs properly. Then Kang Jeom raised his hands, his voice cold. Even if you are a precious friend, I will not forgive you for this. Shindu charged forward to attack. I will defeat you, Kang Jeom. The demon sword user laughed loudly. Come. I'll show you the power of the heavenly demon divine sword. The crowd below roared with excitement. This is insane. I can't believe we're witnessing an S-rank battle. Watching from above, Du Insin commented. He's facing the magic sword master, a man who is trained in the heavenly demon divine sword. That Shindu fellow seems pretty impressive. Suddenly, the sound of an alarm from behind made him smile. Oh, it's time for lunch. My stomach's right on cue. Du Inshin started drooling as he imagined it. And today's menu is none other than the famously expensive ginseng chicken soup. I can't possibly miss this. With a cheerful heart, he stepped out of the room. Let's go grab a bite. The scene shifts to the dining hall. Du Inshin smiled at the delicious meal before him, thinking, I'm so glad I accepted this teaching job. I can't believe I get to eat this expensive soup for free. He laughed heartily and said, time to dig in. But before he could finish, a figure flew from the distance, crashing straight into their table. Du Inshin and Lilith froze, watching their food fly everywhere. As the dust settled, a figure began to move. It was Kang Jeom, who had been knocked inside. He cursed in fury, Sindu, you bastard. Just then, footsteps approached from outside. Sindu strode into the dining hall, sword in hand, looking impossibly cool as he called out, Kang Jeom. Surrender now, you're no match for me. Nearby, Du Inshin was in a daze, muttering, my ginseng chicken soup. Shindu heard him and flinched, finally noticing Du Inshin sitting there. He yelled out, you're the one they call the sword god of the third-rate guild, aren't you? But Du Inshin was still mourning his lost meal. Shindu pointed his sword at him and roared, perfect timing. I still have a score to settle with you. The one who brainwashed Kang Jeom, the evil leader of the third-rate guild. Du Inshin's eyes narrowed in irritation. This enemy of his ginseng chicken soup just kept rambling on about some guild. What the hell? Sindu drew his sword with grim determination. Even if I don't destroy you today, you will confess your crimes before me. Du Inshin's hand tightened, crushing the spoon he was holding. Whether it's the third-rate guild or the third-rate chicken coop, it has nothing to do with me. An immense pressure suddenly radiated from his body, causing everything nearby to float. Du Inshin's voice dripped with ice. How dare you? He roared, his face a mask of pure fury. To do this to my expensive ginseng chicken soup, I will never forgive you. I didn't even get to taste a single spoonful. Shindu trembled under the overwhelming pressure. What is this? Du Inshin's expression turned deadly serious. Prepare yourself, Shindu. He lifted the spoon, enveloping it in a brilliant red aura, activating the Annihilation Sword technique. Ultimate Sword. His hand moved with fluid grace. Nearby, Kang Jeom grinned, knowing Shindu was in for a world of pain. You were a fool to challenge the sword god. Now, feel the difference in our levels. Beads of sweat ran down Shindu's face as he watched the energy build. What in the world? He stared at Du Inshin's bizarre stance with suspicion. You plan to fight me with just a spoon? He thought. Besides, he's leaving so many openings. Is this really the idiot who defeated Kang Jeom? Du Inshin's eyes blazed with killing intent. A spoon is more than enough for an enemy of ginseng chicken soup. I'm going to beat you to within an inch of your life. Sindu scoffed and took a defensive stance, but his heart was pounding. I still can't figure out how he managed to trick Kang Jeom. But no matter how foolish he seems, I won't hold back. A blue, serpentine flame erupted from his body. It was the snake sword, crushing Fang. With absolute confidence, Sindu charged forward to attack. But Du Insin remained perfectly calm, his eyes suddenly opening, glowing red like a predator's. Just then, Sindu charged forward with a menacing growl. I'm going to expose who you really are. But Du Ingzing casually lifted his spoon. In a flash, he smacked it square on Zindu's forehead, leaving him completely stunned. Blood sprayed from his nose. A wave of panic washed over Sindu. What? What was that? Du Ingzin stood there, perfectly unscathed, his calm voice echoing. I'm not going to let you off easy. He glanced down at the ruined chicken soup, his voice laced with fury. I'll make you shed as many tears as the soup you spilled. Sindu clutched his throbbing forehead and shot back. You keep rambling about chicken soup. Who cares about your stupid soup? That remark truly enraged Du Ingzin. A terrifying aura began to gather around his spoon. What did you say? So you really have a death wish, don't you? Sindu recomposed himself, raising his hands into a fighting stance. I was just careless before. This time, you won't get the upper hand. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide. Du Ingzin had closed the distance in an instant, a taunting smirk on his face. We'll see about that. Xindu quickly regained his composure, but his heart pounded with dread. He's fast. He unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. But you walked right into my range, you fool. To Xindu's utter disbelief, Du Ingzin effortlessly parried every single slash with nothing but his spoon. Then, he delivered another stinging smack to his forehead. Du Ingzin's voice was ice. That was for the chicken wing. Xindu trembled in agony, clutching his head. That damn chicken soup. Humiliation turned to blind rage as he lunged at Du Ingzin, screaming, "Let's see how long you can keep talking about that soup." Immediately, a series of spoon strikes rained down on his forehead with each word. Chicken porridge. Chicken breast. Chicken thigh. After the relentless assault, Xindu was left gasping for breath. He stood there, battered and trembling. Du Ingzin slowly approached, his voice like that of a soul-reaping demon. "Is that all you've got? I can't let you pass out this easily." His expression turned terrifying, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. "I've only hit you enough to make up for one bowl. But you spilled two." Though wounded, Xindu's pride remained, and he refused to back down. "I underestimated you," he seethed. "I didn't want to use this skill, for fear of hurting the bystanders." A swirling green aura erupted around his body. He was unlocking his ultimate skill, Taiji Twin Sword. Everyone in the restaurant gasped at the display of power. This wind. "I can't see anything." Kang Jium yelled out in alarm. "Are you insane? You're willing to injure innocent people?" Xindu's mind screamed, his composure completely shattered. "You're the one who started this." The strong sword roared, unleashing his technique. Special grade, Serpent Blade. Xindu vanished into thin air. He reappeared right beside Du Ingzin, the phantom image of a dragon lunging behind him. Dragon's Fang. The attack surged toward Du Ingzin, but he remained calm, merely flicking the spoon in his hand. Suddenly, cherry blossom petals filled the space as his serene voice announced, "Hwasan School's secret art. Plum Blossom's Fury." The onlookers stared in wonder at the ethereal petals. Flowers. Falling inside the building? They smell amazing. Now within striking distance, Xindu gloated, "You're too late." But Du Ingzin simply smiled. Abracadabra. With a wave of his hand, the petals swirled into a vortex of sword energy, completely shattering Xindu's dragon's fang. His eyes bulged with utter disbelief. What? Xindu's mind raced. An illusionary realm that can nullify an opponent's skill. A technique like this could defeat an SS rank in a single blow. Fear contorted Xindu's face. At the very least, he has to be SSS rank. No, he's even higher than that. He trembled as he watched Du Ingzin silently walk towards him. This is the realm of a sword saint. How could I ever hope to defeat a monster like him? Xindu's fingers went limp, his sword clattering to the floor as he cursed his own foolishness. His body, drained of all energy, collapsed. Du Ingzin watched the scene unfold with indifferent eyes. It was then that Kang Jiom cried out in desperation, calling the sword saint's name. Kang Jiom slammed his head to the floor. The sword demon pleaded desperately. "Xindu's crimes are unforgivable, but I beg you, your holiness, please spare his life." Du Ingzin remained silent, staring down at Kang Jiom. The sword demon glanced at Xindu, thinking, "Strong sword, I know you still think of me as your friend." Du Ingzin finally spoke, his tone reassuring. "Sword demon, don't worry. Leave this to me." But Kang Jiom only trembled with more anxiety. "If you do this." The sword demon snatched the sword from the floor. Kang Jiom screamed, "Then I will die with him." Du Ingzin just scoffed. "You're being a bit dramatic." He raised a single finger, and a stream of white energy shot out a telekinetic force. The energy instantly ripped the sword from Kang Jiom's grasp. Du Ingzin clarified, "I meant I was going to heal Xindu. You don't need to jump to conclusions." The sword demon let out a huge sigh of relief. Du Ingzin raised another finger, and a gentle green light began to glow. Ring finger of healing. A green light gently enveloped Xindu's body, knitting his wounds shut. Slowly, his eyes fluttered open. Xindu sat up in shock, staring in disbelief at his completely healed body. How was this possible? Kang Jiom beamed beside him. "See that? That's the sword saint I follow." Even Xindu had to admit defeat. "Yes, you were right." Suddenly, Xindu dropped to his knees, stunning the sword demon. Xindu declared loudly, "You are the one true sword saint. I was blind not to see it." But Yu Xin's expression soured. "I have a bad feeling about this." But Xindu's sincerity was undeniable. The sword demon smirked in triumph. Outside, the crowd erupted in cheers of awe. Did Master Yu Xin just defeat Xindu? He's incredible. But hidden in the crowd, a figure in a black coat muttered, "I've finally found you." His gaze locked onto the victor. So, you're Yu Shin. The man pulled out his phone, typing furiously. I have to report this to the Triumvirate immediately. Meanwhile, Shindu bowed low before a stunned Yu Shin. Please, accept me as your disciple. Yu Shin knew Shindu was an S rank, and an S rank follower was always welcome. But then, his expression shifted, and he spoke with a low growl. We still have matters to resolve. Shindu looked up, completely confused. Yu Shin pointed at the chicken soup. A man should never interrupt another man's meal. You owe me, and my chicken, an apology. Shindu replied instantly. My apologies. I was rude to interrupt your meal. Please, just give me one moment to make a call. Yu Shin overheard Shindu on the phone. How much cash can you get ready right now? He couldn't help but shout, wait, cash. A short while later, 2 heavy briefcases landed on the table. Yu Shin's eyes lit up like stars. Just how much is in here? He'd heard rumors that Shindu was Achibol's youngest son. A man in a suit bowed. I'm the director of the Osong Corporation. Please, look after our young master. Shindu stepped forward, his voice sincere. It's not much, I know. But please accept this as compensation for your chicken soup. And if you become my master, I will give you everything. But the sword demon cut in. Just who do you think you're talking to? Are you trying to bribe your way into becoming his disciple? Yu Shin immediately barked at the sword demon. Special training. Go run 100 laps around the grounds. Now, the sword demon's words struck a nerve, and Shindu's shoulders slumped. He's right. Who would ever accept a disciple who tried to kill him? I suppose someone like me is unworthy. Just then, Yu Shin placed a hand on his shoulder, a warm smile spreading across his face. I completely understand the depth of your regret. After all, I've had my food snatched away from me too. Shindu's eyes widened. You're so merciful. No wonder a powerful blade like the sword demon follows you so loyally. Then, will you accept me as well? Yu Shin broke out in a cold sweat. This was getting complicated. What am I supposed to teach someone who's already an S rank? There's nothing in it for me. It was just like Absolute Blade always said. This is how the cold, harsh world of business operates. Forget the compliments, he thought. I need a way to get this guy off my back, while keeping the cash. And then, an idea sparked in his mind. That's it. You want to be my disciple? Then I have a task for you. Yu Shin handed Shindu the ultimate Tai Chi sword manual. Shindu's eyes lit up as he eagerly flipped through the pages. You're really giving this to me? Yu Shin just smiled cheerfully. Of course I am. Yu Shin glanced at the seemingly profound manual. He thought to himself, I bought this thing before I realized it was a scam from Absolute Blade, but it looks like it's finally come in handy. He then instructed Jindu, master this manual before you come back to me. Only then will I formally accept you. Shindu fell silent, staring intently at the book. Seeing his hesitation, Yu Shin frowned. What's wrong? You can't handle it? Shindu's head snapped up, his voice firm. Yes, I will master it and become your disciple. Yu Shin smirked inwardly, his trap perfectly set. I'll be looking forward to it, and don't even think about showing your face until you've mastered it completely. Shindu bowed respectfully. Then I shall take my leave and begin my training. Yu Shin waved him away dismissively. Right. Off you go. Yu Shin was thrilled with how perfectly his plan worked out. Now, what to do with all this cash? Meanwhile, behind the academy building, a covert agent from the Triumvirate's academy branch was making his report. The one who stole the sword of Mount Hua is Yu Shin. To retrieve it, I recommend assassination. Over in China, Hunter Xiaoming was locked in combat with a monstrous beast. With a flash of steel, Xiaoming drove her sword straight through its heart. The powerful thrust sent the monster into a final death throw before it collapsed, lifeless. An S-rank monster. And it's this pathetic. Is there nothing stronger out there? These weaklings can't even begin to satisfy my blade. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed to her side with urgent news. Descendant of the great sword master, Lady Xiaoming, an order has arrived from the Triumvirate. You are to assassinate a Grand Master from the Academy in Korea, an SS ranker named Yu Shin, and retrieve the stolen sword of Mount Hua. Xiaoming's eyes gleamed with excitement. SS rank, you say? Now that might just be enough to satisfy my blade. I will take his head myself. She whispered to her weapon, just wait a little longer, my soul-stealing Asura blade. I'll let you taste some truly exquisite blood. Back at the Academy Cafe, Yu Shin clutched the 2 briefcases, grinning from ear to ear. What a massive score. Even after reaching God-tier status, cash is still king. This is great. Still, I should probably do some research on this Triumvirate group. Something about them feels off. The apostles and avatars of the god of destruction are awakening. I have a feeling this is all connected somehow. Just then, the sword demon jogged in. Finished your run already? Yu Shin asked. The sword demon panted heavily. 100 laps was nothing. Sir, you did great, so let's get some beer and chicken, my treat. But after just one can, the sword demon was already wasted and passed out. Insin sighed. His appetite had definitely exploded since becoming a low-level god. I've eaten almost 10 chickens. I guess that's what it takes to recover my divine power. Good thing I can afford it. Thanks to the money from Shindu, this whole building is mine now. I'm officially a landlord. Besides, as a minor god, I can afford to treat myself like this. I've been saving up for many lifetimes. After all, eating 10 chickens is one thing, but cleaning up is a pain. If only the bones would just jump into the trash can themselves. Should I hire a maid? Or maybe use telekinesis. Wait, did that just move on its own? Why is it moving when I haven't even used my power yet? The bones continued to twitch and levitate. Insin was puzzled. The connection to the Yaksha demon is easier to make the angrier it gets. What does that mean? Whatever. Let's just try it. Insin placed his ring finger on the pile of bones, sharing the skill. Connect to Gosat's Yaksha demon. The pile of bones flashed with a brilliant light, shattering the floor as a monstrous form erupted from below. Insin was stunned. What is this thing? The fully formed monsters left Insin completely bewildered. Is this for real? Their crimson eyes stared daggers at him. Revenge. Revenge against humanity. Against those who annihilated us. Revenge. Insin trembled. What kind of skill is this? Revenge against mankind? He quickly tried to intervene. Monsters, I understand how you feel, but isn't revenge a bit much? The monsters roared in unison. Revenge. Revenge. O great God who unintentionally awakened us, please grant us the privilege of slaughter. Insin felt like they were about to tear him apart, and he had no idea what to do. Luckily, a system notification popped up, saving him just in time. Dispatch the Yaksha Chicken Legion to an Empire's beehive region. Insin pondered. A beehive? Is it a literal beehive? What are those Empire lackeys plotting now? He soon learned the beehive was a factory that mass-produced blood insect soldiers for the Empire's main army. A wide grin spread across Insin's face. Is that right? They must think I'm a fool since I haven't properly retaliated yet. You insects. Is it my turn now? Insin immediately smashed the accept button on the system panel. A massive beehive materialized in the sky. The buzzing was so intense it made the insect soldiers flinch. Is that thunder? Why is it so loud? The insects descended into chaos. What is that thing? Run. It's a monster. Hearing their desperate screams, Insin found it all very amusing. This is amazing. The numbers keep going up, and I'm not doing a thing. Auto-hunting is the best. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. Activate auto-management. Insin smiled. Of course. I would never turn this down. Now this is what you call real passive income, just like a landlord. As it grew late, Insin headed home, tossing his phone onto the bed. He flopped down, exhausted. I already sent the Sword Devil away, but there are still so many unanswered questions. But at least I got a few clues about the Triumvirate. The Sword Devil said they were a heretical faction. Insin recalled their conversation over chicken and beer. The Sword Demon had explained, the Triumvirate is a cult, their information network is insane. On the surface, they're just a hunter's guild. But in reality, they've planted countless spies all over the world. They gather intel on any hunter who might stand in their way. And then they assassinate them. Insin had chimed in, now that we've left, they'll probably be hunting us both. Are there other spies in the academy? The Sword Demon answered while chewing. Spies aren't told each other's identities, so there's no way for me to find out. Insin slammed his fist on the table in frustration. What a messed up organization. The Sword Demon spoke sincerely. I'm sorry, I don't have more clues, but there is one thing I must emphasize. The Mount Hua sect's swordsmanship originates from the Triumvirate. They've already seen that you possess it. They will definitely make a move. Of course, they're no match for you. Insin's eyes went wide. Huh? So it was a stolen art? Does that mean myriad swords? I mean, those scammers sold me stolen goods. The heaven-severing blade spoke out in his mind and raged. That's how the world works. I won't let those bastards get away with this. Let's see them try to lay a hand on my student. Insin heard a sound outside his door. He guessed it was the student spy. And he was right. The student, Hu Yao, was kneeling right outside. Earlier, in Hu Yao's room, a man had appeared with a cold expression, handing her a talisman. This is a teleportation talisman. Use it to bring Insin here. The Grandmasters of the Triumvirate will handle the rest. Cold sweat dripped down Hu Yao's face. What should I do? I can't defy a direct order from my superiors, but my teacher is a truly good person. Insin had been surprised when he first found out she was the mole. Discovering it early was probably thanks to the eyeless god's power, which was a good thing. When Insin went to meet Hu Yao, she looked pale and distressed. Insin spoke first. The sword devil has already taken your mother to a safe place. Hu Yao replied respectfully. Yes, sir. I've already called her.
Thank you, master. Insin seethed internally. How dare they use his student's sick mother as leverage, forcing the boy to become their spy.
Those bastards. I'll kill every last one of them. The master had even paid the exorbitant hospital fees. I'm so grateful, master. Insin smiled. Don't worry about it. I've got plenty of money. Let's go. They're already waiting. Hil Yao pulled out the talisman. Okay, I'm using the talisman now. My master took down the SS rank Gustav and his monster horde all by himself. I know he can get away from the trio guild. I believe in him. And with that, Hil led Insin to the mountain. Insin glanced around, surprised by how familiar it was. This is the mountain right behind the library. A strange voice cut through the air. Good work. We'll take it from here. Insin spotted two figures emerging in the distance. It was the Shaolin Temple Master, who defeated countless S-rank hunters, Dagag Bin, and his successor, who had taken down just as many. Insin stared at them, not even bothering with an introduction. They looked like characters straight out of a martial arts epic. Dagag Bin strode forward, pointing an accusing finger at Insin. You dare steal the sword arts of the Mount Hua sect, and even copy the trio guild. I will personally seal your lips forever. Dagag Bin stomped on a boulder, shattering it to pieces, then launched forward with a powerful Arhat fist. Hil Yao gasped in terror. The Shaolin fist technique was rumored to be able to destroy fortified buildings, and he was using such a powerful skill from the very start. A protective barrier activated around Insin, and as the punch connected, Dagag Bin's arm snapped. My arm. Is this the legendary Iron Skin technique? Dagag Bin writhed in agony, clutching his limb. My arm is broken. Insin spat back. Shut up. You were the one who attacked first. Such a hypocrite. Bang Mutant moved to finish Insin with a single slash. Hil Yao's jaw dropped. That's the sword style of the Hebei Peng clan. This is bad. But it wasn't going to be that easy. Bang Mutant's sword shattered into a million pieces, while Insin stood there without a single scratch. Bang Mutant roared in frustration. My ultimate sword technique. Insin offered a compliment. That lightning skill combined with your blade work is quite impressive. I happen to know a lightning skill too. Ever heard of the Twin Maelstrom? Bang Mutant screamed back. What the hell is that? Sparks flew, and a massive thunderclap shook the entire forest. A moment later, Insin had both hunters tied to a tree. He thought, they might be unregistered hunters, but they're definitely above S rank. His student gazed at him in awe, exclaiming, That's my master. He totally wiped the floor with them. Insin calmed his breathing. He had almost killed them. He still couldn't perfectly control his own strength. He then demanded they reveal the trio guild's location. The man just scowled, his face contorted with rage as he yelled at Insin. You thief! Do you have any idea who we are? Don't think for a second that you've won. He then added with absolute confidence, the trio guild's strongest hunter will be here to kill you any minute now. Right on cue, Xiaoming appeared. You fools, she sighed. I was only gone for a moment. The tied-up man spoke triumphantly. Lady Xiaoming, you're here. This is Insin, the one who stole the plum blossom technique. She ordered him to shut his mouth. You piece of trash. The man was stunned. Why was the lady defending Insin? Xiaoming unleashed a brutal assault on him, ignoring his pleas. Because you're useless, that's why. Insin was shocked by her swordsmanship. She was impossibly fast. He could barely even see her movements. All the other S-rank hunters I've faced moved in slow motion. But she's completely different. He and his student backed away slowly, on high alert for her next attack. Xiaoming moved like a phantom, circling them. Next up is the traitor, she declared, pointing her blade at Insin. He instantly used his own body to shield Hil Yao, yelling, Run! Get out of here now. Xiaoming was intrigued. A thought flashed through her mind. He blocked my attack with nothing but his body? How interesting. Just as I'd hoped. Insin tried to pursue her, but he was a step too slow and lost her trail. He cursed himself. Damn it, I messed up. Where did that little rat go? He scanned the area left and right, sensing she had already cornered him. But then he realized she wasn't aiming for him. Then who? Xiaoming reappeared with blinding speed, her sword plunging deep into Hil Yao. The boy was impaled, and blood gushed from the wound. Insin screamed Hil Yao's name in pure anguish. He rushed to his student and lifted him into his arms, but he was no longer breathing. He desperately activated his ring finger of healing, hoping for a miracle. From the sidelines, Xiaoming watched with admiration. Oh, you have healing skills, too. Insin poured every ounce of his power into saving the boy. As he worked, he pleaded with all his heart, Please, just wake up. Xiaoming sneered, It's useless. That was a fatal strike. But he refused to give up. He pulled out a treatment chart for Hill Yao, clinging to one final strand of hope. Suddenly, a system window materialized before him. Healing has failed. You cannot bring the dead back to life with the authority of a low-level god. This is only possible if you become a high-level god. Despair crashed over Insin as he read the message. She continued her cruel taunts. He was dead the moment my blade touched him. Insin was frozen in grief, making a silent vow to his fallen student. I will entrust you to Lilith. Just wait for me, Hill Yao. I will become a high-level god, and I will save you. Xiaoming's voice cut through his grief. Just leave the kid there and come play with me, she said casually. Weaklings like him deserve to die. He was losing his mind. He couldn't take her insults anymore and demanded she shut her mouth. But she just reveled in his anger. Oh, I'm so scared, she taunted. You're exactly my type. Insin tried to find the right words to reason with her. I've learned one thing. The only way to deal with psychopaths is to fight. He activated his clone skill, his body growing stronger as he stared her down. It seems you need a beating, too. Xiaoming wasn't scared at all. She let out a crazed laugh at his muscular form. Hurry up and fight me, she demanded with confidence. Insin lunged forward, grabbing her by the neck and trying to overpower her. But as they fought, she realized he had gotten faster and stronger. If I hadn't stopped her, this would have gotten out of hand. Coming to Korea was the right choice. With his powerful body, Insin charged again, using his raw strength to send Xiaoming flying. She was stunned by his reckless attack. He was furious, gritting his teeth as he threatened her. You dare smile like that after killing my student? I'll make sure you don't even die in peace. He rushed forward with his sword, unleashing his ultimate technique to end this battle. Sparks flashed, and the ground itself exploded from the impact. Luckily, Xiaoming dodged the blow, leaping onto a high tree branch. She grinned smugly. You're better than I thought. She saw the blood on her hand, shocked that he was the first person to ever land a hit on her. Ingzin's voice was cold. You're insane. Cut the crap and tell me where the Three Heroes Society is. A tense standoff began between them. If I tell you, will you let me go? She asked. Never. But I'll give you a quicker death, she replied with a confident smirk. Oh, you think this is my full power? I was just playing with you because it seemed like fun. But now, I'm bored. Xiaoming's entire demeanor changed. Her eyes glowed red, her fighting spirit igniting once more. She struck the ground with a diversionary attack, and he lost track of her. He was bewildered, thinking to himself that he'd never seen anyone this strong. Xiaoming's voice mocked him from all around. Where are you looking? Then she appeared, unleashing her 8 trigrams, 1,000-pound hammer. Insin was shocked she was so powerful, and they were evenly matched. He couldn't understand what kind of power was holding him down. That's the 8 trigrams seal. Not even an SS rank can escape it. Now, give back what you stole. Insin combined his titles of God of Justice and Demon God to face her. The combination of titles activated the divine judgment of the middle finger. It seems the technique worked, as it shattered Xiaoming's barrier. The tide of the battle was turning in Insin's favor. He said confidently, Did you think you were the only one holding back? You're finished. The combined power of Insin's God of Justice title completely destroyed the 8 trigrams formation. He taunted her. Why don't you stop scurrying around like a rat? You can't beat me. But she was stubborn, insisting. You're the first man I've ever met like this. Let's have a little more fun. Xiaoming shot forward like a blur, using her Asura's shattered heaven dance to try and turn the tables. Insin grew worried. He only had a little of his combined power left. This shouldn't affect the surrounding area, right? Thankfully, he could still use that power, sweeping it across the ground. Xiaoming was filled with admiration. He really was skilled. The blast was so strong it lit up the sky, making a building guard look up in confusion. He wondered if the sun had already risen. Xiaoming collapsed in a fiery crater. Insin placed a hand on her head and demanded, Now, where is the leader of your Three Heroes Society? Xiaoming stared blankly and hesitated. Insin had no idea what she was talking about. Suddenly, she jumped up, her eyes filled with joy and excitement. I love you, you master, she screamed. Insin was so startled he couldn't believe his ears. He thought to himself, what the hell? Why is this girl calling me that? Could it be? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have displayed the terrifying power of a god and created obsessive faith. Xiaoming has become your fanatical believer. Insin sighed, feeling annoyed. Another strange person had become one of his crazy followers. Xiaoming couldn't stop staring at him. She spoke her heart's desire. You're this strong without a weapon. How much stronger will you be with a sword? The system notifications continued. Fanatical believer, Xiaoming. Xiaoming is a believer worth 5 S ranks. Remark. She is passionately in love with you. Insin felt sick reading it, his face turning pale. He tried to deny it. Let's just ignore that remark. He calculated in his head. 5 S ranks, that means she's as strong as Gavor. Even so, I don't feel completely safe around her. Insin ordered her. Xiao Ming, take me to your superior. Xiao Ming seemed a bit tense, her voice trembling. I would be happy to, but as you can see, I don't have the strength right now. Before she could finish her sentence, Insin healed her with the power of his ring finger. Xiao Ming was overjoyed, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow! Such incredible healing power." As her body recovered, she thanked him profusely. "You are truly amazing. You deserve to be my master." Then, Insin ordered her to lead the way. The scene changes to the headquarters of the Three Heroes Society. The Three Purities Palace. Sun Ren delivered the grave news. Zhao Ming has betrayed us and sided with Yin Xin. And now, Yin Xin is coming for us all. A spark of fury lit up in Jian Ren's eyes. So, you're telling me this? Yin Xin possesses divine power? Quan Ren sneered with contempt. He's nothing more than a lowly godling. A brutal thought crossed his mind. Just kill him. Him and that traitor, Xiao Ming. After all, they were the 3G, the supreme leaders of the Three Heroes Society for the last 500 years. Just then, Xiao Ming burst into the palace. A brilliant smile spread across her face as she asked, "Were you looking for me?" She walked forward slowly, her voice laced with poison. "Someone else was looking for you, too, so I brought him right to your door." The three heroes were stunned into silence. Insin stepped forward, his presence overwhelming. "So, you're the leaders of this Three Heroes Society?" Suddenly, he froze. A new system notification appeared. Target information unreadable. They were using a skill to block his senses. Seeing this, Yin Xin's demeanor shifted. He thought to himself, this is a first. But it doesn't matter. I'll just crush them all anyway. One of the 3Gs smirked. "Oh, I can feel it. You are incredibly powerful. To think someone of your caliber exists on this planet. This is starting to get interesting." Jian Ren turned to his brothers, his eyes gleaming. His power. It's intoxicating. "Hey, Sun Ren, can I have his heart?" Sun Ren nodded slowly. "Of course, Jian Ren, but his head belongs to me." Quan Ren cracked his knuckles, a thrill running through him. "Then allow me to test him first." Instantly, the mountain of a man launched himself forward like a rocket. Yin Xin was floored, his jaw dropping in shock. His speed and power were on another level. The look in Quan Ren's eyes was absolutely terrifying. He unleashed the 100 Steps Divine Fist. The power radiating from it was immense, shaking the very heavens. The two clashed in a vicious, brutal battle, their blows creating massive explosions. Xiao Ming cried out for her master, but then she realized he had been sent flying out of sight. Her gaze shifted to Sun Ren and Jian Ren. "And what about you two? It seems I have a score to settle with you as well, don't I?" A sinister smile played on her lips as she threatened them. "This is going to be fun. My blade is going to love this." Quan Ren's strength was monstrous. Yin Xin crashed to the ground, gritting his teeth through the pain. Quan Ren looked down on him with disdain. "Is that all it takes to send you flying? Did I overestimate you? At this rate, I'll devour you whole." Yin Xin thought to himself, what was that just now? There was a huge distance between us. These guys, they're strong. Suddenly, a voice shouted a warning to Yin Xin. It's the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Yin Xin looked up at the sky, bewildered. What in the world? The light was blinding. It was a knife, hurtling towards him from the heavens. A butcher's knife? No. It was the heavenly demon, Tian Gui. The heavenly blacksmith's voice echoed. "Repairs are complete. Delivery fee is on me." Yin Xin exclaimed, "You've arrived just in time, but why does it look like a butcher's knife? What can I even do with this?" Again, the blacksmith's voice warned him. "Do not underestimate it just because of its appearance." Yin Xin sighed to himself. His repair service is always so strange. But I'm a little busy right now, so I'll let it slide. Yin Xin then said cheerfully, "It's great to see you again, heavenly demon." But the weapon replied coldly, "Save the pleasantries for later. You need to be on your guard. These men are gods." Hearing this, Yin Xin was stunned into disbelief. "What did you say? These guys are gods?" Quan Ren remained calm, asking, "Is this malevolent energy coming from you?" The heavenly demon's spiritual form glowed with rage. "That's right. It's me, you damn traitors. You insects fled the second the god of destruction appeared." Quan Ren laughed, a thrill in his voice. "We were simply preparing for a future catastrophe. It wasn't fleeing." Yin Xin asked urgently, "So you're saying these guys feared the god of destruction and ran to Earth?" The heavenly demon snarled, "Yes, they're worse than scum. They even slaughtered all the people under their rule." Quan Ren continued to taunt the heavenly demon. "You have the nerve to slander us, while you're trapped inside a knife?" The heavenly demon screamed back, "The god of destruction will be here soon. Are you going to run away again then?" Quan Ren shot back, unafraid. "Of course. That's why we've been teaching these useless insects. We've spent 500 years teaching them our martial arts, all to increase our own divine power. Quan Ren was nearly bursting with crazed energy, releasing an unprecedented wave of power. He threatened, and they have offered millions of people as sacrifices to us. Isn't it wonderful? Insin could not stand by and listen any longer. He couldn't accept it. What? Using people as sacrifices? That's going too far. You're nothing but cowards. With that declaration, his own power began to surge, his muscles tensing. How Ran died because of you. I will never forgive you for that. Quan Ren ground his teeth in fury. What? How dare you insult us? You're just a lowly godling. Yin Xin wasted no more words. He immediately took his stance, preparing to unleash his skill, Sword Demon's second form, Heavenly Demon God. But the Heavenly Demon hastily stopped him. Wait, you can't use that. Yin Xin was stunned. Huh? Why not? The Heavenly Demon explained, that move won't be enough to counter Quan Ren's 100 Steps Divine Fist. If you're not careful, it could even backfire on you. You must use your fists. Remember the words I wrote for you. At that moment, the memory surfaced. He was talking about that single verse. The pinnacle of swordsmanship is to forsake the sword itself, to transcend humanity, cleave the heavens, and finally shatter mountains. In truth, my fist is even mightier than my blade. I always thought it was just meaningless nonsense. But now, he clenched his fist, his resolve hardening like steel. Let's see for myself what a fist stronger than a sword feels like. Then Insin switched techniques, his body slowly transforming, swelling with immense physical might. Insin advanced slowly, his steps heavy with purpose, toward the fist god. The god's eyes narrowed into slits. What? This one too? In that case, I won't hold back. With a roar, he unleashed the adamantine body technique. His threat hung in the air. I will show you the true meaning of power. The very ground trembled with his every step as he gathered his energy, preparing to unleash the 100-step divine fist. The fist god was seething with rage. How dare a mere lesser god like you challenge me? Faced with this overwhelming power, Insin remained unnervingly calm and gave his command to the Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Demon, Sacred Sword, third form. The spirit erupted, launching the heaven-shattering fist. The fist god, his attack thwarted, snarled in fury. This technique, it belongs to that Heavenly Demon bastard. Their clash was cataclysmic, a brutal exchange of power that sent the fist god flying, crashing straight through the palace wall. The spear god and sword god watched in shock. Even they flinched at Insin's power. Impressive. Don't tell me he actually defeated the fist god. The spear god let out a booming laugh, his voice filled with confidence. My dragon-slaying spear hasn't tasted the blood of a god in a long, long time. The sword god spoke, his tone grim. I never imagined I would need to draw this blade again. With the fist god defeated, Insin quietly calculated his next move. 2 gods remain. At this rate, I think I can actually win. But then, something felt wrong. Why hadn't the system window appeared to confirm the kill? He was certain that bastard fist god had been taken out. From within the ruined palace, the sword god's voice rang out. How much longer are you going to play dead, fist god? A sickening feeling dawned on Insin. The fist god had revived. He called out to the others. I was merely shamed to be sent flying by a single blow from that whelp, that lesser god. He has perfectly inherited the Heavenly Demon's martial arts. The spear god proposed a new strategy. Then the 3 of us should strike together. In return, I'll claim the brat's head. The sword god's battle aura flared in agreement. I haven't absorbed divine power in ages. We must kill him quickly. Seeing them united, Insin knew this fight was about to become far more difficult. He thought to himself, 1 against 3 is daunting. But with the Heavenly Demon's divine art, I should be able to handle them somehow. But suddenly, the Heavenly Demon spirit appeared, desperately trying to stop him, and urged Insin to run. You don't stand a chance against all 3 at once. They've absorbed countless offerings, and their power has skyrocketed. Flee now. But Insin refused to listen. His aura blazed with defiance as he calmly replied, I can't do that. I will not run and hide like them. The Heavenly Demon recoiled in fear at his words, but Insin spoke with unwavering confidence, I still have a few tricks left. Don't worry. The moment had come. The 3 gods shot forward like comets, attacking as one. The Heavenly Demon screamed in despair, What tricks? You're going to die. And Insin gave them his answer. Unleashing the dragon-slaying finger art. A burning desire blazed in Insin's eyes. Here it comes. He resolved to throw everything he had into a wild, unpredictable assault. Without warning, the fist god appeared right beside him, taunting. You left yourself wide open. In an instant, he threw a devastating punch. This was the demon subduing Buddha's palm. Insin took the blow head-on, and a spray of blood erupted as agonizing pain ripped through him. Though he was launched into the air, they gave him no reprieve. The sword god struck next, his blade a blur of motion as he unleashed the azure sky-flying swallow sword. Moments later, the spear god arrived. His head is mine, fist god. All three gods descended upon Insin at once, but he refused to yield. Seizing his chance, he activated his trump card, the divine finger of judgment. The tables had turned in an instant. The fist and spear gods were stunned. What in the hell is this? Insin's technique erupted with unimaginable power, blasting the heavens. He landed safely, thinking to himself that he was stronger than he'd realized. But damn it, the spear god emerged from the flames. Now I see why you were defeated, fist god. This is the first time anyone has broken our masks. Since I killed that loyalist god in my past life. Insin had no idea what they were talking about. He gritted his teeth in anger as the notifications finally confirmed their defeat. Fallen fist god, fallen sword god, fallen spear god. They were once great gods from a realm called Nirvana, which was destroyed by another god, forcing them to regain their titles as lesser gods. Reading the panel, Insin wondered, did breaking their masks cause this transformation? The system window is working again. Wait, all three of them are lesser gods, just like me? And they used to be great gods. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the heavenly demon's spirit appear behind him, clutching its head in despair. This is why I told you to run. The sword god's voice cut through the air from behind Insin. What are you daydreaming about? Blocking his escape, the fist god appeared before him, roaring, "Die, you little rat." The three gods raised their weapons, surrounding Insin for the final assault. Sun Ren unleashed a devastating blow, and the battlefield erupted, kicking up a storm of smoke and shattering the very ground. Insin was defeated. He collapsed, completely unconscious. Seeing this, Geoman assumed he was dead. Sun Ren finally felt a wave of relief. "All right then," he said. "Time to carve him up." Insin remained motionless, oblivious to his impending doom. You have met the conditions to activate the power received from the silent nightmare and the night-blooming rose. Insin's eyes snapped open, stunning the three lower gods. His soul transformed into a new creature, pulsing with overwhelming offensive power. The three gods stared in utter disbelief at this new form. Jiaoman roared, "Guanin, get back." But Guanin took a direct hit from Insin. "That flower-shaped monster," he choked out. "What the hell is it?" Sun Ren laughed mockingly. "You let your guard down," he sneered. "A careless mistake." Guanin and Jiaomin landed from above. "This is far beyond anything I imagined," Jiaomin said grimly. Guanin's face twisted with frustration. "I thought he was all out of pathetic little tricks. But he can actually summon a monster? This creature was a divine beast." The three lower gods couldn't believe Insin's true power. They never imagined he had so many aces up his sleeve. Guanin studied the creature intently, thinking, once we kill the summoner, the beast will die with him. But the real Insin was lost in a deep sleep, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding. The veteran Jiaomin proposed a new strategy. "Guanin, Sun Ren, I'll kill Insin. You two distract the monster." They immediately coordinated, moving to lure the beast away and create an opening to destroy Insin once and for all. But Insin knew nothing of their plan. He felt as if he were floating on an endless ocean, with no idea where he was. He was startled when someone approached him, a man with a wounded chin, desperately calling his name. Insin's eyes widened in shock. It was Inho, the man who had offered Osu as a sacrifice to him. Osu was a being with power equal to 11 S-rank hunters. The truth hit Insin. Even the lowest-tier gods are this powerful, but Inho sacrificed a god. For me, the mission currently in progress was to ascend to a mid-tier demon god, and the sacrifice offered possessed transcendent abilities. Insin was filled with admiration. "I am proud of you," he said. "You have overcome another trial and presented me with yet another offering. I will heal you at once." A tiny angel girl cried as she clung to Inho's neck. "Daddy, please save my daddy." Insin was completely baffled. What? Who is this? Why is she calling him daddy? The little girl was Cheon-hu, an incarnation of an angel, a winged protector of the world who wielded transcendent power. When she was on the brink of death, Inho had saved her life. He gave her a name, hoping a miracle might just happen. Seeing the girl's desperate pleas, Insin knew he had to act. "I don't know what happened, but he's clearly in critical condition. I must heal him immediately." He used the divine healing of his ring finger, hoping to cure Inho. A brilliant light enveloped the man's body as the miracle of Insin's power took hold. Inho was fully healed, a happy smile spreading across his face. Before leaving, Insin told Cheon-hu, "I'm entrusting him to you now." But he paused, realizing he had not yet given her a proper name, and naming her would trigger a miracle. Insin was not about to let a miracle go to waste. He boldly asked her, "I would like to give you a name. Is that all right with you?" The little girl's face lit up with pure joy as she agreed. "Then let's call you Anna." Insin thought to himself, I can't think of a good name right now, so I'll just use one from a novel I wrote a very long time ago. The little angel adored her new name, chirping her thanks to him. A notification window suddenly appeared. By naming her, you have gained the absolute trust of Cheon-hu. Cheon-hu is a believer with power rivaling 10S rank hunters. Insin was ecstatic. Is this the miracle? An incredible surge of power coursed through him. I can't believe Anna is as strong as 10S rank hunters. Now he remembered. He was in the middle of a battle with the trio, the bastards who killed Hio-cheo and devoured millions of his offerings. I have to get back, fast. Insin jolted awake from his dream, clutching his head and wondering if he had truly returned. He found himself back on the battlefield with the trio, who were still determined to end his life. Jio-min was the first to attack. He lunged, aiming his sword at Insin and muttering, if it wasn't for that cursed flower monster. In the heat of battle, a flower petal landed in his hand. It was a sign that he wasn't meant to awaken just yet. He clenched his fist, a new determination solidifying within him. It's okay. I grew stronger while I was asleep. Thank you for protecting me. The silent nightmare blushed shyly. The scene cut back to Jio-min. That troublesome incarnation of the evil god has finally vanished, he declared. Guanin immediately followed up, you absolute fool. Did you really think you could defeat us on your own? The trio all laughed mockingly, their voices dripping with contempt. A moron like you doesn't need a head to live. From behind, another lower god charged towards Insin with his sword raised, but Insin swiftly drew his dagger and parried the attack. How could you so easily? Insin replied with chilling confidence. I blocked your attack with ease. Things are different now. This time, Insin stood tall, brimming with his newfound power. Witnessing this incredible change, Jio-min and Guanin could only stare in utter amazement. Suddenly, their foe felt stronger. Quan Ren was certain of it. He must have devoured more sacrifices while he was hiding. Yi Xin seized the initiative, unleashing the skill, God's Thumb summoning forth his other self. Now the two of them stood united in this battle. The time remaining for God's Thumb was 6,666 seconds. Yi Xin grinned sheepishly. Long time no see. But Yi Ho sneered. You pathetic weakling. Did you call me just because you couldn't handle this yourself? Yi Xin bristled. You punk. I'm the original here. He then asked, can you take them down one by one? Don't you dare order me around. He laughed smugly. That wasn't an order. It was a request. Besides, I'm the main body. He shot back with what he thought was a critical hit. So what? For an original, you're pretty dumb. Dumb and weak. And on top of that, you're ugly. Yi Xin finally snapped. I can't take this anymore, you jerk. Yi Ho's tone, however, softened just a bit. But you have gotten a little stronger than before. Not bad. Still just a lower-class god, though, Yi Xin muttered to himself. What was that? A compliment wrapped in an insult. Yi Xin hesitantly held out his hand. Was this supposed to be a handshake of apology? All right, let's fight. Let's go. But Yi Ho's next words snapped him back to reality. I'm telling you to give me the heavenly demon. You're the one who said you wanted me to fight. Yi Xin immediately handed over the heavenly demon. I can see the one I have to fight. He's the weakest one there. His words were aimed at the triad, but they just laughed nonchalantly, completely overconfident in their own power. Yi Xin noted his clone's powerful physique. Yi Ho was completely focused, ordering, equip the brutal killer title. Quan Ren declared boldly, first a summon, now a clone, how annoying. Jian Ren added, even with a clone, it's still 3 against 2. Let's go. Sun Ren was also thrilled, exclaiming, I haven't felt this excited since my battle with the great sage, heaven's equal. The two sides stared each other down, their eyes blazing with the will to win. Yi Ho conferred with Yi Xin. These useless leeches, they really don't know their place. Yi Xin agreed. They're just pathetic cowards who ran from their own world. What would they know? Hearing this, Quan Ren exploded with rage. What? How dare you? Jian Ren glared daggers at them. Such unbelievable arrogance. Sun Ren, somehow, laughing through it all, cursed them. You cocky little brat, I'll take your head. With that, the triad charged forward to attack. Sun Ren soared high into the air, preparing to unleash a mighty blow. He roared, suffer in pain. Usurper King, I will tear you into 100 pieces. Yi Xin stood stunned for a moment, then said, I guess I'll leave this to you. As the words left his clone's mouth, Yi Ho had already rushed in. Sun Ren sneered with contempt. Does a mere clone think it's worthy of being my opponent? Yi Ho shot back with immense power. I already told a loser like you to stop giving me orders. It was only then that Sun Ren realized with a jolt. When did he get so close? The two then clashed in a fierce battle, their movements impossibly fast. Although the lower half of Sun Ren's body was nearly engulfed in flames, he just grinned like a madman, as if plotting a new attack. Yi Ho was slightly confused. Completely unharmed, Sun Ren asked, "Do you have any better moves? I am the incarnation of the Crimson Flame. You can't cut fire with a sword. I'll kill you first, then I'll move on to Yi Xin." Yi Ho glanced down with concern, only to see Yi Xin smiling to encourage him. He had absolute faith in his clone. Yi Ho shot forward like an arrow, launching a direct assault on Sun Ren. He couldn't react in time and was sent flying. He screamed, "How could you? I can't regenerate. Could this sword be?" Yi Ho declared confidently, "Don't think of this as a normal sword. This is the Heavenly Demon's sword. Heavenly Demon Divine Sword. Second form. Heavenly Demon's Great Hell. I've killed a flame much larger than yours in the past." As Yi Ho was consumed by flames, he laughed nonchalantly. Being blessed by the Heavenly Demon's sword is quite an interesting experience, isn't it? The scene changes to a notification panel, congratulating Yi Xin for defeating Sun Ren, a reward equivalent to 20 S-rank sacrifices. The quest to advance to a mid-rank demon god is in progress. This time, the sacrifice Quan Ren and Jian Ren were heartbroken by Sun Ren's defeat. The old man grumbled that he had acted recklessly and brought this fate upon himself. The power Yi Ho displayed was terrifying, blowing away the entire pavilion and sending the guards flying. At that very moment, Xiao Ming arrived. She expressed her admiration. "There are the two gods of my heart. You're so captivating. I'll do my best so that you'll praise me, too." The determined girl charged forward to defeat the enemy. Yi Ho said, "Well, now it's a 2-on-2 fight." Yi Xin grinned with delight. "Equivalent to 2 S-rank sacrifices, excellent." Quan Ren's face twisted in anger. "You damn bastard. We underestimated him." Jian Ren urged Quan Ren. "It's time to use that." Quan Ren's expression became deadly serious at the suggestion. "But it will injure us, too. Still, I think it's the best option we have right now." They were forced to use their ultimate trump card, hoping to turn the tables. Jian Ren focused his energy to unleash the attack, combining his power with Quan Ren's for this final move. The old man made a powerful declaration. "I will borrow Quan Ren's strength and tear you into 100 pieces to avenge Sun Ren." In Ho and Insin stood against their devastating combination attack. The sheer force was overwhelming. An energy so immense, even gods would struggle to withstand it. Sensing the tide turning, Insin commanded the monster to reverse its course. The sword master was stunned. Could that be the legendary Plum Blossom sword art? The fist master scoffed, calling Insin nothing but a copycat. He sneered that it was just a cheap imitation, a stolen technique they could easily crush. But his arrogance shattered in an instant when In-Ho and In-Shin charged forward as one. They targeted the fist master first. In-Ho unleashed the second form of the Heavenly Demon's sacred sword, while In-Shin activated his Thunderquake skill. The fist master reeled from the impact, sputtering. He had no idea what just hit him and desperately called for the sword master's help, pressing the advantage. Insin relentlessly hammered him with blow after blow, ignoring his cries for help. Inshin's voice was cold. "Sorry, but the Heavenly Demon told me. You don't get to live." He then summoned the third form of the sacred sword and the heaven-shattering fist, unleashing a merciless barrage. At last, the fist master fell. A notification window appeared, congratulating Insin on his victory. Defeating the fist master and sword master has provided excellent offerings. Each is equivalent to 20 S-rank sacrifices. The promotion quest to Intermediate Demon God is now proceeding. Congratulations, you have completed the Intermediate Demon God quest. Insin felt a surge of power coursing through him. A smile crossed his face. It's finally done. It was a Demon God quest. But getting stronger was all that mattered. A message from the God of Plenty appeared, warning him, "You are leaning too far toward the Demon God's side." But the Absolute Heavenly Blade disagreed. "This is for the best. Continue down this path." Inshin's victory was absolute, the spoils immense. Nearby, In-Ho and Xiao Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. She looked at In-Ho with pure admiration. He took down the two strongest members of the Triumvirate with a single strike. He's truly a god. In-Ho's command cut through the air. "Clean up the remaining trash here. Bring the S-rank hunters to me. Kill anyone who resists without hesitation. And once this is over, you..." Xiao Ming bowed her head. "Yes, my lord. I will make it happen." Inshin grew curious. "What are you two talking about?" In-Ho immediately deflected. "It's nothing. Just make sure you don't die, you loser." He added quietly, "If you die, I die with you. So you better get stronger." Seeing his serious expression, In-Shin nodded. "Even if you didn't say it, I was going to do that anyway." The clone's 666-second timer ran out. Desummoning initiated. In-Ho's form faded back into In-Shin's body. With the fusion complete, In-Shin approached Xiao Ming. His voice was low. There's somewhere we need to go. At China Central Hospital, a voice filled the room. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe it. Suju's homeroom teacher came all the way to visit me. And you even paid for my hospital bills. Thank you so much. Insin offered a gentle smile. It's no trouble at all. Please, just focus on getting better. That's all that matters. A thought crossed Insin's mind. So this is a perk of becoming an intermediate demon god. Perfect fluency in Chinese. People can call me a demon all they want, as long as it makes me stronger. The patient's gaze then shifted to someone else in the room. But that young woman over there, why is she? Insin glanced over. Oh, her? Standing makes her legs tired, and sitting hurts her back. So she's kneeling to be more comfortable, he explained. Xiaoming nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, kneeling is actually very good for your knees. Hearing her absurd excuse, Insin could only force a smile. The truth was, he had ordered her to kneel. He thought to himself that for a cold-blooded killer like her, kneeling in repentance was getting off easy. The patient had another question for Insin. Her voice was gentle. Teacher, is my Suzu doing well in school? He's such a thoughtful boy. But I haven't heard from him recently. He's probably just very busy with his studies. Insin's fists clenched, fighting to control his emotions. He could only nod to reassure the worried mother. Faced with Suzu's mother, he couldn't bring himself to tell her the devastating truth. The lie was the only answer he could give. He knew he should tell her what really happened. He should apologize for his failure. A darkness began to cloud Insin's mind. No matter how he looked at it, the fact remained. He had failed to protect Suzu. He was the one who sent that boy to his grave. I couldn't even protect a single person. What kind of good god am I? The light in Insin's eyes began to dim. That's right. What kind of good god am I? His pupils constricted with a chilling light. Maybe. I'm better suited to be a demon god after all. Just then, the god of plenty sent a message. It was a quest for a resurrection potion, a plea for him not to give up on being a good god. His eyes widened at the sight of a solution, a resurrection potion. Just then, the system provided more details. However, using it would come at a terrible price. For it meant shattering the sacred cycle of reincarnation. But she was willing to help him, so he could continue his path as a good god. The detailed quest appeared. If 10 million good deeds could be performed to gather virtue, the universe itself would become a better place. And the reward for this monumental task was a potion that could bring back the dead. After reading the message, Insin's mind went blank. But then, joy washed over him. He found a way to save everyone, but the condition was insane. He needed to perform 10 million good deeds. It felt like an impossible dead end. He wondered how long it would even take. However, he quickly realized there was a way. Insin looked around and realized he was in a hospital, a place filled with people who desperately needed help. A brilliant spark of hope ignited within him. What better place was there to rack up good deeds than this? Without a moment's hesitation, he got straight to work, unleashing the power of his healing ring finger. That day, the entire hospital erupted with newfound vitality, all thanks to Insin's intervention. Patients who were paralyzed could suddenly move again. Chronic headaches vanished in an instant. Even a patient in a coma miraculously awoke. Meanwhile, in Jinan City, Shandong Province, China, the people were being terrorized by monsters. The city descended into absolute chaos as sirens blared endlessly. An A-rank monster has appeared. Hunters are en route. All citizens, evacuate immediately. A crazed, bull-like monster began targeting innocent civilians, sending them scattering and screaming in terror, just as they were about to be slaughtered. The first hunter arrived, taking down the raging beast in a single blow. Insin landed gracefully. 3-1, 2 left. Next, using his astonishing speed, he dispatched the 2 remaining monsters in quick succession. The citizens watched in awe as Insin utterly dominated the fight. Who is that guy? Is he a hunter? Wait. Isn't that the SS rank hunter? You, Insin. Insin's virtue points shot up by 2,500, an impressive number, but he wasn't satisfied at all. All that work for just this much? Just then, Xiaoming called out to him, Sir Yu Insin. What is it? Under the orders of the other Yu, I must now eliminate the remnants of the 3 Heroes Guild. Insin scoffed. So, my clone is the one giving her orders now, huh? Fine, Insin agreed, allowing Xiaoming to depart. Yes, sir. Please take care of yourself. A few days later, at Yu Insin's apartment in Korea, he was thrilled to finally get a moment of rest. The past few days had been non-stop. The moment he landed, he'd rushed to several hospitals to earn more virtue points. With him were the sisters, Mi and Mina. Mi exclaimed, the top floor is so much bigger and brighter. You're a homeowner now. Insin couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. A homeowner, Huh? I could definitely get used to being called that. It sounds way cooler than Brother Insin. Insin noticed me folding a pink shirt and asked, "Hey, what's with the pink shirt?" "It's a present for you, Master. My sister and I saw it while we were shopping and thought it looked great. Besides, your fashion sense is questionable." Mina proudly chimed in, "Exactly. So we bought you a whole set of 10. Go on, try it on now. I'm sure it'll fit you perfectly." Insin was a bit taken aback, but decided to humor them. "All right, I'll try it. Real men wear pink these days, anyway." Suddenly, May received a call from the Hunters Association. It seemed she had to leave. "I have to go now. Please keep my sister company for a bit." "Say goodbye, Master." "Yeah, okay. Good luck out there." A short while later, Insin finally emerged, wearing the gift from the two sisters. He looked incredibly awkward, but Mina was absolutely delighted. "It's so cute. You should wear this all the time." Shaking off the embarrassment, Insin suddenly remembered something important and turned to ask Mina a question. "Why are you still pretending that you haven't recovered your memories?" Mina froze for a few seconds. She nervously took a few steps back, her voice trembling as she spoke. How did you know?" As it turned out, the system had already revealed her secret to him. Mina, utterly bewildered, demanded an answer. "When did you find out?" "It's been a while." "You're doing it because you want to stay by Mi's side, right?" "Yes, that's right." Mina stammered for a moment, but then her demeanor shifted 180 degrees. She glared daggers at Insin. "If you breathe a single word of this to me, I will personally end you. But since you already know, I guess I'll have to tell her myself sooner or later." Insin silently prayed, amazed at how quickly her attitude flipped. Mina then continued, "But let's put that aside. I have a favor to ask you. I need you to protect someone." "You want me to be a bodyguard?" According to Mina, creator-type hunters all over the world had been vanishing without a trace, and for some reason, the Hunters Association was keeping it under wraps. Insin was shocked. "Creator hunters? That sounds like a serious problem. That's why a creator hunter named Kang Wu has requested you as his bodyguard through the association." Faced with the request, Insin began to analyze the situation. It made perfect sense. Creator hunters possess the unique ability to open item shops which can contain powerful equipment. But in exchange, their personal combat abilities are extremely weak. He pressed further. "But don't all creator hunters already have an S-rank bodyguard assigned to them from the start?" "They do," Mina replied, her expression grim. "But in American creators, 2 S-rank bodyguards were just killed, and the hunter vanished at the same time. And just recently, an Italian hunter's 3 bodyguards were torn in half before that hunter disappeared as well." Hearing just these 2 cases was enough to give Insin a very bad feeling. "That sounds terrifying. I can't imagine who's behind this." Mina cut in. "That's exactly why the association is scrambling to find another S-rank bodyguard or someone even stronger. So, the headmaster and Shinzu both vouched for you. Naturally, me and I were in full agreement. So that's how it is." Publicly, Insin claimed he couldn't refuse a mission to protect a national treasure, but inwardly, he saw it as a golden opportunity to accumulate good karma. Besides, he had a hunch this mission was deeply connected to that prophecy. He recalled the words that mysterious man had told him. Insin wondered what this festival of the gods he was supposed to join was all about. But first, he had to reach the rank of intermediate god. He'd worry about the rest later. And with that, he accepted Mina's request. The system chimed in with its approval, reminding Insin to perform good deeds daily. Insin then asked Mina, "So, where is this hunter, Kang Yu?" "Let's head to his location." The scene shifts to a lavish villa on a hill, Kang Yu's residence. Insin now stood before the very man he was assigned to protect. It was known that Kang Yu was a 52-year-old man, yet he wore the face of a much younger, more composed individual. He was also under the protection of the god of fire guards and the god of blacksmiths. Using his insight, Insin was stunned. He never would have guessed this man was over 50. In this era, age truly was just a number. But wait, what were these question marks appearing over him? Accompanying Insin was Kang Jiom. When Kang Yu questioned his presence, Insin simply explained, "I can't be on watch 24/7, so I brought one of my most trusted men." Kang Yu didn't object to this arrangement. He casually sipped his vintage wine and said, That does make sense. Even bodyguards are human. You need your rest to be effective, after all. In any case, I'm counting on you." "Yes, sir. We will do everything in our power to ensure your safety." Insin watched Kang Yu's carefree attitude with growing annoyance. How can he be so relaxed, casually sipping wine at a time like this? Is he totally unaware that creator-class hunters are disappearing all over the world? Suddenly, Kang Yu slammed his glass on the table and abruptly stood up. "I need to use the restroom. We'll continue this when I return." Kang Jiom seethed, barely restraining the urge to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. How dare he just walk away while talking to the Sword Saint? That bastard. Leave him to me. But Insin cut him off with a sharp command. Silence, demon sword. Meanwhile, inside the restroom, Kang Yu stared at his reflection, his mind racing with calculations. So, the unexpected variable has finally appeared. I have no memory of him in my past life. Just then, a strange wisp of black smoke materialized behind him, catching his attention. What is that? Kang Yu instinctively spun around, only to be met by the terrifying growl from a set of razor-sharp fangs. As his eyes adjusted, he recognized it instantly, a monster that specialized in hunting creators. Its eyes burned crimson as it locked onto him. There you are, creator-class hunter. Before Kang Yu could even process the threat, the monster launched its attack. Kang Yu instantly summoned the Shield of Aegis, raising it for defense. But the legendary shield only blocked one of the monster's claws. Its other hand, armed with a wicked blade, came hurtling toward him. That pathetic shield is useless. Just as Kang Yu braced for death, Insin appeared from thin air behind the beast. He coolly addressed the creature. Why is there an alligator in the bathroom? The monster froze, sensing this newcomer's immense power. The next instant, a single slap from Insin nearly sent it straight back to the underworld. Insin turned to Kang Yu. Are you hurt? I'm fine. But that equipment. Isn't that only available in the hunter's shop? Kang Yu was staring at the weapon in the monster's hand. How could a monster possibly possess such an item? The creature roared in fury. You bastard! You're the one who killed my mother. Insin took a moment to search his memories. He guessed the Gusta he fought before must have been this thing's brother. It didn't wait for an answer. It only wanted to tear Insin limb from limb. Insin seemed completely unfazed by its blinding rage. He casually picked his nose and scoffed. Really? What a crazy story. Enraged, the monster charged, its steps cracking the marble floor. Die. I will avenge my mother. Insin calmly glanced over his shoulder. Think you can handle this? Kang Jiom instantly blurred into motion, intercepting the beast with his blade drawn. With a sharp clang, he effortlessly parried the monster's massive sword. Leave this to me, Sword Saint. I'll show you how much I've improved. Oh, is that so? Insin decided to watch, curious to see Kang Jiom's new strength. The monster ground its teeth. You dare interfere? Then I'll send you to hell, too. It swung its colossal blade once more. But with a simple pivot, Kang Jiom had already circled to the monster's flank. You little rat, you're fast, I'll give you that. But you're still just a puny human. Let's see how far you can run. The monster unleashed a chaotic flurry of wild attacks. Nearby, Kang Yu and Insin hid behind a tiny shield. Are you sure he can handle this alone? Kang Yu asked nervously. Yeah. He may not look like much, but I guarantee he's got this. Watching him fight, Insin had to admit, Kang Jiom had gotten much stronger. Back in the fight, the monster grew frantic. It couldn't seem to land a single blow on the agile swordsman. Its eyes darted forward, trying to predict his next move. But before it could react, Kang Jiom's blade had already left a clean slice across its cheek. A tremor of fear ran through his hand. Meanwhile, Kang Jiom cursed himself. How shameful. If it wasn't for this helmet, I would have split its head in two. Insin let out a long yawn and urged him on. I'm getting so bored. Demon sword. Hurry it up. Kang Wu's entire demeanor changed. He stared wide-eyed at Insin, his thoughts racing. How can he be yawning in a situation like this? And he's ordering me to handle a monster that's clearly SS rank. At Insin's command, Kang Wu began unleashing his power, pushing the monster further into a corner. Damn it, the enemy is right in front of me, but I can't do a thing. Left with no other choice, the creature shoved its own hand down its throat. The bizarre act made Kang Wu wonder what the hell it was doing. But then, from the depths of its mouth, the monster pulled out a magic bomb. Clutching the orb, it spoke with grim satisfaction. Then let's go to the grave together. Kang Wu's blood ran cold, realizing it wanted to drag them all down with it. He desperately yelled for everyone to flee the battlefield. The entire hotel was about to explode, but no one seemed to care. The monster let out a chilling, maniacal laugh. It's too late. With that, it activated the bomb. A blinding light began to consume the room. This is revenge for my mother. However, things didn't go as planned. After what felt like an eternity, nothing happened. The monster looked down in utter confusion. How can this be? Insin, however, had seen through the entire plan. In a single motion, he had severed the arm holding the bomb along with the monster's head, then calmly walked off with the device. Kang Wu still couldn't process what he'd just witnessed. Did he really just defeat an SS-rank crocodile monster in a single blow? A look of pure awe spread across Kang Wu's face. As expected of the Sword Saint, you took down that monster in one move. You truly are growing more incredible by the day. Congratulations, Sword Saint. Insin simply said he'd only taken care of a lizard. Looking at the corpse, Insin recalled an earlier report. We successfully transported it from Africa. For hundreds of years, it was the only egg that never hatched. We are currently searching for the rest. He estimated there could be around 100 more monsters just like this one. If left unchecked, the danger would be immense. Insin moved to a quiet corner with a dagger, making Kang Wu anxious. What are you doing? Insin only gave him a sharp glance, then slowly approached Kang Wu while holding the bomb. He held it out right in front of him, making him even more tense. Could it be? Did he figure out the problem because I was the one who killed that crocodile? Insin stared at Kang Wu, his voice turning ice cold. I have a question for you. What exactly are you? What are you talking about? Insin continued. Regressor Kang Wu. From the future. With his identity exposed, Kang Wu couldn't hide his utter shock. How did you know? As it turns out, Insin had activated a special skill, the eyes of the sightless god, and had scanned the history of Hunter Kang Wu. At that moment, deep in the Amazon rainforest, a cave was teeming with lizard monsters. Ani mused that since they were descendants of Gustav, the call for revenge would bring them running. Ani commanded his slaves, "Open the Hunter shop." Now, the mind-controlled humans chanted, "Hunter shop. Open." Ani glanced at the virtual store and felt it looked decent enough. The screen flashed, a high-grade potion for 7,000 gold. Next, a notification chimed, Kulin's spear, priced at 5 million gold. Ani was thrilled. What do you think of this weapon, Lord Alpha? But at this moment, Alpha was seething with rage and ignored Ani's words completely. My brother is dead. How dare that bastard Insin? First, he killed my mother, and now he's killed my brother too. I will never forgive him. Alpha's hand trembled as he gripped the spear, speaking to Ajanya. We need more weapons to kill him. Ani told Alpha, I can give you as many weapons as you like, and I also have a perfect plan. Alpha questioned him about this so-called perfect plan. Ani claimed to know Insin's fatal weakness. The scene shifts. Insin is now talking to Kang Wu, asking him who he truly is. Kang Wu, the regressor from the future. Kang Wu was astonished. How do you know? A system window chimed. Special authority, the eyes of the sightless god has been activated. You may now catch a glimpse of Hunter Kang Wu's life. The scene changes. Kang Wu is now a blacksmith. In his first life, Kang Wu was blessed by the Guardian of Fire and Forging. The Guardian appeared before him and spoke to Kang Wu. Your world will soon be destroyed by the God of Ruin. I will grant you my power. You must stop him. Though the task seemed impossible, Kang Wu was granted the ability to open a hunter shop and the power to change his own destiny. Upon regressing, he would partner with S-rank hunters to protect the Earth from Johann and Gustav. At first, it seemed they could keep the world safe, but they were soon brutally slaughtered by the Triumvirate. And so, when Kang Wu regressed a second and third time, he managed to overcome all adversity, but he still couldn't prevent the Earth's destruction from the second coming of the Abyss Dragon. When he opened his eyes, it was his fourth regression. The system chimed, fate change successful. No fate changes remaining. At that moment, Kang Wu sat on a bench and thought, no matter what I do, I can't stop it. I guess I can only accept it. The destruction of this world. Back at the beginning, Insin realized the grim truth. So you're the one who kept turning back time, he said, trying to save this world, only to finally give up in despair. Kang Wu was stunned. How? Did you know? With his sharp observation skills, Kang Wu's eyes welled with tears. He realized In was an anomaly, a being who had never appeared in any of his previous lives. This was the man who stopped the demon god Johann's descent, who defeated Gustav and even crushed the Triad. And this incredible power he wielded. It was like the divine energy he felt from the Guardian of Flame and Smithing, a power that was absolutely unmistakable. Kang Wu asked In, Are you a god? In was taken aback. What? The man was right, but just then, a system notification chimed, stealing In's attention. A new believer quest appeared before him. Fulfill Kang Wu's deepest desire and show him the overwhelming power of a god. The reward for the quest was Kang Wu's faith, the faith of a legendary S-rank hunter. Without hesitation, In accepted, and immediately turned to Kang Wu. Kang Wu, is there anything you desire? Tears streaming down his face, Kang Wu confessed his one true wish, to stop the world from being destroyed. Can you grant my wish? He pleaded. In thought to himself, even if he didn't ask, that was my mission all along. Killing two birds with one stone. Huh. A grin spread across In's face as he readily agreed. All right, I'll give it a shot, but I can't guarantee I'll do a perfect job. Tears filled Kang Wu's eyes. You truly are. But a system notification cut him off. Kang Wu had become a temporary believer. His faith was equal to 10 S-rank believers. In was stunned. 10 S-rank believers, so regressors really are on a whole other level. But what does temporary mean? The system explained, once you prevent the world's destruction as Kang Wu wishes, You will earn his true and complete faith. As a temporary believer, his faith value is cut in half. A notification for the promotion to Middle God quest appeared. S-rank believers with transcendental abilities, 43 out of 100. In felt a pang of regret, but there was nothing he could do. For now, he had to focus on the current crisis. I've already dealt with the demon god, Johann, Gustav, and the Triad. When asked about the next threat to Earth, Kong Wu revealed it was Gustav's son, Alpha, and all of his loyal subordinates. Just then, an emergency alert blared. In flinched. Huh. What's going on? The system warned. A great demon god seeks revenge against you. If you fail to stop it, the world will be destroyed. In's mind raced. A great demon god? This couldn't be Gustav's son. Based on Kang Wu's memories, it must be the Emperor. Kang Wu, please tell me where his son is. I need to take care of a few things. Kang Wu nodded firmly, and then said a bit awkwardly, Please, speak comfortably with me. You're much older than I am. But Kang Wu refused, declaring In as his last hope. And let out a sigh of relief. At least he hadn't turned into a fanatic. Right now, I need to focus on my S-rank believer. And turn to the Sword Demon. You've improved quite a bit, haven't you? The Sword Demon replied, It is all thanks to you, my Sword Saint, and handed him a dagger, telling him to train with it. The Sword Demon's eyes widened. Isn't this the very blade you always use? He immediately tossed his own sword aside, accepting In's blade with both hands. To think you would bestow such a treasure upon someone as lowly as me. The Sword Demon shouted, This is the greatest honor. In thought, You've been watching too many historical dramas. Sword Demon, I'm leaving this man in your care. In glanced in another direction. It's about time for him to arrive. The Sword Demon looked confused. Who? The sound of approaching footsteps echoed. All three of them turned towards the sound. Ah, there he is, In said. The Sword Demon's jaw dropped as he stared at the newcomer. Xin Yu called out loudly, Sword Saint, I have arrived. Oh, Kang Gom, you're here too? Kang Gom shot back. What are you doing here? Kang Gom then realized In had summoned Xin Yu. According to In, they would both now serve as Kang Wu's bodyguards. Xin Yu grinned. Let's do our best, Kang Gom. Enraged, Kang Gom swatted his hand away. I'm more than enough on my own. I don't need a useless bum like you. Kang Gom turned to In and pleaded, Sword Saint, please reconsider. A pampered rich boy like him will only get in my way. Xin Yu exploded with anger. What did you say, you bastard? How dare you talk to me like that after abandoning me? And what about you? If the Sword Saint hadn't been there, I would have died. The two were about to throw down, but In's furious glare stopped them cold, and they immediately bowed in apology. From now on, in my presence, teammates will not fight amongst themselves. If you two keep arguing, I'll take back the items I gave you. They both answered in unison, Yes, sir. The scene then shifts to the Tower of Warriors, floor 41. In-ho was facing a terrifying wolf-like monster. He charged forward, striking the beast down with a single, decisive blow. I must offer this as a sacrifice to the god. In. The moment he finished the thought, a system window appeared. Congratulations. You have cleared the trial on the 41st floor. You will receive a sword that once belonged to a seeker of eternal truth. In-ho's curiosity was piqued by the system's reward. But just as the sword materialized, the system announced the next trial on floor 42 would soon begin. Suddenly, the air grew intensely hot. Where am I? In-ho wondered. He looked up to see a burning sun directly overhead. A new notification appeared for the Tower of Warriors, floor 42, the trial of space and time. The clear condition, rescue the water goddess who has been weakened by the scorching sun. The scene changes to In's house in Sion. Time for my dream training. I need to get some sleep. But just then, his phone rang, shattering the peace and In's patience. Who in the world is bothering me at this hour? Inzin's eyes widened as he looked at his phone. A notification blazed on the screen. Number 1 is requesting your help. Inzin's mind raced. Why would Number 1 send a distress signal? And who is that kid standing next to him? The scene shifts, focusing on the child beside In-ho. A system window materialized, revealing her identity as a dancer. She had been active for years, but a note described her as a weakened apostle of the water goddess. An apostle of the water goddess? What was In-ho doing with her? Insin quickly asked. Number 1, what's going on? In-ho pointed a shaky finger toward the sun. That. I don't know how to make it disappear. My attacks do nothing against it. The water goddess's apostle screamed in despair. Oh, great God, please make that wicked sun vanish and save my world from becoming a desert. Ingzin was taken aback. Huh, you want me to get rid of the sun? He thought they were speaking nonsense. But as Ingsin focused on the sun, the system displayed its information. Son of Antia. Power limit, none. Active for 4 billion years. The system declared, "You cannot evaluate it with your current power." Insin was horrified. "What? I can't even evaluate it?" He thought, "If I can't evaluate it, it must be stronger than me. At the very least, a mid-tier god. Don't tell me this is related to that warning." Speaking of the sun, it reminded him of someone. The scene shifts back to the desert where Inho stood, as the little girl beside him screamed, "Something is coming." Inho yelled, pushing the girl behind him for protection. At that moment, massive phoenixes descended from the sky. The system immediately provided details on the creatures. They were the SS-ranked sacred beasts of the blazing flame in the high heavens. Ingsin's thoughts grew heavy. The blazing flame in the high heavens. I knew it. That fireball I eliminated mentioned having brothers. So this is how we're finally going to meet? The phoenixes were already diving toward them. According to the system, the phoenixes intended to capture number 1 as a sacrifice. Insin was shocked. Sacrifice number 1? He can't possibly defeat them. I shouldn't interfere with matters inside the warrior's tower. But if I don't, number 1 will surely die. Insin activated his ultimate skill, Finger of Death. At the same time, the system blared with warnings. If you violate the law of causality, you will face a fitting punishment. Insin furiously replied, "I don't give a damn. If I do nothing, number 1 is as good as dead." God's Finger of Death. Just then, the fire phoenix lunging at Inho was vaporized by an unseen power. Inho was startled, realizing it was the divine power of the god Insin. The system's voice rang out again. "The blazing flame in the high heavens, and you have been linked by the law of causality. It is still too early, but there is no other way." In that moment, the system forcefully teleported Insin to the domain of the blazing flame in the high heavens. He arrived in a fiery temple belonging to the bird-headed god. Insin stared at the fiery beast at the center of the temple. "Are you the blazing flame in the high heavens?" "I am," the god boomed. "You are the young god who dared to kill my brothers, my apostles, and my sacred beasts. But thanks to you, my revenge is finally within reach." Insin panicked internally. This thing wasn't in Kang Yu's memories. Did I somehow alter the timeline? But if it's come to this, I just have to fight and destroy him. Suddenly, the beast offered to negotiate, catching Insin by surprise. What? The beast demanded, "Offer number 1 as a sacrifice, and give me half of your divine power. Do this, and I will forgive you and take you under my wing, making you an even stronger god." Insin was baffled. What is this guy talking about? The fire god issued a divine command. Insin was to sacrifice Inho and offer up half of his sacred power. In return, his life would be spared, and he would be allowed to serve under a magnificent deity. Insin stared blankly for a moment. "What did you say? Me? Serving under him? What is he plotting?" Just then, the system sent him a message. The absolute heavenly blade says that having a god as a subordinate makes one stronger than simply absorbing them. This was the answer Insin was looking for. He clenched his fists, thinking, but I would rather die than serve under him, because that bird-brained god had said something he never should have. Insin pointed directly at him. "You want me to sacrifice Inho? I'm about to turn you into butter-fried quail." The bird-headed god erupted in rage. "What? Butter-fried quail? You dare." He lunged toward Insin. "How dare a worthless insect like you mock me, the great sun god, when you're nothing but a nameless, low-tier deity? You will go to your grave to atone for this." The bird-headed god locked onto Insin, and an immense pressure enveloped the entire area. Insin buckled under the pressure, struggling to stand. He's monstrously strong. Just a single shout carries this much power. The next second, Insin leaped back in alarm, because the bird-headed god's attack had already struck, leaving a cloud of thick smoke in his wake. He spoke softly. "It's a shame I couldn't make him my subordinate, but he had to pay the price for staining my honor." Suddenly, the god's face twisted in shock. From not far away, he heard a menacing voice rise from the smoke. It was Insin. Insin was now empowered by a new skill called Inho's Skill Share, Tough Body. Thanks to this power, he had survived the devastating attack. Even so, Duin remained on guard. His powerful body had taken a hit, and the searing pain was a grim reminder. He had to admit the bird-headed fiend's power was no joke. As for the creature itself, it shrieked with terrifying glee. "You truly are different from the other mid-tier evil gods, just as the rumors claimed. Now, I desire you even more. This is your final chance. Sacrifice your followers and swear fealty to me." Of course, Duin's resolve didn't waver. Instead, he shot back with a sarcastic taunt. "God, this bird never shuts up. I will never betray my followers. Is that so? Then there is nothing left to discuss. If I can't have you, I'll destroy everything." With those words, the avian fiend erupted with ultimate power, unleashing a maelstrom of vicious flames. Witnessing this terrifying power, even Duin was overwhelmed, forced to take a few steps back. The system immediately flashed a warning. His followers were in grave danger. Just as the system warned, on the 42nd floor of the trial tower, massive fireballs began raining down from the sky, right where Inho's party was located. Inho spotted the fireballs, wondering where the water goddess had gone. But then, a split second later, a strange phenomenon erupted before him. The barren sand itself surged upwards, forming a colossal tidal wave that crashed towards them. Inho quickly yelled for the female mage to get behind him. When the dust finally settled, Inho saw the monstrous creature clearly. It was a serpent matriarch, with a massive body and countless snake heads writhing above. Inho shouted, "Who are you?" It replied, "I am the first disciple of the ruler of the deepest swamp, and the sister of the one you so miserably defeated." Inho quickly searched his memory. The ruler of the deepest swamp? She must be his older sister, then. The serpent matriarch's expression twisted, her voice dripping with venom. "By the blood pact sworn to my master, the light that illuminates the deepest heavens, I have come to claim your worthless life." Cold sweat trickled down Inho's back as he retorted, "So, you plan to weaken Duin by taking my life. I won't let you have your way." With that, the two clashed like a raging storm. Meanwhile, in the ant tribe's territory, Anti and Scrappy were on top of the fortress. Seeing Scrappy gnawing on a fishbone, she asked, "Is it good, Scrappy?" "Delicious," Queen Anti smiled, but just then, Scrappy noticed something on the horizon, a sandstorm of terrifying proportions. The sudden storm left Anti bewildered. Why is there a sandstorm all of a sudden? At that moment, Scrappy was so shocked it dropped the tasty morsel from its mouth. Its whole body trembled with fear. Anti sensed something was wrong and asked, "Scrappy, what is it?" Scrappy clung to the wall to steady itself. "Why are they here? We all need to run, now." From within the storm, a horde of ferocious monsters charged out, and leading them was the unmistakable figure of Aki. She hid behind Alpha, directing the army to annihilate the ant tribe. Aki's true plan was finally coming to light. It turned out that while the sun god was busy fighting Duin, they would slaughter all of his followers. Seeing the monster horde swarming the castle walls, Anti nearly fainted. Scrappy desperately urged her to warn everyone to flee, but Anti was too frozen in terror to listen. So Scrappy had to shout on its own, "Everyone, run." But it was too late. Alpha launched himself straight at the wall, targeting Scrappy. Scrappy couldn't even react. All it could do was watch in horror. Aki sneered with satisfaction. "There you are, traitor. I'll bury you right here with the rest of them." Back with Duin, the worst possible notifications began flooding in. 23,200 Antia have been lost. 4 of the heavenly soldiers dispatched have fallen. All 6 Yakshas have been annihilated. Inho is in critical danger on the 42nd floor of the warrior's tower. And worse, Duin's holy power was rapidly decreasing. The bird-headed fiend spoke softly. "This is only the beginning, but if you decide to become my soldier now, I will call them off." Duin's eyes darkened as his fury began to surface. "How dare you? How dare you touch my precious children? If that's how it is, then I'll risk it all against you." Duin reactivated his power. The Thumb of God was summoned, a skill that caught the avian fiend by surprise. He quickly tried to explain the battle situation to his summoned ego, but it was unnecessary. The ego already knew everything. At the same time, the ego ordered Duin to go protect the Antia as the true body, while the ego itself would handle the bird fiend. For a fleeting moment, Duin was overcome with emotion. His ego had finally accepted him as the main body. Damn, and I thought his personality was the worst. Following his ego's command, Duin opened a spatial gate, handing over full control of the battle. "All right, I'll leave that chicken to you. Shut up and get lost. I'll finish this quickly." And with that, Duin departed. Now only the ego and the avian fiend remained. He glared at the creature. "So, shall we begin?" "You arrogant poultry." Being mocked again, the bird-headed fiend flew into a sputtering rage. "What? Arrogant poultry? You're just the clone of some trash-tier god, and you dare speak to me that way." Blazing fire erupted from the bird-headed creature, aimed directly at Insin's double. "I'll incinerate you." But instead of dodging, the clone stood his ground, preparing to unleash a skill of his own. He activated his counter skill, Tai Chi sword style, first form, infinite divine art. The two attacks smashed into each other, creating an immense pressure that threatened to rip space itself apart. The clone knew he couldn't hold out against this winged monster for long. He could only hope the real Insin would finish his own battle and return quickly. Back in the Ant Kingdom, devastation reigned. Annie's army had laid waste to everything. Even Exauso was gravely wounded, using his last bit of strength to urge Anti to escape. But the Monster King, Alpha, was still there, towering over them with pure contempt. "You're tougher than you look," Alpha sneered. Suddenly, the Ant Tribe warriors swarmed in, charging the invaders to defend their home. The Monster King channeled immense power into his blade, then unleashed a single, devastating slash that obliterated everything in its path. What a bunch of pathetic insects. Anti couldn't believe her eyes. Lilith, how can we possibly fight this? Annie then pointed Alpha toward a new target. That girl. She's one of Du Insin's power sources, she hissed. I bet she tastes delicious. With that, Alpha moved towards Auntie, ignoring Zhao Xiao's desperate attempts to block him. No, I won't let you take her anywhere. If you lay a single finger on her, I'll kill you, even if you are my brother. At the word brother, the monstrous Alpha froze in his tracks. Without another word, he brutally struck Zhao Xiao down. A critical wound to his stomach sent Zhao Xiao reeling back in agony. You couldn't even avenge our parents, Alpha spat, and now you live like a slave to these insects. I have no brother so pathetic and fallen. Now then, let's have a taste of the little pet Du Insin treasures so much. Terrified, Auntie cowered behind the wounded Zhao Xiao. Our power isn't enough to stop them, she thought desperately. Du Insin, please, help us. Meanwhile, in his office, the main character, Du Insin, was at his wit's end. Every attempt to descend into the Ant Kingdom was failing. A system message explained it all. Summoning his clone had weakened him. He no longer had the power to enter the Ant Kingdom. Damn it, I can't recall the clone while it's fighting the Sun God. But if I don't go, they'll all be slaughtered. What do I do? At the height of his despair, he heard a desperate plea. It was the voice of little Zhao Xiao. Master Du Insin, please, save Auntie. And then, a miracle occurred. The small bit of magic that Zhao Xiao possessed began to blossom. Exo Zhao now had the potential to evolve into a dragon, but it required Du Insin's confirmation. He was hesitant, but it was the only way to save them. Miles away, Zhao Xiao continued to cry out for his master. Du Insin made his choice. I'm entrusting the ant tribe to you. With that, he slammed the confirmation button. Back on the battlefield, Alpha had captured Auntie and was about to devour her whole. Ani looked on with immense satisfaction. It's finally over. Du Insin. At last, I can face the Emperor. But in less than a second, the monster's arm was violently ripped away. Alpha stared in shock at his mangled limb. The attacker was a winged figure. My arm. Who did this? Auntie gasped for air in her rescuer's arms. Thank you. For saving me, she panted. But, who are you? Majestic wings unfurled from his back. But despite the powerful new form, a familiar, gentle voice spoke out. Auntie, it's me, Cao Cao. Auntie's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Xiao? The little creature had evolved into a divine beast, a being worth 20 S-rank hunters. Reading the system notification, Du Insin was floored. A small miracle. That thing is a colossal miracle. Back in the fight, Alpha was losing his composure. How did this weakling traitor suddenly get so strong? Ani was trembling with fear. It has to be Du Insin's doing. But he's supposed to be fighting the Sun God right now. Facing his brother, Cao Cao spoke softly. Brother, it's a shame. If you hadn't crossed the line, the merciful master Du Insin might have accepted you. Alpha roared with rage. What nonsense are you spouting? Merciful Du Insin, are you that eager to die? Ani realized Zhao Xiao was now on a completely different level of power. But Alpha refused to back down. You want me to run, with that traitor standing right in front of me? With a furious roar, Alpha charged at Cao Cao. I will take his head as my trophy. Cao Cao's voice was cold. You dare to harm a follower of Master Du Insin, and you dared to touch Auntie. For that, you will pay with your life. Brother. Cao Cao unleashed his dragon's breath, a blinding beam of energy shooting straight for Alpha. Alpha was paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure from his younger brother, and he could only watch in horror. How did it come to this? Brother, I'm so sorry. As the dragon's breath found its mark, the entire area was engulfed in a blinding white light. When the light faded, the entire area around Cao Cao lay in utter ruin. The ant tribe erupted in cheers. They had completely crushed the vicious invaders. Ugly had annihilated the monsters. We've won. Victory is ours. As for Ugly, he could barely believe his own newfound strength, and he knew exactly who was responsible for all of it, Du Yunxin. After muttering a few words, Ugly channeled his divine beast evolution and offering, instantly restoring Du Yunxin's sacred power. Watching the battle unfold, Du Yunxin was floored. Who would have thought Ugly could become this powerful? In the end, he thought, you just can't escape your bloodline, can you? In Ugly's arms, Anti pleaded with Du Yunxin to save the remaining wounded believers, as there were still so many. Du Yunxin immediately agreed. After all, they were all his cherished people. The healing ring finger was activated. One by one, the injured tribesmen were restored to health, filling everyone with overwhelming joy. They soared into the sky in unison, a gift of Du Yunxin's grace. Long live Du Yunxin. Beside them, Ugly smiled softly. So this is Du Yunxin's grace. It's incredible. A being like him. is someone I can place my faith in and follow. Anti suddenly called out to Ugly. Hey, Ugly. Yes, Auntie, thank you. Because of you, we were able to protect the Ant Kingdom. You were so cool today. At this heartfelt thanks, Ugly's face flushed bright red. He began daydreaming about a warm and comfortable future with Auntie, but his fantasy was cut short when his evolved form was suddenly cancelled. He reverted to his usual chubby self, then passed out from complete exhaustion. Oh my god! Ugly! Ugly! Wake up! Elsewhere, Du Yun-shin let out a sigh of relief. The Ant Kingdom was finally safe. The next thing to do was lend Inho a hand. But when he checked in, he was horrified. The area was choked with smoke and dust. Worse, Inho was wounded and in a desperate struggle. Inside the hall, everything had been laid to waste by the sun god's assault. Du Yun-shin's clone, barely able to stand, asked, "What did you just say?" The sun god raised his hand, glorifying himself. "I will stand at the pinnacle of all gods. Even the great evil god of the silent dream and the absolute heavenly Tao will tremble before me." He then glanced down with contempt, saying, "If you were less of a fool, I would grant you the honor of another chance to become my servant and offer your power to me." Du Yun-shin's clone, gasping for breath below, scoffed, "What a load of crap. He simply wants to steal my power." He then yelled at the sun god, "You chicken-brained idiot." Hearing his name used so crudely, the god became enraged. "What did you say?" Du Yun-shin's clone continued to provoke him. "If you want me as your subordinate, then kill the god breaker. Do that, and I'll consider serving under you." His entire body trembled with rage. "Are you joking?" The sun god couldn't believe it, clenching his fists as he muttered, "The Godbreaker is a mysterious being from the dawn of time. Even the greatest gods were powerless against it." Hearing this, the clone flashed a mocking smile. "So you're just scared, is that it?" The sun god exploded with rage, roaring back at him. "What? How dare you speak so recklessly?" He focused power into his palm, his voice a low growl. "You seem to have forgotten something very important." Within the fireball in his hand, an image of Inho struggling for his life appeared. The sun god gloated, Look at your follower, helpless and waiting to be dealt with. Are you really okay with just letting him die like this?" An immense pressure radiated from the sun god, crushing down on the clone. His voice turned to ice. "Choose, clone of Du Yun-shin. Let your follower die, or become my servant and save his life." The scene shifts to the warrior's tower, floor 42. Medusa laughed maniacally and said, "Now go to hell, enemy of my brother." Inho was in a terrible state. Unable to fight back, his body went limp with despair. "I'm sorry, Du Yun-shin. It seems this is as far as I can go." Inho's eyes slowly closed as he whispered a silent prayer. "Please, be safe." Suddenly, a spatial rift opened above his head, and a voice called out, "Inho, open your mouth." He looked up, a spark of hope returning to his eyes. That voice was Du Yun-shin's. From the portal, a strange potion shot directly into Inho's mouth, leaving him stunned. He instinctively drank the divine elixir. Medusa could only stare at the scene in confusion. Where did that come from? Back with Du Yun-shin, he was anxiously tapping on his phone, running the calculations. "If I interfere directly again, they'll discover the connection between me and the ruler of the abyss, so the only thing I can do now is provide him with the highest grade potion." Suddenly, Du Yun-shin's eyes widened as he looked at his phone's screen. A system notification rang out. Inho has escaped death, has been revived, and has ascended to the next level. New skill acquired, Gigantification. Back in the tower, Inho's entire body was undergoing a radical change. Medusa trembled as she witnessed this transformation. What in the world? Inho had now become a giant, towering even higher than her. He smiled, pulling the tiny potion vial from his lips in awe. "He always helps me escape from trouble, just like always. His generosity is infinite." Then, Inho's expression twisted into one of pure rage as he asked, "You dare to backstab Du Yun-shin?" Medusa lunged forward, screeching, in defiance. "Don't think you've won just because you're bigger. You haven't even witnessed our true forms." A toxic aura erupted from her body. "I'll show you my true power." But before she could even touch Inho, her body froze in place. He had simply crushed Medusa under his foot. He sang as he spoke, "This is the punishment you deserve for daring to point your sword at Lord Yushin." Suddenly, a strange sensation from below his feet made Inho pause. In an instant, a massive pillar of water erupted upwards, throwing him off balance. A little girl was joyfully calling his name. Meanwhile, back at the sun god's location, he watched Medusa's defeat unfold on his monitor. The sun god trembled with rage, spitting, "These useless, inferior creatures. What a waste of my precious sacred power." Du Yushin's clone taunted him with a smirk. "I can't believe you actually trusted those pathetic cowards. You really are a bird brain, just as they say. Why don't you come serve under me instead?" The sun god clenched his fist, demanding, You're that proud just for getting rid of some trash? Whether they live or die makes no difference at all. Fire blazed in his eyes as he roared. You've now rejected my final act of mercy. There will be no more compassion for you. Now, witness my true power. The scene shifts to Anshiha, where the sky had turned a terrifying, blood-red hue. Auntie trembled, saying, Don't tell me that's coming from Seoul. The sky over northern Korea is turning red, too. Below, people were running and screaming in panic. In the warrior's tower, on the 42nd floor, Inho noticed the change and called out for Do Yushin in alarm. In 3 different locations, a glowing red sphere had appeared in the sky. The sun god had made his decision. I will obliterate the 3 realms, the very source of your power. Let's see you try and stop this. Back with Inho, Du Yushin was shrinking back to his normal size, staring blankly at the false sun before him. The little girl cried out in fear. The sun. It's still growing. He wondered, what in the world is happening? Just then, a gentle voice echoed around them. The sun god is in a state of absolute fury. That voice. Both of them whipped their heads around in shock. The little girl's eyes sparkled with tears. The one who had just spoken was the water goddess herself. Inho was stunned, asking just to be sure, Are you the water goddess? The little girl ran and hugged the goddess's leg, crying, Do you have any idea how worried I was? Yes, I am the water goddess. She introduced herself, the guardian deity of this world. Because you eliminated the followers of the Abyss ruler, I was finally able to awaken. Then, the water goddess's expression turned serious. As much as I'd like to express my gratitude and reward you, it seems we have a more pressing matter to deal with first. Inho agreed, looking up at the orb in the sky. Yeah. But what the hell is that giant sun? The water goddess murmured. It's clear we cannot stop that catastrophic sun by ourselves. However, a stream of water flowed from her hand, magically forming into the shape of a bow. We must create a path with the least resistance. The water goddess declared. You must shoot the sun god with this. Inho nervously took the bow and asked, You want me to shoot the sun god with this? But I don't even have an arrow. She smiled reassuringly. Do not worry about the arrow, for I have one that can strike down the sun god himself. Cutting to Hunter Kang Woo's location, the sword ghost stared at the expanding sun and couldn't help but curse. What the hell is that? Kang Woo also stepped outside. He looked to the sky with a worried expression, thinking, That's a triple S rank gate. This definitely never happened in my past life. Is Du Yushin behind all of this? Suddenly, a gate opened right where the 3 of them stood, putting Shinyu on high alert. Du Yushin stepped out from the portal, teasing them. Have you all been keeping each other safe and sound? The sword demon, Shinyu, and the sword ghost lit up with joy upon seeing him. Sword Saint, where did you learn teleportation? Shinyu praised him endlessly. As expected of the Sword Saint, you've surpassed anything I could have possibly imagined. He held up a hand, flustered. Wait, hold on. We have more urgent problems right now. Suddenly, a system window materialized. Zealous follower Sword Demon has ascended to S rank. Through the missionary work of zealous follower Ling Xiaoming, the remnants of the 3 Heroes Society have become your believers, with the exception of Ouyang Feng. Du Yushin praised him happily. Sword, Ghost, you finally reached S rank. Kang Jiam replied with a grin. It's all thanks to you and the heavenly demon's sacred sword. He took a Chinese broadsword from Kang Jiam and said, Sword Ghost, I'm sorry, but I need to borrow this for a moment. You see, he explained, I need to cut down some flames. Behind him, the spiritual silhouette of a powerful being was murmuring, This boy, Du Yushin, he's become even stronger than the sun god since our last encounter. He spoke to his comrades with confidence, but I've gotten stronger, too. Du Yushin gripped the broadsword, looking up at the colossal sun and taking his battle stance. Let's see you try to cleave the sun in 2. Deep within the temple, the heavenly demon was consumed by a roaring inferno. A clone of Du Insin raised a hand to defend itself, thinking. He couldn't rely on his main body anymore. He had planned to save this power for his fight with the god of destruction. With a furious shout, he unleashes a blinding light. A system notification chimes, summoning the treasury of the heavenly sword. One use of the treasury has been consumed. You will now be transported to the heavenly sword's domain. Time in the outside world will freeze for 1 minute. Instantly, he's teleported to a desolate field of swords piercing the ground. He recalls a story from the past, when the sun god fought. The heavenly demon himself had declared that not even this treasury could extinguish those flames. But legendary swords from every universe are gathered here. Surely one of them must be able to cut through fire, right? The problem is, his Du and doppelganger is looking around in a total panic. There are too many blades, and only one way to find the right one. He decides to take a massive gamble and calls out, Heavenly Sword, can you hear me? This bird-brained god claims he'll surpass you and become the supreme deity. In that moment, a colossal figure appears. It is the absolute heavenly blade, enraged by such a ridiculous claim. His expression is so terrifying, the system itself has to issue a warning. The absolute heavenly blade states, "This time he will personally select a sword for you." Crush that arrogant fool. The clone smirks, deeply satisfied. Looks like that little taunt struck a nerve with the heavenly sword's pride. He brazenly asks, "So, is this on the house? What kind of blade are you lending me?" The system announces, "The absolute heavenly blade says there is a sword perfectly suited for this foe." Reading this, the clone's eyes narrow. He knew the old man was holding out. Suddenly, a sword materializes, hovering right in front of him. A new window appears, the demon-subduing moon sword. A blade once wielded by the knight of the goddess of justice. He immediately grabs the hilt. Just then, a blue aura begins radiating from the sword, making him suspicious. Is that a cold energy coming from this blade? The towering figure beside him lets out a sinister chuckle. The system translates, "The absolute heavenly blade swears this sword can cut any flame in the universe." A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he departs. "I'll take your word for it, heavenly sword." The system announces that the treasury has now closed. Time unfreezes, and he reappears in the temple. The sun god is still making threats. "You lowly insect, I will annihilate you and your pathetic world." The clone says nothing, simply staring at the sword in his hand as it emits a bone-chilling aura. Upon seeing the blade, the god recoils in horror. "You brat, don't tell me that's a sword from the heavenly sword." The Duan clone unleashes a cross-shaped slash. "Go to hell, you bird brain." The sun god instinctively squeezes his eyes shut, bracing for death. After a long moment passes without any pain, he's utterly confused. He mutters, "It did nothing." The clone seethes with anger. "I knew I shouldn't have trusted that old scammer." The scene shifts to soon, where people are scrambling for their lives. "Run. Get out of the way." Duan looks up at the sky with great difficulty, cursing under his breath. "Not even the heavenly demon's sacred sword can hurt it. I've cut through countless types of fire. But this solar flame is on a completely different level." All at once, an icy aura flares up on his blade. He looks down, stunned. "Why am I suddenly feeling a chill from my sword? What's going on?" From within the blade itself, a voice echoes. "Lesser God, let me ask you a question. Do you possess justice?" Dune is shocked, wondering, "Am I hearing this voice through my doppelganger?" His clone is just as confused. "Justice. What justice?" A notification suddenly appears. The god of indulgence says, "If you accept her, you can stop the sun god." Stunned, both of them accept the offer. The system chimes again. The inherited power of the eyeless god's eyes has been activated. Scanning the history of the demon-subduing moon sword at light speed, the scene shifts to a grand chamber. A lone knight kneels before the goddess of justice as she looks sadly toward the starry sky. The knight speaks up. "Great goddess of justice, are you certain you wish to confront him?" She replies without a shred of doubt. "Hiding in a shell like a turtle can never be called justice." The goddess looks down at him. "You have reached the realm of a sword god. If I am to be defeated, will you carry out my final wish?" He answers firmly. "If it is the goddess's command, I am ready." But his hands, pressed against the floor, are trembling. The goddess of justice kneels before him, gently wiping the tears streaming down his face as she says, "Yes, I know for certain that you have the power to destroy the god of destruction. My love, you will become the master of the heavenly sword." Then, she fades into a strange dimension. It was only her against the god of destruction, and she was no match for him. The sword falls from her fading hands, descending through space, and returning to the temple. Only the knight remains. He silently picks up the blade and cries out in anguish, "I will never forget your dying wish, my goddess. I swear I will fulfill it, no matter what it takes." Back in the present, tears are streaming down Duin's face. He never imagined a story like this was behind the sword. Even his clone admits, "I'm actually a little moved by that." The sword's voice echoed once more. "I ask you again, do you possess justice?" Insin tilted his head for a moment before replying, "Justice? Huh. I don't know much about such flowery concepts." He clenched his fist tightly and declared, "But if justice means protecting what I must at all costs, then I am justice. Even if my opponent is the god of destruction." The sword recalled the image of that night. In truth, a voice spoke from its human form. "You are already so much like him." The sword made its decision. "Choose me, and I will eradicate this evil." A smile crept across Duinsin's face as he watched the blade transform, empowered by the goddess of justice's skill. The sun god watched in horror as the energy shifted dramatically. Duinsin smirked. "You cannot defeat us, because we are the embodiment of justice." In an instant, the two of them launched their attack. Unable to dodge, the sun god took the full force of their techniques. He struggled to his feet, growling, I can still stand. From another side, Inho drew his bow and screamed, "You vile god, you still have to deal with me." Tears of pure resolve streamed down his face. The scene flashed back to a moment before. Inho, in utter shock, repeated his question. "What did you say?" The water god replied, "I was defeated by the sun god, and now I will fade into nothingness. So, brave warrior, I beg you to take this arrow and strike the Eternal One." Her entire body began to dissipate, but her voice echoed on. "I wish to protect this world, one last time." And with that, the water god's body transformed into a single, shimmering arrow. Her final plea resonated. "Please, help me." Inho gritted his teeth and made a solemn vow. "I will protect my world. Do Insin's world. And your world, too." He unleashed the arrow straight towards the sun god. Struck by this third devastating blow, the god roared in agony. No, his body had suffered catastrophic damage. Slowly, the sun god began to fall. He seethed with disbelief. "It can't end like this. I am the sun god, who reigns supreme over all." Unwilling to accept his fate, the sun god bellowed, "I will not fall like this." He screamed in torment. This cannot be happening. His hatred for Du Insin burned to his very core. "I will sacrifice all of my divine power to incinerate your world." Du Insin looked up, his blood running cold. Has he lost his mind? Is he planning to self-destruct? No matter how weakened he is, if he blows himself up, he could take the entire planet with him. After all, he was once a supreme god. Back at the sun god's palace, chaos erupted. A red-haired warrior thought to himself, "My body is at its limit just from blocking that one punch. I'm sorry, but I have to leave the rest to you. The fate of the earth is in your hands now." The city sky was no longer blue, but a ghastly shade of red. A long-haired man's face darkened. "I can't believe he withstood an attack from the Sword Saint." Kangwoo prayed this wasn't happening. Is this life going to end before the Hell Dragon even appears? He turned to Du Insin and said, "We have to accept it. It seems the apocalypse is destiny." But those words grated on Du Insin's ears. Not a chance. Giving up without even trying, that's not my style. He gripped the demonic blade, a dangerous look in his eyes. Besides, it's not like we're out of options. The eye on the blade glared with fury. "Do you really think there's still a way to save anything now?" Du Insin knew there was no time to hesitate, even if it was a fool's errand. He let out a confident smirk, just like him. "I'll pour every last drop of my sacred power into this one attack. He may be a supreme being, but he's already wounded. I still have the advantage." The eye on the blade grew anxious. "But if you do that, you'll..." He already knew the worst-case scenario, his own life. Even so, if it meant he could protect everyone, Du Insin was prepared to sacrifice himself as many times as it took. The blade sensed his unwavering resolve. "I understand. You are nothing like the powerless being I once was. Fight until the very end. I will grant you my power, for this one time only." Suddenly, Du Insin roared her name, Goddess of Justice. "I may have been weakened by the God of Destruction's attack, but I am the Moonlight of Justice, the one who once stood above all other gods. I shall bestow upon you my creed." A system window appeared. "The blade of the lunar demon has become your temporary apostle. Congratulations. You have completed the quest. Promotion to mid-rank good god. Witness the power of history's most potent holy authority." But an additional condition appeared. "The eyes of the eyeless god have evolved to grade A. Time will freeze for 1 minute as you witness the history of the blade of the lunar demon." He was a mere human, yet he fell in love with a goddess. A humble knight who transcended the realm of ordinary gods. He commanded the heavenly sword to purge all demons from existence. Its immense gathered power was unleashed in a single command, and everything happened in a blinding flash. He roared like a madman. "Today, I will fulfill my promise to the goddess." With a single strike, the very ground beneath him shattered. The man who had ascended to godhood now sacrificed his heavenly sword, and with it, he successfully sliced the god of destruction into 100 pieces. However, the god of destruction is an entity born from creation itself. Not even a knight who had become a god could truly kill it. He gritted his teeth in furious disbelief. In the end, the white-robed knight had fallen to the Godbreaker, but the resulting blast scattered the Godbreaker's fragments across the cosmos, and so, the knight began his long wait once more. To defeat the god of destruction, an heir was needed to wield his sword. An old man appeared, a master of the white-robed knight's legendary style. He was the one who defeated the god of destruction. "With this power, you too could fight the sun god. But can you truly master the Sword Saint's techniques? Just by watching?" Insin answered instinctively, "I believe I can. I'm talking about the sword style of the white-robed knight." The old man was stunned by his response. "You can use that celestial sword." After only seeing it once, Insin wasn't certain, but his resolve was absolute. The old man's eyes warned him again. I don't know if a mid-rank god possesses this ability, but the moment I read the history of the Demon Moon Sword, his techniques were seared into my very soul. Insin stood his ground, resolute. White-robed knight, I will carry out your final wish. His opponent sensed a strange shift in his sword aura, forcing him to offer a compliment. Your intuition is sharp. It's time for your eternal slumber, bird brain, Insin muttered to the severed head on his blade. I'm certain this is how the white-robed knight did it. This is the power of the celestial sword, an explosive force that incinerates everything in its path. A savage laugh echoed through the air. I will curse you. The stench of burning smoke became unbearable for everyone present. He wiped the sweat from his face, breathing a sigh of relief. A system window appeared. Insin has saved the 3 realms. You have reached the rank of mid-level celestial and demon god, qualifying you for the Festival of the Gods. He heard the name and a flash of recognition sparked in his mind. The Seeker of Eternal Truth mentioned it once. What kind of event was it? It didn't sound like anything good. At the Sun God's palace, the red-haired man was still waiting, carefully counting down the seconds. Looks like time's up. You're stronger than I thought. Insin smirked victoriously. I told you, didn't I? Don't be so arrogant. If you had died, I would have vanished too. We are 2 parts of the same whole, after all. He even offered a rare compliment. You were pretty cool today. Insin chuckled at his words. He never expected the cold-hearted guy to say something like that. I guess I was kind of awesome today. But why do I feel like someone is staring at my back? 2 figures have been standing behind him for a while, their faces filled with awe. As expected of the Sword Saint, you've reached an entirely new realm. Please teach me that technique. Their intense enthusiasm was almost terrifying to Insin. He watched their anxious faces from a distance. I'm sure in that moment, all hope was truly lost, which is why I thought about giving up. But Insin never considered abandoning his duty. And in the end, he saved this world. He must be the one who can stop the apocalypse. He was willing to sacrifice everything to protect the world. Kang Wu was deeply moved. Then I will do my best to dedicate myself completely. And with that, he dashed forward, adding to Insin's troubles. No matter how fast he ran, they kept chasing him. Suddenly, Insin's eyes locked onto the system screen. His steps slowed to a halt, his hands trembling as he clenched his fists. Everyone stared, confused by his reaction, thinking he must be hungry. But instead, a look of pure joy spread across Insin's face as he read the notification. You have achieved the mission's objective. The universe will become more beautiful once you accumulate 10 million merit points. The God of Prosperity will grant you a revival potion for completing the mission. He was ecstatic. He could finally save Hu Yao. In China, at Hu Yao's home, a large crowd had gathered for some reason. A small child squeezed through, trying to get a better look. A pair of wings sprouted from the child's back. The crowd gasped in astonishment. An angel, and someone else. A man stared at the sky, his face a mixture of shock and tears, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Angelic children were struggling to lift a person into the air. And that person was Hu Yao. As her feet finally touched the ground, the little angels looked exhausted from their effort. Seeing her daughter, the mother couldn't hold back her tears. She ran and hugged her tightly. It's been so many years since I've seen you, my child. Hu Yao slowly opened her eyes. My head hurts. Where am I? She looked down and saw her weeping mother, completely bewildered by what was happening. Insin watched the scene on his phone, tears streaming down his own face. So touching. You have to live a happy life, Hu Yao. Suddenly, the system flared up with an angry warning. The peerless heavenly Tao bluntly states that you will be disgusted. Reading this, Insin's face twisted with rage. You're so cold. But I have a question for you. Are you? The white-robed knight. Not only did he not get an answer, he got blackmailed. The peerless heavenly Tao replied, Give me 100 million god coins, and I'll tell you. Insin's anger exploded as he unleashed his true feelings. Are you running a protection racket now, or what? Fine, but there's no way in hell, as if a swindler like you could be the white-robed knight. The goddess of justice says she has much to say, but will keep it to herself. She also said not to come looking for her. Hearing this, his curiosity was piqued. Why so suddenly? Did something happen between you two? At this point, the goddess had no choice but to reveal the truth. The second strongest warrior of the Sword Clan is currently climbing the Tower of Warriors. Insin looked at his phone, a satisfied smirk on his face. Finally, someone is climbing the Tower of Warriors. I need one more S-rank person. This is truly good news. He laid back, hands behind his head, and began to think. When am I going to get a high-rank god mission? I've been stuck at this mid-tier for 2 whole days. Oh, just thinking about it was a total headache. Whatever. Because of that noisy bird brain, I couldn't get any sleep. Time to finally catch a break. Insin's mind drifted to a perfect fantasy. Him, relaxing in a poetic garden, resting his head on a beautiful muse's lap. That divine being wanted to remind Insin of one thing: the tears of eternal prosperity, telling him to rest and restore his holy power. He just stared, completely captivated by her. "Thank you, sister, for taking care of me." The scene then shifts to the warrior's tower, on the 42nd floor. The heat here was truly suffocating. But in contrast, the lush trees and fresh air were cool and refreshing. Getting lost in this place felt almost poetic. The little girl with twin pigtails seemed absolutely thrilled. The forest was finally teeming with life again. A man was walking beside the little girl. She turned to him, her cheeks blushing and her eyes sparkling. "It's all thanks to you." "Thank you." He looked at the little girl with a tender gaze. "It was nothing. I'm the one who should be thanking you for asking the water goddess for her help." He let out a sigh and then said, "Let's go." The girl still looked at him with a bewildered expression. "You could stay for just a little longer, you know." But he had a powerful intuition. He could sense his brother was climbing the tower, and he had to become stronger so he wouldn't bring him shame. It was the first time the little girl had ever seen a man with such a serious demeanor. In her hand, she held a beautiful, shining jewel. She offered it to him, her eyes still filled with the same admiration and excitement. He curiously wondered what it could be. The little girl eagerly explained, "It's the essence of the water goddess. I'm sure it'll be useful for your adventure." He held it in his hand, his face a picture of awe and amazement. He didn't forget to thank the little one, but for some reason, after holding it for a moment, it simply vanished. He never expected it to flow directly into his body, completely absorbed. At that same time, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations on clearing the 42nd floor of the Tower of Warriors. Spacetime trial. Your reward is the blessing of water. This will ensure you never suffer from thirst again." He was so happy he let out a cheer. "This will be a huge help climbing the tower. Thank you so much, kid." The twin-tailed girl smiled so brightly her eyes disappeared. "Then I wish you good luck." He looked at the little girl with a fond expression. "I hope we meet again." And then his figure faded away, leaving only the little blue-haired girl standing there. She clasped her hands together and prayed with all her heart.
"I will pray for you, that all your dreams come true."
Meanwhile, at Insin's residence, a violent storm was raging, with lightning flashing across the sky. But he was still sleeping soundly under his blanket. Insin groggily opened his eyes and whined. "The thunder is so loud, I can't sleep." He had just turned over when he saw a piercing, bullet-like stare. It belonged to a mysterious figure that terrified him. Those eyes were locked onto him, and they held a cryptic smile. Insin shot up in bed, letting out a blood-curdling scream, looking like he'd seen a ghost. But when he looked closer, he realized it was none other than Xiao Ming, who was now smiling warmly. "To be greeted by your scream is truly an honor, my lord." Realizing he'd been spooked, Insin's fear turned to rage. "What are you doing in my house?" Xiao Ming sat down and replied with a serious tone, "I have completed the mission you assigned me." He thought to himself, completely confused about what mission she meant. Then suddenly remembered something his clone had asked of her. His replica must have given her the order. Xiao Ming bowed her head like a loyal servant. "By your command, my lord. I have converted all members of the Three Heroes Guild into your disciples. Anyone who refused to follow has been dealt with." Quietly. Looking at her, Insin realized it had to be true. It was thanks to these disciples that he became a mid-tier god. He hesitated before saying, "You've helped me a great deal." Xiao Ming looked up, her eyes filled with adoration. "To hear such words from a great being like you, I'm so moved. I'm glad my hard work has been rewarded." She spoke the next words from the bottom of her heart. "I only wanted to see you one last time. Now that my wish has been granted, I have no more regrets." Xiao Ming adjusted her hair, not forgetting to add a careful warning. "Please live a long and healthy life, my lord." Insin scratched his head, not understanding her words at all. "Why are you suddenly talking like that? And what's this about a last time?" Xiao Ming then held a sharp hairpin in her hand and aimed it directly at her own neck. This sent him into a complete panic. He immediately lunged forward, his large hand grabbing her wrist, stopping the sharp point from piercing her skin. Insin exploded with rage. "What in the world are you doing? Are you insane?" For a moment, Xiao Ming was frozen by his action. She remembered that difficult day, just after the war with the three heroes had ended. Insin's clone had given her one last, careful command. Deal with the remnants of the Three Heroes Guild and recruit the S-rank hunters as my disciples. Kill any who resist, without mercy. And after the job is done, take your own life. After hearing that sentence, the light in Xiao Ming's eyes had vanished. As her story unfolded, Insin's grip on her wrist tightened. He couldn't process it. "You mean, my clone ordered you to take your own life?" Everything Xiao Ming had said, It was all true. He stared at her, completely stunned by this turn of events. I admit, I wanted to kill her back then. But besides reviving Huan Yao, I need more S-rank apostles, so there was no need for her to go this far. Insin decisively pulled the pin from Xiao Ming's hand. Forget that order. I don't enjoy watching my apostles die, you understand? His tone was harsh, but his intentions were to save her. Xiao Ming was taken aback by his concern, but Insin quickly shut it down. All right, you should go now. It's incredibly rude to just barge into someone's house. His words stung, and she felt a wave of despair. I understand, Sword Saint. I will take my leave as ordered. Her retreating figure looked so desolate. Looking at her, Insin had a bad feeling, like she was just going to find another place to die. He sighed, but then called out to her. Xiao Ming. At the sound of his voice, she spun around instantly, her eyes burning with a renewed fire. Do you have an order for me, sir? Just then, Insin's stomach rumbled. It's nothing special. It's not quite dinner time, but would you like some black bean noodles? He figured since she came all this way, he should at least feed her before sending her off. Xiao Ming's ears perked up at the mention of the dish. It sounded strangely familiar. Black bean noodles? Could it be? That famous line from the K-dramas. Want to come in for some ramen? Thinking back to his voice, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson and her heart began to pound. But Xiao Ming masked her excitement, answering with a cool indifference. Yes, I would. Insin panicked, completely bewildered as she began to undress. Hey, put your clothes back on. Hurry. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association's presidential office, Chait rested his chin on his hand, a worried look on his face. The International Hunter Conference is only 2 months away. This time, we must bring glory to our nation. He decided to review the plan. Where is the list of promoted S-rank hunters for the event? His assistant immediately handed over a stack of files. We have selected the A-rank hunters and the hermits, sir. The president flipped through the pages, examining each one carefully. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a single profile. It was the file for a B-rank hunter named Insin. He was on the list. As Chait reviewed his incredible achievements, a smile spread across his face. Excellent. There's no way this kid is only a B rank. Chait stared intently at the photo. This time, we must confirm his true power. Back at the house, Insin was furiously devouring his noodles. Xiao Ming looked up with a bright smile. This is different from Chinese black bean noodles, but it's delicious. Oh, is it? Insin replied, sauce still smeared on his face. I'm glad you like it. But Insin's gaze was uneasy. Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through the air. I know it must be uncomfortable, having an uninvited guest. Mina was glaring at Xiao Ming with pure hatred. Why is she here? She latched onto Insin's arm. What were you thinking? Didn't she try to murder you? Insin stuttered, unsure how to explain the situation. Then, a memory flashed in his mind. The moment Mina herself had wanted him dead. You wanted to kill me once, too. Hearing his words, she flinched, consumed by guilt. In the end, all she could do was apologize for her past actions. Insin casually placed a dumpling in his own bowl. There's no need for that. Just like you, Mina. Xiao Ming has changed. Seeing Mina's crestfallen expression, he tried to cheer her up. Don't look so down. Here, try this dumpling. Say ah. Mina looked at him with hesitant eyes, but since he was offering, she immediately opened her mouth to accept it. Sitting beside them, Xiao Ming was speechless. Her grip on her chopsticks tightened, threatening to snap them in two. Yet, she asked calmly, Are you two dating? But her expression screamed fury. Both of them whipped their heads around, shocked by the question. What? Why would you ask something like that? Xiao Ming struggled to keep her voice steady, but it still trembled with rage. It's the middle of the night, and the Sword Saint is personally feeding you. Insin couldn't help but find this a little amusing. It's just a leftover habit from when Mina reverted to a child. Dating? What are you talking about? Of course not. If anything, it's more like a father-daughter thing. Insin explained, sweat beading on his forehead. Xiao Ming nodded, seemingly relieved. I see. That's good. He then turned to Mina with a cheerful smile. Right, Mina? She didn't respond. Instead, she slapped a file against his cheek. Ow. Why'd you hit me with that? What's your problem? It was his new dungeon schedule. Wait, isn't this kind of mission only for A-rank hunters and above? I don't get why I was assigned to this. Mina thought he was being incredibly dense. Enough questions. Just be at the location on that file before 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you're late, I'll kill you. Then, Mina spun around and pointed a finger right in Xiao Ming's face. And you? If you ever show your face in front of me again, I'll kill you, too. Insin had no idea why she suddenly exploded with anger. As Mina stormed out, she glanced back. What an idiot, she thought. She slammed the door so hard the frame shook. Are you trying to break my door? Insin yelled after her. Seriously, Did she have any idea how expensive repairs were? Xiaoming's soft voice called out, "Sword Saint." Insin turned back to face her, waiting for her to speak. Sia's voice suddenly turned gentle. She seemed lost in a daydream. "Don't you worry. I'm fine with being just a concubine." Insin clutched the file in his hand, his anger flaring at her attitude. "Concubine my foot. Just finish your food." He scanned the words on the page. Another dungeon raid. What a pain. On top of that, it seems Mina Na has the wrong idea about something. I need to clear this up. A system notification appeared. The goddess of plenty says she has a bad feeling about tomorrow. She advises you to prepare yourself. Insin found this strange. A bad feeling? Goddess of plenty. What is it you know? The next day, at the dungeon gate, construction was still underway. Guards blocked the entrance, letting no one through. It's dangerous to get any closer. An A-rank gate is about to open. Everyone, please stand back. Insin had a little girl on his back. Security is tight, but I have to get in. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Mina Na right in front of him until she spoke, her voice sharp with reproach. "Why are you so late? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Insin apologized softly. "The traffic was terrible. Besides, I only needed 5 minutes." Jun Hayek gritted his teeth, pure rage boiling up inside him. In an emergency, thousands of lives can be lost in 5 minutes. This idiot doesn't even know the most basic rule of being a hunter. What kind of screening process let a B ranker like him through? As the massive man appeared, the very atmosphere seemed to crush down on them. Insin recognized him immediately. It was the hot-headed guy he'd met with Doog Yu before. The S-rank hunter, Jun Hayuk. Mina Na gestured to the imposing figure. "Go on, greet him. This is Hunter Jun Hayuk. He'll also be your evaluator today." Insin had no choice but to offer a greeting. Mina Na's eyes suddenly fell on the child on Insin's back. "Whose kid is that?" Insin glanced back at the sleeping girl and introduced her. "She's my niece. My sister had an emergency, so she asked me to watch her." Before he could finish, Mina Na exploded. "What were you thinking, bringing a child to a raid?" Insin motioned for her to keep her voice down. I just got her to sleep." Jun Hayuk had disliked him from their very first meeting. Unbelievable. Hunters these days are a mess. Is this how you plan to operate? He turned his back in disgust. "Call me when you're ready to be serious." Insin couldn't help but think, this guy seems to have a serious grudge against me. Elsewhere, in a dark and sinister place, a mysterious being called out Insin's name. Its mouth swarmed with writhing insects. "You killed 2 of my apostles, and you dare to walk around so freely? Today, I will end you. Let it begin. The Festival of the Gods." Meanwhile, Mina Na and Insin stood face to face. She seemed to be hesitating about something. Finally, she asked, "You do know this dungeon conquest is a test for you to become an S-rank, right?" Insin was stunned. "What? S-rank?" His question just made her angrier. "Did you even read the file I gave you?" She began to explain it clearly. "An A-rank gate will open here shortly. If you pass this test, you'll be promoted to an S-rank hunter. Although, for a man like you, a dungeon like this is probably a piece of cake." Hearing this, Insin already felt tired. An S-rank hunter. "I'd definitely make a lot more money and become famous, but I'm already a mid-tier god. This is just getting more and more complicated. Still, I can't just ignore a dangerous dungeon like this. I guess I have to deal with it, don't I?" He turned to her and asked, "So I just need to go in alone and destroy everything, right?" Mina Na told him it wasn't that simple. An S- hunter. Insin seemed puzzled. "An S-rank is going with me?" Mina Na ignored his question, lost in her own thoughts. "Yes, that's right. The one accompanying you is the S-rank hunter, Jun Hayuk, the same man who had been furious with Insin moments ago, and he was already looking incredibly impatient with all the waiting. Insin started to worry for his own safety. An A-rank dungeon should be easy enough. I'll be fine. But suddenly, a strange scent hit his nostrils. Insin turned to Mina Na. "Do you smell something rotten?" But she couldn't smell anything at all. Suddenly, the system flared with multiple warnings. "The High God, ruler of the Abyss, requests the Festival of the Gods." Those last few words sent a chill down Insin's spine. He knew a little about this god. The ruler of the Abyss. That's the god who worships snakes, right? No wonder this festival has such a foul stench. The rules for the Festival of the Gods were as follows. When a high god proposes the festival to another high god, it cannot be refused. However, you may refuse an offer from a high god. As Insin processed the rules, he thought, so there are some advantages to being weak after all. The great demon god of slaughter and madness, overseer of the Festival of the Gods, has granted you the blessing of carnage. Insin carefully read the inscribed rules. Slaughter and madness. What a name. I've never met them, but they sound like they love to kill. The system presented him with an offer. Will you accept the festival of the gods from the high god, ruler of the abyss? The being lurking in the shadows hoped he would accept, fight with passion and excitement. His finger hovered over the choice for a moment. Trying to provoke me, huh? Interesting. But in the end, Insin chose. No, I have no desire to fight. Leave. You have rejected the festival of the gods, a challenge from the ruler of the abyss. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the air. What? You dare refuse my challenge to war? You coward. But Yin had no intention of being reckless. Do you think I'm an idiot? I barely survived my fight with the sun god. Why would I pick a fight with someone even stronger? Yin was getting seriously annoyed by this pest. Just get lost. I don't want to fight you. Hearing this, the being exploded with rage. You dare mock me? A sudden gale erupted. The ground trembled violently, sending everyone to their knees. An earthquake ripped through the land. Hector struggled to his feet, wondering what in the world was going on. Mina and Yin were stunned that he'd go this far. Yin's eyes narrowed. Then I have no choice but to kill you. Activate authority, godless eye. Observing, the ruler of the swamp on a distant planet. The entity was causing all this chaos just to lure Yin out. My precious children, rise from the depths of the abyss. His words dripped with venom, his gaze filled with menace. And from the shadows, hideous things began to stir, answering their master's call. Among them were ferocious beasts with glowing red eyes. The time had finally come to kill Yin and shatter his world. The ruler spoke, her voice devoid of mercy. He will pay for refusing the festival of the gods and for daring to mock me. Yin's heart grew heavy. She's connected to an A-rank dungeon and is sending her minions through. The sky above blackened, split by jagged bolts of lightning. Warning. Dungeon rank escalating from A to S. Warning. Rank escalating from S to SS. Warning. Rank has escalated from SS to SSS. Chaos erupted everywhere. Hector couldn't believe how fast it was happening. What is going on? The dungeon shouldn't have activated yet. And this is clearly far beyond an S-rank gate. Suddenly, a dark path materialized before them. Countless pairs of red eyes ignited in the darkness. Then, a horde of crimson-eyed monsters charged out. Fearing the worst, Hector yelled, Soul Armor, activate. Instantly, a flawless set of armor materialized around him, protecting him from harm. Standing behind him, Yin's eyes lit up with admiration. Not bad. Pretty cool, actually. He is Hector, clad in armor and a helm forged from SS-rank materials. This item is highly useful. Let's steal it. Yin couldn't believe the system's suggestion. What? Steal it? Is it really telling me to become a thief? Yin glanced over at Sean, who was still sound asleep. Heh, that's my nephew for you. He could sleep through the apocalypse. He turned, entrusting the boy to Mina. I'm leaving him with you. She looked surprised and flustered, and before she could even answer, Sean was in her arms. Mina yelled after him, Hey, what do you think you're doing? But Yin just walked forward, his eyes burning with resolve. What am I doing? I'm ending this. It's my fault, after all. Hector knew this was far too dangerous. Yin, you're not strong enough to handle this. Get back. But Yin's steps never faltered. Drawing ever closer to the horde of red-eyed beasts, the monsters shrieked with delight. Human flesh. We're so hungry. Their faces were masks of pure greed. We'll devour the little god. As Yin stood, surrounded by monsters, the Abyss ruler watched from afar, a smug grin on her face. Dai Yin. He simply raised his hand, pointing his single finger at the oncoming horde. Authority, God's index finger. One monster, overcome by its ravenous hunger, lunged forward. It charged like a starving animal, only to be utterly and horrifically annihilated. System. Acquired 20,000 gods gold. The remaining beasts froze in terror. What just happened? Our comrade was instantly destroyed. A smirk played on Yin's lips. This was getting interesting. 20,000 gods gold? Huh. So, how much is this whole herd worth? Come to Papa. My sweet, sweet money. A disturbingly wicked grin spread across his face. The monster's bloodlust turned to pure fear. They wanted to run. The system notifications began to flood in, announcing his massive earnings. The Abyss ruler's jaw dropped. Impossible. They were strong enough to destroy an entire planet, and he killed them, with a single finger. She refused to believe what she was seeing. Yin's steps were calm and steady as he advanced. Ah, how sweet. I've already lost count of how much I've made. But I suppose I shouldn't get too greedy. Yin looked up, his expression victorious. Hey, Abyss, can we finally call it a day? He walked straight into the SSS-ranked dungeon without a shred of hesitation. He raised his hand. Authority. God's index finger. Deactivate. The dungeon's energy collapsed instantly. The ruler seethed with rage at facing such an opponent. Why? Why would a god with such immense power avoid a fight? Yin gave a flat, mechanical answer. Because I'm lazy. Now go back where you came from. And just like that, everything vanished. The dark, stormy sky returned to normal. Yin pulled out his phone, a huge grin on his face as he checked his new balance. Hector stood behind him, speechless. He never imagined Yin could defeat them all. Mina, still holding the sleeping child, finally broke the silence. What, Yin? You have the power to seal dungeons? Just then, Sean rubbed his eyes and sat up. Uncle, I'm hungry. But as he looked around, his face was a mask of pure confusion. Who are you? Mina turned, startled by the little girl, and spoke softly. Hello there. You're awake now. Songjo playfully pinched Mina's cheek. You're so pretty, just like a doll. Mina couldn't help but smile, but Insin's voice cut in sharply. Songjo, you can't treat your elders like that. He immediately felt apologetic. I apologize, she's still just a kid. Mina rubbed her own cheek, waving it off. It's nothing, really. She's just a child. Songjo looked up, her eyes sparkling. Uncle, I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Unable to refuse her, he asked. All right, what do you want to eat? The little girl cheered excitedly. I want a burger. Insin agreed instantly. Let's go then. This will be our little secret, okay? They were about to leave Mina behind without a second thought. But she quickly called out to them. Wait, you can't just walk away like this. Insin was genuinely confused by her outburst. The dungeon has vanished. What more is there for me to do here? Mina scratched her head in frustration, her face flushed with anger. Your rank-up quest will get way more complicated if you leave now. But Insin just shrugged it off with a smile. It's fine. I don't really care about that. What's so great about becoming an S-rank hunter, anyway? He'd already thought it through. If he became an S-rank, the higher-ups would work him to the bone. Hearing this, a man named Jung Hyuk gritted his teeth in fury. What did you just say? A dark shadow loomed behind Insin, and he had no idea who it was. The man stepped closer, his presence overwhelming. You just belittled all S-rank hunters. I know you're skilled, but I cannot forgive such disrespect. Insin tried to explain himself calmly. That's not what I meant. The truth is, I'm just incredibly lazy. But that excuse only enraged Jung Hyuk further. He saw Insin's attitude as pure arrogance. It seems you need to be taught a lesson. Be at the Hunter Association's training grounds tomorrow. 9 a.m. sharp. With that, Jung Hyuk turned and departed. But just before taking off, he looked back over his shoulder. I'll show you the true power of an S-rank hunter. And with a final glare, his figure vanished into the sky. Insin watched him go, a strange sparkle in his eyes. I want that armor, he muttered to himself. A voice in his head, the eyeless god, whispered, then simply take it. Mina just shook her head, completely exasperated. Why would you even think that? Mina recalled a cautionary tale. The last guy who tried that, a hunter named Heian, got beaten to a pulp. Even Insin was shocked to hear this. But Mina wasn't finished. Her next warning was even more dire. Besides, without his approval, your rank-up quest will be a nightmare. Are you seriously going to fight him tomorrow? That thought hadn't even crossed Insin's mind. Why would I do that? I told you, I don't care about ranking up. I only came here today to apologize for what happened yesterday. Hearing his answer, Mina's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Just as he was about to leave, Insin turned back to Mina. Hey, want to grab burgers with us? The sudden invitation took her completely by surprise. Burgers. With you? Insin teased her playfully. Right, you're famous. It would probably be a hassle. Never mind, we'll just go by ourselves. His teasing immediately set her off. Let me come with you. Just wait here. I'll go grab a mask and sunglasses. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, that strange scent from before lingered in the air. A monstrous beast sat alone, seething with resentment. That traitorous scum wiped out my brethren. Its long-suppressed fury finally erupted in a terrifying roar. I will tear that bastard limb from limb. So, there was one left alive. At the sound of the voice, the beast looked down, its eyes filled with suspicion. It let out a guttural growl. Who are you? The fully cloaked figure replied, how rude, but I'll overlook it, just this once. Where's my Jia-chin? He disappeared somewhere around here. I can't sense him. The beast answered with a cruel sneer. You mean that spider? He's dead. The cloaked figure spoke with disdain. To think I would be disgraced by a mere insect. Is that so? Why did he act so rashly without waiting for me? The beast had no patience for this conversation. It doesn't matter. Send me back to my world now, or I'll kill you. Hearing this demand, the cloaked figure's patience finally snapped. An explosive aura erupted from him. The beast recoiled, suddenly sensing a deep, primal fear. This overwhelming energy What in the world is he? The figure revealed its identity. I am from the Blood Iron Brotherhood of the insect world. The beast tried to back away. Stay away from me. As the hood came down, it revealed a being calling itself a god, its face covered in countless eyes. A scream of pure terror echoed through the mountains. Meanwhile, back at a convenience store in Korea, the three of them were enjoying their meal, oblivious to the stares around them. Is that really Mina? Someone whispered. No way. Why would she be in a place like this? But it looks just like her. Insin glanced at the girl sitting across from him. The mask and glasses aren't doing much good, are they? It was obvious people would still recognize her. Annoyed by his staring, Mina snapped, Why do you keep looking at me? Aren't you going to eat? Right, of course. But suddenly, a storm began to rage outside. All three turned to the window, shocked by the sudden lightning. A sky of gray smoke loomed overhead. Midi, still in her school uniform, waved and called out, Master, you're finally here. Insin was stunned to see his student. Midi, how did you find me? She answered without a hint of hesitation, I followed your scent. Insin nervously sniffed his own shirt. I take a shower every day, he thought. Do I really smell that bad? But suddenly, Insin noticed Mina Na trying to sneak away. He called out, asking where she was going. Seeing her older sister, Midi approached. Sis, what are you doing here? Mina pretended to embrace her little sister warmly. Midi, you came to see me? I'm so happy. Let's go grab a bite to eat. Midi whispered urgently to her sister. Everyone's staring at us. Insin glanced over at the two of them. Thanks to you, an even bigger crowd is gathering now. People were pulling out their phones, eager to film the legendary Lightning Queen. I told you that was Mina. Can I please get your autograph? Insin could already feel a headache coming on from all the chaos. In the end, he decided to just go home. But inside the high-rise building, a loud scream echoed out. Insin stared at the girl in front of him and yelled in shock. What? Why are you here again? Xiaoming, still kneeling, looked up with a smile. Sir, I must receive my next mission from you, so I thought I could assist with housework in the meantime. Mina couldn't hold back her fury and screamed, Hey you! I told you I'd kill you if I ever saw you again. Xiaoming just grinned back. Jealousy looks so pathetic on a middle-aged woman in a daddy-daughter relationship with my dear sword saint. Her words hit a nerve. What? Middle-aged woman. Mina clenched her fist, ready to strike. She didn't care if Xiaoming was SS rank, she was dead today. Insin immediately jumped in to stop her. Mina, calm down. Midi, wiping away tears, looked betrayed. Master, you've let a woman like that into your house? Insin quickly tried to explain. Midi, it's not like that, but she just turned and fled, vanishing in a puff of smoke. I'm so disappointed in you, Master. As Insin struggled to restrain the furious Mina, his face went blank. Beside him, a confused Asong Joe asked, Mister, which one of them is your girlfriend? I'm so confused. Insin yelled in frustration, neither of them are. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought, this is a nightmare. What is even happening? Exhausted, Insin slumped into a chair and sighed. Ah, being alone is the best. He recalled what happened earlier, thinking to himself that he'd knocked them both out and left them in the nurse's office because they wouldn't stop fighting. They probably won't fight anymore after they wake up, right? Thinking that, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Well, that's their problem now. It's been a while since I've been able to sleep this peacefully. The scene shifts to the next day. Inshin's eyes fluttered open, still heavy with sleep. He sat up, clutching his head, his face a groggy mess. Who could be here this early? He glanced at the security monitor. They're gonna break the doorbell, he grumbled. Who is it? Seeing the fierce-looking man on the screen, he complained, This guy just won't give up. Insin pressed himself against the wall. Whatever. Out of sight, out of mind. The moment he said it, a deafening crash echoed through the apartment. The man had kicked his way through the front door. He looked right at Insin and said, I knew it. You were home the whole time. I'm pretty sure I told you to be at the association's training hall today, didn't I? Insin stared at his shattered door and screamed internally, My door. That was expensive. Zhang He continued casually, Are you even listening to me? Then his tone hardened as he clenched a fist. Do I have to beat it into you? He advanced on Insin, his towering frame ready to throw a punch. Inshin's expression twisted, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. He simply pointed one finger at Zhang He's incoming fist. A brilliant light flared from his fingertip, completely stopping the punch in its tracks. Zhang He's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He blocked my punch. With a single finger? Inshin's voice was ice cold. Even if you are my senior, I won't forgive you for breaking down my door. I'm done being lenient. Enraged by his words, Zhang He roared and swung his fist again. You insolent brat. But in the next instant, he was thrown off balance. Ha! Insin had used his power to effortlessly flip him over. Insin spoke with menacing calm. Pay for the door and get out. This is your last chance. Sprawled on the floor, Zhang He glared up at him. Are you mocking me? Fine. No more holding back. He opened his mouth and roared, summoning his power. Come forth, soul armor. But Insin just stared back with an indifferent gaze. Eh? Then his eyes widened, as if genuinely surprised. A massive explosion ripped through his apartment. The force of the blast obliterated everything, launching the fully armored Zhang He into the sky. Zhang He grinned maniacally. You forced me to use my soul armor. I'll admit, you're strong. A deadly light gleamed in one of his eyes. But it won't be that easy. Pick up your weapon. Let's make this a fair fight. Insin spoke calmly, his voice laced with chilling rage. I just renovated this whole place to celebrate becoming a homeowner. He continued. I was so excited to finally have a place of my own. And you just destroyed it. A brilliant light emanated from his hand, forming a weapon. Insin gripped the dagger, his voice dripping with fury. You have lost all respect from me, you terrorist. He summoned his immense power, invoking a memory of the heavenly demon. Void Step. In an instant, Insin launched himself toward Zhang He, his aura exploding with killing intent. Zhang He's eyes widened in absolute shock. Void Step. Only the greatest masters of the martial world can perform that technique, so that's the source of his power. He's from the martial world. Just then, Insin unleashed his power against Zhang He. Zhang He was horrified by the sheer force, feeling the shockwave even after blocking the attack. The two remained locked in a tense standoff. Insin pressed his savage assault, while Zhang He was forced onto the defensive, parrying each blow. Zhang He's eyes darted around, but in the next instant, Insin closed the distance, sending him crashing to the ground with a single punch. The blow was devastating, slamming Zhang He deep into the earth. From above, Insin glared down with pure menace. Keep this up, and you'll actually die. I'll stop if you apologize right now. From the crater below, Zhang He struggled to his feet and snarled. Apologize to you? Never in a million years. I didn't want to have to play this card, he muttered as power erupted from his body, an intense light blazing from his eyes. This is a technique that can one-shot an S-rank monster. Zhang He roared with killing intent. Don't say I didn't warn you. A crimson dragon of pure energy materialized, hungry for blood. Soul Armor Cannon, Dragon Fist. High above, Insin simply clenched his fists, his expression unreadable. Then, he calmly pointed a single finger forward and said, I guess I'll stop holding back now, too. The two attacks collided in a massive explosion, tearing the world apart with debris and blinding light. Insin's voice echoed, I'm done holding back. Zhang Yi felt the shift in his opponent's aura and stared in disbelief. Impossible. A second, greater explosion consumed the entire sky. The fiery shockwave scorched the earth below, leaving a massive, scarred crater in its wake. Through the smoke, Insin calmly walked toward Zhang He. Zhang He collapsed, begging for his life. I'm sorry. I'll pay for all the damages. Just please, make it stop. He pleaded from within his broken armor, his face a mask of despair. Insin thought to himself, I was so angry I didn't hold back at all. But he still managed to survive. That armor must be worth a fortune. Just then, something strange began to happen on the ground, and Insin watched, completely stunned. A green, mechanical golem materialized right in front of him. In a metallic voice, it spoke, My new master, please, accept me. Insin's mind reeled. Did that thing just talk? Wait, what? He spoke aloud, You want me to accept you? At that, the giant golem turned its head towards Zhang He. I can no longer serve a loser such as this. Zhang He's face went pale. Soul Armor, what are you saying? The Soul Armor replied with cold indifference. You have been my master for 623 days and 12 hours, but you only improved my synchronization by 2%. In that time, a worthy master would have achieved at least 6%. A pathetic human like you is not fit to be my owner. It turned back to Insin, but he is different. He possesses a power and talent that transcends the ordinary. Compared to him, you are nothing but a speck of dust. Insin just awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I guess I am pretty amazing. The Soul Armor continued, I am the successor of the Almighty Maya. It is my destiny to evolve into a transcendent being. So please, become my new master. Insin considered it, his expression unconcerned. He finally spoke. That's going to be a bit difficult. The Soul Armor seemed confused. Huh? Insin clarified. Ah, don't get me wrong. There's just someone more suitable for you than me. Insin held up his phone. His name is In-Ho. He puts his life on the line every single day. I think you'd be of much better use to him. The Soul Armor focused, sensing the energy signature from the phone. Oh, I sense a power source similar to your own emanating from him. and he is a close companion of yours. That's right. Insin confirmed with a sly grin. Besides, I can use his abilities whenever I want. So it's much better to give this to Inho, who has to struggle and fight every day. The soul armor bowed its head in submission. I shall do as you command. And so, farewell. Former master, Qian Zhang He. The golem focused on the phone screen as a brilliant light began to glow. Piece by piece, the armor started to dematerialize. At that very moment, on Inho's arm, the pieces of the legendary armor began to materialize. Inho stared at his new armor, ecstatic. God, you Insin. On the other side of the screen, Insin replied calmly, it's a gift. It should help you pass your trial, Inho. Brimming with newfound energy, Inho shouted, thank you, God, you Insin. I'll give it everything I've got. Meanwhile, Zhang He just sat on the ground, completely broken. The aftershock from their clash was enough to cause a landslide across an entire mountain range. That same image appeared on a computer monitor as a voice spoke. This is even greater than I imagined. Yi Jite mused from behind his desk. He defeated Qian Zhang He in his soul armor with such ease. I knew he was no ordinary B-rank hunter. A woman approached from behind him and added, furthermore, the soul armor has chosen Yu Insin as its new master. Yi Jite's eyes widened in shock. What? The soul armor did that? His assistant continued her report. It's clear now. His past miracle of defeating an SS-rank monster wasn't a fluke. It was his true power. Yi Jite narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. That's possible. Regardless, what's the damage report? His secretary replied, over 100 billion won. Yi Jite choked. What? 100 billion? His expression turned deadly serious. Were there any civilian casualties? His secretary shook her head. None, sir. Ji breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then where's Duin now? The scene shifts to a towering skyscraper. Walking beside Insin, Mina asked, so, just how hard did you hit that guy to land him in the hospital for 3 weeks? Insin flinched. I was just a little ticked off that he wrecked my house. But are you sure I won't have to pay for damages if I heal him? Mina coolly replied, positive. The Hunter Association's president promised to issue you an S-rank license with full immunity if you heal Jung Heok. Hearing that, Insin let out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, I almost lost 100 billion won. I had no idea S-rank hunters came with immunity. I'd better do a perfect job healing him. Jung Heok lay writhing on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in heavy bandages. He cried out dramatically, how could you just abandon me like this? My precious soul armor, do you really like Insin that much? What's so great about a guy who wears sweaters all the time? Please, come back to me, soul armor. Seeing him sob and spout nonsense, Mina frowned in confusion. What is wrong with him? Insin chuckled. I was wondering the same thing. He thought, if I go in, he'll only get more agitated. I'll just heal him from out here. Divine Healing Ring Finger. A blue light radiated from his finger, seeping into Jung Heuk's room and mending his wounds. The man felt a sudden change in his body. My body. It's completely fine. Insin turned to Mina with a grin. Let's go, Mina. She replied, oh, okay. But then she suddenly grabbed his hand and yelled, no, wait a second. We're going to the mall. I absolutely cannot let you go out in that outfit. Insin was baffled. The mall? I'm not going, he stated flatly. The scene changes to a few days later at the Hunter Association. Ji stood at the podium. Thank you all for being here today. This is a very important event for a new S-rank hunter. Mina, sitting next to Insin, smiled. You look quite handsome. Insin awkwardly tugged at his suit jacket. I would have been fine in my sweater. Midai, sitting opposite them, agreed with a smile. It's true. I was just about to buy you some new clothes, master. You look incredible. Mina clapped approvingly. Of course, he does. I have excellent taste. Insin glanced at Mina, thinking, Mina's acting skills are improving every day. She could probably become a professional actress. But then, his expression hardened. Why does that guy keep staring at me? A young man with blonde hair was glaring at Insin from across the room. Midi shot the man a dirty look. Ugh, that jerk. Insin was surprised. You know him? She replied, Taven Choi. He was the proctor for my S-rank exam. He wouldn't shut up about turning down an offer from some big American guild to come back to Korea. He kept asking for my number and hitting on me, even after I turned him down over and over. He's so annoying. Hearing this, Mina gritted her teeth and slammed the table. What? How dare he? Insin was just as furious. What a scumbag. Huh? Is this Taevan Choi's status window? A system screen flickered into view. Taevan Choi. Male, age 25. Notes, teleportation ability, difficult personality, and a very, very jealous type. Insin smirked. Well now, those are some interesting notes. Maybe I should go over and say hello. Taven rested his chin on his hand, seething. I was so looking forward to this meeting, since I heard Lady Midi would be here. And yet I don't even get to sit next to her. He glanced over resentfully. Humph. He looked up at Insin standing before him and snapped. Do I know you? Insin smiled cheerfully. Oh, of course. I know exactly who you are. Tavan's face twisted with rage. What? How dare you speak to me so informally? Insin thought. It's written right here in your status window. He just smiled and said calmly, it's Bong Shik, right? Choi Bong Shik. The system window updated, Tavan Choi, male, age 25. Pauses teleportation. A rather jealous type who hates and is deeply ashamed of his real name. Choi Bong Shik. The name made him flush with rage as he shrieked, What? How do you know my real name? Ji continued her speech. Ahem. We will now begin the award ceremony for our new S-rank hunters. If everyone would please take their seats. And now, will our two hunters, Tavan Choi and Du-in, please come up to the stage. The announcement caught both Insin and Tavan by surprise. Tavan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. Just you wait until this ceremony is over, he threatened. Insin just grinned. Sure thing, Bong Shik. At that moment, an official came and placed a device on each of their wrists. She announced, This is your S-rank hunter license, a device that can also be used to measure a hunter's mana points. With this, we can see if you both are truly worthy of becoming S-rank hunters. Insin thought, I was just wondering how much my mana has increased. A wicked smile crossed Tavan's face. Too easy. He smugly clenched his fist. Tavan Choi, mana level, 10,050. A shocked murmur rippled through the crowd. A typical S-rank hunter barely breaks 8,000 points, but he's over 10,000. He's the one who turned down the American Guild's offer to stay in Korea out of patriotism. Tavan laughed victoriously. Did you see that? No matter what score that rude bastard gets, there's no way it can possibly be higher than mine. Ingsin's mana watch finally pinged. Du-in, mana capacity, 5 megapixels. At that news, the surrounding crowd erupted in criticism. Only 5, seriously. Isn't he supposed to be an S-rank hunter? Shouldn't they just revoke his license? Tavan sneered to himself. Only 5? He had expected so much more from this guy. Turns out, he's no different from some F-rank trash. How embarrassing, Insin thought with a sigh. It was just like his academy days, but he guessed some things never change. Perhaps it's time for a different approach. Activating skill share. Number 1. Insin's form began to warp and expand, shocking everyone as he transformed into a towering muscular figure. Du-Insin, mana level 5,000. Mana level 17,000. Mana level 26,000. Tavan stared in disbelief. What in the world is happening? Insin glanced at the reader in his hand and announced, Current mana level, 35,000. Jaws dropped across the room. 35,000. That had to be the highest reading in all of Korea. Even Hunter Kwon Jung-hyuk only peaked at 31,000 with his spirit armor equipped. Jai smiled, satisfied. It seems the device is working perfectly now. With a score like this, we can confirm it ourselves. Hunter Du-Insin is qualified to become an S-rank hunter. Insin grinned at Tavan. Remember what you said earlier? Just wait until after the ceremony. The scene shifts to a building, its lights still burning bright. Insin lounged on a sofa, a triumphant smirk on his face. Ah, what a day. He replayed the image of Tavan bowing in apology. That guy picked a fight and in the end, had to grovel. Let's see him try to bother Mi Yan again. He mused, well, it looks like Sword Demon and Xiao Ming are handling the ceiling repairs anyway. Those two have gotten pretty close lately, he thought. So I assigned them as bodyguards for Kang Wu. Birds of a feather flock together, right? Then, he tapped a message on his phone. A message from Kang Wu. In 3 days, an S-rank dungeon will open. You can acquire the SSS rank item, the Scales of the God of Peace. That could be extremely useful. Insin pondered. The Scales of the God of Peace. I have no idea what it is, but if Kang Wu says I need it, then I'd better go get it. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, Insin said casually, For now, let's check on my kid. If he needs help, I should know. Oh, number 1 is already level 44. The Grand Cosmic Alliance? What's that now? I already gave number 1 some spirit armor, so he should be able to handle things on his own. Insin wondered, where's Krakow? What's this new skill? A system window appeared. Additional shareable skill. Dragon Awakening. Krakow's ultimate dragon form awakens. A skill powerful enough to threaten the very gods. Try sharing it. Something fun will happen. Insin's eyes lit up with excitement. What? I can share a skill like that. Does this mean I can turn into a dragon? I have to try this. Right now. Let's do this. Standing on a remote mountain, Insin observed his surroundings. Even if I transform into a dragon out here, it should be fine. He grinned with anticipation. Insin took his stance, gathering his power, and activated Skillshare, Krako's Dragon Awakening. Meanwhile, at Taevin Choi's home, he slammed his fist on the table in fury. Damn it. To think that I, the great Taevin Choi, had to bow to that insect. One day, I'll make him pay for this humiliation. Suddenly, the watch on his wrist beeped. Hemph. A dangerous monster has appeared. Estimated rank S or higher. You are required to subjugate it. Taevin smirked maliciously. An S rank or higher monster, you say? Perfect. This is my chance to prove I'm superior to that piece of trash. I'll be the first on the scene, since I'm the only one in Korea who can teleport. And with that, he vanished in a flash of light. Taevin instantly appeared in the forest. An S-rank monster on this mountain? He froze, stunned by the sight before him. What is that? Towering over him was a massive, terrifying creature. It spotted Taevin, and its razor-sharp eyes narrowed. The monster bared its fangs and a voice boomed out. Is that you, Bong Shik? Taevin's face flushed with shame. What? How does it know my real name? A smug grin spread across Ingzin's face. How do I know? The monster, Du Ingzin, continued. Because I'm the one you're looking at, Bong Shik. Why aren't you answering me? Taevin clenched his fists, his voice tight with anger. I don't care if you're a dragon or a dog. Stop calling me Bong Shik. I'm already pissed off, Bong Shik, he seethed. And you're the perfect outlet for my rage. The beast spoke with contempt. Outlet? It seems this guy isn't thinking straight. Taevin lunged forward, unleashing his signature skill. Instantaneous movement. The monster, caught by surprise, roared a threat. Bong Shik, are you trying to die? Taevin's voice was ice cold. You better stop saying my name before I kill you. A barrage of weapons materialized and hurtled toward the beast. Bombs? Where did all these come from? Taevin screamed in rage. My name is Taevin Choi. The monster just smiled, a clear challenge in its eyes. A massive explosion erupted, painting the entire area in a brilliant flash of red. Taevin laughed, exhilarated. Haha, how do you like the skills of Taevin Choi now? A mindless brute like you is definitely. Before he could finish, the beast growled in annoyance. That tickles. Choi Bong Shik. Seeing it was still alive, Taevin was horrified. Damn it. How are you still standing after taking all those bombs? Fine. No more holding back. The monster slammed its massive hand into the ground. I told you, it tickles. It let out a ferocious roar, its eyes glinting with menace. Bong Shik. As Taevin lay defeated on the ground, the monster suddenly lost its composure. Ah, crap. This is my first time turning into a dragon. I can't control my strength yet. Then, its eyes darted towards something in the distance. At that exact moment, two figures wielding weapons and surging with power charged onto the scene. Everyone charged at once. In his clumsy beast form, Insin panicked. Ah, this is bad. Insin was now filled with regret over his transformation. How do I turn back? At this rate, there's no other way out. At that moment, he unfurled his massive wings. Escape was the only answer. In this form, they would never listen, even if he told them who he was. I'm actually flying. I can fly. This is awesome. But his joy was short-lived as a strange sensation washed over Insin. What's happening? My head is killing me. Insin didn't have enough holy power to maintain his dragon intellect, and he began to fall. Did I overdo it? It feels like my power is being drained away. Thanks to the power drain, Insin slowly began reverting to his human form. Luckily, he had a parachute with him. Insin then crashed down into a nearby forest. As he drifted in and out of consciousness, a strange voice echoed in his ear. Wake up, my love. The last thing Insin heard were those two bizarre words, my love. It was a woman, flanked by a pack of man-eating plants. A slight smile played on her lips, as if she found something amusing. A little worried, Insin backed away. Who are you? She began to explain. Oh dear, now I'm upset. How could you not recognize my voice? People call me the Nightmare Queen, the one who devours all demons, though I'm also known as the silently creeping nightmare. Insin's face went completely blank. What is with this woman? Am I dreaming right now? Qingming stepped closer. You're much more handsome in person. My love, listen closely. We don't have much time, so I'll be brief. Insin suddenly felt his face flush. What is this? Don't tell me this is a confession. His voice trembled slightly, but I'm not prepared for this. A fantastical vision filled Ingzin's eyes. In it was planet Earth, his home, and a strange entity was swallowing the globe whole. Before devouring it, the being stared deep into the planet's core, at a tiny light glimmering in the middle of a forest. Ingzin used his power to threaten it. Get away from my Earth, you pathetic god-breaker. Then, Insin snapped back to reality. What the hell was that? Qing Meng was the one who did it. What you just saw was the future, created from my power of causality. That future is possible once you achieve a rank higher than a great god. But Insin still didn't understand. Higher than a great god. I haven't even received the quest to become one yet, so how is that possible? Qing Meng was an expert on this matter. The fastest way to raise a god's status is to absorb another god. When one wins a festival of the gods, they can absorb the losing deity. By doing that, you can grow beyond a great god and become a great evil god. Isn't following the righteous path to become a god of goodness just a massive waste of time? Besides, a minor god will be coming for you soon to start another festival of the gods. You borrowed power from the monster of greed and lies and the ruler of the deep swamp, so you cannot refuse their invitation. On top of that god ranks lower than you. Curious, Insin had to ask, who is it? When he heard it was the monarch of Antia, he was completely stunned. That bastard is trying to invite me to a festival of dragons? Suddenly, Qing Meng gripped his chin tightly. That's why, my dear, you absolutely cannot die. Then, she lunged forward and pressed her lips against Insin's. He was frozen, unable to do a thing. I can't move. I need to get out of here now. When he finally woke up, Insin found himself in a hospital. I've gotten myself into something really troublesome, and she just does whatever she wants. Suddenly, Mina burst into the room. What kind of trouble are you in now, Insin? Midi followed, crying her eyes out. Master, do you have any idea how worried I was? Mina's expression was dead serious. If you're going after a double S-rank monster, you should wait for backup and not rush in alone. I was terrified you had been killed. Despite all this, Insin was still completely lost. What are you two talking about? A young man walked in, holding something. It's amazing you handled yourself so well after becoming a double S-rank hunter. When we found you, there was no dragon nearby, just these claws in your hand. Insin started to feel a little sick. I was holding onto this when I passed out. Don't tell me everyone thinks I actually caught the dragon. Midi immediately voiced his exact thoughts. Master, how did you manage to take down something so huge all by yourself? The association and the media are going insane. They're all saying you saved the entire planet. Insin felt a pang of guilt. I've accidentally become a total fraud. The guy next to him swelled with pride. Hunter Insin is Korea's the world's greatest hero. You can expect a massive reward from the association after the investigation is over. Insin decided to just let it go for now. Thanks, I appreciate it. After everyone left, silence finally fell, leaving Insin alone with his thoughts. They all told me to look forward to the reward, but still, to stop that godbreaker. Does that mean I have to become a great god at a minimum? Whether it's as an evil god or a good god, I have to do whatever it takes to reach that level. Just then, Insin received a promotion quest. Speak of the devil, it popped up the moment I thought about it. Was that the activation? Wait a second, is this for real? In the Antia Empire, the man they call Emperor has his eyes set on Insin. I sacrificed everything for this power, he seethed, and you received it so effortlessly. That strength is not meant for a whelp like you. I will chew you up alive and swallow you whole. I will make you my power. Insiang saw that this was far beyond his current abilities. The Ascension quest for a great god had finally arrived, but wasn't a task on this scale a bit much. According to Than Mong, he could use the Festival of the Gods anytime to ascend to a great evil god much faster.
But the problem with becoming a great heavenly god was the astronomical number of followers required.
However, to stop that wretched god of destruction, he had to succeed, no matter what it took. In any case, his first priority was to capture the Emperor that Than Mong mentioned. His target's base level was lower, but he could borrow power from those other scoundrels, which meant Insin had to level up too. The first thing he needed to do was get the item Kang Wu mentioned, the Scales of the God of Peace. But first things first, an army marches on its stomach. Afterwards, Insin took a walk around the hospital. He heard the food here was fantastic, but a scene up ahead made him stop in his tracks. Wait, that guy over there. It was Bong Sik, and he was currently cornering a young woman. Miss, do you really not know who I am? I am the player, an S-rank hunter. Hyeoju looked like she wanted to run for her life. I really don't know. Please, I have to visit a relative in this hospital. Seeing this, Insin remained silent. He'd heard that this Bong Sik guy was seriously injured and had actually been worried. But if he had the energy to hit on women like this, he was obviously fine. Besides, Bong Sik was desperate to get Hyeoju's contact information. It's okay, at least you know who I am now. So how about you give me your number? From a distance, Insin called out Bong Sik, but the man seemed to despise his own name. Who the hell dares to call me by my real name? Insin, what in the world are you doing here? Bong Sik was on guard, remembering the rumor that this man single-handedly faced the dragon he couldn't even approach. Damn it, Of all the people to run into at the same hospital, Insong stepped forward heroically. Hey, why are you bothering someone in a hospital? Bong-sik scoffed. What is it to you? She just looked familiar. But Hyoju saw him as her savior. Teacher, this man has been blocking my way. In-seong was a bit confused. Teacher, you're a student at the academy? He paused. Wait, are you messing with one of my students? Bong-sik frantically tried to explain. No, this is just a misunderstanding. But In-song wasn't letting it go. Misunderstanding my ass. Get lost. Now. Seeing this, the man scrambled to leave. All right, I'm leaving, okay? Before he left, In-song added a threat. Try touching one of my students again and see what happens. But even if you're a student at the Hunter Academy, how do you know me? Hyoju did her best to explain. Teacher, please don't tell me you don't remember me. But In-song genuinely had no idea. You're not in any of the classes I teach, are you? Then who are you? She didn't give up. Teacher, it's me. Hyoju, the person you saved before. Hearing this, In-seong couldn't believe his eyes. What? You're Hyoju. Using the unique skill of the eyeless god, he confirmed her identity. The person before him was indeed Hyoju. Are you really Hyoju? She smiled, happy that he recognized her. Yes, it's me. I heard you were in this hospital, so I came to visit. Meanwhile, Bong-sik was still seething about what happened. Damn it. I can't believe that bastard In-seong humiliated me like that. I will never forgive you for this. Wait, what's that? Don't tell me he also stole the prize that was about to fall into my net? I will take your life. At the same time, In-seong was walking Hyoju out. So, you plan to be a farmer after you graduate? Hyoju recounted it with pride. Yes. Strangely enough, after being revived, I've really grown to love farming. In-seong thought to himself, is it because of the blessing of the god of abundance? After all, she was blessed by the god of agriculture. Just then, Hyoju's expression turned serious. Teacher. She bowed deeply before In-seong. Thank you so much for saving both me and my mother. I will use the rest of my life to repay you. Hyoju had become a follower of the Earth Branch. I'm leaving now. There are still a few procedures I need to handle before I return to the academy. It was then that In-seong finally understood. I see. So it was thanks to the blessing of the god of abundance. It was a little strange, but everything turned out okay. Behind him, Bong-sik was getting ready. No matter how much stronger you are than me, how could you possibly block this sneak attack? On the other side, In-seong was still unaware. Thanks to Hyoju, he had gained one S-rank follower, but he still had a long way to go. If only S-rank followers would just rain from the sky. Bong-sik put his plan into motion. Go to hell, In-seong. He threw weapons in every direction. This is for trying to take what's mine. A deafening explosion occurred, leaving behind nothing but a thick cloud of smoke. Bong-sik was ecstatic. It's over. This proves I'm stronger than a bastard like you. But then, In-seong stepped out from the rubble. I guess wishes do come true. A look of pure terror flashed across Bong-sik's face. How is he completely unharmed? This bastard isn't human anymore. This feeling is exactly like when I faced that dragon. I can't move. It's over for me. In-seong's voice was soft, but to him, every word was a death sentence. Bong-sik, I will offer you one path to survival. Become my follower. Now, and I will forgive you for all of your sins. Bong-sik was too scared to think straight. What is this guy talking about? His patience wearing thin, In-seong raised his fist. Then prepare to be judged for your countless sins. Terrified, Bong-sik immediately groveled. I believe, my lord. I truly believe in you. I sincerely place my faith in you. And just like that, Insin gained another follower. That's more like it, you little punk. From this day forward, you will obey my every command. Got it. Dare to defy me again, and I'll obliterate you. Understand? The following day, at Mount Jiri, Insin was surveying his surroundings. The teleportation skill really is a game changer. He could cross vast distances in the blink of an eye. So this is the hiding place of the scales of peace. Time to head inside. Suddenly, the phone in Inshin's pocket began to ring. Who in the world is calling me now? An urgent system notification appeared. The wedding ceremony between number 1 and the bearer of the destroyer God's blood has commenced. This is the flagship of the Great Queen of the Time-Space Alliance. Inside, a quiet ceremony was underway. Jada's eyes were filled with pure joy. In-ho, on the other hand, looked deeply troubled. In that moment, In-sin grew worried for his followers' safety. Has he been charmed by that woman? Completely unaware that she carries the bloodline of the destroyer god. He focused his power, shouting with all his might. In-ho, snap out of it. On the ship, In-ho heard his master's call. Lord Insin, he's trying to stop me again. Wake up. This woman is, he trailed off as he read Jada's status window. She once bore the blood of the destroyer god, but thanks to Inho's help, she has returned to being a normal human. From the moment she was born, Jada was chosen as a vessel for the destroyer god, forced to inherit his cursed bloodline. She fought desperately against her fate and the god's influence, but it was a losing battle. And just as she fell into despair, ready to surrender her soul, Inho appeared. I will protect you. After a fierce battle, Inho defeated a clone of the destroyer god. It was because of Inho that Jada was finally freed from the destroyer's bloodline. Insin's expression was a mix of shock and embarrassment. So that's what happened. Jada's eyes shone with sincerity. Inho told me about the god he serves with such devotion, and I wish to lend my strength to that god as well. I may be far weaker than Inho, but if you will have me, I will dedicate my faith entirely to you. The lesser deity Jada has become a follower of Insin. An S-rank follower has been acquired, and her faith now spreads throughout the Time-Space Alliance. Does this mean I'll get a ton of new followers? Thanks, Inho. And congratulations on your wedding. I'll be in touch. Insin hung up the call. With this development, his divine mission just got a whole lot easier. Maybe I should focus on finding the remaining artifacts for now. About 30 minutes after entering the cave, he found it. It seems to be in here. Before him stood 3 imposing statues, the scales of the god of justice. Can I just take them? But then, a sudden movement caught his eye. The beast statue beside the divine figure began to stir. It transformed into a ferocious monster, lunging straight for Insin. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Still, this should be a piece of cake. God's authoritative index finger. But for some reason, he couldn't execute all of his skills. Why won't my skills activate? God's judgment middle finger. Skillshare, thunder illusion. Skillshare, magic sword. Nothing. Some powerful entity is sealing my abilities. The only one with that kind of power. Wait. It has to be the silver spear user. Damn it, this was a trap. But I still have 5% of my power. There's still a way out of this. Inho, I'm counting on you. Skillshare, Inho. Insin used superhuman body to slam his fist right into the monster's face. Alright, only one arm is enhanced, but this is more than enough. But the battle was far from over. Insin couldn't believe what he was seeing. Another one appeared. Damn it, I could handle 1, but 2. The system immediately sent a notification to Inho. Lord Insin is trapped. Jada saw the look on his face and understood. His lordship must be in grave danger. Inho nodded grimly. Yes, I believe he needs my help immediately. Jada understood his heart completely. Even if I beg you to stay, you would still go, wouldn't you? You always said that helping your god is more important than anything else. She squeezed his hand tightly. I'll be waiting for you, waiting until you've helped Lord Insin reach the top of the tower. Please, come back soon. Inho departed in a flash. I can't make any promises, but I swear I will return. Lord Insin, I'm on my way. A wave of relief washed over. Insin, Inho, you made it. Wait, are you as tall as me now? Inho replied. Didn't you increase my height with your sacred power, my lord? The current location has been designated as the 45th floor of the Tower of Warriors. Inho's physical size has been automatically adjusted. Insin seemed to grasp the situation. But what's this about a 3-star god? Inho was already spoiling for a fight. First, let's eliminate these things. Suddenly, Insin felt a pang of uselessness. Hey, Inho, could I borrow that soul armor for a minute? My sacred power is completely sealed. Inho smiled. Of course, my lord. It was always yours to begin with. The armor began to materialize around Insin's body. Taking back a gift feels pretty scummy, but this is an emergency. A monster charged at the pair. Without a moment's hesitation, Insin lunged forward to attack. At the same time, Inho's blade sliced it clean in 2. Insin dusted off his hands. See, I knew they weren't all that tough. The 2 then advanced toward the largest statue in the room. Insin stared it down with a defiant smirk. So, you must be the final boss? Huh. I'm not a patient man. Let's get this over with. The god of balance heard Insin's plea. Where light exists, darkness follows. Where there is a beginning, there must be an end. Where creation blossoms, destruction looms. In all things, there is equilibrium. But when the forces of creation vanish, only annihilation remains. The world twisted into a monster poised to devour everything. A piercing pain shot through Inho's skull. Yet Insin alone remained completely unaffected. The god of fairness continued. Insin, just as foretold, you have inherited his bloodline and his protection, but it will change nothing. Faced with an enemy of overwhelming power, you will finally learn just how useless you truly are. A brilliant light erupted from the deity's scales. Against the dark and oppressive sky, Insin's spirit suddenly saw everything. Even without an appraisal window, he could feel it in his very soul. The terrifying, immense scale of their divine power. The two were archdemons, the monsters of greed and deceit, and the ruler of the abyss. Were these demons here to destroy him? The ruler spoke first. We desire only one thing from you.
You will bring us the lesser god, the one who stole the life and power of our apostle right before our very eyes.
The monster echoed, indeed. We will only be satisfied after we have devoured every last drop of that bastard's flesh and blood. The emperor roared in fury, do not give me orders. Hearing this, the two demons were taken aback. This emperor was the most arrogant man in existence. I am only working with you out of necessity. I am not your subordinate. He held nothing but contempt, his only goal to take Inshin's life. Why was the emperor of Anchia here, allied with these creatures? Just what was he scheming? The ruler of the abyss was seething with rage. You are truly shameless. The new god of Anchia, the emperor bellowed, shut your mouth. Deliver what you promised, then get lost. The ruler could no longer hold back. You arrogant, foolish worm. How dare you? Does a maggot like you, who has just become a god, wish to die? The emperor threatened him back. If you harm me, you will never get your hands on Insin. I told you before, he said, we are allies. The ruler was trapped, his anger boiling. But the emperor was right. Destroying Inshin would be incredibly difficult if their fragile trust was shattered. The monster finally spoke up. He possesses the will to achieve his grand ambition. This is acceptable. Very well, mortal. You should feel honored that we grant you a piece of our divine power. An overwhelming torrent of power flooded the emperor's body, and he let out an agonized scream. Inshin quickly reviewed the emperor's history. One day, a colossal dome had suddenly appeared over Anchia. It called itself the Guiding Ring, and dozens of chosen people were dragged inside by some unknown god. There, their bodies were shrunk down to the size of a thumb. A mother tried her best to calm her child. It's all right, my love. Don't you worry. The rule was simple. The last survivor would become a god, good or evil would be up to them. The game would not end until only one person remained. At that point in time, there were 3 survivors left inside the Guiding Ring. A man snarled at the mother, you're going to die anyway, so you might as well make yourself useful and distract that damned ant. You've been nothing but dead weight, he spat, dragging that useless brat around. The strongest of them, a firefighter, suddenly threw the mother and child as bait for the monstrous bug. In that same instant, he swung with all his might, his fists smashing into the creature's jaw. The firefighter sacrificed his right arm to take the insect's life. What? I killed all of them.
So why are there still 2 left? Don't tell me. That egg also counts as a survivor.
The man activated his authority state. Parasite. Nurture skill. What? Nurture? A lesser god's parasite. Don't tell me that powerless kid. Inside the egg that had survived until the very end. The child, who should have been devoured along with his mother, had instead become a parasite, bonding with the creature in a flash. His life force was astonishing, as if blessed by a great demon god. That very child was the current emperor of Anchia. The firefighter stumbled back in terror. I'm sorry. How can I possibly compensate you? The emperor simply used the flame of the god of destruction, a power he had acquired through nurture. Everything was engulfed in a sea of fire, and the man's life was extinguished. One survivor now remains in the Guiding Ring. The bastard who put my mother and me through this. I will never forgive them. A god, you say? I will devour that as well. After that, the emperor began absorbing the powers of Anchia's native gods using his nurture and parasite skills, building his own empire, until the day Inshin appeared. To think that I can't even conquer the nation of God Yami because of that detestable Inshin. If only I had consumed Anti and number 1. Then I could have become a true god. Wouldn't you agree, Inshin? How much longer are you going to hide and watch? Don't you feel this is all a little unfair? The power I earned by degrading myself into a mere insect, you gained so easily just by playing with a phone? Yinshin's mind flashed back to Qing Meng's warning. Wait, this is exactly what Lady Nightmare prophesied would happen. She sneered that I was still weaker than her. I had no way to refuse, no choice when challenged by a god of a lower rank. And so, the divine festival between the ruthless insect lord and Insin was set. A battle of slaughter and madness, a title that would forever bind them. A challenge from the monarch himself. Just you wait, Insin. Once I've absorbed the holy power of the great demon gods, I will take your head with my own hands. Don't you dare die before then. Insin snapped back to reality. Wasn't that the voice of number 1? That's right. I'm trapped in an illusion created by the god of justice. I tried to kill you before you awoke. But it seems you escaped the dreamscape faster than I expected. A wave of shock washed over Insin. Did she use a skill on me back then? It was Inho who tried to hold her back. Please, run. She's too powerful. The god of justice lunged forward. Silence. No one is leaving this place alive. Insin refused to be a sitting duck. Come, I'll be the one to end you. She towered over him, her presence overwhelming. A single, casual strike sent Insin crashing into the wall. Such devastating power. Even through my spirit armor. Yet Inho was still determined to protect him to the very end. Master Ingzin, I will stop her here. You will not lay a single finger on him. The god of justice scoffed. You've got some nerve. Most of your power has already been sealed by our authority. But Ingsin refused to fall here. Listen here, number 1. No one is allowed to kill my follower in front of me. I will never run away. I would rather die than retreat. The lesser finger of God. My power is returning. Instantly, his spirit armor evolved into its ultimate divine state. The god of justice grew uneasy. What is this surge of holy power? Was Ingsin about to attack? What do you think? It means you're about to die. Spirit armor art, divine fist. A ferocious vortex unleashed by Insin shot straight toward his opponent. The god of justice was powerless to stop the technique. She let out a horrifying scream. Impossible. That bastard. His power was so immense, even Inho was stunned. Such destructive force. You truly are Master Ingsin, he chuckled. I would have been in big trouble without your help. Thanks. Number 1. The next trial would soon begin for Inho. Then I, too, will successfully pass the next trial. Ingzin admired his spirit. All right, be safe. Now, he was alone in the cave. I suppose I should head back too. Returning to reality, Ingzin sat lost in thought. The scales of the god of peace were sealed. I have no idea what this is for. For now, I'll just give it to Kangwu. As a regressor, he's bound to know something about it. An announcement came on the television. Next up is news on the Hunter War. Today, the final list of participants has been announced. The representatives for South Korea include Coach Jung Hyuk, Hunters Mina, Mizzy, Van Choi, and finally, the Sword Demon and Ingzin. According to sources, Hunter Jung Hyuk suffered a great shock after losing his spirit armor. He stated that he could no longer participate as a player and has volunteered to take on the role of coach. Ingzin chuckled to himself. They added my name to the list of representatives. Well, it makes sense. I showed them power that only S ranks or higher possess. But I still need to prepare for the Monarch's Divine Festival. Maybe I should bring the War Helm to the Hunter War? That's a good idea. Also, it'd be nice to know exactly when the Monarch will summon me, my dear follower. The benevolent dragon said it would take 2 months for him to absorb the power of the 2 great gods. Xiao Meng advised me to stop leveling up slowly and just confront the Monarch directly. Either way, I'm going to face the Monarch, so there's no need to worry. Good god or bad god, I'm just going to do what I want, so whatever. Suddenly, the door began to shake violently. Ingzin got to his feet. Huh? Who could be here at this hour? Come in. Who could it be? It was H-Dai and Mi-Dai. The look on H-Dai's face was grave. Teacher Ingsin, I've come to ask you for a favor. When he heard the details, Ingsin was furious. What? Bong sit. That was the source of H-Dai's worries. Yes, he just appears next to me whenever he wants. Ingsin's brow furrowed. Don't tell me he's using teleportation. H-Dai looked like she didn't want to talk about it at all. Yes, Bong Sit keeps demanding that I go on a date with him. But I can't stand his arrogant personality, so I told Meaty about it. Ingsin was truly enraged now. How dare he do that to one of my students? Bong Sit. That kid has some nerve. Since he's my follower, a stern lecture should be enough. But first, I need to knock some sense into him with my fists. Let's go with that plan. An alert blared from their smartwatches. 3 dangerous S-rank monsters have appeared. Warning to all S-rank hunters or higher. Please assemble at the nearest location. Meaty was ready to leave immediately. Teacher, let's hurry. But Ingsin hesitated. Wait a second. This location. It's right outside my front door. A monster hovered high in the sky, and Bong Sit was already challenging it. I am the fastest. Van Choi, the ruler of time and space. The news was already spreading everywhere. Breaking news. S-rank monsters are overrunning Seoul. A smirking Bong Shik appeared on screen. Miss Haoru, are you watching? Pretty cool. Huh. The sight of him made Insong sick. That guy is just asking for a beating. Is he supposed to be a student or something? Miyum, let me borrow that helmet for a moment. I can take all 3 of them on my own. You 2 stay back. It seems Bong Shik was desperate for a fight. You monsters are finished. But before he could make his move, Insong was already on it. Bong Shik gritted his teeth in fury. Hey, wait. Those were my kills. He was blindsided by a fist from out of nowhere. Insong smashed it right into his face. His face already swelling, Bong Shik roared. Who the hell are you? How dare you strike the master of space and time? This guy had been getting on Insong's nerves for a while. How dare he mess with one of my people? You know what? Let me punch you a few more times first. Then maybe we'll talk. Insong moved in like a predator, cornering his prey. Bong Shik frantically used his teleport skill. Where am I? I was in such a rush. I just jumped without even looking. Huh, isn't this the National Assembly building? If I'm right, that's 10 kilometers from where I was. Oh my god, I can't believe I can teleport that far. Does this mean I've shattered another limit? Sometimes, my own talent even scares me. Insong's voice echoed through the air. My dearest Bong Shik, still thinking like a middle schooler, are we? A chill of pure terror shot down Bong Shik's spine. He followed me all the way here. Just who are you? Inseong slowly removed the helmet. It's me. I heard. You've taken an interest in my Heo-Ru. I think you and I need to have a little chat. But just then, a monster appeared out of nowhere. The moment he saw Insong's face, Bong Shik panicked. This time, there would be no escape.
So, want me to beat you down before we have our chat? Bong Shik instantly teleported away again. This was getting seriously annoying for Inseong.
Meanwhile, Chi-Tae was observing from a control room. They handled that easier than we expected. His assistant reported, holding a tablet. Reports say Bong Shik arrived first using his teleport ability, and he was with a mysterious figure in a helmet. Chi-Tae's interest was piqued. So those two took down the S-rank monster? The assistant nodded. Yes, sir. And it appears they've already moved to the National Assembly building. They're heading right for another monster. But Insong wasn't letting Bong Shik off the hook. Running is pointless. Get over here so I can beat that Chunibu syndrome out of you. The monster had now spotted them both. As he ran for his life, Bong Shik cried, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. But he froze in his tracks. As the monster crashed down right in front of them, it began rampaging, punching wildly. Chunks of the wall cracked and rained down. Bong Shik was horrified. I barely dodged that thanks to my teleport skill, is Insong. Done for. But then, the monster suddenly went still. And from the rubble, Insong calmly walked out. I get it. You're just begging to be put down, aren't you? Skill. Share transcendent body. Fine. I'll grant your wish before I deal with that other pest. Insong focused power into his fist and lunged forward. The monster didn't even have time to react. With every word, Inseong landed a blow to the monster's face. With a final groan, the creature simply vanished into dust. Later, a news report was broadcasting live about the S-rank monsters that suddenly invaded Seoul that day. But S-rank hunter Insong single-handedly eliminated the threat, drawing the attention of the World Hunters Association. Just then, Insong got a phone call. Mr. Yu, did you receive the premium Hanwoo beef we sent? We're greatly looking forward to our partnership. Inseong was a bit flustered, but he thanked the caller for the generous gift. He glanced at the GIF, thinking to himself, now that my novel is in the world's top 10, their attitude has completely changed. The caller quickly added, oh, but of course, it was the least we could do. If you manage to hit the #1 spot, we'll be sure to send you much, much more. Whoa, even more. I'll definitely do my best. In fact, I just finished 5 new chapters. I'll send the manuscript right over. The caller sounded ecstatic. Yes, yes. Thank you so much. After hanging up, Inseong thought with a grin. My writing speed has exploded ever since I became a loyal vassal. It's on a whole other level now. After they finished playing, Seo-jun looked up at him. Mister, I think you become a super famous author now. Can I go tell my friends? Oh really? Then go ahead and treat your friends to some terakbaki. Tell them I'll give them all autographs. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. 2 clones have been added. S-rank sacrifices, 3,000 out of 10,000. Writing ability has increased by 850 points. Inseong thought to himself, huh. My S-rank sacrifice count reached 3,000 just from killing that one orc. It's great that my writing skill went up. But I also gained more clones from it. Another message popped up. The 2 recently added clones can now be summoned simultaneously. Inseong's eyes lit up. 2 at once? I have to try this now. He placed his fingers on his forehead, activating the skill. Prosperity's gesture. A powerful energy radiated from his forehead. Seo-jun stared, confused. Huh? Mister. The summoning finished, and Inseong stared in shock. You too, he thought to himself. They look exactly like I did when I was a kid. His niece suddenly hopped onto his shoulders. Whoa, uncle, you made 2 more of you. Is this some kind of S-rank hunter power? Even Insin was taken by surprise. Huh? Yeah. Just then, the clone in the coat pointed a finger at them, radiating an aura of pure destruction. Insin was baffled. What did you just say? The clone repeated its single command, destroy. But before it could finish, its stomach let out a monstrous growl. Seo-yeon giggled. He must be really hungry. Uncle, let's go get some hamburgers. His tummy's making loud noises. Insin sighed, completely powerless. Is that right? All right, hamburgers it is. Cut to the burger joint, where one of Inshin's clones was absolutely devouring a burger. Inshin decided to name them in his head. The one with the mole on his forehead would be Sam Shin, and the one holding the pen, Sei Shin. Sashin claimed to be busy and simply returned to Inshin's main body. I wonder what their abilities really are, he thought. Just as he named them, an evaluation window had appeared. Status window, Yu Sam Shin. A seed of the god of destruction, aged for eons. Special note, can only speak the word destroy. Yu Sei Shin. A seed of the god of creation, aged for eons. Special note, always carries a fountain pen. How in the world, Inshin wondered, did the legendary seeds of gods end up as my clones? Suddenly, an emergency broadcast blared from a customer's phone. An S-rank monster has appeared in Gangdong District. All residents in the surrounding areas are ordered to evacuate to the nearest shelter immediately. A panic murmur spread through the restaurant. What? Another S-rank monster? Is this the beginning of the end? Just then, a colossal foot smashed through the restaurant floor. A hideous monster clawed its way out of the newly formed crater. Chaos erupted as people screamed and fled. But Inshin remained perfectly calm, turning to his niece. Are you scared of that monster? Seo Yun replied. Nope, because you're here with me. He smiled. That's my girl. Just give your uncle a second, and I'll take care of this. But before he could even move, Sam Shin roared. Destroy. A powerful wave of energy erupted from him, instantly vaporizing the monster, leaving even Inshin stunned. The panicked crowd slowly came to a halt, their eyes fixed on Sam Shin. That kid just annihilated an S-rank monster. Look, it's absorbing it. Is he a monster too? Where are the other hunters? Wait, isn't that S-rank hunter Yu Inshin? But what's he doing with that? That monster child? Sam Shin just sighed and muttered, destroy. The crowd's murmurs turned to raw fear. He's so terrifying. Is he going to eat us next? Inshin knew this was bad. If I don't handle this perfectly, things are going to get ugly. Inshin quickly stepped forward with Sam Shin. Everyone, this is my apprentice. He won't hurt anyone, I promise. But Sam Shin only said the one word he knew. Destroy. Destroy, someone shrieked. That's what he yelled before he fired that laser. Run for your lives. And just like that, the crowd scattered in terror, leaving only Inshin and his family in the empty restaurant. Well, so much for that, he thought. But what was that power just now? He used an aura of destruction to completely consume the monster. A system notification appeared. The omnipotent heavenly sword commented while swinging his blade, those little rascals need to be disciplined from a young age. Another message chimed in. The silently creeping nightmare advised, do not raise such a terrifying creature. You should kill it immediately. Then, a message from the Lord of Infinite Wealth. Though it is a seed of destruction, with proper guidance, it could become a great asset. The Lord of Infinite Wealth might have a point, Inshin mused, but the safer bet is to just eliminate the threat right now. But then Sam Shin began to fade away, muttering, destroy. Inshin was shocked. What? He disappeared. Seo Yan said sadly. Uncle, what's wrong? As he vanished, Sam Shin patted her head one last time, his word destroy now seeming to mean, don't worry, I'll be fine. Seo Yun's face lit up. Okay, little uncle, come play again soon. Sam Shin gave a determined destroy, before vanishing completely. Inshin was left completely bewildered. What in the world was that? How are those two able to understand each other? Later, back at his home, Inshin sat deep in thought. Sam Shin's power is on another level. If I can learn to control it properly, I might actually stand a chance against the emperors at the Festival of the Gods. A new system notification pinged. Special note for you, Sam Shin. The kind heart of Seo Yun has begun to soothe his dark energy. He has developed a fondness for the hamburgers she recommended. Try feeding him 10 or more hamburgers daily. The results may exceed your expectations. So despite the constellation's worries, it seems Seo Yun is actually purifying Sam Shin's dark energy, he realized, which means Sashin's ability is still a total mystery. That fountain pen he carries feels incredibly suspicious. Just then, a notification popped up. A new quest has been generated. Quest, create a blockbuster film that will take the universe by storm. Attract followers with a deeply moving performance. Inshin blinked. Huh? Did I read that right? It wants me to do. What? The system continued. You will now be transferred to the battlefield of the Galactic Empire. Wait, what? Right now? Wait a second. I still have that negotiation with the king during the Festival of the Gods. Just then, Yin Shin was teleported elsewhere. He was surrounded by strangers in bizarre orange outfits. They stared at him, whispering, Huh? That's him. One guy suddenly shouted and ran toward him. You're finally here. A stunned Yin Sin could only reply, yes. Hello. The others started buzzing amongst themselves. Is that really him? The divine being who saved the Empress. The Empress was in utter despair, so she sent for him herself. He's the only actor who can replace Sir Number 1, who abandoned us for the Tower of Warriors. The purple-haired man grabbed Yin Shin's hand, his eyes gleaming. It's a true honor to finally meet you in person. This film was supposed to introduce Number 1's greatest rival, but then he just up and left for the Tower of Warriors. Yin Shin furiously yanked his hand away, thinking to himself, so I'm nothing but a replacement for Number 1? The nerve of these people. He snapped, forget it. I'm busy. Go find someone else. But the purple-haired man clung to his arm, pleading, no, please. I'm begging you, just this once. I swear I will make you a universal-level superstar. Yin Shin scoffed internally. A universal superstar? Yeah, right. Does he think I'm an idiot? If he doesn't let me go, he can't blame me for what happens next. A system window suddenly materialized before him. Citizens of the Galactic Empire are shocked by the news that Du Sin has accepted the lead role in the Empress's new film. Du Yin's number of potential followers is increasing at an explosive rate. Another notification followed. Du Yin's potential followers in the Galactic Empire, 252,528,828,404. And the number is still climbing rapidly. Yin Sin turned to the director. How many people are in the Galactic Empire? Around 50 trillion, the director replied. Why do you ask? Yin Sin's mind was racing. A total population of over 50 trillion. And a single piece of news just got me over 250 billion potential followers. So, if I can just get these fans to say, I believe in doing Sin. His thoughts trailed off as he whirled around and grabbed the director's hand. Let's do this. I'll sign the contract right here and now. I'll give it my all, starting this very second. Does this mean I could actually get 1 trillion followers? Just then, Du Yin received a call from the man who'd given him the beef. Oh, hello. I know this is a critical time for you, but I had to ask. How is your writing coming along? Yin Shin stammered, right now. I'm shooting a movie. I'm taking a short break for personal reasons. He thought to himself, I can't believe it. I'm literally in outer space and I'm still getting calls about my novel deadline. The voice on the other end was confused. Personal reasons? What kind of personal reasons? Yin Shin just laughed it off and said, just post an announcement that I'm taking a short hiatus. That's all. Goodbye. The butcher panicked. What? A hiatus? Wait a second. Before the man could finish, Yin Shin ended the call. The director turned toward him. Actor Du Sin, we are ready for the next scene. Yin Shin thought, my novel is important. True. But right now, the future of Earth is my priority. The cameras began to roll as Yin Shin performed the divine heavenly demon sacred sword technique. And cut. That's a wrap for this scene. Next up, we're shooting Sir Number 1's fight scene, so please get ready. Understood, Yin Shin replied. A staff member handed Yin Shin, now dressed as his character Yin Ho, a prop sword. What do you think? The director crafted this himself, so it should be very easy to use. Yeah, it's really easy to move with, Yin Ho replied. Huh? A system notification appeared. The Saintess Anti and the people of the Gaza Kingdom have created a golden idol. Do you wish to accept it? The system opened an interface for Yin Shin to choose. Auntie, what is this? Auntie replied. It is a statue made of gold. Please, accept it. Du Yin Shin thought to himself, ever since she discovered that gold mine, Auntie has been wondering what to do with it. Did they all really gather just to make a golden statue for me? But if it's real gold, its value would be. Ahem. I am only accepting this because of their sincere hearts, definitely not because of the money. And how could I ever say no to that hopeful sparkle in Auntie's eyes? The system window appeared again. Golden idols of greed crafted. 9. Yin Shin internally screamed, wait a minute. Why did the name suddenly change from Golden Idol to Golden Idol of Greed? The system issued a new quest. Craft 300 Golden Idols of Greed and an extraordinary miracle shall occur. Yin Shin thought, not just a small miracle, but an extraordinary one. I feel a little guilty for this, but, Auntie, could you possibly make 291 more statues? Auntie replied with a determined growl. Of course. I will work as hard as I can to make them and offer them to you. Damn it. Thank you very much, Yin Shin said awkwardly. I have no idea what's going to happen after I get 300 of these things. Approximately 10 days later, according to Earth's calendar, Yin Shin sat scrolling on his phone, thinking, so today is the last day of filming. Huh. It's been 10 days on Earth, but time here moves 4 times slower, so we've been at this for 40 long days. His phone was broadcasting the news. The Hunter War tournament had begun, and the round of 16 was now underway. Model. On the Korean side, Du Yun Shin 2, Du Yun Shin 3, Song Min Ah, and Song Mi Ri had all successfully advanced to the round of 16. It's a good thing my clones can compete in the Hunter's War. In fact, they're probably doing a better job than I could myself. Back in the office of the Hunter Federation's chairman, a man was deep in conversation with Yin. He questioned him. You possess the ability to create clones as well? That doesn't matter, as long as your clones are just as powerful as the original. Yunshin replied with a confident smirk. Oh, don't you worry. Their combat abilities are second to none. He thought to himself. At this rate, we'll reach 1 trillion followers in no time. All thanks to the incredible movie we shot. Just then, a system notification appeared. Ante has finished crafting 300 golden idols of greed. Yunshin was shocked. Whoa, they're already done? The system continued. Ante's gold contains the divine essence of an unknown high god. Offering the 300 golden idols to this nameless god will trigger a phenomenal miracle. The system then prompted Yunshin. Do you wish to offer the 3 golden idols to the unknown high god? Yunshin immediately accepted. There was no way he would pass up a phenomenal miracle. Suddenly, a new notification left him completely floored. Whoa, for real? You can't be serious. A new quest window appeared. Archangel Promotion Quest in Progress. S-Class followers with transcendent potential, 600 out of 10,000. The system explained that offering the golden idols of greed to the unknown high god had transformed them into S-Class followers with the potential to become transcendent beings. From now on, every golden idol of greed that is created will increase the follower count by 1. Yunshin was overjoyed. Oh my god, I have no idea who you are, high god, but thank you so much. With this power, I'll be able to defeat both the Emperor and the God of Destruction. Meanwhile, in a land called Anxia, 2 monster chieftains were performing a dark ritual to summon their Emperor. The time has come. We must kill that fledgling god and offer him as a sacrifice. At that moment, a powerful arm shattered the energy sphere from within. The Emperor of Anxia emerged from the crimson energy orb. Finally, the moment has arrived. The scene changes back to Du Yunshin, who is now in the middle of a live television interview. God of Space is more than just a movie. It's a legendary masterpiece about the courageous hero, number 1, and his guardian deity, a story that will echo through eternity. Du Yunshin's masterful and emotionally charged performance had everyone eagerly asking about his next project. Could Du Yunshin be on the verge of becoming the god of cinema itself? Yunshin mused to himself. The movie topped the box office charts the moment it premiered. I guess I really do have a knack for acting. He then raised the microphone to his lips and addressed the crowd. Hello, everyone. I am Du Yunshin. First, I want to thank you all for the incredible love you've shown for God of Space. The audience went wild, screaming, Woo, Du Yunshin, you're the best. He thought, it's not just the fans in this hall who are watching. Countless others are tuning into the live broadcast. I have to seize this chance right here and now. I am thrilled to announce to everyone that God of Space 2 will soon begin production, and I will be playing the main character. When it hits theaters, we guarantee it will be an even more exhilarating experience than the first film. He shouted into the mic. Does everyone here believe that the sequel will also be a massive success? If you do, then I want you to say, I believe in Du Yunshin. A sudden, confused silence fell over the entire hall and all the viewers watching from home. He panicked internally. Ah, crap, this isn't working. This isn't some cult. They're not just going to go along with this. But before he could finish that thought, a girl in the audience screamed at the top of her lungs, I do. I believe in Du Yunshin. After she spoke, others began to join in. I believe in Du Yunshin. Too. Me too. I believe in him. You can do it. Du Yunshin. A system window popped up. Total civilian followers in the Galactic Empire, 652,331,352,604. Total S-Class followers with transcendent potential in the Galactic Empire, 2,254. Yunshin's heart swelled with pure elation. Ha ha ha. 652 billion. I had high expectations, but this is beyond anything I ever dreamed of. And I got more S-Class followers too. I was hoping for 1,000, maybe even 10,000. But at this rate, reaching that goal is completely within my grasp. The scene then shifts, revealing Yunshin aboard a massive spaceship traveling through the vast emptiness of outer space.
Just a few more fan signings, and I'll finally ascend to the rank of Grand Archangel. Then, I can finally go home to Earth.
But ever since he stepped into the void trial on the 46th floor, he hadn't caught a single glimpse of number 1. He recalled what he'd heard about the 46th floor. A realm of absolute darkness. A place where only one's mental fortitude offered any defense. He doubted he could handle it alone. No, more than that. He wondered if there was anything he could do to help. Just then, a system notification appeared. Number 1 is requesting to share the skill. Eyes of the Eyeless God. Do you grant permission? Du Insin smiled faintly. Of course, he thought. Let me lend you a hand. Number 1. Suddenly, a horrifying image of a clown flooded his vision. Number one was utterly bewildered. Thanks to Du Insin's shared skill, he could finally see the world around him. He found himself in a desolate, dark space, and sitting before him was a clown, playing a game of chess. It seems they've all been defeated, the clown mused. What a useless bunch. At its feet lay countless chess pieces of various shapes, but there's no need to worry, it cooed. There are still plenty of pieces left to play with. As it spoke, it placed a strange new piece on the board. Number one's blood ran cold. One of the chess pieces looked exactly like Du Insin. What kind of monster is that thing? He thought frantically. Is it an enemy of Du Insin? Just then, the clown let out a grotesque laugh. I do hope you'll entertain us this time, it giggled. Don't you feel it? The foolish apostle, borrowing the eyes of the eyeless god. The clown's smile widened into a horrifying grin. In-ho angrily pushed back. You bastard, what did you do? The masked clown scoffed with contempt. A lowly creature like you has no right to stand before me. Could this be the karma brought about by the god of destruction? Its eyes blazed with a deadly crimson light. Very well, it declared. You've earned the right to know my name. Behold, the instinct of destruction. A new notification flashed. The eyes of the blind god will now review the history of the abyssal dragon. An explanation echoed forth from a pulsating purple crystal. In the beginning, it was merely a piece of flesh, carved from the god of destruction by the white-armored knight. But over eons, it stirred, like a hatchling breaking from its shell. From that single piece of flesh, a colossal crowned dragon was born. This was the birth of the abyssal dragon. From that moment on, it acted on pure instinct, annihilating everything in its path. No god or apostle could stand against it. And so, it devoured countless gods and their followers. After thousands of years, it finally gained its own sapient wisdom. After wiping out everything in existence, the dragon muttered to itself, "How boring." Once it had gained reason, the dragon grew bored. So it began to play games, with a planet teeming with life. It marked certain beings with the sigil of the abyss, those it deemed capable of becoming useful sources of power. It planned to devour them once they had fully matured. And then, growing bored once more, it created another game. The God Creator. Right here on Earth, the masked clown let out a sinister laugh. Do you understand now? I am the one true apostle of the god of destruction. A god you insignificant humans call the abyss, and the very being who brings you fear and despair. In-ho gritted his teeth, his voice shaking with rage. Are you saying the apocalypse is just a game to you? Why? The clown waved a dismissive hand. Don't you humans hunt animals simply to satisfy your own hunger? This is no different. It brought a hand to its chin, muttering, My offerings are nearly ripe. Father will surely be pleased with this feast. A demonic smile spread across the clown's face. Once those who call themselves heroes have truly matured, we will devour them, along with the entire earth. And then, this world will be nothing but a barren wasteland. How absurd. In-ho seethed inwardly. He clenched his fists tightly. Fine, he thought. You're strong. I'll give you that. Strong enough to swallow the earth on a whim. Then, a confident smile spread across In-ho's face. But it won't be so easy this time. Because our god, Du Insin, is here. The scene shifts to Du Insin, who is staring at his phone. I knew it, he thought. The abyssal dragon is still alive. A worried expression crossed his face. But it can choose the time of its appearance. They're definitely plotting something. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as a terrible suspicion dawned on him. Could it be that the festival of gods between me and the Emperor was also part of their plan? If that were true. Du Insin shuddered, picturing Earth's inevitable destruction. If the abyss descends, Earth is finished. I have to get stronger before that happens. And to do that, I must defeat the Emperor first. His purple-haired friend smiled beside him. Let's head to the next signing event. Du Insin quickly agreed. All right, he sighed, looking at the game on his computer screen. For now, I need to gather as many normal and S-rank followers as possible. But before that, I need to check something. He began calculating the number of his followers on Earth, which had grown thanks to his clone's activities. The current number should be. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto two figures on the game screen. Wait, what? So Roycio and Sasaki are facing off in the semifinals. That means the other bracket shows a clone of Du Insin, standing against another combatant. He thought with a sigh of resignation. So my clones are finally going to meet. On the other side, the referee's voice boomed. We will now begin the match between Hunter Roycio and Sasaki. His eyes were glued to the screen, brimming with excitement. It's finally starting. Suddenly, Du Yin spotted a crack forming in the air behind the referee, and he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Huh? What in the world is that? The scene warped instantly as a system notification echoed. Exclusive authority, Eye of the Blind God, has been activated. The bull-headed monster roared in fury. Say what you just said to me again. The Emperor, his body shrouded in a sinister dark aura, slowly parted his lips. I said, "The power you granted me is insufficient." Beside him, the snake woman shrieked in outrage. "How dare an insolent whelp like you criticize the power you've been granted?" The Emperor continued to mutter, "This much power is absolutely nothing." And that is precisely why. His eyes began to glow with a brilliant, greedy light. "Now, hand over every last drop of your divine power to me." A flicker of fear crossed the snake woman's face. "What did you just say?" But the bull-headed monster's fury only grew. This bastard. His entire body began to swell to a monstrous size, and he slammed his foot into the ground with earth-shattering force. "How dare a worthless piece of trash like you defy a higher-ranking god? Die." But the snake woman held him back. "You can't kill him. We still need him for our revenge. Once everything is over, I will devour him myself. I'd rather descend to earth myself, even if I must suffer the consequences and pay the price with my own divine power," she added with a hint of desperation. "But the god of destruction will soon descend upon earth. I must erase it from existence before he arrives." Suddenly, the bull monster felt something crawling beneath his skin, and panic seized him. "This bastard. He's inside my body." The snake woman stared in horror. "What's inside your body?" Suddenly, the bull monster's jaws gaped open. He clamped down hard on her shoulder. She raged, "This monster, have you gone insane?" The bull monster mumbled, "It's not my will." Just then, a sinister voice echoed through the air. "Share skill of the follower." The snake woman realized with dawning horror that this strange phenomenon was all the Emperor's doing. Impossible. How could a higher-ranking god fall under control so easily? After finishing off the bull monster, the Emperor turned his cold gaze toward the snake woman. "Now, it's your turn." With a single slash, his sword tore through her arm. She clutched the bleeding stump, hissing in pain. "Is this how you repay our gift?" The Emperor let out a contemptuous laugh. "The law of the evil gods is simple. The strong devour the weak, the feeble are meant to perish." She lashed out with her massive tail. The attack swept across the battlefield, leaving a path of utter devastation in its wake. The snake woman roared in defiance, "I will not be crushed like some insignificant insect." In a flash, the Emperor appeared right behind her. "Behind you." And once again, his blade sank deep into her flesh. The Emperor taunted her, "You'll have to do better than those predictable attacks to defeat me." "So, the so-called great gods aren't so special after all, are they?" She opened her mouth as a green mist poured forth. "You've fallen right into my trap." Her jaws unhinged, stretching impossibly wide. From deep within her throat, a sphere of condensed green energy aimed straight for the Emperor. She thought, "I'll pour every last shred of my divine power into this. Die." For a moment, even the Emperor seemed stunned by the attack. A massive pillar of light pierced straight through his chest. She thought, her consciousness fading, "Even if I die, I'm taking you, you bastard Emperor, with me." But in the next instant, the Emperor's voice echoed through the silence. "To think that was the best you could muster with your full power." He appeared completely unscathed, a mocking smile on his face. What a pathetic little spark of fire. The snake woman's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. "How? How could you withstand my sacred flames?" The Emperor raised his hand, and a sinister purple flame ignited in his palm. "As a final gift, I'll let you witness the flames born from this body." And just like that, a colossal pillar of purple fire erupted from the ground. When the flames subsided, the snake woman's body had been incinerated to ash. He raised his hand coldly. "Have a taste of your own medicine." The Emperor activated the skill, Devour, and a grotesque transformation began on his arm. The tail behind him receded, and his entire body condensed into a more compact, powerful form. A system notification rang out. "Title acquired, Grand God. Congratulations. You have completed the tutorial." He clenched his fist, trembling with exhilaration. At long last, this grueling training course is finally over. A wave of pure power washed over the Emperor as he roared. "I waited so long for this moment." The system prompt appeared once more. "Having completed the training course, you are now free to leave. Do you wish to return to Earth?" He chuckled in delight, muttering, "Good. It's time we even the score." A black hole materialized, swallowing him whole. The scene shifts to Du Yin. Sweat poured down his face as a horrifying thought crossed his mind. The Emperor can actually kill a great evil god. Du Yin recognized the gate instantly. So this is how the Emperor returns to Earth? So that's why the blind god's eye activated, he realized. On his screen, the portal swelled, growing larger by the second. Du Yin realized with a sinking heart, the other hunters couldn't see the gate at all. A cold dread gripped him. He wasn't a true deity yet, but he had to get back to Earth. Immediately. If this kept up, Everyone was going to die. The scene shifts as a system notification chimes. You have successfully returned to Earth. The Emperor's feet touched down on solid ground. He narrowed his eyes, his voice sharp. Who are you? Seated casually before the Emperor was a masked jester. A nearby broadcast crackled to life. The semi-final round of the Hunter War will now commence. The masked jester finally spoke, his voice dripping with amusement. My, what a warm welcome. The Emperor's eyes flashed with fury at the condescending tone. The jester continued, not missing a beat. I never imagined you could actually devour a great evil god. I'm so moved. A twisted, yet satisfied smile spread across his mask as he looked upon the Emperor. At long last, the countless lives and divine power sacrificed to create the training lock have been rewarded. You are my one, my only, my most successful. The Emperor's voice dropped to a dangerous low. What did you just say? He demanded, his rage barely contained. You're the bastard who created that hellish training lock. Unfazed, the masked jester calmly rose to his feet. Indeed, I am the Abyss, your creator, and an apostle of the god of destruction. He threw his arms wide in celebration. To see you return safe and sound. Before he could finish, a blur of motion appeared across his neck. Blinded by pure rage, the Emperor had struck him down without a second thought. He roared in absolute fury. You trapped us in that damned lock. You were the one who killed my mother, weren't you? The Emperor stomped on the jester's head, seething with hatred as he turned away. You son of a bitch. But the body beneath his boot dissolved into a mere straw puppet. The Emperor growled in frustration. How dare you use a decoy? He bellowed, his voice shaking with rage. You coward. I know you're hiding somewhere on this planet. I will find you, and I will kill you in the most painful way imaginable. He swore an oath, his voice echoing with power. And I will finally have my mother's revenge. A system window materialized before him. The god of war, slaughter, and madness is observing you. The Emperor's anger vanished in an instant. He dropped to one knee, bowing his head in reverence. Forgive my shameful display, O great god of war. The god of war, slaughter, and madness desires the blood and soul of the fledgling god. As per your contract, the Emperor's mind raced. It's just as the god of war said. I received this blessing in exchange for Du Yinsin's life, but I still don't understand why they desire such a young deity. The Emperor responded without a hint of hesitation. I will sever Du Yinsin's head and offer it to you as a sacrifice. And with those words, his body vanished into thin air. The scene cuts to the Hunter War arena. An unnatural silence had fallen over the entire stadium. A spectator whispered in disbelief. How is this possible? Roger. As the dust settled, Roger was on the ground, struggling to stand. Sasaki sneered from above. This is even more pathetic than I imagined. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. What an unbelievable upset. Roger, lauded as the world's strongest warrior, has been brought to his knees by a rookie from Japan. Roger gritted his teeth, humiliated by Sasaki's utter contempt. Du Yinsin's clone placed a hand on his shoulder. It's not over yet. He's an apostle of an evil god. You can't kill him right now. He analyzed Sasaki. He just did something incredibly reckless. Roger trembled, the horrifying truth dawning on him. That dark power, it could only be borrowed from an evil god. I never thought a man like you could wield such a force. Sasaki's voice was ice cold. You talk too much, old man. Are you looking for a quick death? Roger roared back to life, regaining his momentum and charging forward. Of course not. Evil like you must be eradicated immediately. Sasaki poured dark energy into his blade, shouting, This time, I'll end you for good. But suddenly, a new presence descended from the sky, halting their battle in an instant. An overwhelming pressure crushed down on them, forcing both warriors to their knees. Panic erupted in the stands. What is that thing? Wait a second. Isn't that a monster? The Emperor's voice boomed. I have a question for you. His voice thundered across the entire arena. My enemy. Where is Du Yinsin? The sheer force in his voice alone caused the stadium to crumble. The announcer screamed into the microphone. All spectators, evacuate the premises immediately. The entity that just appeared as a triple S class threat, on par with the Abyss Dragon. Hearing this, the audience fled in sheer terror. On par with the Abyss Dragon. Run. Everybody run. Du Yinsin's clone stared in disbelief. Is that the Emperor? A cold sweat ran down his back as he processed the scene. No, this isn't the same Emperor I knew. I sense a completely different energy from him. I have to stop him now. Du Yinsin's clone began to slowly walk toward the chaos, his mind racing to form a plan, while I buy some time. The real me has to hurry back. The Emperor demanded again, his patience wearing thin. I will ask one last time. Where is Du Yinsin? Pinned to the ground, Sasaki was stunned. He's looking for Du Yinsin? The one in the semifinals. What could a monster like that possibly want with him? My sword. At that moment, a voice echoed from his blade. Cut down the Emperor. Sasaki struggled back to his feet as the artifact of greed and deception shrieked in his hand. And just like that, he lunged forward, unleashing the Reaper's scythe. What? The blade sliced directly toward the Emperor's neck. But in a cruel twist of fate, the sword shattered into pieces. The Emperor's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with contempt. The borrowed power of a dead god is utterly worthless against me. He unleashed his ultimate technique, God of Fire's Annihilation. The entire arena erupted in a hellish inferno, instantly swallowing Seiki whole. The Emperor watched dispassionately as Seiki collapsed, the two halves of his broken blade clattering to the ground. A knot of dread formed in Du Nisin's stomach as he thought, how can a single great god be this powerful? Do I even stand a chance of stopping him? Du Nisin clenched his fists, steeling his resolve. No, I just have to hold out until my true body arrives. Just then, the Emperor turned his head coldly. So, you found me. What a troublesome insect. The Emperor slowly turned, his gaze locking onto their position. A wicked grin spread across his face as he uttered the name. Du Insin. Having locked onto his target, the Emperor vanished, reappearing before Du Nisin in an instant. There you are. His speed was simply inhuman. With danger closing in, Du Nisin raised his middle finger. God's judgment. The arena erupted in a massive explosion, shrouding everything in dust. Du Nisin frowned, surveying the devastation. Seeing this, the Emperor let out a mocking laugh. Is that really the best you can do? Du Nisin summoned every last ounce of his strength to fend off the bloodthirsty monster, but the creature's speed was overwhelming. Du Nisin could barely keep up. Suddenly, the Emperor sensed another presence. Du Tamsin appeared from nowhere, launching a surprise attack. His strike obliterated the Emperor's tail, slamming it into the ground. He moved with the swiftness of the wind. Che Kang-san rallied his guild. That thing is on par with the Abyss Dragon. Focus all your firepower and bring him down now. As the Emperor hovered high above, every hunter aimed their attacks at him. A smirk played on his lips. A swarm of buzzing flies, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished completely from sight. Byung-hyun was stunned. He's gone. Where could he have disappeared to? The words had barely left his mouth when he looked down. A storm of 1,000 blades erupted from below, a chaotic assault from every angle. But the Emperor effortlessly weaved through the attack. To think you were this weak. It seems my caution was entirely misplaced. A deep gash tore across Du Insin's chest. His body trembled as the ground shook once more. The Emperor lunged. Now, you will become a worthy sacrifice for the god of war. Two faces, a world of difference between them. One filled with terror, the other with the triumphant confidence of a predator. But then a brilliant flash of light stopped the Emperor's killing blow. A fist slammed directly into his face. A system message rang out. Du Insin has arrived. The festival of the gods will now commence. The Emperor was sent flying for several kilometers. Du Insin cursed, damn it, I had a fan signing event on the other side of the galaxy. That's why I'm late. Clutching his cheek, the Emperor muttered, Who? Du Insin smirked, You're asking who I am. He declared with absolute confidence, I am Du Insin, the galactic superstar, and the one you've been so desperately hunting for. He invoked the god's finger of healing. In an instant, everyone's wounds vanished without a trace. Kang Gayam sat up, recognizing the power. This healing ability. It's Du Insin. Du Nisin was overjoyed. You finally decided to show up, huh? My true self. But what's with this new look? He asked with suspicion. Du Tamsin found it strange as well. Du Insin just laughed it off casually. Is everyone all right? Rest easy. For I, Du Insin, have come to save you. The more he talked, the more suspicious Du Nisin grew. Why are you talking like that? You got a screw loose or something? The Emperor pressed his lips into a thin line. So that bastard can even create avatars. Du Nisin began to lecture him. Where the hell have you been all this time? Du Insin glanced around furtively, then whispered back. I had to direct a scene on set for my goal of becoming a great god. The clone couldn't quite make out what he was saying. A voice buzzed through Du Insin's earpiece. We're all set, sir. Mr. Du Insin, the entire Grand Cosmos is watching your performance live. Okay, now adjust your expression. Look more pitiful and serious. Action. He adopted a pensive look. I'm in the middle of filming Outer God 2, and this entire battle is being live-streamed. The director's voice cheered him on. The costume looks amazing. Even with my special effects, you genuinely look like a divine being. Your followers and S-Class believers from the Grand Cosmos Alliance are increasing at an incredible rate. Du Insin grinned to himself. I don't know how insane this director is for suggesting a live broadcast. But damn, it's effective. My follower count is skyrocketing. A realization dawned on the Emperor. So, I've been fighting a mere clone this entire time? A sinister smile quickly returned to his face. The Emperor's terrifying power exploded outwards, and every hunter on the battlefield cried out, clutching their heads in agony. Che Kang-san fought to stay conscious. His power is so immense it's putting this much pressure on even S-rank hunters. He's truly on the same level as the Abyss Dragon. He could wipe every single one of us out. No, with Du and Sin here, we might still have a chance. The Emperor reveled in his own power. Yes, this makes sense. There's no way my fated rival could have been so pathetic. Otherwise, what was the point of accumulating all this strength? The great god of war is watching. Let the true festival of the gods begin. A look of pure ecstasy shone in his eyes. Facing the Emperor, Du and Sin's own eyes blazed with killing intent. He turned to the others. Leave this to me, all of you. Evacuate now. The Emperor scoffed. This is hardly the time for you to be worried about anyone else. You and Sin deftly dodged the attack. Frost Miasma Master, this is getting too dangerous. Kang Jeong cried out, Sword God. But then, his eyes widened at an unbelievable sight. His clone, Yu Sin, had just severed both of the Emperor's hands. Excellent work, Yu Sin praised, but his clone looked disgusted. Oh, that was nasty. You can save the compliments. The Emperor stared at his severed wrists, his fury igniting. You wretched insects! But the assault wasn't over. His eyes shot open as his third clone, Yu Sin, launched another attack. A colossal pillar of purple magic erupted from the clone's mouth, and the Emperor took the blast head-on. The very heavens and earth seemed to shatter from the impact. Yu Sin unleashed a relentless barrage, forcing the Emperor to desperately evade each strike. He roared in absolute fury. All of this foolishness ends right now. Blinded by rage, the Emperor charged straight for the troublesome clone. Yu Sin smirked, taunting him. Come and get me, you maggot. A bead of sweat trickled down his face, a dark omen. In the next moment, another part of his body was sliced away. The Emperor gritted his teeth through the searing pain. How dare that bastard clone? Yu Sin spoke in a chilling tone. Finish him, main body. The Emperor heard him, confused. What? Suddenly, the real Yu Sin appeared, striking from out of nowhere. One strike, infinite heavenly demon. The Emperor panicked, with no time to react. He absorbed the full force of the attack, triggering a massive explosion. Thick black smoke billowed across the battlefield. Through the haze, Yu Sin landed safely on the ground. He'd been reckless, using far too much holy power to maintain his clones. Yu Sin turned his head. Are you two all right? Both clones signaled that they were fine. We're good. Yu Sin muttered to himself, the Emperor. His enemy's body lay motionless on the ravaged earth. He had to wonder, is he finally dead? The words had barely left his lips when the body stirred. In the center of his chest, an exposed, beating purple heart pulsed with dark energy. A chilling laugh escaped the Emperor's lips. To think, you actually pushed me to the very brink of death. He slowly sat up. I must admit, you are all indeed powerful. However, now I will show you the truth. His eyes began to glow. The true blessing bestowed upon me by the god of war. A grim expression fell over Yu Sin's face. So all this time, he wasn't even using his full strength. He gripped his holy sword tighter. If it's come to this, we have no choice but to give it our all. The three of them charged forward as one. A wicked, crescent moon smile spread across the Emperor's face, just as Yu Sin was about to unleash his technique. In a flash, blood erupted from his chest. The Emperor had pierced straight through him. The others stared in horror, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Yu Sin's body burst into flames, and with a stunned look, he vanished into the inferno. The Emperor casually waved his hand. That's one down. Fury blazed in Yu Sin's eyes. He gathered his power for a charge, the scales of his energy tipping further toward the purple demonic power than the blue. The purple energy flared. Yu Sin coughed, frozen in place as the Emperor's hand plunged through his stomach. The main character rushed forward, screaming, Yu Sin. His second clone's body was also consumed by flames. He cursed with his last breath. Damn you. The Emperor spread his wings, hovering victoriously in the sky. Yu Sin, you are next. He began to summon the divine flames of destruction. But then, a voice roared from below. Stop. The Emperor's entire body was instantly encased in solid ice. Yu Sin was stunned. Ice magic. Isn't that SSS rank hunter Che Kang-san? He's still here. Yu Sin immediately turned to protest. This isn't a battle you should be involved in. One small mistake will mean your death. Che Kang-san just smiled. Don't look down on an SSS rank, Yu Sin. Just watch how I easily restrain this beast you struggled so much against. But as he spoke, cracks began to form in the ice. The Emperor shattered the frozen prison, bursting free. Che Kang-san stared in disbelief. How? How could he break my ice? The Emperor's fury was absolute. How dare you interrupt a festival of the gods? Do you have any idea what you have just done? The battlefield began to tremble violently. The divine entities, Carnage and Frenzy, were enraged by the interruption and placed a curse upon the interloper. The ground beneath Che Kang San's feet fractured, and he struggled just to keep his balance. Oh, what is this? Dark, shadowy tendrils shot up from below. They coiled around his body, squeezing with relentless pressure and causing him unimaginable pain. A being known as Nightmare silently entered the fray, enraged at this violation of divine will. Nightmare issued a challenge to Carnage and Frenzy to participate in the festival themselves. Insin was frozen, his mind reeling. What? Hold on. Why? Shu Bubujin's face went pale as he screamed that they shouldn't fight amongst themselves, for this was a war of the gods. Carnage and Frenzy grinned, declaring, "This is becoming far more interesting. A festival among high-ranking gods is about to begin." Then, Nightmare's voice boomed. "I don't care who else perishes here, but Insin alone is not allowed to die. Since a god has directly cursed a mortal, I too shall shatter the laws of cause and effect, and even if I should perish in the end, I will never allow my beloved to lose his life." What? Insin's confusion deepened into utter shock. The all-powerful celestial sword clicked its tongue, remarking that this was an incredibly reckless decision. However, it also mused that forbidden love was always entertaining, and started munching on popcorn. The scales of power tipped heavily towards the side of purple demonic energy. This raging fire threatens to consume its very vessel. The aura of evil has grown too powerful. To restore the balance designed by the Creator and the God of Harmony, the seal on the scales of fate must be broken. Insin stared at the words, his blood running cold. The seal on the scales. It was shattered. New text blazed across the screen. To defeat this overwhelming evil, the fragments of good and evil must unite. But as of now, the wielder of the good fragment, Insin, was still far too weak. To restore the balance, the Creator's fragment has been infused with the divine power of the original God himself. Insin's mind raced. The Creator's fragment. Could it be Dujin? He did say he had something important to handle. He remembered Dujin's words. "I have a job to do, so don't try to summon me for a while." Not that he could. He didn't have nearly enough divine power anyway. Meanwhile, Dojin was focused, furiously writing. The true nature of his supplementary writing skill was still a mystery. Dujin's brow furrowed in prayer. Insin, just hold on a little longer. Once the God of Harmony's balance is restored by the Creator's divine power, we'll finally have a chance to win. But the Emperor just laughed maniacally. It's over. Insin clenched his fists, determination hardening his face. Sorry, but I'm afraid it's not over that easily. The Emperor stared, confused. What? A brilliant aura erupted around Insin. Because unlike you, I have people who believe in me, people I must protect. A system window flashed. Due to a rapid increase in followers, physical strength has been restored and Insin's divine power has increased slightly. The great god of benevolence quest was nearing completion. Power surged through Insin. Just a little more. If I can just hold out a bit longer, I can finally resonate with all of my followers. So please, believe in me. The Emperor ground his teeth in fury. This damn insect. He's actually getting stronger. He must be gathering his followers from somewhere. But it's a useless gesture. The Emperor slammed his fist into the ground. The earth shattered, sending debris flying. Insin was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing hard and carving a crater into the floor. He grimaced in pain. The great god of benevolence quest. It wasn't finished yet. Insin struggled to his feet, crossing his arms to defend himself. The Emperor sneered, annoyed. Such a worthless struggle. He charged forward, sword raised. I'll simply end you before you can draw power from those believers again. Insin barely blocked the Emperor's devastating strike. His holy sword trembled violently from the impact. At my current level, I can't take another hit like that. The Emperor's eyes glowed with murderous intent as he prepared to strike again. The shadow blade sliced across Insin's chest. His sword cried out in his mind, panicked. Insin, run. You have to survive. The Emperor roared with rage. How dare you? You think I'd ever let him escape? Fueled by his fury, this time he attacked with his bare hands. Insin thought, this is it. I'm finished. But just as the Emperor's hand was about to connect, a system notification rang out. Congratulations. Warrior number 1 has slain thousands of S-rank monsters at faster-than-light speed. All trials of the Warrior's Tower have been cleared. Covered in wounds, Inho emerged, his greatsword resting on it. At that exact moment, Insin's great god of benevolence quest was officially complete. He instantly ascended, becoming a great god of benevolence. Insin levitated into the air, ascending before the Emperor's stunned eyes. The Emperor couldn't believe it. How? How is this possible? Insin felt the new power surging within him, overjoyed. Perfect timing, number 1. So you finally conquered the warrior's tower, huh? Inho had cleared floor 50 and was finally free. He rested the massive blade on his shoulder and stood before him. I have arrived, Sir Insin. Insin said, a little envious. Good work. But what's with that ridiculously buff body? Inho answered cheerfully. I'm not sure why, but it's been this way since I fought the Great Spacetime Alliance on floor 44. Oh, nice, Insin praised. They had completely forgotten someone else was there. Furious at being ignored, the Emperor snapped. You insignificant worms dare to chit-chat in my presence. You think becoming a great god is enough to defeat me. I'll slaughter you both. Insin gave the command. Number 1, let's finish this. Combination attack. Inho responded in an instant. Understood, Sir Insin. They moved in perfect sync, their attacks overwhelming the Emperor. He was completely on the defensive and not happy about it. These damn insects. Meanwhile, the number of believers for the great god of benevolence kept climbing. Inho roared, bringing his blade down on the Emperor. For the first time, a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. Me, defeated by these wretches? Insin appeared behind him, holy sword in hand, ready to strike. The sword's voice echoed in his mind. Now, pour all of your power into me. The heavenly demon break sliced the Emperor in two. As blood sprayed from his mouth, it wasn't red. The viewers and his followers were going wild over Insin's performance. He let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. All conditions have been met. The great god of benevolence quest is complete. Insin had successfully ascended to the rank of great heavenly god. He stepped forward, enveloped in a dazzling, divine aura. Insin's voice was calm. It's enough. Just give up now. The Emperor lay defeated, his heart seething with pure hatred. Damn it all. It can't end like this. I still haven't gotten my revenge. On that bastard god of destruction. In his desperation, he called out to the god of war. Lend me just a fraction of your power for only 25 minutes. In return, I will offer you my body and my very soul. So please, I beg you, grant me this wish. The moment the words left his lips, the heavens turned black. A massive rift tore open the sky. The berserker god of war had answered his call. Instantly, a pillar of crimson energy rained down from the void, engulfing him completely. He let out a maddening scream of pure agony. As he absorbed the demonic power, his body began to transform. From his hands to his feet, crimson scales erupted across his skin. The Emperor was reborn with a terrifying new form. He let out a wicked laugh. 25 minutes is more than enough to slaughter every last one of you, before I hunt down the god of destruction and end him myself. Inho roared in fury. Silence, you filth. How dare you speak so brazenly before Lord Shin? The Emperor just let out a quiet sigh. Insignificant little bug. With a flick of his wrist, he shattered Inho's sword in two. Inho gritted his teeth in rage as the Emperor lunged forward. He quickly activated his infinite iron body technique, but a single strike pierced right through his defense, gouging a fatal wound in his abdomen. The Emperor's hand was buried deep within Inho's flesh. Shin charged forward, holy sword in hand. You damn insect, he yelled. With a single, swift slash, he forced the two apart. Using a divine healing art, Shin tended to Inho's wound. The young warrior struggled back to his feet. Thank you, Lord Shin. The Emperor stood there, arrogant as ever. He licked his hand. Now that's a formidable skill. Inho frowned, realizing the Emperor was enjoying this. So that was my infinite iron body. Shin explained, it's an absorption ability. He can steal the skills of his targets. He then added a grave warning. Right now. That Emperor is a high-ranking god. The Emperor and Shin immediately clashed in a furious exchange. Inho clenched his teeth, fighting through the pain in his gut. I have to. I must help Lord Shin. Their blows were so violent they caused distortions in space itself. The Emperor's laughter echoed, his bloodlust growing with every strike. I'm going to tear you limb from limb. Shin was pushed back, clearly struggling to keep up. This was a true high-ranking evil god. I can't defeat him alone. He gripped his holy sword tighter. It looks like I have no other choice. I have to use that. And I was saving this for the god of destruction. Shin raised his blade to the sky. Summon, treasure of the heavenly sword. The treasure was summoned forth. The holy power of the heavenly sword froze time itself, for 1 full minute. His vision was blinded by the sword's brilliant light. Shin grew anxious. Holy sword, quickly. Just one strike, one clean cut can finish him. Humph, the Emperor grumbled. No matter who it is, or what it is, nothing will interrupt my fight. He let out a defiant roar. even against the power of a high-ranking god. With a single, devastating blow, the Emperor shattered the fabric of frozen time. The Emperor had absorbed too much causality. The summoning of the Heavenly Sword's treasure had failed. Yu Xin was utterly stunned. What in the world? The Emperor sneered, stalking towards him with menace. Your pathetic little tricks are useless against me. Meanwhile, in another place, Yu Xin's hand moved ceaselessly, a pen gliding across paper. In this form, Yu Xin's literary arts subskill skyrocketed from 9 to 1 million. Yu Xin whispered to himself. Finally, the power of the Creator God. A connection formed between them, and he made a request. Share your skill with me. Yu Xin then heard the system's voice. Yu Xin's literary arts skill has reached 1 million. You may now share the universe of all things skill. A wave of relief washed over Yu Xin. You made it just in time, Yu Xin. Seeing him holding a pen, the Emperor scoffed. And what are you going to do with that? Write me to death. He charged forward once more. You never fail to amuse me. Suddenly, Yu Xin's eyes began to glow with a blinding light. The Emperor shielded his eyes from the glare, his resolve unwavering. Trying to trick me with such an obvious hidden card. Pathetic. But as he spoke, the Emperor realized something was terribly wrong. Wait. He was no longer on the battlefield. He had been transported somewhere else entirely. Shock filled his eyes. Wasn't I just fighting that bastard Yu Xin? Where in the hell am I? As he scanned his new surroundings, Yu Xin approached from behind. Hello there, he said, introducing himself. My name is Yu Xin. And what might your name be? The Emperor grew irritated at the question. I am the Emperor. I have no need for something as trivial as a name. But in that same moment, he froze. Wait, come to think of it. What is my name? A memory long buried resurfaced, the gentle voice of his mother. My dear, what shall we eat today? He wondered to himself. It's been so long. I can't even remember my own name. Yu Xin spoke up again. Your name is Emperor. That's a very strange name. The Emperor's thoughts raced. Is this boy a clone of Yu Xin? A weaker version? In that case, I'll just kill him now. Completely ignoring his murderous intent, the boy spoke calmly. You know, one day I'm going to be a writer. I'm going to write something truly amazing. The Emperor was utterly confused. What was this nonsense he was spouting at a time like this? What kind of trick is he trying to pull now? Then, Yu Xin asked the Emperor a serious question. What is it that you truly want to do? The Emperor's hand, poised to strike, froze midair. What? He tried to regain his composure. What else? To kill you, of course. You fool, Yu Jin. My true purpose was always singular, to devour all holy power and force this entire world to its knees. Yu Jin 4 countered, no, that's not it. I know what you truly desire, because in the end, you could have been me. Or I could have been you. The Emperor roared in fury. How dare you speak so confidently? I am the Emperor of a great nation. But the clone simply pointed past him. Calm yourself and look over there. That's what you truly yearn for, isn't it? The Emperor actually did it, and saw a familiar silhouette, a face he knew so well. Tears welled in the Emperor's eyes. It was her, smiling at him. His voice cracked with emotion. Is that, Mother? Mom, why are you here? Yu Jin 4 drove the point home. You wanted to see her one last time, didn't you? The Emperor clenched his fists, his mind reeling. He remembered it now. After completing the trials, he became obsessed with seeking power, completely forgetting what his heart truly craved. And with that, he finally gave up. This is it for me. I've lived a despicable life. I've already fallen into the abyss. Both of them spoke in unison. However, this is enough for now. Space warped back to the battlefield. Before the Emperor stood the real Yu Jin. You have chosen the path to your own demise. Yu Jin himself was a little surprised. So this is the Creator God's universe of all things? The Emperor spoke softly, a final plea. I have no regrets in this life, but I have one last request for you. The one who was my mother's enemy, and my enemy. Find the Dragon of Destruction, and kill him. Yu Jin promised with unwavering certainty. You don't need to worry about that, because I will absolutely end the Dragon of Destruction with my own 2 hands. Satisfied, the Emperor's form began to fade. I see. Yu Jin, I believe in you. A system message appeared. The winner of the Festival of Gods is Yu Jin. At Kangwoo's home, the scales on the altar glowed brightly before dissolving into thin air. Meanwhile, at a home somewhere in Seoul, a TV was broadcasting the final moments of the battle between Yu Jin and the Emperor. A pregnant woman rubbed her belly, judging the scene. So Yu Jin's skill is what killed that terrifying Emperor. He must have gotten lucky. The sound of a key turned in the lock. Her face immediately brightened. Honey, you're home? Her husband walked in, gently scolding her as she came to greet him. You don't need to get up. Someone who's about to have a baby should be resting. She quickly denied it. Oh, please. Being pregnant and doing nothing all day is so boring. The woman changed the subject. I've already finished cooking dinner. You should eat before it gets cold. Hearing that, her husband went straight to the table. Wow, look at all this food. Thank you for making all of this. The two of them began to eat together. While she ate, she scrolled through a novel on her phone. He asked with some curiosity, "Are you still reading that novel where the main character is a total loser? Is it fun? I feel like I see you reading it every single day." The woman smiled. No, not really. To be honest, the author misses a lot of deadlines. This made him wonder, so why do you still read it? It's just. She hesitated, and her expression suddenly turned strangely menacing. There's something about it that I find very curious. The water in a glass reflected the image of a clown and an unknown girl. Elsewhere, in an apartment complex, Yujin 3 was being chased by a little girl named Chae Song-yeon for stealing her cake. "Give me back my cake." Meanwhile, Kang Jian was meditating calmly, trying to achieve the enlightenment needed to reach the Sword Saint realm. And then there was Yujin 2 and Inho, sparring intensely. Yujin 2 offered some praise. Not bad at all. Inho was fired up. It's an honor to hear that from a clone of the great Lord Yujin. And the original Yujin was sitting helplessly at his desk, which looked like a war zone. After I became a greater god, the clone's maintenance time increased. But who knew it would turn into this complete mess? Thankfully, Yujin 4 hated getting mixed up in this den of demons, so he'd already returned to his own space. He remembered his clone's parting words. "Don't even think about calling me while these idiots are here." The more Yujin thought about it, the angrier he got. How am I supposed to get any writing done in a situation like this? Suddenly, a call came through, startling him. "My manager. Did something happen?" Yujin picked up the phone, already in a terrible mood. "Hello?" A cheerful voice came from the other side. "My man, I'm calling to bring you some good news." Yujin grumbled. "Huh? Sorry. I couldn't hear you." Chae Song-yeon was still screaming and chasing someone. "Give my cake back." Yujin 3 suddenly tripped, and the cake flew from his hands. It landed perfectly upside down on Yujin's head. For a moment, there was complete silence. Now, he was beyond furious. "You bunch of idiots." Yujin finally exploded. "Everybody, get out. Right now. I can't even take a phone call in peace." Sensing the danger, everyone quickly agreed to leave. "Yeah, let's go to the training room." Once the space was quiet again, Yujin collected himself. He spoke into the phone. "Okay, manager." The manager sounded excited. I just wanted to share the happy news with you. Because your novel has finally hit #1 on the popularity charts, we've confirmed a print version and a fan signing event." Hearing this news, he was in total shock. A print version and a fan signing? The manager continued, "We've already prepared some materials for it, so I'll call you again later. Get ready for it." Yujin, overjoyed, replied, Okay. Thank you so much." He hung up the phone, his heart soaring with pure joy. "My novel is getting published. Am I dreaming?" Just then, a strange fragrance filled the room. Du Yinshin's senses went on high alert. Huh? Where is that smell coming from? Before he could figure it out, he was plunged into a deep sleep. His eyes were sealed shut until a voice echoed through the darkness, pulling him from the depths. "Hello, my love." Before Du Yinshin stood Nightmare herself. He found himself in a different dimension, utterly stunned. "Nightmare, you're safe." Nightmare crossed her legs, a playful smirk on her face. "Were you really that worried about me, darling?" Du Yinshin answered with confidence. "Sung-suk said you'd win for sure. All I had to do was wait patiently." And she was right. Nightmare beamed at him. "Oh, my dear Sung-suk said that, did she? How touching." Du Yinshin then pleaded, "Anyway, Nightmare, can you please untie me?" She refused. Not yet." With those words, Nightmare leaned in, her fingers gently tilting his chin up. She gave him a soft, tender kiss. A deep blush spread across Du Yinshin's face. Her voice, though clear as a bell, was laced with sorrow. "This is our final gift. From me and my timid older sister." Du Yinshin was floored. "Huh?" Then, Sung-suk appeared beside Nightmare to say farewell. "From this moment on, you will forget we ever existed. Don't even think about getting revenge on the god of war. Just live a peaceful life." A system window appeared. The power of the night blooming rose and abundant Sung-suk has vanished. "Forget you existed? Like hell I will." Du Yinshin roared as he shattered the dreamscape. "No," he cursed, his voice raw with fury. "Forget you? My ass. I will never accept this." Du Yinshin commanded, "Skillshare, teleport." Instantly, a portal door opened in the air. He vanished, reappearing in a completely unfamiliar location. Surveying the chaos before him, his resolve hardened into steel. I don't know what the hell is going on, but something terrible has happened to Nightmare and Sung Suk. Du Yinshin summoned his clones. Du Yinshin 2 and Du Yinshin 3 appeared in a flash. Du Yinshin 2 crossed his arms. So, it's come to this? The original quickly explained the situation. Bottom line, I need your help. The powers from Nightmare and Sung Suk are gone. Du Yinshin 2 raised an eyebrow. We noticed. But why haven't you summoned number 1? Du Yinshin explained. Number 1 is guarding Earth in my absence. He's the ultimate line of defense back home. Of course, I'll call him the second I need him. Hearing this, the other 2 clones burned with fighting spirit. Got it. Then make sure you summon me right away. With the tasks assigned, he stepped onto the battlefield. Power gathered in his hand, his eyes blazing. Skillshare. Du Yinshin 4 Universe of All Things. In an instant, a pen materialized in his grasp. Fully equipped, Du Yinshin strode forward. Let's go. The massive doors swung open, revealing the berserk god of war, lounging on his throne. The god smirked. I've been waiting for you. Du Yinshin was taken aback. Huh? You're younger than I expected. At this, the berserk god of war roared with laughter. Young? Are you trying to flatter me? He taunted casually. This youthful appearance is all thanks to their power. Du Yinshin's eyes shot to the side in horror. He cried out, Sung Suk, Nightmare. They were bound in chains, their strength fading with every second. A firestorm of rage erupted within Du Yinshin. You bastard. How dare you? The berserk god of war remained unfazed. Now, calm down. I'm sure you know what happens to the losers in this game. Anyway, you seem to possess a fascinating item, one that can change the fate of all creation through causality. How amusing. His gaze fixed on the pen in Du Yinshin's hand. Truly, the power of a creator. Even so, it's completely useless against me. Du Yinshin replied coolly, we'll see about that. Now get out of my sight. Sung Suk screamed, Du Yinshin, don't fight him. He's already transcended the level of the high gods. The berserk god of war's face twisted in fury as he clenched his fist. Why is my prize talking so much? Instantly, the chains around Sung Suk tightened, torturing her until she cried out in agony. Du Yinshin's eyes widened in terror. Sung Suk. The pen in his hand began to glow brightly. This had pushed him past his breaking point. Du Yinshin lunged forward. How dare you touch her? I'll cripple you so you can never do that again. But the berserk god of war was ready for him. I already told you that pen is useless against me. But in the next moment, his eyes shot wide open. They had been transported to an entirely new dimension. Du Yinshin explained, they'll be safe as long as we fight here. Then, he issued the formal challenge. All right, shall we begin? I, Du Yinshin, hereby challenge the berserk god of war to a battle at the Festival of Gods. The god of war let out a delighted, wicked laugh. Du Yinshin, have you finally lost your mind? You could have survived by refusing the festival, but instead, you invited me into it yourself. He raised a colossal blade high into the air. I accept your challenge. You sniveling, newborn god. The system's voice echoed through the space. The god of war has accepted the Festival of Gods. Let the battle begin. The frenzied war god charged forward. I'm eager to see how you differ from those other 2 weaklings. Du Yinshin met the charge without hesitation. I'll never forgive you for what you did to Nightmare and Abundance. The massive blade came crashing down. But Yinshin parried it with a single pen. The war god roared, swinging his blade with even greater force. He bellowed with excitement. Not bad at all. Yinshin was forced back, silently acknowledging his immense strength. His boots screeched against the ground as he fought to stay upright. The war god's blade became pitch black, wreathed in crackling crimson lightning. Let's see if you can handle this one. Yinshin had no time to think. He made the only choice he could. Then I'll just meet power with power. Yinshin activated his skill sharing. He unleashed Mountain Breaker Giant. A massive shield materialized just in time to block the demonic sword's descent. Seeing Yinshin unharmed, the war god stared in disbelief. Did you just block my attack with a pen? A smirk played on Yinshin's lips. Oh, that was nothing. In any case, there are plenty more surprises waiting for you. Let's continue. Yinshin shared skill number 1, Divine Fist, Spirit Armor Cannon. A colossal pillar of green energy erupted from his pen, blasting towards the war god. The frenzied war god was completely caught off guard. He took the full force of Yinshin's attack head-on. His entire body was sent flying backward. The war god crashed into the earth with devastating force, blasting a massive crater in the ground. Yinshin panted, a grim smile on his face. I didn't think that would be enough to take him down, but that had to sting, right? His words were a deliberate taunt. The war god's sword was shattered. and his armor had been blown to pieces, but he just grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Not bad. I don't need this weapon anymore. He tossed the broken hilt aside, or this useless armor, for that matter. The shattered plates clattered to the ground, revealing the war god's impossibly muscular physique and his true face. Kweha, he spoke with terrifying cheerfulness. Now, shall we fight like real men? Yushin's fists clenched, his eyes glowing crimson, his voice laced with menace. Shall we begin? Yushin thought to himself. This is happening sooner than I planned, but I have no choice. He raised a hand, calling out, My other selves, lend me your strength. Abundance, gesture. Yushin 2 and Yushin 3 materialized beside him. So, it's finally our turn to shine? The three stood together on the scorched earth. Yushin frowned. It seems Yushin 4 isn't coming out today. Right. Let's get on with it. And keep leveling up my writing skill. Kweha watched this display as if it were a cheap comedy, a pathetic trick from a naive little god. His face twisted into a grotesque, sickening expression. If I devour you, on top of those two supreme gods, I might finally be able to destroy that damn god of destruction. And then, I alone will reign supreme over all other gods. Yushin shot back. I'll be the one to kill the god of destruction. So you can stop worrying and just get lost. Kweha gritted his teeth. What did you say? Such insolence. From a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Yushin 2 retorted. For your information, if the blood on your head dries completely, that just means you're already dead. Yushin 3 snorted, his meaning clear. Just destroy this old fool already. Kweha advanced, each footstep thundering with menace. Fine. Play your little games. Because you won't be playing much of anything. When your head is separated from your shoulders, Yushin 2 drew his blade. In a blur of motion, he vanished, reappearing in an instant, striking at Kweha's chest. Yushin 2 focused his entire power into the blade, roaring, Heavenly Demon Infinity. At the same time, Yushin 3 opened his maw, spewing a torrent of destructive energy. The two combined their attacks. But suddenly, a wicked grin spread across Kweha's face. The bodies of Nightmare and Abundance were still bound and suspended in the air. Nightmare whispered desperately, No. If this continues, it's too dangerous. You can't possibly win against the god of war. Please, I'm begging you. Just run. Back in the fight, Yushin and his clones relentlessly attacked, but it seemed Kweha was completely unharmed, effortlessly dodging every single blow. Yushin 3 leaped back, his claws digging 3 deep gouges into the ground. He rose again, unleashing another blast of magic. But Kweha was growing annoyed. This pathetic struggle was having no effect. He swiped a hand, slicing the magical attack in two. I already showed you this is useless, didn't I? From behind, Yushin 2 launched a surprise attack with his sword. He roared, This time, I'll cut you to pieces. But his intent was easily read. A massive fist crashed down on Yushin 2, sending both him and his sword flying. Yushin 3, already covered in wounds, looked on in frustration. Damn it! Yushin 3 cried out in alarm. Destruction. He never saw the foot descending upon him. Kweha finished them both off with brutal efficiency. Even in agony, as he faded away, Yushin 3's fighting spirit never wavered. Yushin stood motionless, watching them be defeated. As Yushin 2 disappeared, his final words were a warning. That bastard. He's on a whole other level. Be careful. Yushin's heart ached, but he had no choice but to accept. I understand. Thank you for your valiant efforts. Shaking off his stupor, the second Yushin quickly contacted the fourth clone. Yushin, what's the status of your literary power? He answered calmly. Currently, it's in a very stable condition. Yushin felt reassured. All right then. Kweha's voice boomed. Even if there are 3 of you minor gods, you're still just that minor. Is it over? This time, Yushin smirked. That's right, it's over. The ground shook violently, and in a flash, Kweha's body was sliced apart. Yushin turned his head. Just as you said. The war god rages like a thunderstorm. How dare you? The scoundrel fiercely struck back. Don't think you've won. Just because you managed to injure me? Yushin declared loudly. I'll return those words to you. You only defeated my clone, because the pen is mightier than the fist. Enraged, Kweha unleashed a storm of fatal punches. At the same time, Yushin launched a surprise attack. Countless rays of light tore into Kweha's flesh. The assault made Kweha grind his teeth in pure fury. Seeing this, the Sword Saint used his sharp fountain pen to block Kweha's powerful blows, an arrogant look on his face. How's this? Nothing can surpass the power of this pen. Hearing these taunts, Kweha roared, his rage boiling over into a mad frenzy. I am the god of war, a deity who can fight endlessly without tiring. As he spoke, Kuei-ha clenched his hands into tight fists. Then, Kuei-ha powered up, asserting loudly, "These wounds are nothing." He suddenly launched an attack with such confidence it stunned the Sword Saint. "Watch closely. This is why they call me the God of War." The enemy was so powerful that the Sword Saint showed a flicker of confusion. Is he undead or something? Seeing Yushin fall back gave Kuei-ha immense confidence as he voiced a vicious taunt. "If you have any more tricks up your sleeve, you'd better use them now." With that, Kuei-ha went silent. Instead, he clenched his fist, preparing to launch a punch straight at Yushin. The sight left the Sword Saint stunned for a split second. Seizing that moment, Kuei-ha unleashed a world-shaking blow and shouted a dire threat. "You will die right here, right now." The attack was so overwhelming that Yushin struggled to defend, his whole body sent flying back a great distance. The Sword Saint cried out as the direct hit made him cough up blood. Kuei-ha saw this and gloated, his assault never letting up. "How do you like that? This is my true power." The Sword Saint was blasted high into the air. For a moment, it seemed like this was the end, but luckily, the Sword Saint survived. He regained his strength and said, "But this is nothing." He began to unleash a technique from his own hands, the Divine Middle Finger. But seeing that one finger wasn't enough, the Sword Saint combined it with the Divine Pinky. After chanting the incantation, the scorching heat in the air began to gather around the Sword Saint. A massive flame began to blaze from each of his hands as he roared, "Burn that bastard to ash." The moment he gave the command, the flames erupted into a massive torrent that soared into the sky, releasing an immense wave of pressure. Kuei-ha was shocked by Yushin's ferocious counterattack. Just then, a terrifying explosion ripped through the battlefield, kicking up dust and debris everywhere. As the heat of the inferno spread, a thick cloud of smoke billowed upwards. After unleashing such a powerful attack, Yushin anxiously retreated to a safe distance, then wondered aloud in a daze, "Is it over?" Right after he spoke, a familiar, powerful voice echoed from the smoke. It was Kuei-ha. "Over? What's over?" Hearing that, the Sword Saint's head snapped around, his face filled with dread. Just then, Kuei-ha launched a devastating sneak attack. The blow was incredibly powerful, sending the Sword Saint flying once more. Caught completely off guard, the Sword Saint could only struggle to endure, defending himself helplessly. Kuei-ha kept pushing Yushin back, finally stopping when he slammed him into a massive boulder, causing another explosion. It seemed like that blow should have knocked the Sword Saint unconscious, but he still had enough strength to prop himself up. The Sword Saint's writing hand trembled in agony. Seeing this, Kuei-ha wore an ecstatic expression and asked, "Why not just give up and accept the difference in our power?" Hearing the taunt, the Sword Saint replied coldly, "Don't mock me. I can still go on." Before the Sword Saint could say more, his opponent erupted with an even more terrifying power. Kuei-ha focused all of his terrifying strength into one attack and roared, "Brat, you still have the energy to talk nonsense." Kuei-ha stomped down with all of his might toward the Sword Saint, declaring, "You have no chance of defeating me." After that brutal stomp, the Sword Saint couldn't move, lying completely still. A moment later, Kuei-ha used his giant hand to lift the Sword Saint's weakened body. With his foe held tightly in his grasp, Kuei-ha began to jeer. "It was good of you to dare and face me, but now, it's finished. Your body is nothing more than a sacrifice to me now." While Kuei-ha was still reveling in his victory, the Sword Saint's body began to dissolve into smoke. Seeing this, Kuei-ha burst into laughter and said, "Now I have finally obtained power that rivals the god of destruction." As the Sword Saint's body began to fade away, he uttered words that would make Kuei-ha question reality itself. Kuei-ha was stunned to see the Sword Saint's lips still moving, and he muttered under his breath, "What are you muttering about now?" The Sword Saint's body erupted in a fiery light as he chanted the divine name, Van Than. Hearing this, Kuei-ha burst out laughing. He mocked him with a sneer. "How pathetic. Are those meant to be your final words? You will become a part of my power." With that declaration, Kuei-ha opened his jaws wide, intending to devour all of the Sword Saint's energy. The moment Kuei-ha absorbed that immense power, his entire body exploded with a blinding, overwhelming light. But almost instantly, Kuei-ha recovered, reveling in the surge of power he'd just consumed. "This is it." Upon receiving the power, Kuei-ha laughed like a mad beast and roared, "There's hope. With this strength, I can finally tear that damned god of destruction to shreds." As he was basking in his newfound glory, he heard the Sword Saint's voice echo, "You fool, haven't you realized it yet?" Hearing those words, Kuei-ha couldn't believe his ears. "What did you say?" A moment later, sheer disbelief washed over his face. "Impossible." Just then, Kuei-ha glanced down, only to find himself standing in the heart of a molten volcano. Seeing this impossible sight, Kuei-ha panicked, a chilling thought entering his mind. Could this all be an illusion? As if to confirm his fears, the Sword Saint's voice dripped with scorn. "You're so foolish you're only just now figuring it out." At those words, Kuei-ha gritted his teeth in helpless fury and roared, "No, this can't be happening." Refusing to accept what was happening, Kuei-ha screamed in rage, "You Shin, how dare you deceive me?" A flood of memories crashed through Kuei-ha's mind, each one more shocking than the last. When did it start? He desperately questioned himself. Was it when I thought I'd killed the Sword Saint? Or was it when I destroyed his clone? Or was it from the very beginning? An image flashed in his mind, the Sword Saint's hand holding a pen. Kuei-ha screamed in utter despair. It can't be. In another dimension, the Sword Saint sat enthroned, holding a pen that would decide Kuei-ha's fate. All the war god could do was watch, utterly powerless. The Sword Saint raised the pen, his gaze locking onto Kuei-ha. It was all an illusion drawn into existence. The Sword Saint declared, "The god of war has become so foolish, he couldn't even tell he was trapped in a fabricated world." Hearing this, Kuei-ha was completely floored. He asked in utter confusion, "A fabricated world? But isn't that the power of the creator god?" The Sword Saint sighed, weary of Kuei-ha's ignorance. And now, Kuei-ha, the god of war. A chill ran down Kuei-ha's spine. The Sword Saint looked down on him with contempt. Now, what kind of ending should I write for you? I just can't seem to decide." As he pondered, he heard suggestions from his other personalities. His mature persona spoke up. "That's why you make so many mistakes. You overthink everything." His teenage self chimed in, "Just kill him already." But his inner child suggested, "I think you should write a gentle, peaceful, and comfortable ending." The Sword Saint seemed to favor the child's idea. Gentle, peaceful, and comfortable. That does sound nice. That's the kind of ending the readers want to see. Thinking of his audience, a twisted smile spread across the Sword Saint's face. "So, are you ready, Mr. God of War?" The Sword Saint finally had the perfect idea for the ending he would write for Kuei-ha with his divine pen. And the ending, all right, is death. The Sword Saint's voice was chillingly calm, fresh, and original. Kuei-ha was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. All he could do was think, "Is he so powerful that I can't even move a muscle?" Kuei-ha's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Can he really? Rooted to the spot, Kuei-ha watched the Sword Saint laugh maniacally. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Does he truly wield the power of the creator god? Ignoring Kuei-ha's spiraling thoughts, the Sword Saint diligently continued to write his story. The god of war, who believed himself superior in any battle, was tricked by an illusory world and fell into an eternal slumber along with its destruction. A taunting smile played on the Sword Saint's lips as he spoke. Hearing his fate, Kuei-ha screamed in terror. No, but his screams were useless. Flames began to spread. From beneath his feet, the volcano erupted, its intense heat sending Kuei-ha into a desperate panic. A torrent of fire shot towards him, engulfing him completely. Kuei-ha let out a final, agonized scream. What is this madness? Kuei-ha's eyes were wide with terror, his face a mask of horrified disbelief. In a flash, the flames consumed Kuei-ha entirely, leaving nothing behind. Moments later, a system notification echoed through the void. The winner is the Sword Saint. Power of the soundless nightmare god has been acquired. The tier of prosperity has been restored. As the announcements faded, the Sword Saint's body began to transform, suffused with a tide of new, unimaginable power. A surge of power caused the Sword Saint's body to radiate a brilliant light. A moment later, a celebratory system notification rang out. The Sword Saint had achieved the rank of High God. Hearing this, he knew he had won, and he let out a quiet sigh. Finally, with this power, I can take down the god of destruction. The Sword Saint reveled in his strength, but his mature persona quickly cut in. Don't get ahead of yourself. Defeating the god of destruction is our goal. We're not there yet. Even the high gods tremble before the god of destruction. We must reach the nightmare realm now. The temple is about to collapse. At that moment, the Sword Saint's eyes widened in realization. Ah, that's right. The Sword Saint immediately channeled his power, declaring share skill, cotton spray teleportation. Meanwhile, at the castle, where the nightmare god and the goddess of beauty were exhausted from battle, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the distance. A wave of relief washed over them as they saw the Sword Saint return. The goddess of beauty cried out, "You've returned, Yu Shin." As he approached, the Sword Saint announced boldly, "I told you I would save you both." The goddess of beauty smiled warmly, while the nightmare god was still breathless and utterly drained. "You truly are the creator god," the nightmare god managed to say through her exhaustion, "my love." The Sword Saint smirked, his expression cold. "Nightmare, you're awake?" But suddenly, his eyes shot open in shock. A system window materialized. The eyes of the blind god were peering through the history of the infinite nightmare. An era had dawned upon a world not yet stable or formed. Countless seeds of divinity, the very origin of the gods, were born from the world tree, which was planted by the creator god himself. The goddess of beauty and the god of fortune were also deities born from this very tree. Far away, nestled within a leaf, two children slept peacefully. Suddenly, one of them opened her eyes. The goddess of beauty awakened and declared, "I am the goddess of beauty." But as the young goddess of beauty reveled in her new existence, a shadow fell over her, leaving her stunned. The little girl stared in shock at the strange woman standing before her. "Who are you?" The goddess of destruction looked down at her and declared, "You are a failure. You will die." The goddess of beauty was stunned by those words. Just as her fate was sealed, cotton spray appeared, blocking the goddess of destruction. "No, god of destruction. This child is not a failure." Cotton spray spoke with excitement. "That child is the goddess of beauty. She will help make our world more vibrant." The world tree was managed by both the creator god and the god of destruction. Initially, the progenitor god was a single entity, but it split into two beings to improve efficiency and progress. The creator god used chaotic energy to breathe life into his creations. Meanwhile, the god of destruction eliminated those who broke the world's balance, returning them to the void from which they came. Fearing the god of destruction would not listen, Cotton Spray pleaded, "My only wish is to make this world more beautiful, not this chaotic mess." Everything was going smoothly at first, but the creator god suddenly fell, unable to fulfill his desire. The god of destruction deemed everything a failure and became a monster that would destroy the world. The goddess of beauty, once recognized by the creator, fell from grace and became the nightmare god. She did this for one reason, to find the creator god. He had fallen so suddenly, without leaving a single word behind. After growing up, the goddess of beauty thought to herself, "Father must have been resurrected somewhere." I believe it. The goddess of beauty walked a dark path to increase her power, then began her search for the creator god. After a long time, she finally found her father. He looked a little different, but the divine power surrounding him was unmistakably that of the creator god. Back in the present, the Sword Saint was reeling from the revelation, wondering to himself, "So, I'm the reincarnation of the creator god? Is that why Sassin and Samshin are my other selves? And can they truly optimize the powers of both the creator and the destroyer?" The two brothers, Sassin and Samshin, once joked with each other. "Hey, I'm as tall as you now. I thought you were the one who made me this tall." Just then, a system notification chimed, "Number 1 has been summoned." The Sword Saint thought, so it's all connected to the creator god. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, his vision blurring. "Why is everything fading? I feel so weak." Though he fought against it, the Sword Saint began to sink into unconsciousness. His last words before passing out were, "Oh no." The Sword Saint collapsed, falling into the Nightmare God's arms. "My love," she cried out, holding him close. "It seems he can't handle the creator god's power yet. Let's go home." A short time later, at Yushin's apartment, the Sword Saint was sleeping soundly in his own beloved bed. Not long after, he began to stir. At his bedside were his student and his niece. "Master, you're awake." Hearing them, the Sword Saint quickly responded, asking, "Song Jihei and Miri, how long was I unconscious?" Hearing his question, Miri answered hesitantly, 3 days. The Sword Saint clutched his head in disbelief. "That long?" He thought to himself. "I assume Nightmare was the one who brought me here. Creating a virtual world consumes immense divine power, even for a high-level god." Just then, the benevolent dragon appeared and explained, "The tears of prosperity, the enemy you will face from now on, is far stronger than the god of war. My advice is to use it only as a last resort." The Sword Saint couldn't argue, lost in deep thought. "There's nothing I can say. If I pass out during a battle, it means the end for both me and the earth." A moment later, Mina came upstairs. As she reached the door, she called out, "You're awake. I just cooked, so let's eat." Hearing who the chef was, the Sword Saint was horrified. "You cooked?" Sensing his disbelief, Mina spoke with arrogance. "Don't get the wrong idea. I only cooked because I was hungry, but I made way too much, so I need you to finish it." She thought to herself, "I knew it." As everyone gathered at the dinner table, Songjan suddenly exclaimed, "This looks amazing." Hearing that, Mina beamed and said, "I don't cook much, but I'm actually really good at it." Little Songjan took a big bite and replied, "Thank you for the food." Mia also quietly began to eat. But then, the children suddenly threw up everything, leaving the cook completely stunned. "What is this?" Songjan cried, her face scrunching up in disgust. "It's awful." The words hit Mina like a physical blow. That's impossible." She took a taste herself and immediately gagged. Seeing the disaster unfold, the Sword Saint chuckled to himself, deciding it was the perfect time to get some fresh air. After that horrifying meal, the Sword Saint found himself in a park near his apartment. He sat down to work, finally able to relax. "It's been so long since I've had peace like this," he thought. "I never imagined I'd become this famous, publishing books and even holding fan meetings. I should get that file ready for the director." Just then, a strange girl approached him. "Hi, she said. He was caught off guard, but answered back, hello. She held up her phone, showing him the webpage for his story. You're the Sword Saint, aren't you? I love your work. I'm a huge fan. Hearing this, a genuine smile spread across the Sword Saint's face. Thank you. Then, her sudden question took him by surprise. In that case, could I get your autograph? The girl maintained her friendly smile, but something felt wrong. Still, the Sword Saint kept his composure. He happily agreed. Of course. I'd be happy to. As if sensing his hesitation, she quickly added, Thank you so much. I'm really your biggest fan. Could I maybe ask you a couple of questions? The Sword Saint kept his professional smile plastered on his face. Of course, he replied. Ask me anything you'd like. It was as if those were the exact words she'd been waiting for. The moment he gave his permission, she didn't hold back, hitting him with a tough question. So, at the beginning of the novel, the main character exterminates bugs and is rewarded with gold, correct? Slightly taken aback, the Sword Saint still answered. That's right. But inwardly, a sense of confusion washed over him. Back then, I never knew the bugs were actual living creatures. I thought it was all just a simple game. The girl continued, her tone shifting as she listed off comments. Poor bugs. So cruel, just evil. How pitiful, and countless others like them. But later, he saves one of the bugs, one called a Saintess. And from that point on, he dedicates himself to helping the ant tribe. Why the sudden change of heart? Her eyes shone with an intense, expectant light. Can you explain that for me? The moment he heard her question, he couldn't help it. He burst out laughing, spitting out the water he was drinking. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. His reaction was not what she expected, and a flicker of annoyance crossed her face. She clutched her pregnant belly, feigning concern in her voice. You find my question amusing? The Sword Saint fought to contain his laughter, forcing a serious tone. Yes, but then, his expression hardened into one of sheer annoyance. Can we drop the act now? He demanded, his power beginning to surge around him. I am a high god now. I know exactly what you are. The Dragon of Destruction. The girl froze, completely stunned by his words. Just then, a system window materialized. The Mask of Destruction. Used for millennia, it grants the user the form of a dragon. Instantly, a torrent of flame erupted from the Sword Saint's hand, blasting towards her. The girl vanished the moment his attack hit. Realizing what happened, the Sword Saint's voice turned to ice. I knew it. That wasn't its real body. As the smoke cleared, the girl was standing in the exact same spot, completely unharmed. Before the illusion faded completely, the dragon's voice echoed with a final challenge. So, you've grown this powerful. But don't get comfortable. It's only temporary. Everything will end once my child is born. Until that day comes, I'll leave you and your precious earth in peace. The Sword Saint's expression darkened. You think you can just run away? He immediately summoned a divine globe, an artifact capable of tracking any foe. As he began the search, a holographic image of the entire city materialized before him. His eyes scanned the globe. Where are you? He muttered. His search focused on the high-rise buildings. Where did you run? Dragon of Destruction. But his search turned up nothing, making his frustration boil over. Damn it, he cursed. It's as if it vanished without a trace. Then, an idea struck him. Channeling his power through the divine globe, he issued a new command. Then, heed the words of Insin. Protect the earth from the Dragon of Destruction. In that moment, the Sword Saint finally understood. A middle god governs a single planet. A great god governs a multiverse, and a high god stands above them all. Once you become a high god, you are granted the ultimate skill, world protection. With this power, the crystals of destruction can't easily harm the planet. As he activated the skill, he realized something else. This also doubles as a perfect trap for that dragon. A message from the benevolent heart appeared. Boundless Fortune is greatly pleased that you have ascended to the rank of high god. However, the Whispering Nightmare warns you not to lower your guard. The Dragon of Destruction is likely hiding until its offspring is born. That child will possess the ability to summon the crystals of destruction at will. Reading the system's warning, the Sword Saint finally spoke. I know that. It's why I'm using my endurance skill now, his other self added. Besides, the God of Destruction will surely make the first move. Meanwhile, in a quiet apartment, the God of Destruction was washing dishes. A mysterious, chilling smile playing on her lips. Just then, the front door opened. Her husband walked in, sighing happily. Wow, something smells amazing. She turned. Oh, you're home. She walked over to him, her voice soft. You must be exhausted after a long day. Her husband just smiled. It wasn't that bad. He leaned down, pressing his ear against her pregnant belly. Hey there, he whispered. Was our little bunny good for mommy today? She let out a laugh. Of course, our baby was just waiting to hear Papa's voice. After a moment, She gently pushed him away. Why don't you go wash up first? There's something I need to talk to you about. His eyes lit up. Something you want to talk about? All right, I'll be quick. Later, over dinner, her husband leaned forward eagerly. So, what did you want to tell me? She replied calmly. Oh, that. I'm about to give birth. A cold smile spread across her face, which means, I don't have to play this happy family game anymore. Her husband looked confused. Game? What are you talking about? His jaw dropped as his wife's body began to twist and contort. Vicious dragon claws erupted from her fingertips, followed by a pair of monstrous wings. The woman he loved had vanished, replaced by a hideous monster. He stumbled back in terror. Who? What are you? Where's my wife? The beast chuckled, a deep, guttural sound. Your wife? Don't you worry. I'm about to send you to her. In a flash, she lunged, her razor-sharp claws tearing through him and leaving a devastating wound. With a sickening flick of her wrist, the man's head flew from his shoulders. Blood painted the walls in a grotesque display as she stepped coldly through the growing crimson pool. She glanced back with cold, draconic eyes at the mangled prey she left behind, then walked away from the slaughter. A cruel thought crossed her mind. I thought if I created something of my own, I might understand you Insin a little better, but in the end, I still don't get it at all. Even in her monstrous form, she instinctively caressed her stomach. Then again, I doubt he'd like what I've created anyway. The god of destruction's massive wings unfurled. Come, my child, she purred. It's time for us to go. A demonic grin stretched across her face as she declared her destination. To the very ends of the earth, miles away, a sudden, chilling premonition gripped the sword saint. A deep unrest settled in his soul, and sensing the moment had arrived, he shot to his feet. His eyes narrowed, gazing into the distance. So, you finally made your move? Have you? The dragon of destruction descended upon the city. Buildings erupted in flames as she unleashed a torrent of fire, leaving only chaos in her wake. Civilians scattered in terror as emergency alerts blared across the city. An SSS-ranked dungeon break had just been declared. The dungeon boss, a Calamity-class monster. The Dragon of Destruction. The announcement sent fresh waves of panic through the fleeing crowds. The Dragon of Destruction is here. Where are the hunters? But one had already arrived. The Sword Saint unleashed his power, God's authoritative index finger. From high above, the dragon rained down a hellfire that incinerated everything in its path. The two immense powers clashed, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that rocked the very planet. Rage burned in the God of Destruction's eyes as she focused on her foe. Insin, the Sword Saint, stood firm against the monstrous beast. His voice was steady. It's been a long time, God of Destruction. His words gave the dragon pause, its flames momentarily ceasing. But then, it began gathering energy for an even more devastating blast. With a furious roar, the dragon unleashed a new inferno. Yet the Sword Saint stood his ground. You're not getting away this time. The beast rampaged through the city, leaving utter devastation in its wake. The onslaught was so fierce, even the Sword Saint was sent flying into the sky. The dragon's relentless assault brought the entire district to the brink of total collapse. Survivors on the ground stared in awe. Wait, is that him? It's the Sword Saint, the legendary hunter. The Sword Saint yelled to the crowd below, I'll handle this. All of you, get to safety. But the dragon's voice boomed, mocking them. Run where? This whole planet is about to be destroyed. Ignoring the taunt, the Sword Saint retorted, That's what you think. He then unleashed his next move, God's Thumb. Power erupted from his thumb, allowing the Sword Saint to manifest multiple clones of himself, all ready for battle. His mature persona roared with pure fury, Dragon of Destruction. Even his younger self couldn't hide his utter disgust. The teen spat the word with contempt. Destruction. But the God of Destruction was unfazed, sneering back at them. Clones or not, I'll kill every last one of you. And with that, she charged. The Sword Saint commanded his double, Yu Sa-shin, hold her down. Got it, Sa-shin yelled, instantly engaging the beast. The battle erupted once more, a symphony of brutal, relentless clashes. Surrounded and overwhelmed by the coordinated assault, the God of Destruction had no time to counter. In moments, the mighty dragon was nearly brought to its knees. The beast was stunned, realizing an attacker had gotten behind it. At that same instant, Yu Sa-shin was gathering all his power for the final blow. Si-shin was pushing his limits, his body drenched in cold sweat. I can't maintain this for long, he gasped. I'm not a frontline fighter. Hurry up, Du Insin. Hearing those desperate words, the Sword Saint launched a head-on attack while shouting words of reassurance. Just a little more. Second Sin and Third Shin surged forward, pouring every ounce of their power into a final, desperate bid to destroy the dragon. Second Sin roared, Destruction. Third Shin echoed the cry, focusing all his energy and bellowing, Destruction. The god of destruction froze for an instant at the sight, but its colossal body was too slow to dodge, forcing it to absorb the full impact of the attack. The dragon raged against its powerful foes. "You bastards!" Moments later, second Shin and third Shin split apart, cornering the god of destruction for their next move. Just then, another voice thundered, "It's not over yet." Second Insin shouted in unison, "It's not over yet." As the words were spoken, all four of them attacked. A flurry of physical blows landed, but the dragon merely winced before shaking them off. The god of destruction howled, its voice a symphony of pain and rage. A violet aura flared from its eyes, only to be instantly drawn back inside. Their attacks were strong, but the dragon was faster, making the Sword Saint curse under his breath. "Damn it, its regeneration is too fast." Noticing the Sword Saint's frustration, the god of destruction let out a smug laugh. "An attack like that is nothing to me." With that, it began gathering power in its tail. The god of destruction targeted third Shin, who was standing the closest to it. Startled, third Shin immediately shouted, "Destruction." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. Hearing the blast, second Sin cried out in panic. Third Sin. He and first Sin could only watch, worried. It was trying to kill third Sin first, because he was the one with the long-range attacks. Moments later, the god of destruction readied another strike. Sensing the immense danger as the dragon charged, the Sword Saint yelled a warning. "Second Sin, look out." At that very moment, the god of destruction dove, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful attack. Second, Shin couldn't contain his rage and cursed, "You son of a bitch." Seeing this, the Sword Saint quickly intervened. "Heal now, second Insin." The Sword Saint supported him using his ring finger healing skill. He replied, "Thank you, my original self." Once his wounds were healed, second Sin quickly asked, "Do you have any plan to deal with it?" The question weighed heavily on the Sword Saint, who replied with a weary sigh, "This is going to sound foolish." The Sword Saint continued with a grim expression, "But if it keeps regenerating, we just have to attack faster than it can heal." Suddenly, the third clone responded decisively, raising his weapon. "That plan has your name written all over it. A plan that's not exactly good for our bodies. Are you ready?" "I'm always ready." Hearing his resolve, the Sword Saint nodded firmly and replied, "I'm always ready." The god of destruction remained supremely confident in its power, paying them no mind. Facing the Sword Saint's team, the dragon sneered, "What are you insects buzzing about?" Just then, another powerful attack slammed into the god of destruction. The Sword Saint issued his command, "Second Sin, keep attacking." Hearing the order, Second Sin immediately replied, "Got it." The two then unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes, but one was struck by a powerful counter, making his comrades watch in terror. Seizing the opportunity, the Sword Saint commanded again, aiming for a decisive blow. "Now, third Shin." Upon receiving the order, third Shin instantly moved into position. A moment later, third Shin roared, "Destruction." The dragon seethed with rage. This bastard is still alive, but it had no time to think, as third Shin's devastating attack was already upon it. After landing the blow, third Shin shrank in size, but still managed to utter, "Destruction." Afterward, all three stared intently at the god of destruction. The Sword Saint spoke with cold finality. "It's over, god of destruction." But his enemy defiantly retorted, "Over? You think this is over?" The god of destruction's body began to transform violently, its skin bubbling with blisters of fire. Suddenly, an immense power erupted from the dragon, shocking the Sword Saint into yelling, "Wait." Seconds later, a terrifying explosion ripped through the area, sending fire blasting in every direction. Seeing this, the Sword Saint grabbed third Jin and fled, muttering, "A self-destruct." The team escaped to a safe distance. The Sword Saint checked on them. "Is everyone okay?" One of the clones answered confidently, "I'm not dead, so I guess I'm fine." Suddenly, third Jin and second Jin exchanged a single word, "Destruction." Hearing that, the Sword Saint asked, confused, "What?" Third Jin frantically pointed behind them, stammering, Destruction." At his words, all three of them turned to look. The Sword Saint's face twisted into an expression of pure shock at what was unfolding. The dragon hadn't disappeared at all. It had merely flown high into the sky to hide, readying a surprise attack. The god of destruction had transformed into a seductive, half-human, half-dragon form. The god of destruction exuded a mesmerizing aura, speaking in a sultry voice, "It's been quite a while since I've taken this form." She gently touched the tip of her ear and purred, "Well now." Before Second Sin could even process the situation, the god of destruction pierced him through the chest. He stared down in disbelief at the red stream flowing from the wound. In stark contrast to his horror, the god of destruction flashed a wicked smile and asked, "Shall we have a little fun?" After being struck, Second Sin's body began to slowly disintegrate. Even as he almost completely faded away, he still couldn't comprehend what had just happened to him. What the hell was that? The Sword Saint and Third Shin roared in absolute fury. Second Shin. The dragon gloated. That's one down. The god of destruction stared them down with a taunting smirk. Seeing this, the hot-headed Sansheng rushed in recklessly. Sansheng attacked the dragon in a blind rage. At that exact moment, the god of destruction formed an orb of pure destructive energy. Caught by complete surprise, Sansheng couldn't evade in time. The blow landed, leaving him gravely wounded. Seeing this, the god of destruction scoffed. An attack like that is useless now. Though his body was disintegrating, Sansheng refused to yield, screaming the destroyer's name. The Sword Saint stood utterly powerless against his two other manifestations. After dealing with the other selves, the dragon eyed him with satisfaction and sneered. Ah, so you finally matured into a true high god. You seem rather appetizing. The god of destruction licked her lips, her interest piqued, and asked, And you? I wonder what kind of flavor you'll have. Powerless against this enemy, the Sword Saint thought to himself, Damn her, I won't be such an easy meal. The cosmic holy relic has dangerous side effects. If I use it, I have to conserve my power for when the god of destruction truly appears. The Sword Saint held his ground, but it was a losing battle. Is there no other way? He wondered in despair. Just then, the benevolent flood dragon appeared, declaring, If you wield the holy sword hidden by the god of war, you will be able to defeat the god of destruction. The Sword Saint was stunned. The god of war hid a sword capable of such a feat? Hearing his question, the absolute heaven saber itself began to speak in response. The omnipotent heaven sword explained that it was urging him to use it, for the god of war had left it specifically for the Sword Saint's fated battle. The Sword Saint centered himself, his decision made. Very well, let's see what this can do. So the god of war is sharing his skills through this blade. With that thought, the Sword Saint immediately activated the sword. The Sword Saint gasped in awe. This is the god of war's power. A moment later, he reached out, his hand closing firmly around the hilt. Instantly, a torrent of energy burst from the blade, wrapping itself around the Sword Saint's entire form. As the sword manifested, the Sword Saint felt its incredible power. The moment he touched it, divine energy flooded his being. He could feel the power the god of war had stockpiled for eons. But somehow, the dragon saw right through his strategy. And so, she declared with arrogance, Ah, I almost forgot. You've absorbed the god of war's power. I suppose it's only fair I use my own weapon, then. The dragon summoned twin swords, falling into a battle stance. The sight left the Sword Saint completely shocked. What are those blades, he thought. I have a very bad feeling about this. Suddenly, a message appeared. Through the eyes of the divine human, the Sword Saint will witness the history of the god of destruction. The history of the god of destruction? In a vision, he saw her cradling the god of creation, tears falling endlessly from her eyes. Long ago, the goddess of destruction's husband had made the ultimate sacrifice. His final words to her were, Don't cry. This was always our destiny. The goddess of destruction wept in anguish. Why? Why did you have to die? Was it because we were born imperfect? But the god of creation revealed the truth. No, it's not that. I desired immortality, but that was nothing more than my own greed. To bring order to this chaotic world, he explained, a being that transcends even the gods was needed. A being that was eternal. It would be a force to drive away the chaos and overcome everything. It would become the perfect, holy vessel that would exist for all eternity. The god of creation, having exhausted his holy power, hoped his counterpart, the god of destruction, could perfect her own divinity. However, the plan was a complete failure. The creator god announced his final decision. Since immortality is impossible, only one choice remains. We must create an imperfect world, one where life and death exist in an endless cycle. And with his last breath, before fading away, the creator begged, Please, I ask you to watch over this, my final legacy. And with those words, he vanished completely. His very flesh and blood became the stars that scattered across the cosmos, and for hundreds of millions of years, the god of destruction honored his final request. A new universe was born, forged from the final remnants of the creator god's power. In this new cosmos, countless forms of life were born, from the highest gods to the lowliest insects. But as she gazed upon this creation, the goddess of destruction came to a horrifying realization. All of these vile, disgusting creatures were living on the corpse of her beloved creator. After hundreds of millions of years, the goddess of destruction made her choice. She would destroy every world the creator had made, and finally bring an end to both life and death. Her resolve was absolute. For me, she thought, there is no turning back now. Model, he told himself, once the worlds he created are in danger, he will return. I'm sure of it. Recalling everything that had happened, the Sword Saint's conviction grew stronger. Countless worlds destroyed, all because she wanted the Creator God to return. The cunning dragon's voice boomed, precisely. But it seems it was all for nothing. The God of Destruction stared down the Sword Saint, adding, "This day has come, all because you were born. However, you are not the Creator God I desire. Therefore, you are still a failure, and now you will die, so that the perfect Creator can be born." As she spoke, the God of Destruction lunged toward the Holy Sword. Seeing the attack, the Holy Sword quickly raised his guard. He countered with his own strike, his arrogance flaring. "Let me show you the difference between a true God and a failure." The battle raged on, neither side gaining an edge. But in a cruel twist of fate, the Holy Sword was wounded by the God of Destruction. Seeing her advantage, the God of Destruction pressed her assault even more fiercely. Just moments later, the Holy Sword was slammed into the ground, but he immediately struggled to push himself back up. The Holy Sword dropped to one knee, gasping for air, his body broken beyond belief. Seeing this pathetic sight, the God of Destruction decided to mock him. Her voice dripped with provocation. "Do you know what the difference is between you and me? Enough of this. Now, accept your death." Though he was on the verge of collapsing, the Sword Saint could never give up. He replied, "Not a chance." Inside, his mind raced, searching for a way to fight back. The God of War is a deity who grows stronger through combat. The more I swing my sword, the more power I gain. The Sword Saint finally understood. "I'm beginning to see it now. The God of Destruction's weakness." With a plan in mind, the Holy Sword shot to his feet. A moment later, he reappeared, rushing to attack the God of Destruction. Despite the surprise attack, the God of Destruction casually blocked every blow. She wasn't one to be outdone, returning his attacks with a radiant smile. The power of a war god gets stronger with every fight, doesn't it? Then, the two clashed again like moths drawn to a flame. The Holy Sword attacked while the God of Destruction dodged, seizing the perfect moment to launch a surprise counter. After a few blows, she began to taunt him again. "I wanted to play with you a little longer, but unfortunately, I'm running out of time." After she finished speaking, the Holy Sword flew high into the air, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Realizing she was about to flee, the Sword Saint swung his blade and roared, Heavenly Demon Sword style. A powerful wave of energy rained down from above. The God of Destruction seemed completely unconcerned. Even as the immense power crashed down, she remained perfectly calm. Before she left, the God of Destruction laughed and said, "It's a bit of a shame, but let's stop here for today. We'll continue our fight next time." The moment she finished speaking, the entire residential area below exploded, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and smoke. The Holy Sword quickly leaped higher, observing the destruction. From a safe altitude, he fell into deep thought. From so far away, he couldn't tell what had happened. As he got closer and saw no sign of the dragon, he wondered, is the God of Destruction dead? What was it she said right before she left? Suddenly, a system window appeared before him. The Holy Sword stared at the ground below, asking in a panicked voice, "What is this?" The Sword Saint then noticed a newly formed crater, realizing she had escaped once again. Overwhelmed with helplessness, he screamed a threat to the heavens. "Damn you, God of Destruction. You won't get away next time. I swear it." A few days later, in Insin's room, he thought to himself, the God of Destruction fled the battle. I have to train relentlessly to prepare for my next confrontation with her and the Godbreaker. He recalled his battle with that man who had enthusiastically used his full power against him. A powerful slash struck the ground before the man looked up at him arrogantly. He glanced Insin over and remarked, "You've gotten stronger, haven't you?" As expected of a high-ranked god, Insin asked, "Do you think I'm strong enough to defeat the God of Destruction and the Godbreaker?" The man laughed loudly. "You should ask Nightmare that. She misses you a lot." As he spoke, a spatial rift tore open right beside Insin. Strange vines shot out, binding him before he could even react. Insin cursed under his breath. "Damn it, not this again." He immediately attacked the vines, slicing them into tiny pieces. Vo Than Mong blushed and cried out, "More, give me more." "Now that you're a high-ranked god, things are much more interesting." Insin frowned and asked again, "Are you going to answer my question?" Vo Than Mong looked at him and replied, "I don't know. Ask the matriarch." Insin immediately went and rested his head on the matriarch's lap. She looked down at him and said, "To be honest, the chances of you and the earth dying are much higher. That's how strong they are. Beings that even high-ranked gods fear." She continued, "But there is still a way. The mirror of heaven and earth holds the answer to everything. It is the reincarnation of the God of creation, so you might be able to do something." Insin asked again. "Is that true?" He thought. "That knockoff mirror of heaven and earth will be my ultimate weapon. The problem is, it will consume all of my holy power." A hand suddenly grabbed Insin's leg. Muscle's voice boomed, "I was about to ask where you went." Before he could protest, Du Insin was dragged away. The man led him to a fighting ring, declaring, "Muscles conquer all." Du Insin was pulled into training, forced to carry the man on his shoulders to begin. As he lifted him, he thought to himself,
If my muscles reach their peak and Inshin's writing skill maxes out, maybe then I can defeat the Godbreaker.
Inside Du Inshin's building, he landed a staggering blow on Inho. It took him a moment to regain his balance before speaking. "You've gotten stronger. Congratulations, Du Inshin." Du Inshin took his stance, observing him. "You've grown stronger, too." Annihilate. A powerful roar echoed through the air, followed by an attack that blasted away the enemy before them. Inho smiled, remarking, "He can even defeat S-rank monsters now." The other person replied, "It was nothing." Du Inshin watched them, thinking to himself, "S-rank monsters. No, even SS ranks are no longer a problem. Everyone has gotten stronger." Du Inshin's writing skill had surpassed 10 million points. He gripped the pen in his hand, hoping it would be enough to keep him from collapsing after using the universe of all things. But using it twice would still be too much. It was time to end this novel. The finale of Dream Eater Hunter, which I, Du Inshin, wrote when I was just 10. A few days after the fan meeting, Du Inshin was smiling and greeting each person. He thought wearily, more people showed up than I expected. I already told those two not to come. Two girls in front of him gushed, "Wow, he's so cool." I know, right? Others nearby were also buzzing about him. "It's the famous hunter and author, Du Inshin. We have to get his autograph while we can. Of course, it'll be a family heirloom." A black-haired girl approached him with a copy of his book. "Hello, Mr. Du Inshin." He was spinning a pen between his fingers. He stopped and looked up at her. She smiled warmly. "Congratulations on your publication. I'm a huge fan." Du Inshin replied, "Ah, thank you for coming. I've been waiting for you." A smirk crossed his face as he exposed her. God of Destruction. The girl's eyes widened in shock as her facade was shattered. Then, a cold smirk appeared. "You have sharp eyes, but I bet you don't know this, do you? That I am the one who created the Creator. And this whole game was designed to resurrect the God of Creation." Du Inshin was stunned. "What?" The God of Destruction continued her explanation. "I ensured the human with the highest potential for godhood would become the host. I just never expected it would be you." Du Inshin's brow furrowed in annoyance. "You talk a lot for someone in a race." She rubbed her stomach and continued, "Ah, but that was before this child was conceived. I can't fight at full power for long." A system message rang out. "The personality of the God of Destruction has been separated from the soul of the God of Destruction." Du Inshin shot back, "So what? Are you trying to say I was manipulated just because you made the Creator?" She laughed. "Aren't you afraid? As you can see, I can now unleash my full, unlimited power." A security guard reached out to touch her, trying to intervene. Excuse me, miss. But there are still people in line." With a snap of her fingers, the man was instantly obliterated. Before the stunned fans could even react, he collapsed. Someone screamed, "Murder!" Chaos erupted as everyone scattered. "She killed someone. Run." The girl glanced after them, muttering, "Inferior beings." A fist flew from Du Inshin, crashing directly into the God of Destruction's face. The impact caused her disguise to peel away. She just laughed. "What good will that do?" Du Inshin's reply was a defiant challenge. "Is that so? Let's find out. This time, there's nowhere to run." Du Inshin unleashed another blow, forcing the God of Destruction back. She sneered, "I merely killed a few insects. And you're already this worked up." Du Inshin shot back. "What, insects?" The God of Destruction reverted to her true form, a cruel smile playing on her lips as she spoke. "What's the difference between killing one insect that matters to you and all the other insects in the world? I simply can't comprehend it. Can you tell me?" Du Inshin roared in fury. "What the hell are you babbling about?" She continued her chilling tale. "I even tried killing my own beloved husband to test the theory, but as I expected, I felt nothing different." The moment the words left her mouth, she lunged. In a single, devastating strike, she slammed Du Inshin to the ground. He thought in shock as her hand closed around his throat. She's too fast. Her power is on another level. Suddenly, another figure descended from above. Song Mi-yu screamed as she attacked, "Get your hands off my master." Her attack shot straight towards the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction glanced at her. "Humph, you're just another bug I created. Die." Du Inshin roared, "Instant muscle." An ethereal fist materialized and sent her flying. The God of Destruction glared back in annoyance. That man. He spoke to Du Inshin. "Now, Master Du Inshin." Approaching her from behind, Du Inshin smiled with satisfaction. "Well done, number one." He then unleashed his ultimate technique, endless heavenly demon, striking the god of destruction. She crashed to the ground. From high above, hidden observers commented, "Is it over already? How boring. Destruction." Du Insin explained, "I knew you would appear. That's why I had number 1 and my clone lying in wait. It's finally over." But the god of destruction just scoffed. "Over, you say?" In an instant, the sky bled into a deep crimson. Yu Inshin's followers stared in shock, muttering, "What is that?" Someone screamed, "A warning. Everyone, run. Something massive is heading this way." On the horizon, a colossal beast appeared, summoned by the god of destruction. She smirked, "Too late. Destroy it all, my child." The monster tore through a rift in space, closing the distance in a heartbeat. So Mevi looked up in terror. "Hurry, we have to get away." But the beast had already landed, striking the girl with a devastating head-on attack. A bystander cried out as In-ho charged forward to intercept. He roared, "If it's just a monster, I've slaughtered enough of them to make me sick," climbing the tower. The scene descended into chaos. One warrior was down, another was charging headfirst into the swirling dust that shrouded the beast. The monster snorted contemptuously, turning its gaze to its next victim and attacking again. As In-ho charged, he roared, "How dare you touch a disciple of Lord Yu Inshin?" The beast slammed its fist into the ground, and Yu Inshin cried out. She, Minina, and number 1 stood on guard before the monstrous entity. What in the world is that thing? Just then, its information flooded into Yu Inshin's mind. The apocalypse giant, born just 1 day ago. A special note followed. A giant forged by the god of destruction for the end times, with power rivaling the reincarnated god of creation. Seeing her masterpiece appear, the god of destruction's confidence surged. "Now, my child has arrived," she cackled, imagining the earth being annihilated without a single trace. In-ho gritted his teeth, muttering, "My lord." He summoned every ounce of strength to lift the monster's leg, screaming, "Lord Yu Inshin is in danger. How could I possibly die here?" The god of destruction glanced over, thinking to herself, "It seems Earth still has a few useful gods left, after all." Yu Inshin's clone laid out a plan. "Original self, you handle the god of destruction. We'll take care of this thing with number 1. His companion agreed instantly. Without another word, they moved. Yu Inshin's clone and the young warrior charged forward in unison. He unleashed the Plum Blossom Sword Dance of Mount Hua, while the other released his power of destruction, attacking the monster simultaneously. Yu Inshin's clone remarked, "I think that was effective." But he was forced to eat his words as the smoke cleared, and the monster roared as if it hadn't been touched. Not even a single scratch. It exhaled a breath that warped the very space around it, paralyzing everyone in its vicinity. Yu Inshin thought in disbelief as his body began to glow red. This can't be happening. His partner suffered the same fate, being utterly annihilated. In-ho struggled to resist, his spirit unbroken. "There's no way. We can't be defeated this easily." But the moment the words left his lips, he was crushed by the overwhelming weight. The god of destruction watched, sneering at Yu Inshin. Hey, looks like you're the only one left. It's time to end this. Now, die." The monster lunged to attack him, but it couldn't even touch Yu Inshin. The god of destruction watched in stunned disbelief. "Huh?" Yu Inshin let out a laugh. "You're even dumber than I thought," he explained calmly, twirling a pen between his fingers. "This entire universe is a world within my novel. You're the one who's going to die here." The god of destruction froze. Did he just declare a war for this entire reality? "Since when?" she demanded. Yu Inshin just shrugged. Who can say? Want to take a guess? Perhaps from the very beginning? "Ah, I was so looking forward to you reaching this day. Since you worked so hard to get here, should I reward you with an autograph?" She merely scoffed. "But do you really think you can trap me in this fake world of yours?" Yu Inshin stopped twirling his pen, repeating her word, "Trap." He continued, "I have no intention of trapping you. I'm simply going to erase you." As he finished speaking, Yu Inshin charged, the pen in his hand glowing with immense power. The god of destruction watched in utter shock. A flash of golden energy sliced through the air, and she lunged forward. Yu Inshin parried the blow, but her assault was relentless. They were evenly matched. Impressive, the god of destruction thought with amusement. They broke apart, creating distance. Yu Inshin stared her down. She met his gaze with a smirk, thinking, "Yes, I see now. So the new power you gained after becoming a supreme god is the power of creation itself, isn't it?" Yu Inshin replied grimly, "And I have you to thank for it." The god of destruction pressed on. "I hate to admit it, but this world you've built is so exquisite that I didn't even notice a single flaw. But that's all it will ever be. How can a twisted imitation compare to a true creator god? Come to me, my child." The beast appeared instantly, and Yu Insin noticed something different about its body. Its arm. It's been completely restored. Its eyes snapped open, unleashing a torrent of power. A blinding light engulfed the region, sending shockwaves across the entire planet. Yu Insin raised both arms to block the blast. He was thrown backward, digging his heels in to halt his momentum. The god of destruction shrieked her command. Kill Yu Insin. Kill him. Show that twisted imitation what true power really looks like. The monster obeyed instantly, swinging its massive arm. Du Insin muttered its name. Apocalypse Giant. It smashed its fist down, blasting rock and dust everywhere. But Du Insin reappeared, his pen held firm. The creature froze, completely stunned. It was just a direct punch, no intense energy, and no special abilities behind it. He looked at the impact site, where a violet explosion erupted. Du Insin cried out as the blast sent him flying back once more. He gasped for breath, his mind reeling in shock. What? Why isn't my heaven and earth strike activating? Tu Xin urged him. Jinwu, calm down. There's no way that sword is useless or lacks a special power. Realization struck him. Oh, right. The god of destruction watched him, her voice dripping with scorn. What trick are you planning this time? Debris began to levitate from the ground. The shattered city floated back into place, its fragments reassembling flawlessly. The god of destruction stared in disbelief. He thought to himself, this impudent brat. Does he truly believe he's the creator? I'll crush him where he stands. The beast swung its fist down once more. But with a single gesture from Du Insin, the colossal blow was stopped cold. The creature stared, stunned. This apocalyptic giant was powerful, but it was utterly useless against him. After all, Du Insin was the avatar of the creator god, a supreme deity in his own right. Du Insin spoke calmly. I see. Logic is indeed crucial. So tell me, how will you ever grasp the nature of my power now? But then he froze, sensing something wrong. Wait, this feeling. Isn't this Mina's mind control? But this is on an entirely different scale. I can't even lift a single finger. The god of destruction scoffed. Why the sudden shock? I am the one who bestowed these powers upon those destined to become my sacrificial pawns. So, how does it feel? To experience the true extent of my authority, Du Insin trembled, but his defiant spirit remained unbroken. Well, I'll admit, your power is quite impressive. He calculated inwardly, I need to buy some time. I have to find a way to move my pen. The god of destruction sneered. Humph, so you're still putting on a brave face. Very well. You're about to die anyway. Let's just consider that your final testament. Du Insin's eyes widened in shock. Wait, don't tell me. M's lightning too? The thought had barely formed when a devastating bolt of lightning crashed down upon him. The god of destruction cackled with glee. My, what an amusing little game this is. I have no more use for this world. Hold on, Du Insin called out. Where do you think you're going? A confident smirk appeared on his face now that his pen was finally in motion. Too bad for you. I'm still alive. How utterly humiliating this must be. With that, Du Insin gathered his power and leaped into the air. Just before the lightning could strike its final blow, Du Insin deconstructed his own body into countless particles, only to reassemble them in an instant, perfectly reborn. He smirked, while the god of destruction's face twisted in disbelief. Impossible. That's simply impossible. Did you say impossible? Du Insin laughed. Perhaps for you, but not for me. As Du Insin ascended into the heavens, both the beast and the god of destruction watched in utter shock. Her surprise was quickly turning into fear. She thought, I have fought countless gods, but never have I witnessed power like this. What in the world is that ability? Du Insin began to explain. TS key. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. Is it because this entire world was born from the tip of my pen? An author, after all, is no different from an omnipotent god in their own story. But one can't get too complacent. When events defy all logic, the world itself begins to fracture. This law of probability is like karma for the gods. He gritted his teeth, his voice laced with caution. I know. That's why I can't just erase you with a single stroke. The god of destruction channeled her power into the beast beside her. With her divine healing touch, its wounds vanished instantly. Du Insin murmured to himself, see, I can't even steal her healing ability. Doing so would shatter the laws of probability entirely. The god of destruction watched him, a victorious smirk returning to her lips. She thought, I'll admit, that was quite impressive, but that's all it is. If this stalemate continues, the outcome will remain the same. With your current level of divine power, how long do you think you can hold us here? A year in human time, at most? That's more than enough time, Du Insin retorted with a smirk. He recalled a distant memory of the holy gamer author. He had created this world in a novel he wrote when he was just 10 years old. The title of that novel was Duin, the Dream-Eating Hunter. I have all the time in the world to ensure your destruction. He roared, unleashing his power. Summon, God of Death. The summoned being emerged from the shadows behind the God of Destruction. It turned to Du Insin and bowed its head, awaiting his command. Du Insin took the weapon from its grasp, casually slinging it over his shoulder. A system window appeared. Hunter Du Insin has acquired the scythe of the death god from the temple. The God of Destruction stammered in fear. That's... Before she could finish, Du Insin swung the massive scythe. It flew towards her monstrous pet, striking it with devastating force. The beast shrieked in agony as Du Insin watched in silence. As the scythe's power began to overwhelm it, the creature desperately clawed at the blade, trying to pull it free. He explained with a cold smile, "Ah, brute force won't work on that." Another notification appeared. The death god's scythe has pierced the target. It cannot be removed until the host's life is extinguished. The God of Destruction trembled with fury. How dare you resort to such a foul trick? Du Insin just smirked back at her. A foul trick? Oh, I'm just getting started. She once again tried to use her healing magic, but this time, its divine light was weak and flickering. That's useless now, Du Insin stated plainly. What? The God of Destruction demanded. He simply continued. Summon. The Hourglass of Scorn. A brilliant golden light descended from the heavens. A system window flashed. Hunter Du Insin's stats have increased. Artifact, Hourglass of Scorn obtained. The God of Destruction stared up in horror. Now what have you done? Above her, a giant golden hourglass materialized. She couldn't believe it, thinking she'd never seen or even heard of skills like these. Du Insin explained, Of course you haven't, because I'm creating these abilities from a novel I wrote when I was 10. The hourglass activated, its power descending upon the God of Destruction and the monster. She threw up her hands to block, crying out, What is this? Her body began to warp, aging decades in a single instant. The God of Destruction stared at her withered form and shrieked. Impossible. Du Insin declared, This hourglass accelerates the flow of time. Now, accept it. The God of Destruction was completely swallowed by the sands of time. Du Insin thought to himself, Dream Hunter Du Insin. The novel I wrote when I locked myself away at home, after my parents died in a gate accident. That novel's plot was remarkably similar to the God of Destruction's story. In any case, those bastards are the reason the gates opened. That's why I'm getting my revenge now. With interest? Of course. He aimed his hand forward, murmuring, Finger of authority. Suddenly, his eyes shot to the side as he sensed a strange presence. This power. Is it the God of Destruction? Something from beyond Earth was hurtling toward them, something utterly grotesque. In an instant, it appeared within his line of sight, making him cry out in shock. How did it get here so fast? The God of Destruction fired a pillar of light down at Earth. A column of pure darkness erupted right in front of Du Insin. He watched it, muttering, Those are silhouettes, as a voice echoed. We have finally arrived. By locating the child of the apocalypse, Du Insin gritted his teeth, realizing, Don't tell me that monster was also connected to the law of causality. When I attacked that creature, its fate must have become intertwined with the God of Destruction's. Empowered by the God of Destruction's might, the creature rose again, stronger than before, and spoke. Everything ends here. Give up, Du Insin. Once he arrives, this world will be annihilated. He roared back, cutting her off. Shut up. I will protect the Earth. You who wields all the phenomena of the universe. Use your divine skill. He faced the void of space and unleashed his technique. Heavenly Demon's divine sword. The God of Destruction screamed. Du Insin launched himself into the cosmos. Before him was a hideous monster, firing a blast of purple magic. Du Insin quickly used his own Heavenly Demon sword technique, Great Heavenly Demon's Hellfire, to block the attack. A massive shield formed around the Earth, protecting it from the purple blast. The two forces collided, and a violent explosion followed. The planet had been successfully defended. Du Insin panted, thinking, I stopped it. They're strong, but that attack must have weakened them. I can win this? The God of Destruction and the monster stared in absolute shock. She thought, how dare he show such defiance to the Goddess of Destruction? From within the hideous monster, another figure emerged. Impressive. A young woman slowly came into view. Du Insin gritted his teeth, muttering, Is that the Goddess of Destruction I saw through the eyes of the formless god? She landed before him, speaking with cold indifference. We finally meet. You failed reincarnation. You will soon become a sacrifice. Red alert messages began flooding the system. Warning. Warning. The opponent's power cannot be determined with your current holy power. Du Insin thought in frustration. This is huge trouble. Even though I'm a high-ranking god, I can't even measure her stats. He summoned his pen and began to write. However, if I can complete Dream-Devouring Hunter Du Insin, I will have a chance to win. Dream-Devouring Hunter Du Insin. The end. He charged toward the goddess of destruction, golden energy blasts supporting his attack. Du Insin threw a powerful punch, but the goddess simply responded with a cold glare. You are nothing compared to him. With those words, she released an overwhelming aura that forced Du Insin back. The pressure from her presence washed over the entire planet. Du Insin trembled, his brow furrowed as he stared her down. She continued, a fine performance. But you chose the wrong audience, Du Insin. Have you forgotten who I am? She glanced up toward the heavens. Facing an image of Du Insin, she declared, I know every single skill the god of creation possesses. A younger version of Du Insin slammed his desk, yelling, Damn it. We completely underestimated her. It's hopeless. Run. But the goddess had already reached him with a single, devastating strike. Too late. He was caught in her grasp. Du Insin thought in shock. She forcibly summoned me into a false reality. Damn it. If this is what happened. The goddess of destruction looked up, whispering softly, Then this is now reality. With a flick of her wrist, she sent him flying. Du Insin slammed hard into the far wall. The goddess commanded, Stop playing dead. Even a failure like you won't die so easily. Du Insin smirked. You really are on a different level than the pawns I was fighting just now. He slowly pushed himself to his feet and summoned his pen, accepting the challenge. All right then. Bring it on. The first god of destruction watched from the side, gritting her teeth in anger. That bastard. Was he toying with me this entire time? Since when did he reach this level of power? Ethan Du closed the distance instantly, using Inho's power-up skill to appear before the goddess of destruction. She was caught completely off guard as his strike landed, sending her staggering back. For the first time, her brow furrowed in pain. For the first time, she tasted her own blood. Ethan pressed his advantage, driving the goddess back with a relentless assault. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Is it because my power hasn't fully stabilized yet? Her subordinate, the god of destruction, watched in shock before rushing forward. Goddess of destruction, we have to help you. But she just mumbled, Accept this. Yes. I need you both to fulfill your true purpose. She stretched out her hand, and sinister streams of black and red light erupted, snaking towards her own underlings and consuming them whole. Her subordinate cried out in disbelief. My goddess. Why? She shot him a cold glance. You were created to restore my strength. Now, it's time to fulfill that role. The very essence of his power was ripped from his body. He let out an agonized scream as he withered into a hideous, empty husk. The goddess absorbed his power, her entire aura shifting into something far more terrifying. Ethan could only watch in disgust. What in the world? Suddenly, a stream of red system windows appeared. Warning, the goddess of destruction has recovered her full power. She stood before him, radiating an oppressive power unlike anything he'd ever felt. And then, she spoke. I will show you the true gulf in power between us. Ethan muttered under his breath, Damn it. Looks like I have to go all out again. But in a blink, she was already behind him. Go all out? She whispered. You should know by now how useless that is. With a snap of her fingers, a pillar of violet light crashed down from the heavens. The immense pressure forced Ethan to his knees. The goddess looked down on him. Is this all you have? Though blood trickled from his lips, Ethan simply smirked. No, there's more, he said, because this time, I'm not alone. Her eyes widened in shock as his allies suddenly appeared. What? Another powerful explosion rocked the battlefield. But when the dust settled, the goddess stood completely unscathed. Annoyance colored her voice. Is this your final, desperate struggle? How foolish. Standing protectively in front of Ethan were his loyal comrades. His clone glanced over. Everyone knows the plan, right? A grin spread across Ethan's face. Let's give him hell. Inho and the clone stood ready beside Ethan. The goddess scoffed. Do you truly believe bringing a few more insects will change anything? It's a complete waste of time. Ethan slowly pushed himself to his feet. Wasting time isn't the same as being useless. Humanity's desperate struggles can turn iron into a needle. So what's to stop us from finding a sliver of hope, no matter how small? He formulated a plan in his mind. I have to play every card in my hand. To make that happen, Ethan called out, Director, can you hear me? A voice crackled back in reply. Mr. Ethan Du, what's going on? He grinned. Let's make one more movie together. This one will be titled Dream-Eating Hunter, Ethan Du. Ethan's clone materialized a sword, and the goddess's eyes narrowed. It's been a long time since I've seen that blade. That night, he used this very weapon to wound me. Ethan shot back. This time, it won't end with just a scratch. He charged forward, blade in hand, bringing the sword down on the goddess of destruction. She scoffed. Did you truly think I would let that sword harm me a second time? With a single blow, she parried the clone's attack. But the real Ethan was already closing in from behind. He lunged, a simple pen aimed at her vitals. But she saw it coming, countering with a swift energy blast from her hand. The attack slashed across Ethan's body, drawing blood as he cried out in pain. A young boy screamed his name, while the goddess glanced at the clone with a quizzical look. The boy charged in, screaming, "Get away from Mr. Ethan." A brilliant column of green light erupted, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Inho caught the faltering Ethan. "Mr. Ethan, are you all right?" Ethan gritted his teeth. "I'm fine. I can still fight." He stared at the goddess, a grim realization dawning on him. After absorbing her minions, there's no way I can face her head-on and win. There's only one path to victory now. The grand finale of Dream-Eating Hunter, Ethan Do. Sam Do. I'm leaving it all to you. We'll buy as much time as we can, until he can make that power a reality. The others replied in unison, "Yes, we understand. Destroy them." The goddess watched them, a look of pity on her face. Utterly pathetic, but that is also what makes you different from the rest. In a flash, she teleported right in front of the young boy. Ethan screamed, "Sam." The goddess began to speak. "A fragment of my being was scattered long ago. So, you've been waiting for me all this time." The boy before her mumbled robotically, "Destroy." The goddess commanded him, her voice echoing with power. "Now, return to me. We will destroy all who profit from the corpse of the Creator God, and together we shall await his glorious return." A strange light entered the boy's eyes as he reached for her, muttering "destroy," but a voice cut through the haze, "Snap out of it." "Sam Do." Ethan charged forward, sword raised high. He unleashed his heavenly demon art, but the goddess merely scoffed. "That sword is useless against me." He couldn't even leave a single scratch. As blood flew through the air, the god of destruction attacked him. She declared, "Become the sacrifice, so that the god of creation may finally be reborn." Yu Inshin's body began to glow, slowly being absorbed. The god of destruction continued, "That's one down." But Inho struck from above, screaming, "How dare you touch Lord Yu Inshin?" With a swing of her hand, she sliced Inho countless times. He, too, began to glow. Whispering his final words, "Lord Yu Inshin." The god of destruction spoke. His name was Yu Sam Shin. His eyes had turned a menacing violet as he repeated a single word, "Destroy." A memory surfaced in his mind. "Is Yu Sam Shin my name? It's a pleasure to meet you. You are exactly as I expected." Indeed, the third version of Lord Yu Inshin is truly powerful. "Sam Shin. Yu Sam Shin." The boy finally spoke, "Destroy." The god of destruction glanced over as a golden light appeared, tearing a long gash in the world. Yu Sam Shin roared, "Destroy." But she cut him off. "Even if you are a fragment of my being, I will not let you do as you please." Yu Sam Shin coughed up blood as she struck him down. The god of destruction commanded, "Return to where you truly belong." She clenched her fist, then thrust it forward. Faint red streams of light swirled around her. She stared him down and declared, "Now, it's your turn. Yu Inshin, willingly become my sacrifice." He answered with burning resolve, "I will never let you have your way." Yu Inshin continued, "While you were busy fighting #1 and my clones, Yu Sa-shin was finally finishing the story of the Dream Hunter. Yu Inshin," he smirked. "And the ending is quite amusing." The god of destruction spoke, a black orb forming in her hand. "Let's begin." Yu Inshin stood his ground. He smiled, as the god of destruction's fingers suddenly bent backward. She muttered in shock, "My fingers." Her fingers were pulled and twisted into unnatural shapes. The god of destruction calmly asked, "What cheap trick are you trying to pull this time?" Yu Inshin laughed. "I already told you, didn't I? The end of the story has just been written. The finale of the hunter who devours dreams. Yu Inshin's clones and #1 are not destroyed." The god of destruction repeated, "Not destroyed. Instead, they will live inside your body, existing there like parasites." Realization dawned on her face, carried out by the Emperor's parasite skill, shared by Yu Inshin. He looked at her and asked, "How's that for a cheap trick?" The god of destruction scowled. "I see. However, it's meaningless." She gathered all her power. "This will not end the way you want it to." She unleashed her energy, shocking Yu Inshin. He thought, "She still has this much power left?" His eyes widened in disbelief. The god of destruction proclaimed, "No matter what you do, you will not be able to protect anything from me. Before me, the god of destruction, despair is the only thing you will ever know." She transformed into another form, her voice turning cold. "I will destroy everything you hold dear." Yu Inshin watched in awe, thinking, "Is this the true power of the god of destruction? This power, it's on a completely different level than before." Yu Sashin explained, "Due to the god of destruction's power, every object and phenomenon in the universe is breaking down. I need more time to rearrange the probabilities once more." Yu Inshin gritted his teeth. "It's time to manipulate the probabilities." The god of destruction hovered majestically in the sky. Yu Inshin continued to write. She pointed a finger at him. Do you really think I'll let you pull off those cheap tricks again? But her finger wouldn't move. Insin thought, all right, I just need to buy as much time as I can. She growled in frustration. You detestable little creatures. 3 small orbs appeared in her hand, and she crushed them. Insin screamed, everyone. The god of destruction spoke. You foolish insects, lured away by a single finger, and you didn't even notice. Do you still not understand the difference in our power? Insin roared in fury. I won't let you get away. He activated the skill to summon the Heavenly Sword's treasure. A notification blazed to life. The treasure of the Heavenly Sword has been bestowed upon you. A description followed. With the power of the Heavenly Sword, time will stop for 1 minute. A man suddenly appeared before him. Insin was stunned. Heavenly Demon. The man smiled. Indeed, you have come, my disciple. In disbelief, he asked, how can you be here? The Heavenly Demon explained. Once the god of destruction vanishes, there will be no reason for me to exist either. I have spent all my remaining karma and sacred power to manifest in this form for one final goodbye. Understanding crashed down on Insin. So you're saying, this is the end? The Heavenly Demon smiled. In life, there is always a beginning and an end. But this is no time for idle chat. Insin, he said, offering him his sword. Hurry and take this heavenly sword. There is no time left. The hero asked, this sword? As his form began to fade, the Heavenly Demon explained, this is a blade forged from the laws of causality across countless eons. Use my very body as a sacrifice to destroy the god of destruction. This is the sword of annihilation. The Heavenly Demon's final words echoed in his mind. Remember, this celestial sword can only be used once. He had smiled with relief, entrusting his last will to him. I have no doubt you will save this world from the god of destruction. Then, the Heavenly Demon vanished, leaving Jinwoo to face his enemy alone. The goddess sneered. What is that wretched-looking sword? Jinwoo thought, it may look rusted, but I can feel an immense holy power radiating from it. If I combine this with all the holy power I possess, I might just be able to defeat her. His sudden burst of speed left the goddess stunned. So fast. Jinwoo lunged forward. But seeing him wield his pen, the sword itself cried out in protest. No. Why are you using that damned pen right now? Use me instead. But Jinwoo simply replied, it's not time yet. The god of destruction blocked the attack with her bare hand, gritting her teeth. How dare you? She unleashed another devastating blow. Covered in blood, Jinwoo struggled to defend himself. He wondered, isn't that thing ready yet? Enduring this onslaught is getting harder by the second. Just then, a weapon materialized before him, speaking with a familiar, satisfied voice. There you are. The director's voice spoke through the item. My apologies. I was busy with preparations and ran a little late. Now then, as you wished. We will begin the live broadcast of the dream-devouring hunter, Jinwoo. The stream went live, and the cheers of his followers erupted. It's Sir Jinwoo. I believe in Sir Jinwoo. Number of believers, 1.9 trillion. As new power enveloped his body, he declared, the time has come. The immortal sword spoke with delight. Ooh, that's a massive number of believers. With this kind of power, I'm certain. The notifications flooded in. Number of believers, 2.2 trillion. Number of believers, 3.7 trillion. Drawing his sword, Jinwoo thought, just a little more. The god of destruction watched in disbelief. His holy power has reached another level. This is absurd. And then, number of believers, 10 trillion. His power peaked. Jinwoo charged toward the god of destruction. She stared back, shocked and furious. He whispered, right here. Heavenly Demon's holy sword. Grand hell of the Heavenly Demon. A full power slash tore through space itself. Unable to evade, the god of destruction took the full force of the attack, plummeting from the sky. She crashed into the earth, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Meanwhile, the audience watched the spectacular final battle unfold. They cheered without end. I believe in you, Sir Jinwoo. He defeated the god of destruction. The battle over, Jinwoo struggled, using his sword as a crutch. Its duty fulfilled, the holy blade began to fade away. The sword saint didn't forget to thank his companion. You did well, holy sword. After a moment's rest, he slowly rose to his feet. He gazed coldly at the desolate landscape before him, wondering aloud, is this the end? Before anyone could answer, he answered his own question. No, not yet. I have to find any trace of number 1 and his clones. Just then, dark shadows erupted from the ground, swarming him. The sword saint stared in utter shock. In a flash, he was dragged into a different dimension. He was bewildered. Isn't this Mina Na's virtual space skill? What does this mean? Suddenly, a figure approached from the distance. The god of destruction, who he thought was dead, began to speak. I didn't expect this. Who would have thought you could push things this far? You truly are impressive, aren't you? Her eyes burned with pure hatred. Seeing her approach, the Sword Saint's heart sank. So, she's still alive. The hand holding his pen trembled slightly, but his mind was already racing for a solution. She survived a direct hit from the celestial sword. Ignoring the Sword Saint's grim expression, she continued, "That was a rather remarkable attack." But her voice turned ice cold. "However, it wasn't nearly enough to destroy me completely. And even if I were to die, I would simply be resurrected soon enough." She glanced at her hand and went on. "And then, I will destroy this world again while I wait for the God of Creation to revive. If anything truly worries me, it's whether the God of Creation will hate me for destroying the world he made. After all, I have lived through countless ages just waiting for his return." She paused for a moment, then continued, "I couldn't bear it if he hated me." Looking at the man before her, she suddenly asked, "What do you think, Jinwoo? If I were him, I would never want that to happen." Hearing the question, the Sword Saint answered without hesitation. "If everything I sacrificed my entire life to build were to simply turn back into dust, the anguish would be more than I could bear." For a moment, surprise flickered in the God of Destruction's eyes. The God of Destruction finally replied, "I see. So that is what you truly believe." A single tear traced a path down her divine face. Through her tears, she spoke, "He will surely come to hate me for this." But in an instant, her sorrow twisted into pure rage as she roared, "But I still cling to my own hope. Even if that's the truth, I can never forgive you." As her fury erupted, the very fabric of space began to tremble violently, threatening to shatter into nothingness. The God of Destruction's voice echoed through the chaos. The God of Creation said it himself, "Because I can never become an eternal God, I can never create a perfect world of my own. With every creation, every symbol of life I erase, my own power only grows stronger. And if I am the one who must ultimately vanish, the God of Creation will reclaim all his power and be reborn." Hearing this twisted logic, the Sword Saint could only stare in shock, cursing, "This is complete madness." But the God of Destruction was unmoved. "I wanted to see him with my own eyes. But if this is how things must be, then I have no other choice." As she spoke, the God of Destruction began to gather energy, preparing a final, decisive blow against the Sword Saint. "With the last of my divine power, I will trap you here. And I will put an end to this world. To Earth, that is how my God of Creation's world will finally be made perfect." Hearing this, the Sword Saint was frozen in disbelief, utterly speechless. After a moment, the Sword Saint desperately tried to reason with her. "I already suspected this, but you truly have lost your mind." Despite the harsh words, the God of Destruction remained silent, gazing at the orb that now held him captive. Then, with a simple flick of her finger, a brilliant line of light tore through the very dimension she occupied. Her voice was like ice. "I will show you the true power of a God of Destruction." And with that, she launched herself into the vast emptiness of space. Her target was clear, planet Earth. Without another word, she began her cold, calculated act of planetary annihilation. A torrent of thousands of meteors blazed a path of destruction straight toward the planet. On the ground, panic erupted as people fled for their lives. Cries of terror filled the air. "Run! What is that falling from the sky?" Yet, gazing down upon the chaos, the God of Destruction remained utterly silent and unmoved. Meanwhile, on the real Earth, the sky was a peaceful, clear blue. Mina and M were enjoying a quiet chat in a local cafe. "So, when is Insin supposed to get back from his trip?" "I don't know," M replied. Mina gazed at the sky, adding, "I just hope he gets back soon. After all, this journey is meant to perfect his skills as a hunter." Hearing this, Mina chuckled. "If that's the reason, he'll be back before we know it." But at that very moment, far away, the God of Destruction screamed in utter disbelief. "What is this?" Staring at the planet before her, she stammered in confusion. "The Earth I just destroyed. It couldn't have been just an empty shell." Her voice filled with rage as she demanded an answer. "You Insin. Don't tell me he created a false reality just like the real one. No, that is a feat only the God of Creation could accomplish." A low chuckle came from the Sword Saint in response to her question. The Sword Saint's voice boomed with newfound power. "Then who do you think is standing before you right now?" At that question, the God of Destruction burst into manic laughter. She didn't even try to speak. She just stood there, laughing like her entire world had fallen apart. Her physical form began to fade, slowly dissolving into the void. Helplessly, the God of Destruction whispered to herself, "That's right. The only one capable of such a thing is none other than the God of Creation." Her gaze on the sword Saint softened, filled with deep affection. Seeing the true form of the one she cherished, the God of Destruction whispered her final words, "My God of Creation. I can no longer deny the truth." A contented smile graced her lips as she faded. "My mission is complete. Farewell, my one and only God." And with that, their ancient war finally came to an end. It was also the conclusion of the Sword Saint's story. The narrator's voice explains, the god of destruction needed a companion, an existence by her side to temper her boundless rage. And that existence could be none other than the god of creation. Insin used the universe of all things and the false world to ascend to godhood. He had truly become the god of creation. The hunter who devoured dreams, Insin, had finally completed his trial. In the aftermath, the Sword Saint walked purposefully through the ruins. Suddenly, he stopped, kneeling down. The Sword Saint placed a hand on the broken earth, as if sensing something deep within. He then asked into the empty air, "Can they be saved?" Just then, Insin materialized, offering a reply. "With my power to write reality, it is possible." Hearing this, the Sword Saint let out a relieved laugh. "All right then, let's try writing it one more time." Sometime after the final battle, in a bustling city of skyscrapers, the Sword Saint led a group of people down the street. Sporting a cool pair of sunglasses, he watched as a few people ahead of him chatted cheerfully. Further down the road, another group was also lost in lively conversation. Taking in the sight, the Sword Saint let out a sigh of contentment. So this is peace. Then, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. For some reason, I'm missing Inho more than ever today. Hearing this, Xiaoming chimed in. Then, Sir Insin, I will remain by your side in his place. Kangom's temper flared as he snarled, "Hey you, I warned you I'd kill you if you spoke like that again." But Xiaoming faced him without a trace of fear, firing back instantly. "If you have the guts, then try it." Her defiance sent Kangom into a rage. "This time, I'm not holding back." Hearing the commotion, the Sword Saint cut in with a soft but firm warning. "Be silent, or I'll fire you both." Terrified, they both answered in unison. "Yes, sir, we'll take your words to heart." Satisfied with their answer, the Sword Saint continued. "Besides, Inho is a father now. I can't bring myself to shatter the peace he's finally found." At that very moment, far away in the great galactic empire, Inho was aboard his starship, living a blissful life with his wife and child. "Look at our little muscle baby." The Sword Saint recalled the ending he had written. After the death of the goddess of destruction, I rewrote the ending for the dream-devouring hunter, Insin, to bring Inho, Shin, and San Shin back to life. Inho returned safely to the galactic empire and built the happy family he deserved. Meanwhile, Antai was now ruling over the kingdom of Enchi. Returning to the present, the Sword Saint reflected, "I'm truly glad everyone has found their own peaceful harbor." With that, the group arrived at the location for the fan meeting. In front of a towering skyscraper, a banner announced the fan meeting event for the dream-devouring hunter, Insin. The Sword Saint and his two companions stood on a balcony, looking down. Just then, Shin walked in with Mi-Di and scoffed, "That arrogant bastard. What does he even need bodyguards for?" Hearing this, Mi-Di quickly replied, "Our master is a very important figure. They're just here to handle any minor issues." San Shin also rushed over in a panic. The god of destruction just looked back, confused. Hearing them, Destruction replied, "Uncle San Sin said he can't stand looking Uncle Insin in the eye, but I think he's really cool." Seeing this, the Sword Saint approached them and said, "It seems I even have fans coming to see me personally." The Sword Saint grinned with immense pride, a wild look in his eyes. "I am the greatest author in this world, Insin." Life couldn't get any more satisfying. At that moment, Mina entered, chatting with Mi-Di. "You're here. I got stuck in a little traffic." Suddenly, Mina's expression soured. Pointing a sharp finger at Xiaoming, she demanded, "But why is she standing next to Insin?" Hearing the question, Mi-Di hurriedly explained, "She was hired as a bodyguard. And honestly, she's incredibly strong. It's just a job, so you need to be patient, okay?" But her words only fueled Mina's rage as she screamed, "Patient. I already told her not to lay a hand on him. I'm going to tear her to shreds." Alarmed, Mi-Di tried to hold Mina back. But unable to contain her fury, Mina viciously charged forward. As she approached, the Sword Saint asked in surprise, "Huh? Mina?" He sighed internally. "She looks absolutely ferocious. It looks like she's about to stir up trouble again." Mina shouted, "Hey, you. Come with me, now." The Sword Saint just thought with weary resignation, "I knew it, but I can't let them fight here." The Sword Saint quickly stepped between them and said, "Miss Mina, could we have a little chat?" In the middle of their talk, Mina suddenly shrieked, "What? Marriage? Are you trying to set up Xiaoming with the Sword Demon?" The Sword Saint replied with a cold expression, "Yes. That's why I hired them both as bodyguards, so don't bother them." Hearing this, Mina's face flushed as she quickly stammered, "Oh, well, if that's the case, then it's fine." Then the Sword Saint asked, "By the way, are you free tonight? Let's go have dinner together." The invitation made Mina blush a deep crimson as she asked, "Dinner? What for?" The Sword Saint quickly replied, "I just have something I need to discuss with you." Mina's face grew even redder. "All right." Then she made an excuse to escape. "I need to use the restroom for a moment." The Sword Saint nodded. "Sure, go ahead." As she walked away, Mina's heart hammered in her chest. Is he finally going to confess to me? Oh my gosh, I'm already so nervous. Her reaction left the Sword Saint completely bewildered. What was that all about? She's acting much stranger than usual. Just then, a voice called out, "Mr. Du, may I have a word with you for a moment?" The Sword Saint turned, confused. "Who is it?" Seeing the man, his eyes widened. The director, a short while later, in the director's office. The director began, "Let's see. The first time we met was 10 years ago, wasn't it?" The Sword Saint replied quickly. "Yes. It's true how time flies." The director smiled and continued, "The first time I read your novel, I knew we had found a true genius. But I didn't act on it then because you still hadn't decided on an ending. But you finally did it. I'm so incredibly proud of you." Mr. Du's praise made the Sword Saint beam with joy. "It was all thanks to your patience, sir." At that moment, the Sword Saint's mind drifted to the past, when he wanted to turn his story into a book and first visited the publishing company. All the novels he had written as an adult had been failures. Only the director, who was just a department manager back then, believed in me until the very end. Suddenly, the director's voice cut through his thoughts. "Come to think of it, a woman stopped by here looking for you." Hearing that, the Sword Saint looked up in a daze and asked, "A woman?" The director leaned in, explaining, "Yes, a beautiful woman, around 20 years old. She said she heard rumors of a young, genius author." The Sword Saint's mind raced. Could it be the god of destruction? Has she been watching me all this time? But then he thought, no, I shouldn't jump to conclusions like that. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the director chuckled and added, "She told us to notify her the moment the novel was finished. She even dropped 100 million on pre-orders." But he added, "I guess she never expected it would take you 10 whole years to actually finish the book." At that, the Sword Saint leaned forward and asked hesitantly, "Do you have her contact information?" The director quickly replied, "I think it's changed. I tried calling, but a completely different person answered." The Sword Saint nodded. "I see." After that, the Sword Saint was completely lost in thought. She asked to be notified, but then her number went dead. Could someone really have been observing me from the shadows all this time? Suddenly, the Sword Saint asked aloud, "Was it the god of abundance?" At that, the chat window for Generous Heart popped up with a reply. "The god of abundance says that would cost far too many karma points." The Sword Saint tried another name. Huh. Then what about Nightmare? But his question was met with a terrifying, heavy silence. Seeing that reaction, the Sword Saint knew the answer. "So it was you. You've been following me from the very beginning, haven't you?" The chat window for Silent Dream began spamming messages. Nightmare of the Silent Dream is feeling embarrassed. She explained that she only wanted to check if he was the incarnation of the creation god. But now, she says she deeply regrets wasting so much money in karma, because all of his later works were complete garbage. Stung by the insult, the Sword Saint angrily shot back, "I just had a little writer's block." But then Silent Dream's message changed. She says she's willing to buy 10 million copies of your newly completed novel. Seeing his massive payday arrive, the Sword Saint was ecstatic. "That's a bit much, but hey, thank you so much. 10 million copies? How much is that even worth?" The director stared at his dazed expression and asked with concern, "Hey, are you okay?" The Sword Saint quickly wiped away a bit of drool. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about something." Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed from the door. The director's secretary walked in. "Before the fan meet begins, we need to take a few photos." The director nodded. "Shall we go?" The Sword Saint quickly answered, "Yes." With that, the two men followed the secretary out of the room. "How's the new novel coming along? Please try to prepare in advance so there aren't any more delays for personal reasons." The Sword Saint just let out a cheerful laugh. "Of course," the secretary gestured. "Please, this way." A young man named Xiaoming spotted the Sword Saint and called out, "Mr. Du Yuzhen, over here, the seat next to me is still empty." Mina also chimed in, "Hey, embodiment, hurry up and get over here." As the Sword Saint walked by, the secretary pulled him aside. "Mr. Du Yuzhen, will you continue writing novels for us?" He paused, then replied, "I need a little more time to think about it. By the way, if you want to get me a gift, just make it premium beef." The photographer's voice boomed across the room. "Okay, everyone's here. Please look this way. I'm taking the shot. 1, 2, 3. After the camera flashed, a single photograph mysteriously fell from the pile. And that's where my video ends today. The text above was a summary of this incredible series. If you have any theories about what happens next, Make sure to drop them in the comments down below. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and ring the notification bell for more awesome videos. For now, peace out and see you in the next one.